You're listening to an exclusive Novel Charter audiobook. We release a new full-length story every day. Subscribe so you never miss one. Now, enjoy the story. Chapter 1. The red pen slipped from Cleo Idolo's fingers and rolled across the last essay she would never finish grading. The sentence stopped mid-thought. Kazimir Solanke's transformation into the Ice Warlord functions as a critique of... She blinked at the ceiling of her office. The fluorescent light hummed. The radiator clicked its slow winter complaint. Her chest felt wrong, hollow in a way that breathing could not fill, and the pain that had been climbing her left arm for the past hour finally crested into something that erased the paragraph she had been composing. Her forehead hit the desk. The last thing she saw was the red pen, still rocking gently, its cap stained with the ink she had chewed through 3 semesters of seminar notes. She had been alone. She was always alone when the work was good enough to lose herself in. The Long Thaw. Her book, the one she had taught with obsessive, annotated precision for 7 years. The one whose chapter 34 she had lectured on so many times she could recite the courtroom dialogue from memory. She had died grading essays on the book that killed her. The irony was sharp enough to taste, if there had been breath left to taste with. Then the void took her, and the void was cold, and the cold was not empty at all. The marble floor hit her knees first. The shock of it, solid and freezing through fine wool stockings, shot up her thighs and cracked into her spine. Cleo gasped. Air rushed into lungs that had stopped working minutes ago, or hours, or a lifetime. She coughed, spat nothing, and opened her eyes. She was not in her office. The room was circular, walled in black stone veined with frost that glittered like silver thread in lamplight. A chandelier of wrought iron and pale candles hung overhead, casting shadows that moved without wind. The floor beneath her hands was polished marble, gray-white, impossibly cold, and her hands were not hers. These were not her hands. Her hands had been sturdy, practical, with permanently ink-stained fingers and a paper cut on the right index that never quite healed. These hands were long and elegant, pale as milk, with nails shaped to perfect ovals and no calluses anywhere. A signet ring of cold iron bit into her right thumb, heavy and warm against the chill, and she knew it. She knew it the way you know the line of a poem you have memorized so many times it lives in your bones. Lisenka Drozdova, the villainess of the Long Thaw. Frost-veined marble chamber, northeast wing of the Drozdov citadel. Chapter 1 of the Tribunal arc. The door opened. A servant in gray wool, a young woman with auburn braids and a face that had been trained into careful blankness, stepped inside and bowed without meeting her eyes. "My lady, the Grand Magesta has confirmed the tribunal convening. Preparations for Commander Solanke's branding are to begin by the week's end." Cleo's heart, which had already stopped once today, seized again. She knew this servant, Eliana. Minor character, 12 lines in the entire serial, survives the fall of Valsera and disappears from the narrative. And the dialogue was exact. She had assigned this scene for 3 consecutive semesters, watched students underline the same words, listened to them argue about whether Lisenka's response was calculated cruelty or ceremonial obligation. The tribunal convening, Commander Solanke's branding. Chapter 34. Cleo rose to her feet. The body moved smoothly, weight balanced with aristocratic grace she had never possessed in her own life, and the cold iron signet pressed against her thumb like a brand that had not yet been applied. "How long?" she heard herself say, her voice, not hers, lower, smoother, with a frostmark accent she had only ever heard through the filter of her own classroom recordings. "My lady?" "Until the branding ceremony. How many weeks?" Eliana's mask flickered, confusion barely suppressed. 6, my lady." Grand Magesta Drozdova wished for the date to align with the deep winter solstice. 6 weeks. Cleo had taught this arc. She knew every scene, every betrayal, every line of dialogue that would lead Kazimir Solanke from the tribunal floor to the scar that broke him open and let the Ice Warlord crawl out. She knew the exact moment Lisenka's hand. Her hand applied the frost brand to his face. She had written essays about the symbolism. "He who hoped he wins, shows what you know without word." She had defended her thesis on the ritual humiliation as structural necessity. She had never imagined waking up inside the woman who performed it. The windows were frosted over, but through the ice she could see the black spires of Valsera rising against a sky the color of bruised iron. Smoke from 1,000 hearth fires smeared the air. Beyond the citadel walls, the deep ice stretched into a white horizon that had no end. Cleo pressed her palm to the nearest wall. The cold bit into her skin, sharp and alive, and beneath it she felt something else. A pulse. Slow and vast, like a heartbeat traveling through stone from a source miles beneath the glacier. The deep ice was awake. It had always been awake. The book had told her that, but the book had been fiction, a dark fantasy serial she had deconstructed for academic credit. And this was marble and iron, and a body she did not recognize, and a timeline already moving toward the worst scene she had ever taught. "Leave me," she said. Eliana bowed again and retreated, the door sealing behind her with a soft click of iron locks. Cleo stood alone in Lisenka Drozdova's chamber, breathing Lisenka Drozdova's air, wearing Lisenka Drozdova's face, and understood that she had not been summoned here. She had been drafted. The deep ice had not yanked her from her desk by accident. It had expected her. It had read her the way she had read its story, and it had placed her exactly where the script demanded her to be. 6 weeks. She pressed her palm harder against the stone, and the pulse beneath answered, steady and patient, like a heart that had been waiting for her to arrive. Chapter 2. The morning came gray and mean, light bleeding through frost-scarred windows and sheets of bone white. Cleo had not slept. She had sat at the writing desk for hours, mapping the next 6 weeks from memory, listing scenes and names and the exact order of disasters the original narrative required. The work kept the panic at bay. It gave her something to hold beyond the cold iron signet and the slow pulse beneath the floor. Eliana returned at dawn with breakfast. Porridge, pickled fish, black tea that steamed in a ceramic pot. She set the tray on the side table without a word, kept her eyes down, retreated toward the door with the practiced invisibility of someone who had learned that being noticed meant being struck. Cleo watched her go and felt the shape of the scene she remembered. Chapter 34 opened with Lisenka dismissing a servant for insufficiently heated water, a small cruelty that established her mood before the tribunal business began. A minor beat, 2 lines. But the maid in that scene was not Eliana, and the punishment had been a slap that left the girl weeping in the corridor. The tea was warm, the porridge was edible, the fish tasted like salt and endurance. She ate. The second visit came mid-morning. A different maid, younger, perhaps 15, with straw-colored hair and hands that shook as she carried a fresh pitcher of water. She crossed the threshold, caught her heel on the edge of a frost-cracked flagstone, and stumbled. The pitcher hit the marble and shattered. Water spread across the floor in a wide, dark bloom. Shards of glazed ceramic skittered against the desk leg. The maid dropped to her knees immediately, forehead nearly touching the stone, and began to apologize in a voice so small it barely carried. "Forgiveness, my lady. Forgive me. I will clean it. I will." She was already reaching for the broken pieces with bare hands. Blood welled along her thumb where a shard cut her. Cleo moved before she thought. She crossed the room, knelt, and caught the girl's wrist before it could close around another piece of broken ceramic. "Stop! You will cut yourself worse." The maid went rigid. Her breath stopped. Her entire body locked into a stillness that looked less like obedience and more like the instant before a blow lands. Cleo released her wrist. "Do not pick up the pieces with your hands. Fetch a brush and a pan. If you need bandaging after, ask the physician's assistant for linen and salve." Silence. The maid did not move. Her face had gone the color of old snow, and her eyes, fixed on the floor, held the blank, desperate look of an animal waiting for the trap to spring. "Did you hear me?" Cleo said. "Yes, my lady." The words came out wet, broken. "I will fetch a brush. I will tell the Chamberlain I broke your pitcher. I will accept the deduction from my wages. I am not deducting your wages." The maid's mouth opened, closed. A single tear slid down her cheek and dropped onto the wet stone. "Go," Cleo said, as gently as she could manage. "Take care of your hand first." The Grail scrambled backward on her knees, rose, and fled. The door slammed shut. Her footsteps faded down the corridor in a rapid, uneven rhythm that sounded like running. Cleo remained kneeling beside the broken pitcher, her palms pressed flat against the cold marble, and tried to understand what had just happened. She had been kind. She had been careful. She had used a soft voice and kept her hands visible and offered a solution that cost nothing. And the girl had looked at her the way a mouse looks at the shadow of a hawk, waiting for the talons to close. The door opened again. Mater Zorik stepped inside, closed the door behind her, and stood with her hands folded at her waist, surveying the wet floor, the broken ceramic, the splashes of water that had darkened the hem of Cleo's gown. "My lady sent for a brush and pan." It was not a question. Marta's voice carried no judgment, only observation, the neutral tone of a woman who had spent decades cataloging disasters without reacting to them. "Yes," Cleo said. She rose, brushed the moisture from her knees, and met Marta's gaze. "The girl dropped the pitcher. It was an accident." "So I see." Marta's face was a sealed door. Late 50s, iron-gray hair pulled back in a tight braid, eyes the color of slate. She had served the Drozdov household for 30 years, long enough to have seen every version of Lisenka that existed, long enough to know that the woman standing before her had never once knelt to meet a servant's eye. Cleo had read Marta's role in the serial: loyal, efficient, morally ambiguous. She was the one who cleaned up Lisenka's messes, who delivered the punishment when Lisenka could not be bothered, who kept the household running through cruelty and ceremony alike. She was not a friend. She was not an enemy. She was a weather system, and Cleo had just changed the pressure without knowing what storm it would bring. "The girl was bleeding," Cleo said. "I told her to tend to it first. Very considerate, my lady." The words were perfectly polite. The space between them was not. Mata's eyes moved over Cleo's face, her posture, the way she stood with her weight balanced and her hands still pressed unconsciously to her thighs. She was reading, Cleo realized, comparing, testing the fit of the new behavior against the old frame. "My lady has not punished anyone for clumsiness in the morning. The household will require time to adjust to the new standards." New standards. A diplomatic way of saying, "I do not know what game you are playing, but I am watching for the rules." "The standards have not changed," Cleo said carefully. "I simply do not see the purpose of punishing incompetence when instruction will serve better." Marta's eyebrow moved a fraction of an inch. That was all. "Then I will inform the staff that accidents in the ladies' chambers will be met with instruction, rather than consequences." Something cold and crawling moved along the back of Cleo's neck. She had just been tested and measured and filed under a category she could not see. Marta was not opposing her. Marta was adapting, the way water adapts to a new channel, patient and relentless and impossible to hold. "Yes," Cleo said. "Inform them." "Shall I have the water refreshed?" "Yes." Marta turned, then paused at the door. She did not look back. "If I may speak freely, my lady." "Speak." "Kindness from the Drozdov seat does not read as kindness to those who serve beneath it. It reads as a test, a trap laid in silk. The household will not trust it until they are certain that it costs nothing to trust it." She opened the door. "I will have the girl bandaged, and I will have a new pitcher sent up." She left. Cleo stood alone in the wet, cold room, the broken ceramic still spread across the floor like teeth, and understood with a clarity that felt like a blade sliding between her ribs that she had just made her first mistake. She had tried to be kind in Lisenka's voice, and Lisenka's voice, even when speaking soft words, had been trained for decades to sound like a scalpel drawing near skin. She pressed her palm to the frost-veined wall. The pulse answered, slow and vast, a heartbeat that knew her better than she knew herself. It had been waiting. It had always been waiting. And somewhere below her, in the black stone cells carved into the citadel's foundation, Kazimir Solanke sat in chains and did not know that the woman who would ruin him had just tried not to. But the pulse knew. The pulse knew everything. Chapter 3. She found paper in Lisenka's study. Not parchment, not the heavy vellum she had expected from a noble household, but thin, fibrous sheets stacked beside a brass inkwell and a pen with a nib worn to the exact angle of Lisenka's grip. Cleo sat at the desk, smoothed the first sheet flat, and began to write. 6 weeks. 42 days to the deep winter solstice. She started with the known sequence. The warehouse fire, Chapter 36, 3 prisoner witnesses who died before they could testify about tribunal corruption. The patrol massacre in the Eastern Glacier Corridor, Chapter 38, 12 soldiers and a frost mage whose bodies were found arranged in a sigil. The supply convoy ambush, Chapter 41, blamed on Kazimier's scattered loyalists but actually ordered by Anselm to justify expanded martial law. She wrote them in order, each event bracketed by the date she remembered from the text. The Gant cried fast in the cold air, the letters sharp and precise, the handwriting Lisenka's, but the rhythm Cleo's. Margins annotated with question marks, with names she needed to follow, with the narrow windows in which intervention might work. The warehouse fire came first. 3 witnesses, 1 storage district on the river's east bend. A fuse laid by Sabine Kadar's operatives and lit by a man named Vuk, a minor fixer with a burn scar on his jaw, who appeared in exactly 2 chapters before vanishing from the narrative entirely. She marked Vuk's name with a circle. Find him. Stop him. Before the fire starts. The patrol massacre came next. That one was harder. The text had never specified which patrol, only that the bodies were found at dawn by a supply runner who fled and triggered the tribunal's emergency powers. Cleo did not know the exact route or the exact time. She knew the result and the attribution, and that was not enough to intercept a dozen deaths she could not see coming. She wrote Glacier Corridor and underlined it 3 times. The convoy ambush was easier. The ambush point was a bridge, she remembered that. A stone bridge with a broken arch where the supply road curved around a frozen gorge. She remembered the description because Lisenka had read the casualty report in Chapter 42 and dismissed it with a single line. Convoy losses are acceptable when the alternative is disorder. Cleo pressed the pen harder. The nib scratched. Acceptable. She set the pen down and looked at what she had written. 4 sheets now, covered in dates and names and arrows tracking cause into consequence. A map of disaster, neatly transcribed, waiting to be disrupted. Her hands were steady. Inside her chest, something was not. She'd taught this sequence for 7 years. She had watched students annotate it, argue about it, write essays tracing the moral logic of Kazimir Solanke's transformation from victim to monster. She had stood at lecture podiums and explained, with the calm authority of someone who would never have to live inside the room where it happened, that the warehouse fire was the hinge. That the 3 dead witnesses were the moment the tribunal's legal fiction became a machine. That every death after that was locked into the mechanism. She had never once, in 7 years, considered what it would feel like to hold the list in her hands and know that the ink was still wet because the events had not happened yet. A knock at the door. Cleo slid the sheets into the desk drawer and closed it before answering. She was learning. The voice that came through the wood was not Marta's. Lady Drozdova, the Grand Magister's office requests your attendance at the midday session. Commander Solanke's preliminary hearing has been moved forward by 2 days. The blood in her veins went still. Moved forward. She opened the door. A clerk stood in the corridor, young, pale, holding a sealed slip of paper that he extended without meeting her eyes. She took it, broke the seal, read the confirmation in Anselm's own hand, the sharp, abbreviated script she recognized from the serial's description of tribunal correspondence. Preliminary hearing, 3 days from now, not 5. The clerk waited. She dismissed him with a gesture that felt borrowed from someone else's muscle memory, closed the door, and stood in the silence with the paper trembling in her fingers. The story was already drifting. She had not done anything yet. She had been inside Lisenka's body for less than a day. She had spared a maid from a slap and knelt beside a broken pitcher, and already the canonical schedule was fracturing at the edges. It knows, she thought. The pulse, the deep ice. It knows I am here, and it is adjusting. Or Anselm had moved the hearing for his own reasons, or the clerk had misread the schedule, or her memory was wrong. She had memorized the text, but not perfectly. There were gaps, conflations, scenes she had skipped in her teaching because they bored her. The preliminary hearing might always have been 3 days out. She might be seeing drift where there was only her own imperfect recall. She opened the drawer, pulled out the sheets, and checked the date she had written for the hearing. 5 days. She had written it because she was certain. Because she had taught Chapter 34's timeline for years and had never once been wrong about the gap between Lisenka's awakening and the preliminary hearing. The paper in her hand said 3. She pressed her palm to the cold iron signet and felt the bite of metal against her thumb, the only thing on this body that was real and solid and hers. 42 days. She had 42 days. But the clock was not ticking the way the book had promised, and every hour she spent inside Lisenka's skin was an hour the story could decide to rewrite itself without her permission. Cleo sat down, took up the pen, and began to revise her list. She wrote preliminary hearing, 3 days, and drew a line through the old date. She wrote warehouse fire, check Vuk's movements tonight, and added a question mark she did not like. She wrote glacier corridor again, and left it blank because she still did not have enough to act on. And at the bottom of the 4th sheet, in letters smaller than the rest, she wrote a question she had not dared to speak aloud since she woke on the marble floor. How much can I change before the story decides to change me instead? She stared at the words until they blurred. The answer did not come. The pulse beneath the citadel did not answer either. It only waited, vast and patient, the heartbeat of something that had been watching for a very long time and was in no hurry to reveal its hand. Cleo folded the sheets, slid them into the drawer, and locked it with a key she found in Lisenka's inkwell. She stood, smoothed her gown, and walked to the window. Outside, Fal Sarata stretched in black stone and frost, a city built on cruelty and law and the cold, sleeping hunger beneath the ice. Somewhere in its foundation, Kazimir Solanke sat in chains, waiting for a hearing that had just moved 2 days closer. And somewhere in the network of corridors and courtyards and tribunal chambers, a man named Vuk was about to light a fuse that Cleo needed to find before it burned. She had 3 days to prove that she was not just a better reader than Lisenka. She had 3 days to prove that being inside the story did not mean she had to obey its rules. The pulse waited, and Cleo pressed her palm to the frosted glass, felt the cold seep through her skin, and began to plan. Chapter 4. The warehouse district sat in the low crook of the river bend, 3 blocks of timber, tar, and frozen mud where the tribunal stored confiscated grain, old court records, and prisoners too valuable to kill, but too inconvenient to keep in the citadel. Cleo found it by memory and instinct. The serial had described the approach once, in a paragraph she had taught as masterful world-building, the way the river fog clung to the eaves and the iron hinges on the loading doors wept rust. She had never walked this street in her life. She recognized it anyway. She had left the citadel without formal escort, a breach of protocol she would answer for later. Eliana had gaped when Cleo demanded a cloak and boots instead of court robes. Marta had appeared in the doorway, silent, watching, and said nothing as Cleo pushed past. The cold hit her in the throat. Valsart in deep winter was not a temperature, but a condition, a state of being that made the air feel sharp enough to cut. She pulled the cloak tight and walked faster, her breath clouding in front of her face, the frozen gravel crunching beneath borrowed boots that were half a size too large. She did not know if she was too early or too late. The serial had not given a precise hour for the warehouse fire. It had described the aftermath. 3 bodies pulled from the ash, the tribunal declaring them victims of a supply accident, and the witnesses who might have testified about Kazimir's regiment buried before anyone could ask what they knew. But she knew the target. She knew the weapon. She knew Vuk. The warehouse was 3rd from the river, a long, low building with peeling black paint and a loading platform that sagged on its right side. A single lamp burned above the office door. The rest of the structure sat in darkness, hulking and silent. Cleo stopped at the corner and studied it. No guards at the main entrance, no patrol along the riverside. That was deliberate. Sabine Kadar's operatives had cleared the route so the fire would spread without interruption. In the original narrative, the guards had been reassigned by forged orders, leaving the warehouse empty except for the 3 witnesses locked in a storage room on the 2nd floor. She pressed her palm to the wall beside her. The stone was cold, ordinary cold, nothing like the pulse beneath the citadel. The deep ice was not here. This was just a building where people were about to die. You could wait. You could let it happen. 3 dead witnesses and Kazimier's case grows weaker, but you still have the glacier records. You still have the supply convoy. You still have time. She pushed off the wall and walked toward the loading platform. The side door was unlocked. The serial had told her that too. Inside, the warehouse smelled of grain dust, cold iron, and something chemical she could not place. Pale light from the single office lamp bled through a grimy window and cast long shadows across the floor. Crates were stacked in uneven towers, some marked with Tribunal seals, others with merchant brands she did not recognize. The stairs to the second floor were at the far end, narrow and dark. She heard voices from above, low, male, not the prisoners. Vuk was early. She moved along the wall, keeping to the shadows, her borrowed boots silent on the packed dirt floor. Her heart beat too fast, a rhythm she could not control, the body's fear response overriding the mind's certainty. She had taught this scene. She had analyzed it. She had never lived it. A footfall behind her. She turned, and a man stood in the doorway she had just entered, a silhouette against the pale glow from the street lamp. He was tall, broad-shouldered, with a heavy coat and a scar that caught the light where it crossed his jaw. Vuk. He had come in through the front while she came through the side. He was supposed to be upstairs. The serial had placed him on the second floor, pouring oil along the baseboards while the witnesses shouted through the locked door. The serial was wrong. He saw her. His hand went to his belt, where a blade hung sheathed and ready. Cleo did not think. She moved. Her body knew how before her mind caught up. The reflexes of a woman who had trained in this cold, this dark, this fear. She crossed the distance in 3 strides, grabbed a ceramic jar from the nearest crate, and threw it at his face. He ducked. The jar shattered against the wall behind him, and oil splattered across the floorboards, gleaming black and chemical. Oil. He had already begun. He straightened, knife out, and his eyes met hers. He knew her face. Everyone in Valserat knew Lisenka Drozdova's face. He hesitated. That hesitation was the only reason she survived. She grabbed another jar, heavier this time, and slammed it edge first into his wrist. The knife clattered. He cursed, grabbed for her cloak, and she twisted, letting the fabric tear rather than the flesh, leaving him with a fistful of wool while she stumbled backward toward the stairs. "Guards!" she shouted. "Fire! Guards, to the back warehouse!" Her voice cracked on the last syllable, not from fear but from the sheer force of projection, the way she had learned to fill a lecture hall without a microphone. It was not Lisenka's voice. It was her own, and it carried. Vuk swore again and turned. He ran for the back exit, the one that led to the river, the one the serial had described as the escape route she had not bothered to block. She let him go. She did not have a blade. She did not have frostcraft. She had a torn cloak, 2 broken jars, and a voice that was still echoing through the warehouse as boots began to pound on the stairs above. The guards had been inside all along. They came down the narrow staircase 4 at a time, armed and armored, their frost lamps casting blue-white light across the oil-slicked floor. Behind them, 3 faces appeared at the top of the stairs, pale, gaunt, terrified. The witnesses. One of them, a woman with gray streaked hair and a bruised jaw, stared down at Cleo with an expression she could not immediately read. Not gratitude, not confusion. Recognition, but not the kind that came from knowing a face. It was the look of someone who had just realized the trap had changed shape. Cleo stood in the spreading oil, breathing hard, her palm pressed to the cold iron signet as if it could anchor her. The guard captain, a broad man with frost-scarred knuckles, reached her first. "Lady Drozdova." He did not salute. He did not need to. The name was enough. "What are you doing here?" "Stopping a fire," she said. "Your warehouse has been doused in lamp oil. The seals on the storage room doors have been cut. There is a man named Vuk running toward the river, and if you catch him, you will find Sabine Kadar's orders in his coat." The captain's expression did not change. He looked at the oil. He looked at the broken jars. He looked at her torn cloak, her bare hands, the way she was still shaking from adrenaline and cold. "Send word to the Citadel," he said to one of his men. "Tell them the Drozdova heiress has made a citizen's arrest of an empty warehouse." The words were ice, perfectly courteous, perfectly lethal. Cleo met his eyes and did not flinch. "I am not here to be arrested, Captain. I am here because someone wanted those 3 witnesses dead before they could testify, and I decided that was inconvenient." She pointed up the stairs, where the gray-haired woman still stood, watching. "You can search me for a lighter, or you can search the second-floor storage room for the broken lock. But if you let that oil sit much longer, one spark from a frost lamp will take this whole building down with us inside it." The captain held her gaze for a long moment. Then he turned and barked an order, and his men began to move, spreading through the warehouse with practiced efficiency, checking corners, sniffing for gas, kicking over crates to expose the trails of oil Vuk had laid before she arrived. Cleo stood in the center of the chaos, her torn cloak hanging loose, her lungs burning, her hands steady now because they had to be. She had stopped the fire. The witnesses were alive. The warehouse was intact. Vuk had fled, but he had left the evidence behind, and Sabine Kedar's name was now attached to a crime that could be investigated if anyone dared. She should have felt triumphant. Instead, she felt the weight of 3 pairs of eyes on her back, and when she turned, the gray-haired woman was still staring. Not grateful, not confused, terrified. Because Lisenka Drozdova had appeared in a locked warehouse at midnight, known exactly where to find the oil, known exactly who had laid it, known exactly how to stop it before it began. To the witnesses, she did not look like a savior. She looked like a woman who had set the trap herself and called it mercy. Cleo opened her mouth to explain, to say something that would undo that fear, but the words would not come because they were not true. She had known. She had always known. She had taught this scene for 7 years, annotated it, analyzed it, and she had used that knowledge the way Lisenka would have used it, as a weapon wrapped in the shape of rescue. The pulse beneath the citadel, distant and patient, hummed once in recognition. "You are learning," it seemed to say. And Cleo stood in the oil-stained dark, the cold seeping through her boots, and wondered if the difference between heroism and manipulation was something the witnesses could see from where they stood, or something she had never understood at all. Chapter 5. The guard captain had not yet finished ordering his men when the frost lamps at the warehouse entrance guttered and dimmed. Cleo felt the shift before she saw the source. A drop in temperature so precise it felt like a blade passing close to skin. The oil on the floor grew tacky. Breath congealed into visible clouds that hung too long before dissolving. Sanko Belaya stepped through the doorway with the ease of someone who owned every threshold she crossed. She was younger than Cleo had expected, 24 at most, with the kind of face that looked the already aged bone structure of a woman who had been carrying authority since childhood. Dark hair cropped close to her skull, frost white at the temples in a pattern that was not dye and not natural. Frostcraft burn. The mark of a mage who had pushed past her limits and survived. She wore no formal robes, a leather coat, a harness with a cold iron blade at her hip, and gloves that glimmered with inlaid sigils that shifted as she flexed her fingers. Her eyes moved across the warehouse in a single, practiced sweep. The broken jars, the oil trails, the guards standing frozen mid-search, the 3 witnesses at the top of the stairs. Then they landed on Cleo and stayed there. "Lady Drozdova," her voice was calm, almost pleasant. "You are a long way from the citadel." Cleo kept her hands still at her sides. The cold iron signet was a point of pressure against her thumb, grounding her. "I did not realize the Lyceum kept night patrols in the warehouse district." "We do not." Sanko stepped forward, her boots making no sound on the oil-stained boards. "I was at the temple archive when I heard the commotion. A Drozdova heiress making a citizen's arrest at midnight. You can understand why I chose to investigate personally." She stopped 3 feet from Cleo, close enough that the frostcraft burn at her temples was clearly visible. Raised tissue, pale as scarred ice, curling like roots into her hairline. "Tell me how you knew." The question was simple, direct. No accusation in the tone, but no deference either. Sanko was not asking as a subordinate. She was asking as someone who had already decided the answer mattered. Cleo met her gaze. I received information. From whom? A source I am not free to name. Sanko's mouth curved slightly. Not a smile, the acknowledgement of a move she had expected. You are not free to name the source, but you were free enough to act on it, alone, without escort, without notifying the Tribunal watch. She tilted her head. That is either remarkable initiative or remarkable recklessness. Can it not be both? It can. Sanko's eyes dropped to Cleo's hands. The tore cloak, to scraped knuckles where she had caught herself on the broken crate. You were not armed. I did not need to be. You threw oil jars at a man with a blade. I threw oil jars at a man who was not expecting oil jars. Surprise does the work that steel cannot. A pause. The frost lamps cast shifting blue light across Sanko's face, and for a moment her expression was unreadable. Then she turned and walked to the stairs, climbing them with the same soundless grace. She stopped in front of the gray-haired witness. The woman flinched, not dramatically, a subtle recoil, the kind learned from years of being in rooms where power could turn lethal without warning. You were in the storage rooms when Lady Drozdova arrived? Sanko asked. Yes. How did she enter the warehouse? Side door. We heard her come in. The man who was supposed to burn us, he came in after her, through the main entrance. And what did she say to him? The gray-haired woman's gaze flickered to Cleo, then away. She knew his name. She knew why he was there. She told him she had already counted the jars. Sanko turned back to Cleo, descending the stairs with measured steps. You knew his name. I saw him in the market district earlier. He was behaving oddly. I followed him. You followed a strange man to a locked warehouse at midnight because he was behaving oddly. Yes. That is not an explanation, Lady Drozdova. It is the one I have. The words hung between them, and Cleo felt the weight of everything she was not saying. The years of teaching this scene, the annotations in the margins, the knowledge that Vuk was supposed to be upstairs and was not, that the serial had lied about placement, that the gray-haired woman was supposed to die before the tribunal could hear her testimony. She could not say any of it. The truth would sound like madness, so she stood in the oil-soaked dark beneath the cold gaze of a woman who had been raised to read the weather of lies, and she waited. Sanko studied her for a long moment. Then she stepped closer, lowering her voice so that only Cleo could hear. I have read every report filed about you since you were 12 years old, Lady Drozdova. I know the shape of your cruelty. I know the names of the servants you have dismissed, the prisoners you have interrogated, the officers you have broken for sport. Her voice was soft, almost gentle. I have never read a report that described you saving anyone. Cleo said nothing. And now, in a single night, you appear in a locked warehouse, unarmed, alone, and you stop a fire that would have killed 3 witnesses whose testimony weakens the case against Commander Solanke. Sanko's eyes were very pale in the lamplight, almost colorless. That is not a deviation. That is a transformation, and I do not believe in transformations that happen without a cause. She stepped back, her voice returning to its normal pitch. I will report to the tribunal that your intervention prevented property damage and potential loss of life. I will note the presence of lamp oil and the testimony of the survivors. I will not mention your source, since you have chosen not to name it. She turned toward the door. Sanko. Sanko stopped, but did not look back. I know what you are thinking, Cleo said. You are thinking that I set this up, that I am playing a longer game, that the witnesses will be safer under my protection than they would be dead because I can control what they say. Are you? The question was quiet, honest. Cleo thought of the gray-haired woman's face, the terror that had not faded when she realized who had saved her. I do not know, she said. I am still learning what kind of woman I am in this body. Sanko turned just enough to meet her eyes. That, she said, is the first honest thing you have said to me in 5 years. She walked out into the cold, and the frost lamps brightened behind her as if her presence had been pressing them down. The guard captain appeared at Cleo's elbow, his earlier sarcasm muted now. We found the orders. Sabine Kadar's seal on the paper. The witnesses will need to be moved to secure quarters. Do it. And you, Lady Drozdova, will you be returning to the Citadel? Cleo looked at the stairs, where the gray-haired woman was being helped down by 2 guards. The woman would not meet her eyes. Not yet, she said. I have one more stop to make. She did not know she had decided until the words left her mouth. The prison keep was a quarter-hour walk through the district's frozen streets. She had never been inside it, but she knew where it was. The original text had described it in clinical detail. Black stone, frost-sealed doors, a central chamber where prisoners waited in chains for hearings that were already decided. She reached the outer gate and stopped. The guard on duty recognized her. His face went through 3 expressions in rapid succession: surprise, worriness, fear. Lady Drozdova, the keep is not on your authorized route. I am aware. She stepped past him before he could find the words to stop her, and the iron door groaned open on frozen hinges. The corridor was narrow and cold. Frost clung to the walls in patterns that looked like veins. The pulse beneath the citadel was faint here, muted by the weight of stone, but she felt it at the edges of her awareness, patient, watching. She stopped before the cell that held him. Kazimir Solanke sat against the far wall, shackled at wrist and ankle, his face half in shadow. He looked up when the lamplight shifted, and his eyes found hers with the sharpness of a man who had learned to read threat in every approaching silhouette. You. His voice was rough from disuse. What do you want? Cleo opened her mouth to answer, and behind her, footsteps echoed down the corridor. A runner. Someone sent from the warehouse district, moving fast. The runner reached her before she could speak, gasping out words that made Kazimir's expression change. They are saying you saved them. The witnesses. They're saying you stopped the fire yourself. The words hung in the frozen air. Kazimir's eyes stayed on hers, and the look in them was not gratitude. It was suspicion, deeper and sharper than before. He had not asked her to save anyone, and now he was wondering what kind of game she was playing, that she would rescue the evidence against him before the trial could even begin. Chapter 6. The runner's footsteps faded down the corridor, leaving the frozen air between them. Kazimir had not moved. He sat against the far wall, shackled wrists resting on his knees, his face half in shadow from the single frost lamp burning in the corridor. The light caught the hard lines of his jaw and the hollows beneath his cheekbones. He looked like a man who had stopped expecting mercy so long ago that the word had lost meaning. You saved them, he said. His voice was flat, not a question. I stopped a fire, Cleo said. The witnesses were inside, and you knew they were there. She did not answer. Kazimir's eyes stayed on hers, pale in the dim light, the color of winter sky before a storm. He did not blink. He did not look away. The silence stretched until the frost lamp seemed to dim with the weight of it. I have been in this cell for 43 days, he said. Do you know what I have spent those days doing? She shook her head. Remembering. He said the word like it tasted of rust. Every interrogation, every name I gave under duress, every man I could not save because I was already broken when they brought me here. His shackles clinked as he shifted weight. And every woman who sat where you are sitting now, wearing that face, asking questions I could not refuse to answer. Cleo's throat tightened. I am not here to interrogate you. No? The word was soft, almost gentle. You are here to explain yourself, to tell me that the woman who made me kneel on Froststone for 6 hours while she read my regiment's casualty list aloud for entertainment is suddenly a different person. The air left her lungs. She remembered the scene. Chapter 28. Lisenka had made him kneel in the outer courtyard while she read the names of his dead soldiers, one by one, in a voice pitched for ceremony. She had paused between each name to let the cold work deeper into his joints. The original text described it as a masterful performance of psychological cruelty. Cleo had taught it as an example of efficient villainy, clinical and devastating. She had never imagined what it felt like to stand on the other side of that memory. I remember, she said quietly. Do you? Not a question. Yes. Then you remember the frost branding on the prisoner from White River, the one who tried to escape. You stood beside your father and watched while the sigil burned through his palm, and when he screamed, you told him his voice was unseemly for a man who chose treason. Kazimir's voice did not rise. It stayed level, precise, as if he had saved each word for this moment. I was chained 3 feet away. I watched you smile. Cleo's hand moved to the cold iron signet on her thumb. The metal was freezing against her skin. I remember, she said again. Do you remember the girl from the weaving halls? 16 years old? She stole a length of wool for a blanket because her mother was dying of frost lung in unheated quarters. You had her brought to the tribunal chamber, and you made her explain, in front of the full court, why her mother's life was worth more than the law. He paused, and when she could not answer, because she was crying too hard to speak, you sentenced her to 5 years in the northern quarries. The frost lamp flickered. Cleo's vision blurred at the edges. She did not know if the memories were hers or if the body had supplied them. Flashes of sensation, the weight of judgment in Lisenka's chest, the satisfaction that had come with each sentence. She pressed her palm flat against the cold stone wall to steady herself. The pulse beneath the citadel beat once, slow, waiting. I know what I did, she said. You know what she did. Kazimir's eyes had not left hers. You speak as if you are a different woman standing in her body. But I do not know who you are, and I have no reason to trust the difference. The runner's words still hung in the air. The witnesses were spreading the story. Cleo Drozdova saved them. She had wanted that, she realized. She had wanted him to hear it and see her differently. He had heard it and seen a trap. Commander Solanke, she tried to make her voice steady. I understand why you do not believe me. I would not believe me either, but I am telling you the truth. I did not set that fire. I stopped it, and I will do it again, every time I can, because I am not the woman who made you kneel on frost stone. Then who are you? The question was simple, honest, and she did not have an answer that would hold in this room. I do not know yet, she said. Something shifted in his expression, not trust, not belief, but a crack in the certainty she had seen in his eyes since she walked in. You came here to tell me this? I came here because I did not know where else to go. The words escaped before she could catch them. She had not meant to say that, had not meant to admit that she had walked through a frozen district and past a suspicious guard and into the cell of a man who hated her face, all because the alternative was returning to the citadel and sitting alone in Lisenka's rooms, surrounded by Lisenka's things, breathing Lisenka's air. Kazimir studied her for a long moment. You are afraid, he said. It was not an accusation. It was observation, cold and clinical as a surgeon's note. Yes. Of what? She thought of the gray-haired woman who had looked at her like a predator wearing a rescuer's skin. She thought of the deep ice beneath her feet, patient and vast, learning from her deviation. She thought of the countdown table on her study desk, the dates she had already crossed out because the story had started to shift. Of finding out that the difference between cruelty and kindness does not matter, she said, because everyone will read them both the same way coming from this face. Kazimir's chains clinked as he leaned forward, the movement slow, deliberate. His face caught the light fully for the first time. She saw the scars then, pale lines crossing his jaw and temple, the kind of marks that came from close combat, not interrogation. He had been a soldier before he had been a prisoner. They will not read it the same way, he said. They will read it the way they need to survive. If you saved the witnesses will wonder what you want from them. The court will wonder what angle you are working, and I will wonder every time you appear at my cell door whether this is the moment your kindness becomes the blade. And if it never does, he met her eyes, then I will spend the rest of my time in this cell waiting for the moment I am wrong. The frost lamp hummed. Somewhere above them, the citadel shifted, stone settling against stone. Cleo stepped closer to the bars, close enough that the cold bit through her cloak. I will now be the one who brands you, she said. Kazimir's expression did not change. You may not have a choice. There is always a choice. He laughed then, a low, bitter sound that did not reach his eyes. That is what someone says when they have never been the one on the stone. She had no answer for that. He leaned back against the wall, the shackles scraping stone. You should go. Your father's agents will notice you are missing, and I do not want to be blamed for whatever excuse you give them." She turned to leave. "Cleo." She stopped. Her name. He had used her name. Not Drozdova, not Lady. She looked back. He was watching her with an expression she could not read. "The woman who knelt in that courtyard," he said slowly. "She never would have stopped a fire. She never would have spared a maid, and she never would have come to this cell to tell me she was sorry." He paused. "Whatever you are becoming, I do not trust it yet, but I see that it is different." The pulse beneath the citadel beat again, stronger this time. Cleo nodded once and walked out into the frozen corridor. She made it 3 steps before she tasted blood. She touched her lip. Her fingers came away red. She had bitten through the inside of her cheek without noticing. The cold iron on her thumb burned against her skin, and somewhere deep beneath the citadel, the deep ice hummed in satisfaction. Learning. She was still learning, and every lesson she took brought her closer to an ending she could not predict. The guard at the outer gate saluted as she passed, his face carefully blank. She walked through the frozen streets with her hands at her sides and the taste of blood on her tongue, and she did not let herself think about what Kazimir had almost said. The woman who knelt in that courtyard never would have stopped a fire. "Whatever you are becoming, I see that it is different." She reached the citadel gates. The guards opened them without meeting her eyes. Inside, the corridors were quiet. The pulse had diminished to a hum beneath her feet, patient, satisfied, waiting for what she would do next. She climbed the stairs to Lisenka's quarters and stopped at the door. Marta Zorek stood in the hallway, arms crossed, face unreadable. "The Grand Majester requests your presence at supper," she said. "Tonight." Her tone made it clear this was not an invitation. Cleo looked at her own hands. The cold iron signet gleamed in the frost light. "Tonight," she repeated. Marta's eyes flickered to Cleo's lower lip, where the blood had dried along the seam. "Should I inform him you are unwell?" Cleo touched her lip again. The wound was small, barely visible, but Marta had seen it. Marta saw everything. "No," she said. "Tell him I will attend." She pushed open the door and stepped into Lisenka's rooms. The heat hit her first, then the scent of dried flowers, old paper, and the faint metallic undertone of cold iron stored too close to living quarters. The study table still held her countdown sheet, the dates crossed out, the questions she had written at the bottom. "How much can I change before the story changes me?" She picked up the pen and added a single line beneath it. "Tonight, I find out what my father sees." Chapter 7. The dining chamber was smaller than she expected. A single table, dark wood scarred by decades of frostcraft burns, set for 2. No servants in the corners, no decorative fire. The only light came from a tiered frost lamp suspended above the table, its pale glow carving the room into shadows that moved without wind. Ansel Drozdova sat at the far end, his hands resting flat on the wood as if he had been waiting for her to arrive before he breathed. The burn scar across his throat caught the light, a pale seam of tissue that pulled at the skin whenever he swallowed. His eyes were the same gray as hers, but where hers held hesitation, his held only the patience of a man who had outweighted every question he had ever been asked. He did not rise. "Lisenka! Grand Majestre!" She took the seat across from him, calculating the distance to the door. 7 strides. Too far if he decided to test her physically. But that was not how he worked. He had never needed his hands to break things. A servant appeared from the shadow between 2 tapestries, placed a bowl of pale broth before each of them, and vanished the same way. Anselm did not touch his spoon. "The warehouse fire," he said. "I have heard 3 versions of the story. I would like to hear yours." Cleo kept her hands in her lap, fingers still cold from the walk through the citadel corridors. "I received intelligence that Sabine Kadar's operatives intended to destroy evidence," she said. "I acted on it before the tribunal could lose 3 witnesses." Anselm's expression did not change. "You left the citadel without escort, without informing the guard command, without telling me." "Yes." "Explain why." She had prepared for this. She had rehearsed 3 different answers on the walk over, tested each one for the taste of a lie. Because you would have stopped me, she said. The silence stretched long enough that the frost lamp seemed to dim. Anselm picked up his spoon, dipped it into the broth, and set it down without raising it to his lips. That is the first honest thing you have said to me in months, he said quietly. Do you know why that concerns me? Because it suggests I am no longer predictable. Because it suggests you have found a source of information you will not name, and a will you did not have before. He turned the spoon in his fingers, watching the light slide across the metal. The Lisenka I raised would have let the warehouse burn. She would have watched the witnesses die and noted which faction lost the most leverage. She would have used the information, not the intervention. Cleo felt the pulse beneath her feet, faint but present, waiting. Perhaps I have learned that leverage is not the same as power. Anselm's eyes lifted to hers. And what have you learned that taught you that? She thought of Kazimier's face through the cell bars, the way he had said her name, the way the guards had looked at her at the warehouse, as if she had grown a second head made of mercy. I have learned that fear is expensive, she said slowly. It buys compliance, but it erodes loyalty. The court fears you. The Lyceum fears you. Even Sabine fears you, though she hides it behind competence. But no one in this citadel would lift a finger to save you if the deep ice rose tonight. Anselm set the spoon down. You think kindness will buy loyalty faster than fear? I think it costs less in the long run. He laughed, a dry, precise sound that did not reach his eyes. You have been reading philosophy again. Philosophy is the study of how people ought to behave. I have simply started testing the theories. The frost lamp flickered. The pulse beneath the citadel shifted, a long, slow beat like a heart turning over in sleep. Anselm studied her with the attention of a man reading a document he suspected of being forged. You stopped the fire, he said. You saved the witnesses, and now you sit across from me giving speeches about the cost of fear. He leaned back, the chair creaking under his lean frame. What do you want, Lisenka? She could not tell him the truth. She could not tell him she wanted to save the man he had condemned. She could not tell him she wanted to break the cycle he had spent his life enforcing. She met his gray eyes with her own. I want to understand what we are doing, she said. Not just the rituals, the reasons behind them, why we brand instead of execute, why we keep prisoners alive for years and then scar them in public. Why the deep ice grows stronger every time we shed blood according to the old forms. Anselm's expression did not flicker. Those are dangerous questions. Then who else is going to ask them? The silence this time was sharper. She had stepped onto ground she should not have touched, and they both knew it. Anselm rose, his tall frame unfolding with the controlled economy of a man who had never wasted emotion in his life. He walked to the window, the burn scar on his throat catching the frostlight as he turned his head. The deep ice is not a theory, Lisenka. It is a living force older than every kingdom that has stood on this continent. It does not negotiate, it does not forget, and it does not respond to philosophy. He pressed his palm to the frosted glass. The only language it understands is control, ritual, blood, the repeated demonstration that we are strong enough to enforce order, even when order costs us something. He looked back at her. Cruelty is not a preference. It is a tax, and I have been paying it for 30 years, so that you do not have to survive the world that would exist without it. She wanted to argue. She wanted to tell him that the deep ice was not a mindless force, that it had a will, that it was learning from her deviations, that it had summoned her into this body for reasons he could not imagine. But she had no proof, and he would not believe her, so she said nothing. Ansel turned from the window, his pale gray eyes settling on her with an expression she could not name. The tribunal judges a border runner tomorrow morning. The charge is smuggling cold iron to occupied villages. The sentence is open. He paused. I want you to deliver the ruling. Cleo's stomach tightened. I have never presided over a sentencing. No, he agreed. You have not. And I want to see what you do with the authority. The pulse beneath the citadel beat once. Slow and deliberate. She understood the test now. He was not asking her to judge. He was asking her to perform. To stand before a trembling man in chains and decide his fate in Lisenka's voice, where every soft word would sound like a scalpel and every hesitation would be read as weakness. And if she showed mercy, Anselm would know. If the sentence is too light, he said, as if reading her silence, the border patrols will lose faith in the tribunal. If it is too heavy, the occupied villages will have another martyr to sing about. He tilted his head. I want to see which failure you choose. The frost lamp hummed. She could not refuse. The Grand Magister did not ask twice. I will attend, she said. Anselm returned to the table, his fingers brushing the scarred wood. And Lisenka, she looked up. He was smiling, a thin, cold expression that did not belong on a father's face. I have asked Sabine Kadar to observe the proceedings. She will provide me with her own assessment of your judgment. The name hit like a blade slipped between her ribs. Sabine, the woman who had set the warehouse fire, the woman whose seal was on the orders she had exposed, the woman who now had a direct mandate from Anselm to watch her, measure her, and report back. Cleo kept her face still. Of course, she said. I look forward to her counsel. Anselm inclined his head, the burn scar on his throat pulling tight as he swallowed. Then we understand each other. He sat back down, picked up his spoon, and began to eat. There was nothing left to say. Cleo rose from the table, inclined her head in the bow expected of a Drozdov daughter, and walked out of the dining chamber with the taste of blood on her tongue and the cold iron signet pulsing against her thumb. The corridor was empty, but as she turned the corner, she saw a shadow detach itself from the wall and move, unhurried, in the opposite direction. A watcher. Sabine's watcher, already in place. The pulse beneath the citadel beat once, learning. And for the first time since she had woken in Lisenka's body, Cleo understood that she was not the only one paying the price of deviation. Chapter 8. The border runner had been standing in the iron cage for 3 hours when Cleo took her seat on the tribunal dais. She had watched him from the corridor first, through a slit window set into the antechamber wall. Young, 23, maybe 24. Dark hair matted against his forehead, a bruise fading yellow at his temple, hands bound with cold iron wire that had already begun to frost the skin of his wrists. He held himself still in the way of men who had learned that motion drew attention, and attention drew pain. The court chamber smelled of frost lamplight, old wool, and the metallic tang of frostcraft residue baked into the stone. Wooden benches curved in concentric arcs around the raised dais, filled with tribunal functionaries, minor lords, and the usual cluster of clerks who transcribed every word for the archives. The air was cold enough that breath pleaded faintly with each syllable. Cleo sat in Lisenka's seat. The carved black wood had been shaped to fit a Drozdov spine, high-backed and unyielding, and her body settled into it with a familiarity that disturbed her. She did not remember choosing to sit that way. Straight, chin lifted, one hand resting on the armrest, the other loose at her side, fingers still. The posture of a woman who had grown up judging. The border runner looked up as she entered. His eyes moved over her face, and she watched him recognize her. The bruise at his temple darkened as his jaw tightened. At her right hand, a tribunal clerk placed a sheaf of papers, the charge, the testimony summaries, the recommended precedents. She did not look at them. She looked at the man instead. Your name, she said. He told her. The syllables meant nothing to the original plot. He was not in the Long Thaw. He was a footnote, a casualty, a man whose sentence would be recorded and forgotten by everyone except the village that had sent him. Smuggling cold iron to occupied settlements, she read from the charge sheet, though she had memorized it already. 47 blades, 12 ingots, 6 arrowheads, intercepted at the North Gate crossing. The runner said nothing. Do you contest the charge? No contest. The answer came too fast. He had been told to plead, she realized, coached. Someone had explained that the tribunal moved faster when you saved them the trouble of proving, and that speed was the only mercy left. She looked at the papers again. The recommended sentence was death. The second column offered 20 years in the northern quarries, which would mean about 4 years of survival for a man his age. The pulse beneath the citadel beat once. Waiting. The frost mage sitting 3 rows back was not Sanko. An older woman, gray-streaked hair pulled tight, eyes fixed on Cleo with the neutral attention of someone who would describe everything she saw. Sabine's watcher. 3 others she had spotted. A clerk with ink-stained fingers who moved too slowly between desks. A young woman in servant's gray who stood near the eastern door with her hands clasped at her waist, her gaze drifting to Cleo between every task. A lean man in a patrol coat who leaned against the rear wall, arms crossed, not watching the prisoner at all. They were all watching her. Cleo rose from the dais. The motion came without thought. Her spine straightened, her shoulders drew back, and her chin tilted to the precise angle that made her look down at the room without appearing to strain. The court fell silent. Even the frost mage stopped breathing. She walked down the 3 steps to the stone floor, her boots making soft sounds against the cold rock. The runner tracked her approach, his hands flexing against the wire, the frost creeping higher on his wrists. She stopped 3 feet from the cage. "Who sent you?" she asked. The question was not on the charge sheet. The clerk shifted behind her. She heard a pen pause. The runner's throat moved. "No one. 47 blades take time to forge. 12 ingots take capital. Someone paid for the metal, the transport, the crossing fee." She tilted her head. "Who?" He looked at her, not with defiance, not with hope, with the exhausted certainty of a man who had already accepted whatever came next. "I don't know the name, but you know the face." A long silence. Then he nodded, once. Cleo turned back to the dais. She climbed the steps, settled into Lisenka's chair, and reached for the tribunal gavel with her right hand as she had done at least 100 times in a body that was not hers. She caught herself. Her hand was already extended, fingers curved, palm open. The exact posture of a woman who had presided over sentences before, who had lifted this same gavel, who had brought it down on men who looked just like this one. The muscle remembered. The thought hit her so hard she nearly dropped her hand back to the armrest. She had not chosen that movement. Lisenka had. The body had reached for the gavel before the mind could intervene, trained by years of ritual, by a father who had taught her to perform authority before she understood what it cost. How much of Lisenka still lived in the architecture of her own flesh? The pulse beneath the citadel beat twice, watching, learning. The frost mage shifted in her seat. The clerk cleared his throat. The young woman by the eastern door had not moved, but her attention had sharpened to a blade's edge. Cleo picked up the gavel. She did not set it down. "Sentencing will be delivered at midday," she said, her voice carrying through the chamber with the clarity of a woman who had learned to project across lecture halls full of students who did not want to be there. "The prisoner will be held until then. The court is adjourned." She struck the gavel against the stone. The sound echoed through the chamber like a door closing. The clerk scrambled to note the adjournment. The frost mage rose with controlled precision. The watchers did not move, but they had heard, and they would report. The runner looked at her one last time. She could not read his expression. She was not sure she wanted to. She walked out of the chamber with her spine straight and her face still, and her heart beating somewhere beneath the cold surface of Lisenka's trained composure. The corridor was empty when she reached it, but she knew better now. She walked without hurry, without hesitation, her boots marking a steady rhythm against the stone. She turned left at the junction, then right, then through the narrow passage that led toward the archive wing. The shadow moved behind her, 15 feet back, keeping pace, not trying to hide anymore, just tracking. She did not turn. She counted her steps, 20 to the iron door, 10 more to the stairwell. The pulse beneath the citadel had gone quiet, but she felt it waiting, coiled beneath the foundations like a thing that knew how to be patient. She reached the stairwell. The shadow stopped at the top of the corridor. She took the first step down. And then the pulse beneath the citadel struck. Not a hum, not a shiver. A blow, deep and resonant, traveling up through the stone and into her bones, hard enough that she caught the wall with one hand and felt her teeth clench against the shock. The frostlight in the stairwell flickered, dimmed, surged back. The shadow above her stiffened. The watcher had felt it too. Then silence. The world settled. Cleo stood in the dark stairwell with her palm pressed to cold stone, her breathing too fast, her heart pounding in Aliska's chest. The pulse had not been random. It had answered. She had almost used the gavel. She had almost delivered a death sentence, not because she believed in it, but because her body knew how. And the deep ice had felt the near miss, the brush of the old script trying to snap back into place, and it had struck the stone like a question. Are you still learning? Or maybe, are you still hers? From the top of the stairwell, the shadow began to move again. Slow, measured. A step, then a pause, then another step, descending, coming closer. Cleo pushed off the wall and continued down. She did not look back. She kept her spine straight and her shoulders square, walking into the dark with a body that still remembered how to be someone else, while the thing beneath the citadel hummed its approval through the soles of her boots. One more step. She was still herself, but she was not sure how much longer that would last. Chapter 9. The countdown table lay across the desk like a wound she kept reopening. Cleo stood over it with the morning light crawling gray through the window, her palm flat on the paper, waiting for the pieces to fit. 17 days until the supply convoy ambush. 22 until the Glacier Corridor Patrol massacre. 34 until the solstice branding. She had written them in her own hand, in ink that still smelled of iron, arranged in the exact order the serial had taught her across 7 years of seminars. Chapter 36, 38, 41. Cause and consequence. Disaster and response. A chain she had memorized down to the number of breaths between scenes. A knock pulled her head up. Marta stood in the doorway with a folded report in one hand and the expression of a woman carrying bad news in a voice she did not intend to soften. Patrol dispatch from the Eastern Glacier Corridor, my lady. Cleo took the paper, unfolded it, read it standing. A 12-man Frostwatch patrol had failed to return from a routine sweep along the eastern ridge. Last contact was 8 hours ago. No signal. No survivors located. The search party had found blood snow and torn equipment and the remains of a frost lamp that had been crushed from the inside. The report was dated today. It should have been dated next week. Cleo set the paper down beside the countdown table and looked at the gap between the date in her memory and the date on the dispatch. 7 days. The patrol massacre was supposed to happen in Chapter 38, after the supply convoy ambush, after the witnesses had been secured and the tribunal had built its case. Not now. Not before the convoy. Not before she had even confirmed the route. How many dead? She asked. 8 confirmed. 4 missing, presumed taken. By what? Marta's pause was barely a heartbeat. The search party reported white sign in the snow. Fresh tracks leading north. The word sat in the air between them. Whites. Deep ice spawn, frozen corpses reanimated by will, shambling things that moved in packs and dragged their victims back toward the glaciers where the cold did worse things than kill them. They did not hunt this close to the citadel. They never came within a day's march of the Eastern Ridge patrol routes. Not in winter, not in the original text, not until the last third of the book when the deep ice began pushing its boundaries in earnest. Cleo looked at the date again. Week early, she said, mostly to herself. Pardon? The patrol route. The attack. It's too early. Marta's face did not change, but her eyes tracked the movement of Cleo's hand as it drifted toward the cold iron signet. The Citadel senior officers are convening in the tribunal antechamber, my lady. The Grand Magister has been informed. Your presence has not been requested, but the captains are aware you were at the warehouse yesterday. A warning, delivered in the neutral voice of a woman who had survived 30 years in House Drozdova by never saying more than she needed to. Cleo folded the dispatch and tucked it into her sleeve. Then I'll make myself known after they've finished. Marta did not argue. She simply stepped aside and let Cleo pass, her silence heavier than any objection could have been. The corridors were colder than they had been that morning. Not by much, not enough that a casual walker would notice. But Cleo felt it through the soles of her boots, a creeping chill that did not come from the windows. She passed 2 servants who did not meet her eyes, and a guard who went still when he saw her coming, his hand hovering near his blade before he forced it back to his side. She did not blame him. She was wearing Lisenka's face, and news of the patrol had not made anyone in Val Sadart less afraid. The Tribunal antechamber was a high-ceilinged room of black stone and frost lamps, its walls lined with maps of the Eastern Territories, and a long table where 5 officers stood in conference. She recognized the guard captain from the warehouse, the one who had looked at her like she was a spider who had decided to play savior. He saw her first. His jaw tightened. She did not wait for an invitation. "I've read the dispatch," she said, stepping into the room. 8 dead, 4 missing, white sign leading north. The captain's eyes flicked to the other officers, then back to her. "The Lady Drozdova is well informed for someone who was not summoned. I was in the corridor. News travels." "Does it?" He said it flat. One of the other officers, a woman with frostcraft burns scarring her left cheek and the lieutenant's insignia on her collar, spoke before the silence could curdle. "The eastern route has been stable for 3 winters, my lady. Whites do not range this far south. Not in formation, not in numbers. Something pushed them." "Or something called them," Cleo said. The room went still. The lieutenant's hand paused over the map. "That is a serious accusation, my lady." "It wasn't an accusation. It was a possibility." Cleo moved to the table and looked at the eastern ridge markings, the black pins that marked the patrol's last known position, the red pin where the blood snow had been found. The route curved along a frozen gorge, past an old glacier shrine that had been abandoned for decades. In the serial, the patrol massacre had happened at a pass 2 miles north of that shrine, triggered by a supply convoy that was supposed to distract the white pack away from the ridge. But the convoy had not moved yet, and the whites had come anyway. "Has there been any unusual activity in the lower vaults?" she asked. The captain blinked. "The vaults are sealed." "That is not what I asked." He stared at her for a beat, then something shifted behind his eyes. Not trust, not respect, but the kind of attention a man gives a woman whose questions are too specific to be random. "There have been reports from the foundation levels. Minor tremors, nothing structural." "When did they start?" 3 days ago. The day after she stopped the warehouse fire. The day she had first felt the deep ice answer her deviation with that hum of satisfaction through the stone. She was still processing the connection when the floor beneath her feet changed. Not a shake, not a shudder. Something deeper, colder. A dislocation in the marrow of the stone that traveled up through her spine and into the base of her skull. The frost lamps on the walls flickered once, twice, and the air dropped several degrees in a single breath. One of the officers cursed and grabbed the table edge. The captain's hand went to his blade. Cleo stood very still with her palm pressed to the wooden surface because she already knew what was happening before she felt it, before she heard it, before the distant sound of stone grinding against stone echoed up from somewhere far below. The pulse beneath the citadel did not hum. It did not murmur. It struck, hard and deliberate, a single hammer blow of pressure that traveled through the foundations and made the frost lamps gutter to a thin, wavering blue. And then, from the direction of the lower vaults, a scream. Not human, something with a voice that should not exist, a sound like ice splitting open in absolute dark, followed by the clatter of boots on stone and a guard's voice shouting words she could not make out through the ringing in her ears. The captain moved first. He was through the door before any of them, his blade drawn, his voice cutting through the chaos like a command that expected obedience. Cleo followed. She did not think about it. She did not plan. Her body moved before her mind caught up, her boots slapping against the stone, her hand reaching for the cold iron signet she wore on her thumb, as if it could anchor her against whatever had just woken in the dark beneath the tribunal vaults. The corridors blurred past. A servant pressed herself flat against the wall. A frost mage in gray robes sprinted in the opposite direction, his face drained of color, and then she reached the stairwell that led down into the foundation levels, where the air was already thick with cold, and the frost lamps had guttered to nothing, and she saw what the guards had found. The iron door that sealed the lower vaults was gone. Not open. Gone. The hinges stood twisted and empty in the stone frame, the metal sheared as if something had pulled it inward from the other side, and the darkness beyond was not the darkness of a corridor without light. It was the darkness of a space that had swallowed light entirely. The captain stood at the threshold with his blade raised and his breath misting in clouds that did not dissipate. "Something came up," he said, his voice low and wrong. "Something came up from below." From inside that darkness, something moved. Not fast, not loud. A scraping sound, wet and deliberate, like a body being dragged across stone. The frost lamp in Cleo's hand flickered once and went dark, and the wall behind her began to frost over, spreading in crystals that crept across the black stone like fingers reaching for her spine. Chapter 10. The wall behind her continued to frost. Cleo watched the crystals spread, a creeping geometry of white that branched and crawled across the black stone like veins surfacing under skin. The cold reached for her, not randomly, with purpose, each crystalline arm stretching in her direction as if it could taste her heat through the stone. The guard captain stood frozen at the threshold, his blade raised, his breath clouding in the unnatural dark. "Captain," she said, her voice steady in a way that surprised her. "What is down there?" "Storage." He did not turn. Old evidence, sealed records, the Foundation cisterns. "And what else?" The scraping sound came again from the darkness, closer now. A wet drag across stone followed by a crack, the brittle snap of something frozen breaking under weight. The captain's jaw tightened. Nothing that should be moving. The frost lamps in the stairwell behind them flickered. One died completely, the glass cracking with a sound like a snapped tooth. The remaining light cast their shadows long and wrong, stretching them across the frosted wall in distorted angles. Cleo's palm pressed flat against the cold surface of the wall. The ice bit through her skin, sharp and immediate, and beneath it she felt the pulse, not the deep ice's deep rhythmic heartbeat, but something shallower. Faster. A hunting rhythm. "How many guards are below?" she asked. 3, maybe 4. The night rotation was light. "And the prisoners in the Foundation cells?" The captain's mouth tightened. "There are no cells in the lower vaults. Those are 2 levels deeper." "Then whoever is down there is not a prisoner." The words hung between them, and in the silence that followed, the darkness at the threshold seemed to thicken, to press outward like a held breath. Then it moved. A shape emerged from the black, low to the ground, dragging itself forward on limbs that bent at angles that were not quite right. The frost lamp caught it for half a second, enough for Cleo to see a face that had been a face once, skin stretched pale and brittle over bone, eyes gone to milky white, mouth open in a silent rictus of cold. A white. But not like the ones in the serial. Those had been shambling, slow, scattered. This one moved with purpose. Its head turned toward her, tracking her heat, and the milky eyes fixed on her face with an awareness that should have been impossible. The captain struck before she could speak. His blade came down in a clean arc, taking the white through the neck, and the thing crumpled, its body collapsing into frozen fragments that scattered across the stone floor. But the scraping sound did not stop. It multiplied. From the darkness behind the threshold, from the corridors below, from the spaces where the frost lamps had died and the light could not reach, the sound of bodies dragging themselves across stone echoed up like a chorus. "How many?" Cleo asked. The captain did not answer. He did not need to. She could hear them, dozens of them, the wet drag of frozen limbs, the click of brittle fingers against stone, the low, rattling breath of lungs that had no business drawing air. She made a decision. It took less than a second, the calculation cold and fast in her mind. The guard captain was one man. The remaining officers were still upstairs, useless against a breach they could not see. The frost mages on duty would take minutes to arrive, minutes they did not have. She needed fighters. She needed someone who had spent years killing things in the northern dark. She turned and ran. The captain shouted after her, his voice cracking with disbelief. But she did not stop. Her boots slapped against the stone, her breath burning in her throat as she climbed the stairs, pushed through the corridor doors, and took the passage that led down, not into the vaults, but toward the prison keep. The guards at the entrance saw her coming and straightened, their hands moving to their weapons. "Open Kazimir Solanke's cell," she said. The lead guard blinked. "Lady Drozdova, the lower vaults have been breached. Whites are coming up through the Foundation levels. I need every fighter who can hold a blade, and he is the best one in this citadel." He is a condemned prisoner. He is a commander who spent 7 years killing whites on the glacier frontier. She stepped closer, letting Lisenka's voice drop into its coldest register, the one that expected obedience without argument. You will open his cell, or I will have you transferred to the Quarry Watch and replaced by someone who understands the difference between procedure and survival. The guard hesitated. Behind her, from the direction of the vault stairwell, a crash echoed through the stone, followed by a scream that cut off too fast. The guard moved. He fumbled with the keys, his fingers shaking as he worked the lock, and then the iron door swung open, and she was inside, past the empty cells, past the lantern that burned low and blue, past the patrol coat man who stared at her with open alarm. Kazimir was on his feet when she reached his cell. He had heard the chaos. He had heard her voice. His pale winter sky eyes were fixed on her face, measuring, waiting, and there was nothing soft in his stance, only the coiled readiness of a man who had learned to expect violence from every direction. "You need me," he said. It was not a question. "The lower vaults are flooding with whites. The seal is broken. There are not enough blades to hold them back. And you came to me. I came to the only man in this citadel who knows how to fight a breach." He stared at her for a long moment. The sounds from above, scraping, shouting, the clash of metal, filtered down through the stone like a distant storm. "If I step out of this cell," he said slowly, "I could kill you before the guards reach me." "Yes. And you brought me a blade anyway." She held his gaze. Her hand went to her belt and she pulled the cold iron knife she had taken from the antechamber wall, the one she had grabbed without thinking before she ran. She held it out to him, hilt first. "I need you," she said, "because I am choosing to trust that the man who shielded weaker guards during his own arrest will not let innocent people die just to spite the woman who wears Lisenka's face." Kazimir looked at the blade, then at her face, then at the blade again, and in the flickering blue light of the prison lantern, he reached through the bars and took it from her hand. His fingers brushed hers. The contact lasted less than a heartbeat, but she felt it, the warmth of his skin against the cold of hers, the shock of human touch in a place that had been nothing but stone and threat. "If this is a trap," he said quietly, "I will make sure you do not survive it." "It is not a trap." "Then turn around and open the cell." She did. The keys were heavy in her hand, the iron cold against her palm. She worked the lock with fingers that did not shake, and when the door swung open, Kazimir Solanke stepped out of his cell for the first time in 43 days. He was taller than she remembered, leaner. The shackles had left raw rings around his wrists, and there was a gauntness to his face that the dim light could not hide. But his eyes were clear, sharp, and when he closed his hand around the cold iron knife, he held it like a man who had never been disarmed. "How many?" he asked. "Dozens, maybe more. The breach came from inside the vaults." His jaw tightened. "That is not how whites work." "I know." He looked at her, and something flickered in his expression. Surprise, suspicion, the unwilling acknowledgement that she had just confirmed something he had not expected her to know. Then the scream came again, closer. Kazimir moved past her without another word, his bare feet silent on the stone, the knife held low and ready. And Cleo followed him into the dark. Chapter 11. The first white came out of the dark at a dead sprint. Not the shambling crawl the serial had taught her to expect, not the slow, joint-locked stagger of frozen flesh dragged across stone. This thing moved like it had been waiting, like it knew exactly where the warmth was. Kazimir stepped left and drove the cold iron knife up under its ribs before Cleo could call a warning. The blade punched through frost-hardened cloth, and the white collapsed, thrashing, its jaw working in silent hunger as the iron ate whatever kept it moving. He did not wait for it to stop. He was already moving past the body, toward the next sound, the next scrape of bone on stone, and Cleo forced her legs to follow. The archive corridor branched ahead of them, a web of storage chambers and old record rooms that fed into the main vault passage. The lamps here had been burning low for years, their flames thin and blue, and the light threw shadows that moved wrong, that stretched and twisted as something dragged itself through the dark beyond the glass. "Left," she said. Kazimir did not argue. He took the turn at a run, his bare feet slapping against the frost-slicked stone, and she matched his pace with Lisenka's long stride, the boots she had stolen from the antechamber wall slapping hard against the floor. The corridor opened into a wide chamber lined with collapsed shelves. Paper and old ledgers lay scattered across the stone, their pages curled with damp and cold. And in the center of the room, 3 guards were trying to hold a line against a press of whites that should not have been able to move that fast, that coordinated. One of the guards went down before Cleo could open her mouth. The white that took him was smaller than the others, a woman maybe, or what had been a woman, with hair frozen into brittle threads and fingers that had been nails once, before they had grown into something else. She was on the guard's chest before he could scream, and the sound that came out of her was not a snarl, but a whisper, something shaped, something almost human. Kazimir reached her before Cleo did. He grabbed the white by the hair and wrenched her backward, the cold iron knife coming up and across in a single clean arc, and the whisper died with the body. "Hold the gap," he said to the remaining guards, his voice flat and commanding, the voice of a man who had spent years telling soldiers where to die. "Stack the bodies. They block movement." The guards stared at him. They knew who he was. Every man in this citadel knew the face of the condemned commander, the one whose trial had been meant to make an example of the northern frontier's last resistance. They had seen him in chains. They had seen him mocked in the courtyard. Now he stood in front of them with a dead white at his feet and a knife in his hand, and he was giving them orders. One of the guards, a young man with frostburn scarring across his knuckles, grabbed the nearest body and dragged it into the gap. The others followed. Cleo grabbed a fallen guard's cold iron blade from the stone and moved to the far side of the collapsed shelves, where the darkness pressed thickest. The pulse beneath her feet was faster now, shallower, the hunting rhythm she had felt earlier, and she could feel it in her teeth, in the bone behind her eyes, in the cold iron signet that seemed to hum against her thumb. "You fight like you have done this before," Kazimir said from behind her. She did not turn. "I have read about it. Reading is not fighting." "No, but it helps with the geometry." A beat of silence. Then, low and unwilling, something that might have been the ghost of a laugh. "That is a terrible answer. It is the only one you are getting." They moved through the next chamber in tandem, not speaking, not planning, but somehow matching each other's pace, each other's turns, each other's awareness of the dark. Cleo would catch a sound to the right, and he would already be angling toward it. He would step past a fallen shelf, and she would be there to cover the blind side he had left open. It should not have worked. They were enemies. They were strangers. She was wearing the face of the woman who had made him kneel on froststone and read casualty lists until his voice broke. And yet, he moved past a wounded guard without hesitation, a young man with his arm torn open and his sword still raised, and instead of leaving him to the whites, Kazimir grabbed him by the collar and hauled him behind the shelter of an overturned table. "Stay down," he said. "Bleed later." The guard stared at him with the same disbelief the others had shown. Kazimir was already gone, back into the press of bodies, back into the dark, and Cleo saw it then, the thing that had made him a commander, the thing the serial had never shown her because the serial needed him to become a monster. He did not leave people behind. Even people who had served the regime that caged him, even people who would have watched him burn without flinching. She caught up to him at the next junction, where the corridor split into 3 branches, all of them dark, all of them thick with the sound of scraping and the wet drag of something heavy across stone. "Which way?" he asked. She had no answer. In the serial, the VOD breach had never happened. There was no map for this, no chapter she had taught 7 times, no marginal note she had written in red ink, no essay she had graded that had analyzed the logistics of a white incursion inside the citadel. The cannon was gone. She was flying blind. "I do not know," she said. Kazimir looked at her. The blue lamplight caught the scars on his jaw, the gaunt hollows beneath his cheekbones, the sharp clarity of his winter-pale eyes. "You freed me without a plan," he said. "I freed you because the plan I had did not account for this. And now? Now I am trusting that the man who just saved a guard who would have watched him hang knows more about fighting whites than I do." He stared at her for a long moment. Then he chose the left corridor and started walking. She followed. The corridor narrowed as they moved deeper, the walls pressing closer, the frost thickening until it crusted the stone in layers of white that glittered in the faint light. The pulse beneath her feet was constant now, a heartbeat that would not slow, and the cold iron signet on her thumb felt warm against the freezing air, a contradiction she did not have time to examine. The sound of fighting had faded behind them. They were alone in the dark, in a part of the vaults she did not recognize, with a man who had promised to kill her if this was a trap. "You are not what I expected," Kazimir said. The words were quiet, almost lost in the scrape of frost under their feet. "Neither are you," she said. "I am exactly what the Tribunal made me." "No, you are what survived what they made. Those are different things." He stopped walking. She stopped too. The corridor ahead of them opened into a wider chamber, half collapsed, with shelves that had fallen years ago and books that had frozen into a solid mass of paper and ice. The ceiling had caved in at one end, and through the gap she could see the black stone of the foundation levels above them, the place where the iron door had been torn from its hinges. And in the center of the chamber, something was waiting. She could not see it clearly. The light was too poor, the shadows too deep. But she could feel it, a presence that was not the deep ice, a weight in the air that pressed against her chest and made her breath come shallow. Kazimir raised the knife. The thing in the dark did not move, and then the shelf beside her gave way. It happened without warning. The frozen wood, weakened by years of cold and the tremors that had been shaking the foundation, buckled and fell in a cascade of black iron and ice-crusted pages. She threw herself sideways, but the shelf was too wide, too fast, and the weight caught her shoulder, drove her to the stone, and pinned her leg beneath a tangle of broken timber and frozen books. The pain was immediate and shocking. She bit down on the scream. Kazimir was at her side before the dust settled, his hands already on the timber, already trying to lift it, his face tight with concentration and something else, something that looked like the last thing he wanted to feel. "Move your leg," he said. "I cannot. It is trapped." "Then move it anyway." She tried. The pain spiked, white and blinding, and she felt the stone shift beneath her, the frost cracking as something in the dark drew closer. "Leave me," she said. Kazimir looked at her. His eyes were cold, clear, and very, very angry. "No." He braced his shoulder against the timber and heaved. The shelf did not move, but the thing in the dark did. Chapter 12. The shelf did not move. Cleo saw the strain in Kazimir's shoulders, the way the cold iron knife glinted in his grip as he shifted his weight, and she knew with a clarity that cut through the pain that he would not leave her. Not because he trusted her, because he did not leave people behind. That fact, so small and so absolute, struck her harder than the timber pinned across her leg. The thing in the dark was still approaching. She could feel it now, a pressure against her chest like the air before a storm, a cold that moved not through the chamber but through the space behind her ribs, where breath turned shallow and thought turned slow. "The shelf will not lift," she said. "I can see that." "Then go." Kazimir looked at her. The blue light caught the hollows beneath his cheekbones, the sharp line of his jaw, the scars that marked him as a man who had survived things she had only ever taught. His eyes were very clear and very cold. "I did not survive the tribunal to watch you die under a bookshelf, Lisenka." He said her name like a blade he was still deciding whether to use. He dropped the knife, braced both hands against the timber, and heaved again. The wood groaned but did not shift. Frost crackled where his palms touched the frozen surface, and she saw the tendons in his neck stand out with the effort. The thing in the dark moved closer. She could hear it now. Not footsteps. Something slower, heavier, a drag across stone like wet cloth pulled over a corpse. "The ward," she said. Kazimir stopped straining. "What?" "The entrance, the corridor behind us. If I conceal it, the thing cannot reach us." He looked at the dark mouth of the corridor they had come through, looked at the timber, looked at her. How long? She did not know. She had never cast a frostgraft ward in her life. Lisenka had, hundreds of times, but the knowledge was not hers. The muscle memory belonged to a woman she had only ever read about, a woman whose hands she wore like a borrowed costume that did not quite fit. but the cold iron signet on her thumb was warm. Warm against the freezing air, warm against the frost that crusted the fallen shelf, warm like a heartbeat that was not her own. "Give me the knife," she said. Kazimir picked it up. He did not hand it to her. He set it on the stone beside her pinned leg, blade toward her, handle within reach, and then he straightened and turned his back to her. "If the thing reaches us before the ward holds," he said, "I will buy you time. Use it." He walked toward the dark. Cleo watched him go, watched the lean set of his shoulders, the easy way he held himself despite 43 days of chains and starvation, the way he positioned himself in the narrow gap between the collapsed shelves and the wall, a space no more than 3 feet wide. He was choosing the ground, even now, even for her. She grabbed the knife. The cold iron handle bit into her palm, and the signet on her thumb flared with heat so sudden and sharp that she gasped. The warmth traveled up her arm, down her chest, settled in the center of her ribs like a coal that would not stop burning. She did not know the words. She did not know the gestures, but Lisenka did. She closed her eyes and let the body take over. Her hand moved without her permission, the knife tracing a pattern in the air that left trails of silver light, slow and deliberate, like a signature she had written 1,000 times. Her mouth opened, and words she had never learned came out in a language she did not speak, a rhythm that felt like the pulse beneath the citadel, but reversed, inverted, a mirror held up to the deep ice's song. The frost on the walls began to retreat. The cold in the air pulled back, gathered, condensed into a single point at the center of the silver pattern she had drawn, and she felt the ward take shape. A wall of winter and will and heat stolen from her own body, her own life, the warmth bleeding out of her fingers, and her breath, and the space behind her eyes. She was burning. She could feel it. Lisenka's body knew this price. It had paid it before. But Cleo had never burned like this, had never felt her own heat leave her in strands of silver light, had never understood that frostcraft was not magic, but transaction, a trade of warmth for control, a deal with a cold that did not care who made the offer. The ward sealed. The silver light snapped into a lattice of frost across the corridor mouth, thin and fragile as spun glass, and the thing in the dark stopped moving. She could see it now, a shape that was not quite human, not quite animal, a silhouette that seemed to absorb the light around it rather than reflect it. It stood at the edge of the lattice, close enough that she could have touched it if the ward had not been there, and it watched her. Not with eyes, with a stillness that was worse. Kazimir did not turn around. He kept his position, his body angled toward the thing, his empty hands raised in a guard stance that would do nothing against a white but that he held anyway. "Is it sealed?" he asked. "Yes." "For how long?" She looked at the lattice. It was thinning already. The heat she had stolen from herself was slowly feeding the frost, and when it ran out, the ward would dissolve. "Not long alone," she said. Kazimir turned, walked back to her, knelt beside the timber and set his shoulder against it one more time. "Then we make it long enough?" He heaved. The timber shifted. Not much, an inch, maybe 2, but it was enough for her to feel the weight lift from her leg. She pulled herself free, the pain white and blinding, and crawled backward on her elbows until her spine hit the far wall. The ward flickered. The thing in the dark pressed against it, and she saw the lattice bow inward, the frost cracking along the lines she had drawn. Kazimir dropped the timber, picked up the knife, handed it to her hilt first, the same way she had handed it to him in the prison keep, and said, "We need a different way out." She took the blade. Her hand was shaking. From the cold, from the burn, from the heat she had given away and could not get back. "There is another corridor," she said, "past the fallen ceiling. The archives open into the cistern levels. From there we can reach the main keep." Kazimir looked at the collapsed ceiling, at the gap that led upward into darkness, at the lattice that was failing faster now. "Show me." She pushed herself to her feet. Her leg screamed, but it held. She moved toward the gap, the knife still in her hand, the signet still warm against her thumb, and she did not look back at the thing in the dark. She did not need to. She could feel it. The lattice shattered behind them as she climbed. The sound was like breaking glass, like ice cracking on a frozen river, and she felt the cold rush back into the corridor in a wave that stole what little warmth she had left. She pulled herself up through the gap into the darkness of the foundation levels and felt Kazimir follow, his weight shifting the rubble beneath her hands. They emerged into a narrow passage lined with frozen pipes and cisterns that had not seen water in decades. The air was still, dead, the kind of cold that had no movement in it. Kazimir stopped beside her. He was breathing hard, his breath fogging in the lampless dark, and she saw that his hands were bleeding, the skin torn from his palms where he had braced against the timber. He did not mention it. "The keep," he said. "Which direction?" she pointed. He started walking. She followed. They moved through the cistern levels in silence, past iron ladders that led nowhere, past doors sealed with frost and rust, past the bones of animals that had crawled here to die. The pulse beneath her feet was steady now, no longer the hunting rhythm, no longer the urgent beat that had driven them through the vaults. It was waiting. She did not know what it was waiting for. The ladder to the main keep was exactly where she remembered from a chapter she had taught 7 times, a detail that had never mattered until now. Kazimir went first, his body moving with a practiced economy that spoke of years of climbing, years of fighting, years of surviving places that should have killed him. She followed. The trapdoor opened into a storage corridor on the ground floor of the tribunal wing, empty and silent, the lamps unlit, the stones cold. Kazimir climbed out, stood in the corridor, looked at the walls, the doors, the narrow windows that showed only blackness beyond. Then he looked at her. Now what? She had no answer. She was standing in a corridor of the citadel she had woken in 11 days ago, with a man she had freed from a cell, a man she had fought beside, a man she had watched choose ground and refuse to abandon a guard and try to lift a timber that would have killed him if he had succeeded. A man who had every reason to hate her and had saved her anyway. "You returned me," he said. The words were flat, not a question. "What? To the cell, or to the guards. You return me, or they will tear the citadel apart looking for me, and when they find me in your company, whatever game you are playing ends." He was right. She knew he was right, but the words would not come. Kazimir watched her for a long moment. Then he walked past her, down the corridor, toward the stairwell that led to the prison keep, his shackled hands held out in front of him as if he were already waiting for the chains to close around his wrists again. She watched him go, and she understood, with a clarity that cut deeper than the cold, that she had been wrong about him. She had taught him as doomed. She had written essays about his transformation, analyzed the moral logic of his fall, graded thesis after thesis about the inevitability of his cruelty. But he was not doomed. He was choosing. He was choosing to walk back to a cell because he knew that her survival depended on the appearance of order. He was choosing to protect her, even after everything. She caught up to him at the stairwell, reached out and touched his arm. He stopped, did not turn. "You do not have to go back," she said. Kazimir looked at her over his shoulder. His face was unreadable, a mask of cold and calm, but his eyes were not calm. They were the eyes of a man who had spent 43 days in chains and had already begun planning how to survive the next 43. "I know," he said. He turned and walked down the stairs. The shackles clinked with every step, a rhythm that matched the pulse beneath the citadel, and Cleo stood at the top of the stairwell and watched him disappear into the dark. She did not follow. She did not know if she was sparing him or failing him, but she knew, with a certainty that burned colder than any ward, that the man she had just watched return his own wrists to iron was not the man the serial had promised. Chapter 13. They found the guard captain at the top of the vault stairwell, his coat crusted with frost, his blade still wet. He looked at Cleo, looked at the blood on her hands, the frostburn creeping up her sleeves, the way she stood with one shoulder lower than the other, where the timber had pinned her. Then he looked past her, toward the prison keep. "Where is he?" "In his cell," Cleo said. The captain's jaw tightened. "You freed a condemned prisoner during a breach without authorization." "I armed him. He killed 9 whites. Your lieutenant is alive because Solanke dragged him behind a table instead of running." She let the words settle. "You want to court-martial me? Do it after the seal is replaced and the bodies are counted." The captain stared at her. His hand stayed on his hilt, but he did not draw. The Grand Magister will hear of this. I expect he will. She walked past him. The corridor beyond the stairwell was crowded with guards, clerks, a woman in temple robes clutching a broken lantern. They parted when they saw her, the same way they had parted in the first days. But the quality of the silence had changed. It was no longer fear of what Lisenka might do. It was the confusion of people who had watched a monster save them and did not know how to hold that knowledge. She did not stop. The answer came 3 hours later, delivered by Marta Zorek in Cleo's own chambers. You are not arrested. Cleo looked up from the bandage she was winding around her forearm. The frostburn had crawled past her wrist before she stopped it, a pale lattice of deadened nerves that would take days to heal. The Grand Magister's orders? The guard captain's recommendation. Marta's voice was flat, professional, but her eyes were not. He told the tribunal that your actions, while irregular, prevented the breach from reaching the upper levels. He did not mention Solanke by name. He buried it. He chose survival over procedure, for now. Marta placed a folded dispatch on the table. Cleo did not open it. What else? The lower vaults are sealed again. 12 dead, 23 whites destroyed. The Eastern Corridor Patrol has been recalled for questioning about the timing of the attack. Cleo's hand stopped mid-rap. The timing. 7 days early. Who is asking the questions? Tunko Balea, of course. Marta left without another word, and Cleo sat alone in the lamplight, the bandage half finished, the frostburn throbbing in time with the pulse beneath the citadel. She found Tunko in the archive antechamber, standing over a table covered in patrol reports and vault schematics. The frost mage did not look up when Cleo entered. You should be in bed. So should you. Sanko's mouth twitched, not quite a smile. The Eastern Corridor Patrol was supposed to be routine, she said, touching a map with her gloved finger. Same route they have run every 3rd day for 2 winters. No sign of deep ice activity, no temperature drop, no warning. She looked up. And then, 7 days before the earliest recorded white emergence in Frostmart history, 12 men are attacked by a coordinated spawn that should not exist outside the deep glacier zones. Cleo said nothing. You knew. The words hung in the cold air. You knew what was coming, Sanko said. You did not know exactly when, but you knew something was wrong. I saw your face at the warehouse. You were not surprised by the fire. You were waiting for it. Cleo met her gaze. Yes. Sanko's pale eyes did not blink. How? The question was direct, clean, the kind of question that did not leave room for evasion. Cleo could have lied, could have claimed instinct, intelligence, a network of informants, could have hidden behind Lisenka's old reputation and let Sanko believe she was playing a deeper game. But she was tired, tired of the mask, tired of the weight of a face that had never told the truth. I cannot explain it in a way that will make sense to you, she said. But I know what is supposed to happen. The fire, the patrol, the breach. I know the order they were supposed to come in, and I know that order is breaking. Sanko studied her for a long moment. That is not an answer. It is the only one I have. The frost mage turned back to the map. Her fingers traced the glacier route, the spot where the patrol had been hit, the curve of the eastern corridor where the bodies had been found. The Grand Magister will not let this pass. I know. He will demand a reason for your actions tonight, and when you cannot give him one that fits the story he believes, he will assume you are compromised. Cleo felt the frostburn pulse beneath the bandage. What do you think? Sanko was quiet for a long time. Then she looked up, and her expression was unreadable, but something in her voice had shifted. I think the story I was taught is missing pages. She folded the map, tucked it into her coat, walked toward the door, then stopped with her hand on the frame. Solanke is still in his cell. The guards are calling it a miracle of restraint that he did not run. She glanced back. They do not know he chose to return. She left. Cleo stood alone in the archive antechamber, surrounded by maps and reports and the debris of a night that had rewritten everything she thought she knew. She needed to see him. The prison keep was quiet when she descended, the guards thinner than before, their eyes shadowed with exhaustion. They let her pass without challenge. Kazimir sat in the same cell, on the same stone bench, his hands resting on his knees. The shackles were back on his wrists. Fresh blood marked the cuffs where the iron had bitten into torn skin. He did not look up. "They know," he said. "They know you fought. They do not know I freed you. They will figure it out." "Probably." He lifted his head. The winter sky eyes were cold, but not with hatred. Something sharper. Something that looked like the edge of a blade held too close. "Why did you come back here?" "I told you. I chose." "That is not an answer." His mouth curved, bitter, barely there. "You came all the way down here to ask me why I did not run. I came down here because I needed to know if you regretted it." The silence stretched. Kazimir looked at his hands, the shackles, the blood. "I regret nothing that kept those whites from the upper levels," he said, "but I regret trusting you enough to let you bring me back here." The words hit like frostburn. She had no right to be hurt. She had known what she was doing when she returned him to the cell. She had known the cost, but the wound was real anyway. "I am going to find another way," she said. "You keep saying that. This time I mean it." He looked at her, long, hard, the kind of look that stripped away pretense and left only the bare shape of a person standing in the cold. "You do not even know what way you are looking for." "No." "Then stop promising me things you cannot deliver." She should have left, should have turned and walked up the stairs and let the iron door close between them. Instead, she stepped closer. "I saw you lift the timber." He said nothing. "I saw you choose to stay. I saw you kill 9 whites while the guards who imprisoned you ran past. You could have let me die under the shelf. You could have run when the ward broke. You did neither." Kazimir's jaw tightened. "What do you want from me?" The question was raw, stripped of all the careful distance he had built. She did not know the answer, but she told him the truth anyway. "I want you to stop expecting the worst from me." He laughed, a short, broken sound that held no humor. "You are wearing Lisenka Drozdova's face. You freed me, fought beside me, and then returned me to a cell." He met her eyes. "What else should I expect?" She had no answer. She turned and walked up the stairs. The pulse beneath the citadel had changed again. It was no longer waiting. It was watching. And somewhere in the dark of the sealed lower vaults, something that had been silent for hours began to move again. Chapter 14. She found the infirmary 3 corridors past the Tribunal archives, in a narrow hall where the frost lamps burned low and the air smelled of bandaged linen and something sharp beneath it, something medicinal that did not quite cover the copper tang of old blood. Ivo Mercer sat at an oak table with his back to the door, a ledger open before him, his pen moving in small, precise strokes. He did not turn when she entered, did not startle. "Lady Drozdova," I did not announce myself. "Your footsteps have a particular weight." He set the pen down, straightened the ledger, and finally turned. His face was lean and tired, the kind of tired that sleep would not fix, the kind that lived in the bone. "I expected you sooner." Cleo closed the door behind her. "You expected me. You stopped a warehouse fire. You freed a condemned prisoner to fight whites in the lower vaults. You walked out of a tribunal hearing without sentencing a man who should have died." Ivo folded his hands on the table. "A woman making that many enemies usually ends up in my care or in my records. I assumed you would come looking for the latter before the former became necessary." She crossed to the table. The ledger was open to a page of names and dates, written in a hand so small it was nearly illegible, with symbols in the margins that did not match any court script she'd been taught. "What are those marks?" "Condition codes." Ivo did not stop her from looking, did not close the book. "Fever, fracture, frost exposure. The tribunal cares how long a prisoner lasts, not how they feel while lasting. I keep the details for myself." She traced her finger down the column, the names blurred into a rhythm of arrests and sentences and deaths, exactly how many days between intake and disposal. "How many of these people were guilty?" Ivo's mouth tightened. "Some, not most, not enough." She looked up. "Kazimir Solanke is in his cell, shackled, fresh blood on the cuffs. The guards say he chose to return. I know that is not the entire story, but it is the one they are telling. He did choose. She kept her voice level. I freed him. He fought. He came back. Ivo watched her for a long moment, then reached into his coat and pulled out a second ledger. Smaller, bound in leather the color of dried blood. He set it on the table between them. This is not official. What is it? My private record, the one I do not submit to the tribunal. She opened it. The first page was a list of names, dates of arrest, and a column labeled Utility Rating in a code she recognized from the serial. Numbers 1 through 5, with annotations beside each that described medical condition in terms of fitness for ceremony. Utility rating. How valuable the prisoner is to the tribunal alive. Political value. Interrogation value. Ritual value. Ivo's voice was flat, a man reciting facts he had long stopped feeling. A rating of 5 means they will be kept alive until the next solstice ceremony. A rating of 1 means they are scheduled for disposal within the week. She turned pages. The names blurred past. Soldiers, smugglers, border runners, people who had been in the wrong place when the tribunal needed a body to break. Then she found it. Kazimir Solanke, arrested 43 days ago. Rating 5. Annotation, hold for deep winter solstice. Branding scheduled. Do not allow permanent injury before ceremony. She read the line twice. They are keeping him healthy. They are keeping him intact. Ivo leaned back, and the weariness on his face deepened into something older. Something that looked like shame worn smooth by time. The branding requires him to be conscious, alert. Pain requires a mind present to experience it. If he dies before the ceremony, the ritual loses its power. Cleo stared at the page. She had known the branding was coming, had known it was the Hinge event, the moment that broke Kazimir and turned him toward the warlord path. But she had not understood the mechanics of it. The cold precision of keeping a man alive so he could be unmade in exactly the right way. Who decides the rating? The Grand Magister, through Sabine Kadar's office. Ivo's voice dropped. I am the instrument, not the architect. I keep them alive because I am told to keep them alive. I bandage the wounds that will be reopened later. I treat the infections that would kill them before the tribunal can. Why are you showing me this? He looked at her, direct, unflinching. Because you stopped the warehouse fire. Because you went down into the vaults. Because you freed a condemned man and brought him back. Which makes no sense unless you are playing a game deeper than anyone in this citadel understands. He paused. And because I have been the instrument for 18 years, I would like to be something else before I die. The silence stretched. Cleo looked down at the ledger, at Kazimir's name, at the cold, precise handwriting that had decided his fate before he ever set foot in the courtroom. Who else is rated 5? Ivo hesitated. That is the question you should not ask. I am asking it anyway. He reached across and turned to the back of the ledger. The final page held a single name, written in the same small hand, with a utility rating of 5 and an annotation that made her breath catch. The name was Lisenka Drozdova. You are on the list, Ivo said quietly. You have been on the list since you were 12 years old. The rating is not about punishment. It is about purpose. She stared at her own name. Lisenka's name. The girl Anselm had raised to be an instrument. The woman whose body she now wore. The role the deep ice expected her to fill. What purpose? Ivo opened his mouth, and the door opened behind them. Cleo turned. A figure stood in the threshold, silhouette against the corridor frost lamps, too still to be a passing guard. Ivo's hand moved, closing the ledger, sliding it beneath his coat with practiced speed. Lady Drozdova. The voice was smooth, female, familiar. I was told I would find you here. The figure stepped forward. Sabine Kadar smiled. The Grand Magister requests your presence in the strategy chamber. He wishes to discuss the events of the evening before he retires. The smile did not reach her eyes. Now, Chapter 15. The strategy chamber door closed behind her with a sound like a tomb ceiling. Cleo stood in the corridor, heart hammering against her ribs, the echo of Drozdov's voice still pressing against her skull. He had asked about the vaults, about Kazimir, about the warehouse. He had watched her face with those pale gray eyes, and she had felt the weight of 30 years of cruelty in his silence. She had answered carefully, truth layered with misdirection, admitting fear of the deep ice, letting him read it as cowardice rather than recognition. He had let her go, but the question he had not asked hung in the air between them like frost waiting to crystallize. What are you becoming? She walked. The citadel corridor stretched ahead in lamplight and shadow. Her boots struck stone in a rhythm that matched the pulse beneath her feet, the one that had shifted from waiting to watching, the one she could feel in her teeth. She did not go to her rooms. She went to the archives. The door was unsealed at this hour, left open for the night clerk who processed old case files. Cleo slipped through and moved between the shelves, her fingers brushing spines, reading dates, searching for the years Kazimir's regiment had existed on paper before the tribunal erased it. She found the first file at the back of the third row. 7th Northern Scouts. Established year 42. Disbanded year 57. 15 years. A full generation of men and women who had served the glacier corridors, who had held the Eastern Front against the deep ice's creeping advance, who had been declared traitors and scattered like ash. She pulled the file and carried it to the reading table. The frost lamp sputtered. She opened the cover. The first page was a roster. Names, ranks, assignments. She scanned for Kazimir's name and found it halfway down. Solanke, Kazimir, Lieutenant. Assigned. Eastern Glacier Corridor, Sector 7. Service record, exemplary. Commendations, 3. She turned the page. The second sheet was a trial summary. Charge, treason against the tribunal. Specification, collusion with occupied settlements, unauthorized distribution of cold iron, communication with enemy agents. Cleo read the charge twice. Then she read the witness list. Every name on it was a prisoner. Every name had been offered reduced sentences in exchange for testimony. Every name had recanted within 6 months of sentencing, and every recantation had been sealed and buried in the same archive vaults where she now sat. She turned the pages faster. Another trial, another soldier from the 7th Northern Scouts. The same charge, the same witness structure, the same sealed recantations. She pulled the next file, and the next. 12 soldiers, 12 trials, 12 identical charges, crafted from the same template, stamped with the same tribunal seal, signed by the same magistrate. A magistrate who had retired 3 years ago. A magistrate whose name appeared nowhere in the serial's cast of characters because the serial had never shown this part of the story. Cleo's hands were shaking. She closed the last file and sat in the silence, the frost lamp hissing, the weight of the evidence pressing against her chest. They had not arrested Kazimir because he became dangerous. They had made him dangerous first, had destroyed his regiment, his command, his reputation, had left him isolated and furious and bleeding, had cultivated the very rage they would later brand as treason. The branding was not punishment. It was completion. She stood. Her legs felt unsteady, but she moved anyway, gathering the files, tucking them under her arm. She needed to show Kazimir. Needed him to see the shape of the trap that had been built around him long before either of them arrived in this room. She stepped into the corridor. Sabine Petar was waiting. She stood 3 paces away, arms loose at her sides, head tilted slightly, as if she had been watching Cleo approach for some time. The corridor frost lumps caught the edge of her jaw, the curve of her mouth, the stillness of a woman who had never needed to raise her voice to be heard. Lady Drozdova, Sabine's voice was warm, almost kind. You look as though you have found something heavy. Cleo stopped. The files pressed against her ribs, her thumb pressed against the cold iron signet, felt it radiate a warmth that should not exist in this frozen corridor. Are you following me? I am walking the same halls. Sabine's smile widened, just barely. It is a small citadel for those who know where to look. She glanced at the files. I hope you are not carrying evidence without proper authorization. The tribunal is particular about its records. Cleo held her gaze. I am the Grand Magister's daughter. I carry what I choose. Sabine laughed, a sound like glass rubbing against silk. You carry what you have been allowed to find. She stepped closer, close enough that Cleo could smell the winter herb oil in her hair. The question is whether you understand what you are carrying. She reached out, touched the edge of the top file with one finger. The 7th Northern Scouts were not destroyed by accident. They were destroyed because they were too loyal, too effective, too loved by the villages they protected. The Tribunal does not tolerate competition for the people's trust. Her finger traced the spine of the file. You can show these to Commander Solanke. You can watch him read the names of every soldier he lost, every friend the Tribunal executed, every comrade who died in the quarries while he sat in his cell wondering what he did wrong. She met Cleo's eyes. Or you can ask yourself what a woman wearing Lisenka Drozdova's face hopes to accomplish by reopening wounds that have never stopped bleeding. The corridor was silent. Cleo's hand tightened on the files. Why are you telling me this? Sabine's smile softened into something almost sad. Because I was there. I processed the paperwork. I watched the witnesses sign their recantations, and I watched the Tribunal seal them away. I know exactly what is in those files because I helped put them there. She turned, began walking down the corridor. Come, Lady Drozdova. The Grand Magister has another question for you, and this time, he does not expect you to leave without answering it. She paused at the turn, glanced back. Mean the files. He will want to see how much you have managed to find in one night. The corridor stretched between them, dark and cold and full of the weight of years Cleo had only begun to understand. And Sabine's smile, waiting, patient, knowing. Chapter 16. Sabine led her through the corridor, past the frost lamps, past the guards who stepped aside with averted eyes. Cleo's fingers pressed into the files. Her thumb found the signet. Before I see him, she said, stopping. I need to go to the prison keep. Sabine turned. Her expression did not change, but something in her shoulders sharpened. The Grand Magister is waiting. He can wait a little longer. A pause. Then Sabine's smile returned, thinner now. You want to show the commander his regiment's deaths before your father sees you holding the proof. That is either courage or stupidity, and I have not yet decided which one is more dangerous. It is not your decision to make. No, it is not. Sabine stepped aside. The prison keep is that way. I will inform the Grand Magister that you required a detour. Cleo moved past her before she could change her mind. The descent into the prison keep felt longer than she remembered. The stairwell narrowed. The frost lamps hissed lower. By the time she reached the iron door, her breath had begun to fog in the air, and the warmth of the files against her ribs was the only heat she could feel. The guard on duty recognized her. He unlocked the door without meeting her eyes. Kazimir was standing when she entered. He stood with his back to the wall, his weight low, ready even in chains. The fresh blood on the cuffs had dried to rust brown. His eyes moved over her, catalogued the files, and settled on her face with the stillness of a man who had stopped hoping. You are back. I found something. She crossed the cell and knelt, spreading the files on the stone floor between them. The frost lamp from the corridor cast a weak orange triangle across the papers. She opened the first file and laid the commendation sheet on top. Kazimir did not move. Look at it, she said. He looked. She watched him read the roster, watched him see his own name, the lieutenant rank, the 15-year service notation, the 3 commendations signed by a commanding officer who had died in the quarries 3 years before the tribunal was dissolved. His jaw tightened. That was all. She opened the second file, the trial summary, the charges, the witness testimony, the names of 12 soldiers from the same regiment, each charged with the same treason, each convicted by the same magistrate, each sentenced to the northern quarries. She laid the sealed recantations on top. Kazimir looked at them. They are recantations, she said. The witnesses who testified against you, all of them recanted. The tribunal sealed the statements and buried them in the archives. I found them tonight. He did not reach for the papers. His hands stayed at his sides, shackled. Still, I know what you are thinking, she said. I know you believe I brought these to prove something, to earn something. But I brought them because you deserve to know that the tribunal did not arrest you for what you did. They arrested you because they manufactured the evidence first. They destroyed your regiment to make you look like a threat, and then they branded you for being what they made. The cell was silent. Kazimir's eyes stayed on the papers, on the names, on the trial summary stamped with the tribunal seal. Where did you find them? His voice was flat, not cold, empty. The archives, sealed records section. They were buried under years of procedural filings, but they were there. They have always been there. Who else has seen them? No one. I took them before anyone could stop me. She paused. Sabine Kadar knows. She intercepted me in the corridor. She knows what they are. His mouth twisted. Of course she does. She helped write them. Yes. He looked up. His eyes were pale in the dim light. Winter sky eyes. The serial had described them, a name she had read 100 times in student essays and never understood until now. They were not cold. They were the color of a sky that had already lost everything and knew more was coming. What do you want me to do with this? He asked. I want you to know that the branding is not the beginning. It is the end of a process they started years before you ever sat in this cell. You are not broken because you failed. You are broken because they designed it that way. And you think knowing this will help me? I think you deserve to know the truth. He laughed. The sound was rough, damaged, stripped of humor. The truth. He looked down at the papers. You bring me the names of 12 dead men and call it truth. He spread them on the floor of my cell like a gift and expect me to feel grateful that someone finally told me what I already knew. You did not know the recantations existed. No. His voice dropped. I knew they were traitors. I knew the tribunal had killed them because of me. I have spent 4 years wondering what I did wrong, what order I gave that condemned them, what failure of command left them in the quarries while I sat in a cell trying to survive. His hands tightened on the shackles. You want to know the worst part? I believed them. I believed I was guilty. I lay awake at night trying to remember the moment I became the kind of commander who gets his men killed. He looked at her. And now you tell me it was never my fault, that they were murdered to manufacture my rage, that every night I spent hating myself was a night the tribunal used to shape me into the weapon they wanted. She said nothing. What am I supposed to do with that? I do not know, she said. You do not know. He said it slowly, as if tasting the shape of it. You bring me proof that my entire life was a lie constructed by the woman whose face you wear, and when I ask you what I am supposed to do with it, you say you do not know. I cannot tell you how to feel. I cannot tell you what to do with the truth. I can only give it to you and let you decide. He stared at her. Let me decide, he repeated. Yes. The woman who wears Lisenka Drozdova's face kneels in my cell, hands me evidence that the tribunal destroyed my regiment, and says she will let me decide what to do with it. Yes. He studied her. His eyes moved over her face, her hands, the files spread between them, the signet on her thumb. What kind of woman, he said quietly, walks into the wreckage wearing your face and thinks she can decide what healing looking like? The question landed like a blade. She felt the shape of it in her chest, the sharp edge of something she had not let herself face. I am not trying to decide for you. You are standing in my cell with proof of my destruction, offering help I did not ask for, and waiting for me to be grateful. That is not letting me decide. That is arriving late to a fire and asking for thanks because you brought water. She opened her mouth. No. His voice was not loud, but it cut through her breath. You do not get to explain. You do not get to sit there with Lisenka's hands and Lisenka's eyes and tell me you understand what I have lost. You do not get to offer me healing as if it is a transaction you can manage. He stepped forward. The chains scraped against stone. What I lost cannot be returned. What they took from me cannot be given back by a woman who was not there when they did it. You cannot arrive in the wreckage wearing the face of the woman who built the trap and expect me to thank you for showing me the blueprint. She did not move. The cell was silent. Kazimir stood over her, breathing hard, his hands shaking against the shackles, his face full of fury and grief, and something else she could not name. Take your files, he said. Take your proof, take your mercy, and go. She gathered the papers. Her hands were steady. She did not know how. She stood. The files pressed against her ribs. The weight of them felt different now, heavier. shaped like something she had carried before she understood what it meant. At the door, she stopped. "I am not trying to heal you," she said. "I am trying to give you the truth so you can decide what to do with it. That is all I have ever wanted to do." He did not answer. She stepped into the corridor. The door closed behind her with a sound of iron scraping iron, and she stood in the dim light with the files pressed against her chest and the cold seeping through her boots. And she understood that offering truth was not the same as being trusted to hold it. The corridor stretched ahead. Sabine was not there, but the pulse beneath her feet had changed. Not waiting, not watching, listening. Chapter 17. She walked. The files pressed against her ribs, Kazimir's voice still cutting through her skull. "Take your mercy and go." She had expected anger. She had not expected to deserve it. The corridor curved. The pulse beneath her feet was listening, the rhythm slower than waiting, softer than watching, a held breath that did not dare exhale. Sabine stood at the junction where the passage opened into the main keep. Her posture was patient, her face unreadable, her hands clasped at her waist as if she had been standing there for hours and would stand there for hours more. "The Grand Magister is waiting," Sabine said. "I know." "Did he accept the offering?" Cleo looked at her. "You already know he did not." Sabine's mouth curved, not quite a smile. "I know what I would have done if someone showed me proof that my life's worst guilt was manufactured. I do not know what he would do. That is the difference between us." She turned and walked. Cleo followed. The strategy chamber sat at the heart of the Citadel's administrative wing, a room she had entered twice before in Lisenka's body, but never with this weight in her chest. The doors were iron-bound oak, the guards flanking them frost mages in Tribunal gray who did not meet her eyes. Sabine opened the left door and stepped aside. Cleo entered alone. The chamber was smaller than the formal audience hall, built for function rather than spectacle. A long table dominated the center, its surface covered in maps, dispatches, and a single frost lamp that cast blue-white light across the papers. Lisenka Drozdova stood at the far end, his back to her, studying a wall-mounted relief map of Frostmarch glacier corridors. He did not turn. "Close the door." She pushed it shut. The iron latch caught with a sound like a cell door sealing. "You visited the prisoner before coming here." "I did. And you showed him the files you retrieved from the archives?" "Yes." He turned. His pale gray eyes found her with the precision of a blade finding flesh. The burn scar across his throat caught the frost light, silver-white against weathered skin. 2 fingertips on his right hand, the ones frostbite had bleached years ago, rested against the table's edge. How did he receive them? The question was quiet, curious, as if he were asking about weather patterns or troop movements. "He did not receive them," she said. "He told me to take my mercy and leave." Something flickered in Anselm's expression, not surprise, recognition perhaps, the satisfaction of a prediction confirmed. "You expected that," she said. "I expected you to try." He moved around the table, his boots soundless on the stone. The man has spent 4 years believing he was responsible for his regiment's destruction. Guilt becomes a kind of shelter. It gives the sufferer a role, a shape to inhabit. Taking that away is not liberation. It is demolition. He stopped 2 paces from her. "You walked into his cell and tore down the wall he had been leaning on. Did you think he would thank you for the rubble?" The words landed like echoes of Kazimir's. She had heard the same accusation from 2 mouths now. That meant something. She was not sure what. "I thought he deserved the truth," she said. "The truth?" Anselm's voice carried no mockery, only weight. "You are young enough to believe truth is a gift. It is not. It is a burden. Some people are stronger for carrying it. Some people break." He studied her. "You gave him the truth. He refused it. Now you stand here holding the same files, the same knowledge, and you do not know what to do with either." She said nothing. The frost lamp pulsed. The rhythm of it matched the pulse beneath her feet. The listening pulse, the one that had changed when she left Kazimir's cell. Anselm saw her notice it. "You feel it too," he said. "The ice has grown restless since you began your campaign of mercy. It was restless before I changed anything. It was patient. There is a difference. He turned back to the relief map, his fingers tracing the carved contours of the glacier corridors. The deep ice does not act without reason. It has cycles, patterns, a rhythm that is held for longer than frost marches stood. You have introduced a variable it did not account for. Perhaps it needs new variable. He looked at her over his shoulder. Perhaps it will remove the variable. The words hung in the air. Not a threat, a statement of fact, delivered with the same flat certainty as a weather report. A knock at the door. Sabine entered without waiting for acknowledgement. Her face was different now, sharper, the polite mask set aside. Grand Magister, the afternoon hearing is assembled. The Border Runner's appeal has been petitioned by the Lyceum. Anselm's expression shifted. Interest, sharp and cold. The Lyceum? Sanko Belaya filed the petition herself. She requests to speak on the runner's behalf. Cleo's chest tightened. That was wrong. In the serial, the Border Runner's appeal had been filed by a minor trade official, someone with no political weight. Sanko had not entered the narrative until after the branding, when she was investigating the aftermath of Kazimir's transformation. This was a scene she did not recognize. Anselm turned to her, and his gaze held something new. Not suspicion, observation. The careful attention of a man who had just seen a piece of the pattern shift. You did not expect that, he said. She kept her face still. I did not know Sanko was involved with the runner. No, you did not. He moved toward the door. Come, let us see what the Lyceum's prodigy has to say. The hearing chamber was smaller than the tribunal court, a ceremonial room used for appeals and preliminary arguments. Stone benches lined the walls. A raised dais held the magistrate's seat, currently empty because Anselm had chosen to stand at the side, watching rather than presiding. Cleo took a position near the back wall, where shadows pooled and the frost lamps did not reach. The Border Runner stood in the center of the chamber, a young man with a bruised face and shackled wrists, his shoulders set in resignation rather than defiance. A tribunal clerk read the charges in a flat, practiced voice. Sanko Belaya stood to the runner's left. She looked different than she had at the warehouse, calmer, more deliberate. Her frost-white temples caught the light as she turned to address the magistrate's seat, even though no one sat in it. By the rights granted to the Lyceum of Winterlight, I petition for reassessment of sentence. The accused transported cold iron to occupied settlements. The quantity was 47 blades, ingots, and arrowheads. The destination was a village with no forge and no means of defending itself against white incursions. The magistrate's seat remained empty. The clerk looked at Anselm. Anselm said nothing. The petition is denied, Sabine said from the doorway. Sanko turned. Her pale eyes found Sabine with the weight of someone who had expected this response and had planned for it. On what grounds? On grounds that the Lyceum does not have standing to appeal tribunal sentences in wartime. The Lyceum has standing to petition for any judgment that involves the application of Frostcraft law. Cold iron regulation falls under that jurisdiction. The regulation was revised 7 years ago. The revision was never ratified by the full tribunal council. Silence. The Border Runner's hands tightened against his shackles. He looked at Sanko, then at the empty magistrate's seat, then at the floor, as if he had stopped expecting anything from any of them. Cleo watched the scene with a feeling she could not name. This was not in the serial. The entire exchange, the petition, the legal argument, Sanko's presence, it had no counterpart in the chapters she had taught for 7 years. The world was writing new scenes, and she was reading them for the first time. The runner will be sentenced at dawn, Sabine said. The original judgment stands, 20 years in the northern quarries. Sanko's jaw tightened. That is a death sentence. It is a sentence. No, it is a death sentence with a legal label. Sanko stepped forward, her voice dropping. The quarries have a 4-year survival rate. You are sending him to die slowly, in the cold, for transporting tools to people who have no other way to defend themselves. That is not justice. That is execution by delay. Sabine's smile did not reach her eyes. The runner knew the law when he broke it. The law is not required to comfort those it punishes. Cleo felt Anselm's gaze before she saw it. She turned. He was watching her from the shadowed corner, his pale eyes fixed on her face with an intensity that made her breath catch. He had not been looking at Sanko. He had not been looking at the runner. He had been watching her watch the scene, and in his expression she saw the same recognition she had felt. The script was breaking, and they both knew it. "The hearing is adjourned," Sabine said. The clerk moved toward the runner. Solanke stepped back, her hands opening and closing at her sides. The frost lamps dimmed as the chamber emptied. Cleo stayed. Anselm stayed. The pulse beneath her feet changed, not listening, moving. She felt it rise through the stone, through her boots, through her spine, a slow, deliberate shift of pressure, as if something beneath the citadel had changed position to face her directly. "Grand Magister." A guard appeared in the doorway. His face was pale. His voice shook. "The lower vaults, the seal on the inner chamber has cracked." Anselm did not move. His eyes stayed on Cleo. "Which chamber?" "The sealed one, sir. The one with no door." The guard swallowed. "Something is pushing through the wall." Chapter 18. The guard's words hung in the chamber like frost. Anselm did not move. His pale eyes stayed on Cleo as the silence stretched, as the pulse beneath her feet pressed upward through the stone like a held breath. Then he turned and walked out. No command, no question, just the slow tread of his boots across the chamber floor, the door closing behind him with a soft click that felt louder than any slam. Cleo stood alone. The frost lamps flickered. The air in the chamber had gone cold in a way that had nothing to do with winter. She walked. The corridors were emptier than they should have been at this hour. Fewer guards, no servants. The shadows seemed to have multiplied in the minutes since the hearing ended, pooling in corners where the light did not reach. She felt eyes before she saw them. A young woman in a gray servant's dress stood at the junction ahead, a rag in her hands, polishing a sconce that did not need polishing. She did not look up as Cleo approached, but her hands stopped moving. Cleo passed her. The girl's gaze followed. At the next junction, a guard leaned against the wall. Young, clean-shaven. His post had no strategic value, no door worth guarding. He straightened as Cleo approached, not quite blocking her path, but positioned where she would have to brush past him to continue. She did not give him the satisfaction of slowing. "Lady Drozdova." She turned. The servant girl had followed her down the corridor. She stood a careful distance away, her face arranged in practiced deference, her hands clasped in front of her apron. The rag was gone. "There is a message for you." Cleo waited. "From the intelligence office. You are reminded that the border runner's sentencing requires your signature before dawn. The paperwork has been delivered to your study." The words were correct, professional, the kind of message any clerk might deliver. But the girl's eyes were watching for something, a reaction, a crack in the mask. "Tell Sabine her messengers are getting younger." The girl's expression did not change, but something in her posture shifted, a minor adjustment of weight that told Cleo she had answered correctly. "Shall I escort you to your chambers, Lady Drozdova?" "I know the way." The girl inclined her head and stepped back into the shadows. Cleo walked on. Her pulse hammered beneath her ribs, the cold iron signet pressed against her thumb, warm where it should have been cold. She felt the weight of the citadel above her, the stone, the ice, the sleeping thing beneath it all. And she felt the watchers moving through the corridors like blood through veins. They were everywhere. A clerk passing with papers, a mage adjusting a frost lamp, a patrolman checking a lock that was already secured. Each one glanced at her. Each one looked away a beat too late. Testing. Sabine was testing whether she remembered how to be Lisenka. She reached her door and found Marta waiting. The Chamberlain stood in the doorway with her arms folded, her face unreadable in the dim light of the corridor. She did not move aside when Cleo approached. "The messenger beat you here." "Which messenger?" "The one who was sent to test whether you would flinch at a name that does not exist." Cleo's stomach tightened. "The border runner's paperwork?" "Filed with the tribunal clerk 3 hours ago. No signature required." Marta's voice was flat. Flat in the way that meant she was holding something back, something sharp. "The girl was sent to see if you would accept a false errand without question. If you had gone to your study to sign for a document that was never delivered, Sabine would have known you are playing a role rather than living it. The corridor felt narrower, and you stopped her." I stopped her message. Marta's eyes did not blink. The question is why I should keep stopping them. Silence. The frost lamps hummed. Cleo felt the weight of the moment, the pivot point she could not afford to miss. Marta had protected her once, twice now. But protection was not loyalty, and loyalty was not trust, and trust was the only currency that mattered in a citadel full of watchers. I am not Lisenka. Marta's expression did not change. I know. I mean it. I am not her. I have never been her. I woke in her body 25 days ago, and I have been trying to survive in it ever since. The words came out faster than she intended, rougher. She heard the desperation in her own voice and could not smooth it away. Marta watched her for a long moment. Then she said, very quietly, I know that too. Cleo's breath caught. I have served the Drozdov house for 22 years, Marta said. I watched Lisenka grow from a child who cried when she broke a bird's wing into a woman who could order a man's death without moving her mouth. I watched her learn to smile at cruelty. I watched her become what her father needed her to be. She paused. And I watched you break a pitcher to save a maid's fingers on your second day in this body. The corridor was silent. You are not Lisenka, Marta said. You have never been Lisenka, but you are wearing her face and standing in her role, and every move you make is being read against a history you did not write. If you want my help, you will tell me what you are trying to accomplish, and you will tell me now, before Sabine's next messenger arrives with a test you will not see coming. Cleo opened her mouth. The floor trembled, a low, deep vibration that rolled through the stone like a distant drum. Both women froze. The frost lamps flickered, and from somewhere below, deep beneath the citadel's foundations, came a sound that was almost like a door opening. Chapter 19. The floor stopped trembling. The frost lamps steadied. But the silence that followed was worse, heavier, as if the citadel itself was holding its breath. Marta's hand was on Cleo's arm before she could move. Not rough, not gentle. A grip that meant business. Inside. Now. The door opened behind them. Cleo stepped through and Marta followed, closing the panel with a soft click that sounded louder than it should have. The study was cold. The fire had burned low, orange embers pulsing in the grate like a dying heartbeat. Cleo's countdown table still lay on the desk, covered by a stack of papers she had meant to file. Her ink bottle stood uncapped. Everything looked ordinary. Everything looked watched. Marta crossed to the window and pulled the curtain closed with a single precise motion. Then she turned. You have 30 seconds to convince me that what I just heard is worth the risk of keeping it from the Grand Magister. Cleo's throat was dry. The vibration still hummed in her bones, that door-opening sound from somewhere beneath the foundations. She forced herself to breathe. I am not Lisenka. You said that. I mean it. I woke in her body 25 days ago. I was someone else. Someone who lived somewhere else. A different world, a different life. The words felt absurd, spoken aloud. They sounded like fever, like the confession of a woman who had cracked under the pressure of Lisenka's name. I know how it sounds. It sounds like possession, Marta said flatly. It sounds like the deep ice has finally found a way to unmake your mind from the inside. It sounds like every reason the Grand Magister should have you examined by a tribunal physician before dawn. Then why haven't you called for one? Marta's jaw tightened. Because you broke the pitcher. The silence stretched. Lisenka never broke things by accident, Marta said. She broke them on purpose. She broke people on purpose. She learned that from her father, and she perfected it before she turned 16. The day you arrived, you smashed a ceramic pitcher to keep Ileana's fingers from being crushed in the window frame. You did it without thinking. You did it without calculating the cost. She paused. Lisenka would have let Ileana lose the fingers. She would have watched. She would have made the girl thank her for the lesson. Cleo's hands were cold. She pressed them against her thighs to keep them still. 25 days, Marta said. I have watched you for 25 days. You have not tortured anyone. You have not humiliated anyone. You have not once used the authority of Lisenka's name to satisfy a private cruelty." Her voice dropped. "You freed a condemned prisoner in a crisis. You visited him twice. You gave him truth instead of commands. Kazimir rejected it. Of course he did. He spent 4 years believing he murdered his own men. You cannot hand a man his innocence like a folded letter and expect him to thank you." Marta's eyes were pale in the dim light. "But you tried. That is what I cannot reconcile. The Lisenka I served would never have tried." Cleo's chest ached. "I am not trying to be good," she said. "I am trying to stop something that will destroy this city, this North, everything Frostmarch pretends to protect. The branding ceremony at Solstice is not a punishment. It is a trigger. If Kazimir is branded, if he is broken the way the ritual intends, he will become something the deep ice has been waiting for. A weapon. A warlord. He will burn Valas Sara to the ground, and the ice will follow." Marta's face did not change. "And you know this how?" The question hung between them. Cleo could lie, could offer half-truths and misdirection, and let Marta's suspicion fill in the gaps. But Marta had already seen through every other mask. "Because I have seen it happen." The words came out raw. "I have seen it happen. In a story. In a world that was supposed to be fiction. I read it. I studied it. I taught it for years. And then I died. And I woke in Lisenka's body with exactly 6 weeks before the ceremony that destroys him." She was shaking. She could not stop. "I know what happens. I know the order of the disasters. I know who survives and who does not. I know that if I do not stop the branding, Kazimir will become the ice warlord who buries this continent in blood and frost." Silence. Marta's hands were still. Her face was still. Everything about her was still in the way a blade is still before it moves. "That is a very convenient explanation for a woman who cannot account for her sudden decency. It is the truth." "The truth," Marta repeated, as if tasting the word and finding it bitter. "You claim you are not Lisenka. You claim you know the future because you read it in a book that does not exist. You claim the solstice ceremony is a trap that will turn a broken commander into a destroyer of nations." She tilted her head. "And if I refuse to believe you?" The frost lamp sputtered. Cleo met her gaze. "Then the border runner serves 20 years in the quarries and dies underground. Then Kazimir is branded and shatters. Then the deep ice rises through the ritual bloodline, and the pattern resets the way it is always reset. And the world loses another cycle to the same script." Something flickered in Marta's eyes. "What cycle?" Cleo's heart hammered. She had not meant to say that much. The words had slipped out, pulled by the weight of Marta's silence and the tremor still echoing in her bones. "The one written in the walls beneath us," she said. "The one the vaults were built to seal. The serial I studied was not fiction. It was an archive, a record of everything that has happened before. Every time the deep ice rises, every time Lisenka performs the ritual, every time Kazimir becomes the warlord, the pattern repeats. And I was summoned to repeat it again." Marta stared at her. Then, very quietly, she said, "You believe that?" "Yes." "You believe the ice beneath us is conscious. You believe it brought you here to play a role you are now refusing." "Yes." "And you expect me to help you?" The question was not a question. It was a test, sharper than any Sabine had sent. Cleo's mouth was dry. "I expect you to decide whether you want the pattern to end. I cannot stop the branding alone. I cannot reach the sealed records. I cannot move through the citadel without being watched. But you can. You have 22 years of knowing where every shadow falls. If you help me, we might break the cycle before solstice." She paused. "If you do not, the story writes itself again. And Lisenka's name becomes the one they remember as the hand that started the slaughter." The fire popped. Marta did not move for a long time. Then she said, "I do not believe your story." Cleo's stomach dropped. "But I believe you." She crossed the room slowly, deliberately, like a woman stepping onto ice she knew would hold. "You are not Lisenka. I have known that since the picture. And if what you say is true, if the branding ceremony is the trigger you claim, then Lisenka's father has been building this trap for longer than either of us has been alive. She stopped a foot away. I will help you, but you need to understand something. The Citadel remembers Lisenka. The servants, the guards, the merchants, the mages, every single person in Valsavrat has a memory of her cruelty. Good intent will not erase what she was. Every kindness you show will be read as a trick. Every mercy you offer will be watched for its hidden barb. You are not redeeming a name. You are working against a history carved into bone. Cleo felt the weight of those words settle into her chest. I know. Then we have work to do. Marta turned toward the door. Her hand was on the handle when the floor trembled again, softer this time, a pulse that might have been the deep ice or might have been the Citadel settling. But beneath it, unmistakable, came a scrape of stone on stone from somewhere far below. Marta's hand stopped. What was that? Cleo's skin went cold. Something the pattern forgot to seal. The Chamberlain's eyes met hers in the dim light. For the first time, Cleo saw something other than suspicion in them, something closer to fear. Then we had better move before it remembers where the door is. She pulled the door open. A figure stood in the corridor. Sabine Kadar's smile did not reach her eyes. Lady Drozdova, the Grand Magister requests your presence in the strategy chamber. Immediately. Her gaze slid to Marta, lingered a beat too long, then returned to Cleo. He says the Vought will not wait for pleasantries. Chapter 20. Sabine Kadar did not speak as she led Cleo through the corridor. The silence was deliberate. A pressure test designed to make the silence unbearable enough that Cleo would fill it with something useful. She kept her mouth shut and counted footsteps, watching frost lamps flicker in their iron cages as the walls narrowed toward the strategy chamber. The door stood open. Anselm Drozdov was not alone inside. 2 tribunal officers stood at the map table, men Cleo recognized from the hearing chamber, their faces carved into identical masks of institutional patience. Sabine stepped aside and took her place against the wall, hands clasped behind her back. Cleo crossed the threshold alone. The chamber felt smaller than before. The black glass relief map of Frostmarch dominated the center table, silver pins glittering along the glacier roads and settlement lines, marking something she could not read. Grand Magister Drozdov stood at the head, pale fingers pinning a dispatch to the polished surface. He did not look up. The branding has been moved. The words landed flat, administrative, as if he were announcing a supply shipment delay. Cleo's chest went cold. I have signed the order under expanded wartime powers. The ceremony will take place tomorrow night, 1 hour before the deepest dark before solstice. It will be fully public. The tribunal chamber will be opened to all ranked houses, the garrison, and the Lyceum observation seats. She found her voice. On what grounds? Drozdov looked up then. His pale gray eyes held nothing she could read, no anger, no satisfaction, only the exhausted certainty of a man who had already decided. The witness sabotage attempt at the warehouse, the vault breach, the pattern of interference that has destabilized the Citadel's security protocols. He paused. Your actions, Lisenka, the name hit like a slap. You have given me cause to accelerate the timeline. The Tribunal Council agrees that the longer Commander Solanke remains unmarked, the more vulnerable the ritual corridor becomes. The vault breach demonstrated that the deep ice no longer waits for the solstice, so neither will we. Cleo's hands stayed still at her sides. She did not look at the signet on her thumb. She did not press her palm to the cold stone of the table. She kept her face blank and her pulse quiet, while her mind raced through every intervention she had made, every deviation, every attempt to slow the machine, and saw how each one had become a gear in his argument. The warehouse fire. She had stopped it to save the witnesses. Drozdov was using it to prove the Citadel was under coordinated attack. The vault breach. She had survived it, fought beside Kazimir, proven he could be trusted in combat. Drozdov was using it to prove the ice was accelerating and the ritual must be rushed. The files. She had given Kazimir the truth about his regiment. Drozdov did not know that yet, but it would not matter. The branding would happen before Kazimir could act on the knowledge. She had been trying to pull the future off its tracks. She had only given the engine more speed. The ceremony will proceed according to the ancient rite, Drozdov continued, sliding the dispatch aside. The frost brand will be applied to Commander Solanke's face in full view of the court. Afterward, he will be transferred to the Northern Holding Facility to undergo the remaining cycles of the judgment. Remaining cycles. Cleo knew what that meant. The brand was not the end. It was the beginning of a longer unraveling, a process designed to strip him of memory, loyalty, and will until only the warlord remained. "I will preside over the invocation," she said. It was not a question. It was the role Lisenka had been raised to fill. The invocation was spoken by a Drozdov, the brand applied by a Drozdov, the ritual anchored in Drozdov blood because their line carried the cleanest conduit. Drozdov studied her for a long moment. "You will." The silence stretched. "Unless you have reason to refuse." The trap was laid with surgical precision. If she refused, she confirmed every suspicion he had voiced about her deviations. If she accepted, she became the hand that turned Kazimir into the monster the cycle required. Either way, the story won. Cleo met her father's gaze. "I understand the order?" Something flickered in his eyes. Disappointment, maybe, or recognition that she had seen the trap and chosen to step into it deliberately. "Good. You will be escorted to the ritual chambers at midnight tomorrow to begin the preparations. The court will convene at the first bell of deepest dark. Do not be late." He turned back to the map table, dismissing her. Cleo did not move. "The vault," she said. Drozdov's hand stopped. "What about it?" "Something is pushing through the sealed inner chamber. The guards reported the seal cracking. You heard it during the hearing." He looked at her again, slower this time. "The vault is contained. The seal is cracked. Something the pattern forgot to seal is moving beneath us. And you want to perform a public ritual in the chamber directly above it tomorrow night." Sabine stirred against the wall, a whisper of silk on stone. Drozdov did not answer immediately. He looked at her with something she had never seen on Lisenka's father's face before. Caution. "Then you had better ensure the ritual holds it closed," he said. "That is what Drozdov blood is for." He turned fully away. "Leave us." Cleo did not argue. She walked past Sabine without looking at her, past the tribunal officers and their carved stone faces, through the open door and into the corridor where the frost lamps burned low and the shadows pressed in from every angle. The moment the door closed behind her, the air changed. She pressed her palm to the wall. The stone was cold, ordinary cold. But beneath it, faint as a held breath, she felt the listening pulse. The slow intelligence that had been tracking her since the moment she woke on Lisenka's floor. It knew she had been given a choice. It was waiting to see what she would do with it. The corridor stretched empty in both directions, no servant polishing a sconce, no guard at a useless post. The citadel had withdrawn its watchers, leaving her alone with the weight of a decision that had to be made before dawn. She could go to the ritual chambers, begin the preparations, accept the branded path the cycle had written for her. Or she could find Marta, find Sanko, find every crack in the citadel's armor and burn the script to ash before the first bell of deepest dark. The pulse beneath her palm shifted, not waiting anymore. Watching. A footstep echoed behind her. Cleo turned. Marzu Zorik stood at the far end of the corridor, her silhouette sharp against the frost lamp glow. She did not approach. She simply stood, arms at her sides, watching Cleo with a stillness that carried 22 years of knowing where every shadow fell. She had heard. She was waiting for the signal. Cleo pulled her hand from the wall and walked toward her Chamberlain, the countdown already running in her blood. One night, 1 hour before deepest dark. One chance to break the story before it broke her. Chapter 21. The strategy chamber had been transformed. Cleo stood at the entrance and watched the tribunal workers finish their preparations, black stone draped with frost-washed banners, every sigil renewed in silver ink. The ceremonial ice had been laid in a crescent across the floor, a circle of frozen breath that would catch the frost lamp glow and throw it back in sharp white lines. The branding platform waited at the center, low and wide, its surface scarred from decades of use. She had one night. She had used every hour of it. Marta had moved through the service passages with silent efficiency, gathering threads. Cleo could not pull herself. A message to Sanko, left where only a Lyceum mage would find it. A sealed note to Ivo Mercer, delivered through a kitchen girl who owed Marta a decade of favors. A quiet word to the guard captain, who owed Cleo his report. None of it was enough. The ritual would proceed. The court would assemble. Kazimir would be brought forward, and Cleo would stand in the Drozdov place and speak the invocation. Unless she refused. The doors opened behind her. Sabine Petar stepped through, her silk coat whispering against the stone. "The Grand Magister requests your presence in the vestry," she said. "The preparations require the Drozdov line." Cleo did not turn. "I know what the preparations require." Sabine was silent for a beat. "Then you know the invocation must be spoken before the first bell. The ritual cannot begin without it." Cleo turned then. Sabine's face was unreadable, but her eyes carried something like a warning or a test. "I will be there." Sabine held her gaze a moment longer, then inclined her head and withdrew. The corridor swallowed her footsteps. Cleo pressed her palm to the nearest wall. The stone was cold, ordinary cold, but beneath it she felt the pulse, slower than before, heavier, as though the deep ice was gathering itself for what was about to happen. It knew. It had always known. She pulled her hand away and walked toward the vestry. The vestry was small, windowless, lined with black stone and hung with a single frost lamp that cast no shadow. Ileana stood by the iron brazier, holding the ceremonial robes. Cleo had worn Lisenka's court robes before. These were different. These were the Drozdov vestments, the deep gray of winter cloud, threaded with silver that caught the light like frost on glass. The collar was high, stiff, framed to hide the throat. Ileana's hands trembled as she helped Cleo into the robes. "You do not have to do this," the maid whispered. Cleo looked at her. The girl's face was pale, her eyes fixed on the silver thread as though it might burn her. "The ritual requires a Drozdov," Cleo said. "The ritual requires you to speak the words that begin it." Ileana's voice was barely audible. "No one can force you to speak them." Cleo studied her for a long moment. "How did you know I was considering silence?" Ileana's fingers stilled on the silver thread. "Because you are not her," she said. "I have served Lisenka Drozdova since I was 12 years old. She would have worn these robes without a tremor in her hands. You have not stopped breathing in short, shallow breaths since I put them on you." Cleo said nothing. "Marta told me to trust you," Ileana continued. "I did not believe her. I do not know if I believe her now, but I know what Lisenka's silence would have cost, and I know you do not have that cruelty in you." She stepped back. "The vestry door will be unlocked until the first bell. After that, the ritual seals it." Cleo met eyes. "Thank you." Ileana shook her head. "Do not thank me yet. The court is assembled. The commander has been brought up from the cells. The Grand Magister is waiting for you at the platform." She left through the side door, her footsteps retreating into silence. Cleo stood alone in the vestry, the silver thread catching the frost lamp glow, the pulse beneath her feet steady and patient. The vestry door stood open. She could walk through it, take her place in the ritual line, speak the invocation, watch the brand pressed to Kazimir's face. Or she could refuse. She could stand in the center of the court and say, "No," aloud, where everyone could hear, and let the consequences fall where they would. The deep ice would not forgive her, but it had never intended to. Cleo straightened the collar of the ceremonial robes, felt the cold iron signet warm against her thumb, and walked through the open door. The tribunal chamber was full. Ranked houses lined the stone benches in their winter colors, gray and silver and deep blue, sigils glittering in the frost lamp glow. The garrison stood in formation along the eastern wall, faces carved into ceremonial blankness. Lyceum observers filled the western gallery, and among them, at the front, Sanko Belaya watched with eyes that missed nothing. The branding platform sat at the center of the ice crescent, black and scarred, waiting, and at its edge, bound between two tribunal guards, Kazimir Solanke stood with his hands in irons and his gaze fixed on the empty space where the Drozdov invocation would be spoken. He was not looking at the platform. He was looking at Cleo. She felt the weight of his stare as she crossed the chamber floor, the ceremonial robes whispering against the stone, the silver thread catching light. The crowd parted for her, silence spreading in her wake like frost on glass. She reached her place in the ritual line. Drozdov stood at the platform's head, his face carved into the severe patience of a man who had performed this ceremony more times than he cared to count. Sabine Petar stood at his shoulder, a shadow in silk. The first bell had not yet rung. Cleo took her position, felt the pulse beneath her feet, slow and patient, the deep ice gathering itself. Drozdov raised his hand. The chamber fell silent. "We are assembled," he said, his voice carrying without effort, "to execute the judgment of this tribunal upon Commander Kazimir Solanke, convicted of treason against the Frostmarch Compact, sentenced to branding and transfer to the Northern Holding Facility for the remaining cycles of his judgment." He turned to Cleo. "The invocation belongs to the Drozdov line. Speak it." The silence stretched. Cleo felt every eye in the chamber on her. Rent houses, garrison, Lyceum observers, the guards at Kazimir's side, Kazimir himself, watching her with an expression she could not read. The pulse beneath her feet shifted. Waiting. She looked at Kazimir. She saw the scars crossing his jaw and temple, the set of his shoulders beneath the prison coat, the anger and grief and stubborn fury that had kept him alive through 4 years of believing himself guilty. She saw the man the cycle had tried to break, and she saw what he would become if she spoke the words that began it. Cleo turned to face the tribunal. "No." The word dropped into the silence like a stone into still water. Drozdova's hand froze. The chamber held its breath. Cleo felt the pulse beneath her feet surge, a deep, rolling vibration that climbed through the stone and into her bones. The frost lamps flickered. The ceremonial ice on the floor cracked in a single hairline fracture that ran from the platform to the eastern wall. "The invocation will not be spoken," Cleo said. "The branding will not be performed. Not by me, not by any Drozdov. Not tonight." The silence broke. Voices rose from the ranked houses, sharp and disbelieving, a wave of sound that crashed against the black stone walls. Sabine Petar took a step forward, her face unreadable. The garrison shifted, hands moving toward weapons. Drozdov did not move. He stood at the head of the platform, his eyes fixed on Cleo, his face carved from the same stone as the chamber walls. "You have refused the invocation before the full court," he said. His voice was quiet, but it cut through the noise like a blade. "Do you understand what you have done?" Cleo met his gaze. "Yes." The pulse beneath her feet rose, a pressure that pressed against the soles of her boots and climbed the walls in spreading veins of frost, and the chamber began to shake. Chapter 22. The shaking did not stop. Cleo felt it through her boots, through the ceremonial robes, through the bone of her own spine. The frost lamps flickered wildly. The ranked houses pressed back against the stone benches, winter colors shifting as voices rose and broke against each other like ice against a hull. Drozdov raised his hand. The gesture carved through the noise like a blade through flesh. The chamber did not fall silent, not fully, but the sound thinned. Everyone watched the raised hand. Everyone waited. He lowered it. "The branding will proceed," he said. His voice carried without effort, without strain, as if Cleo had not spoken at all. "The Drozdov invocation is a formality of ritual, not a necessity of magic. The tribunal has other brandmasters." 2 figures stepped forward from the garrison line. Men in gray coats, masks of etched copper obscuring their faces, each carried an iron rod tipped with frost-cold blue. The rods were not heated. They were chilled so deep that contact would freeze flesh from the inside, silver-white and permanent. They approached the platform. Kazimir did not move. His irons clinked as the guards adjusted his stance, forcing him forward. He kept his eyes on Cleo. The lead brandmaster stopped before the platform. He raised his rod. Cleo moved. She did not plan it. There was no calculation, no weighing of outcomes, no teaching instinct trying to decide the best ending. Her body moved before her mind caught up, the ceremonial robes dragging across the stone as she stepped between the brandmaster and the platform. "Move aside, Lisenka." The brandmaster's voice was muffled behind the copper mask, but the command was clear. "By tribunal order, the judgment will be executed. Then executed on me." The words came out flat. Final. The chamber held its breath. Drozdova said her name, not as a question, as a warning. She did not turn to face him, Behind her, she heard Kazimir's irons shift, his voice rough and low. "What are you doing?" She did not answer. The Brandmaster hesitated. His gaze flicked past her shoulder to Drozdov. The Grand Magister's voice came cold enough to match the frost crawling up the walls. "She is testing the Tribunal's patience, nothing more. The ceremony will proceed as ordered." "Then proceed," Cleo said. She held out her hand. Her right hand, palm up, fingers spread. The cold iron signet gleamed under the frost lamp glow. The pulse beneath her feet surged. The Brandmaster looked at the offered hand, looked at Drozdov. The copper mask revealed nothing, but his arm did not lower. "Do it," Cleo said. "The invocation belongs to the Drozdov line. The brand belongs to whoever dares apply it. I am the Drozdov heir. Apply the judgment to me." Drozdov's voice cracked across the chamber. "You cannot substitute yourself for the condemned. The Tribunal does not recognize. Then recognize this." Cleo stepped forward. Her palm closed around the Brandmaster's rod. The cold hit her like a blade. It did not burn. It froze from the inside, a pressure that climbed through her palm and wrist, spreading silver-white veins across her skin. The frost bloomed beneath her flesh, crystallizing, consuming. She heard herself make a sound, not quite a scream, not quite a breath, something between the two that she had never heard her own throat produce. The rod dropped. She did not let go. The frost climbed, up her wrist, across the back of her hand, into the spaces between her fingers, turning them rigid, white, dead. The pain arrived behind the cold, a wave of it that dropped her to her knees. She heard voices shouting, ranked houses rising from their benches, the garrison shifting, uncertain. Sabine Kedar's voice, sharp and controlled, calling for order. None of it reached Cleo. She was drowning in the feel of her own flesh, turning to something else. The frost pulsed with the rhythm of the deep ice, slow and patient, as if it had been waiting for this moment longer than she had been alive. Kazimir's voice broke through. "Let go of the rod." She could not. Her fingers had frozen around it, the muscles locked, the tendons crystallized. He said it again, louder. "Let go, damn you!" She tried. The frost did not release her. Cleo looked down at her hand. The silver white had reached her wrist, spreading in branching patterns like frost on glass, like the map of a river delta, like the scar on her throat, but fresh and alive and consuming. The Brandmaster stepped back. "The judgment has been applied," he said. His voice was flat, professional. "Drozdov blood. Drozdov signature. The Tribunal's will is executed." The chamber erupted. Cleo heard it through a layer of water, like sound traveling through ice. Sankobelaya's voice raised in legal objection. Sabine Kedar calling for the guards to contain the scene. Ranked houses shouting at each other, some demanding the ceremony continue, others demanding explanations. But she could not take her eyes off her hand. The frost was still spreading. It had not stopped. The brand should have been a mark, a scar, a wound that took months to heal. That was how the ritual worked. The rod touched skin, the cold burned its way in, and what remained was a permanent silver-white pattern, a seal that marked the condemned for life. This was not stopping. The frost climbed past her wrist, reached her forearm, spread beneath the ceremonial sleeve like a living thing searching for warmth. Cleo felt the deep ice press against her from inside the wound, and it spoke, not in words, in pressure, in the shape of a voice that had never needed sound to make itself understood. "You were supposed to hold the rod." Cleo's breath caught. The Brandmaster who did not condemn brings the cold deeper. "You do not understand what you have done." The frost reached her elbow. Kazimir's hands closed around her shoulders. He was free. His irons lay on the stone, and he was kneeling beside her, gripping her arms, his face inches from hers. "Cleo?" His voice cracked on the name. "Look at me." She looked. His eyes were pale winter sky blue, and they were afraid. Not of the frost, not of the court, afraid of what was happening to her. "You are not the villainess," he said, "but you are not a fool. Tell me you knew this would happen." She tried to speak. The cold had reached her chest. "I knew the brand was meant for you," she managed. "I did not know it would do this." The frost lamps went out. Darkness fell across the chamber like a hand, And from beneath the citadel, from the sealed vault whose door had cracked, a sound emerged that was not stone and not ice and not anything mortal. It was the sound of something older than frost, waking because the ritual had found the wrong target. Kazimir pulled her against him as the floor bucked beneath them. Above, in the darkness, Cleo heard Drozdova's voice, quiet and terrible. "Seal the chamber." The guards moved, the doors began to close, and somewhere below the scraping began again, faster now, hungrier, as if the thing in the vault had been waiting for the seal to break all along. Chapter 23. The chamber was still dark. Cleo felt the cold moving through her like a second bloodstream, silver-white and deliberate, branching beneath the skin of her arm. She could not feel her fingers anymore, could not feel the hand that had gripped the rod. The numbness had climbed past her elbow and was spreading toward her shoulder with the patience of water finding its own level. Kazimier's arm was locked around her, his chest pressed against her back, solid and warm, a living furnace she wanted to crawl inside. "Stay with me," he said. She tried to answer. Her teeth were chattering too hard. Someone struck a flame. A single frost lamp caught, then another, casting long shadows across the ruined ceremony. The ranked houses had scattered from their benches. The garrison formed a loose cordon around the platform, uncertain whether to advance or hold. Sakane Kedar stoked at the edge of the light, speaking to 3 clerks in low, rapid tones. Her face was composed. Her hands were still. She looked like a woman already writing the report. Drozdov had not moved from his position above the chamber, his pale gray eyes fixed on Cleo with an expression she could not read. Not fury, not concern. Something older and colder, a calculation happening behind his face that she was too frozen to follow. "The judgment has been applied," he said. His voice carried. "The Drozdov blood has received the brand. The tribunal's will is executed." Sonko Belaya stepped forward from the Lyceum gallery. Her frostcraft sigils glowed along her gloves, casting pale blue light across her face. "The judgment was not spoken by a Drozdov," she said. "The ritual requires the invocation. Lisenka Drozdova refused to speak it. The brand was applied by force, not by ceremony." Krondadov turned his head slowly. "The brand was applied," he repeated, "by Drozdov blood. The law does not require consent. It requires execution." Sanko held his gaze. Cleo watched through a haze of cold. The argument moved around her like a current she could not enter. Sanko was buying her time, using procedure, legal technicalities. The same machinery that had condemned Kazimir was now her only shield. "The ceremony was interrupted," Sanko said. "The chamber was compromised. The vault beneath us has breached. You cannot claim a valid judgment when the ritual space itself is destabilized." A murmur ran through the ranked houses. Sabine Kadar looked up from her notes. "The vault breach is a separate concern," she said. "The judgment stands. Lisenka Drozdova received the brand intended for Commander Solanke. The tribunal's will is satisfied." Kazimir's arm tightened around Cleo. "The brand was meant for me," he said. "The law is clear. The condemned must bear the mark. You cannot substitute a Drozdov heir because the ritual failed." Sabine smiled. It did not reach her eyes. "The ritual did not fail, Commander. It succeeded on Drozdov blood. That is not a substitution. That is a variation." Cleo heard the word land. Variation. She was no longer Lisenka in their eyes. She was a variable. An anomaly. Something to be studied, contained, or eliminated. The frost reached her shoulder. She could feel it pressing against the base of her throat, spreading toward the pale scar that Marta had never touched. The deep ice was still inside the wound, waiting, watching, learning what she would do now that the script had broken. "Cleo," Kazimir's voice, low and urgent. "Your arm. The frost is still moving." She looked down. The silver white had reached her collarbone. It spread in branching patterns, delicate and precise, like the frost on a window pane. The mouth of a river delta. Like the scar at her throat was reaching up to meet it. She had minutes, maybe less. "We need to get her out of here," Kazimir said. Drozdov stepped down from his position. "She stays." His voice was quiet, final. "The frost is spreading because the deep ice has found a conduit. Moving her will not stop it. The chamber is sealed. She remains until we understand what she has become. Sanko turns on him. She is your daughter. She is a variable, Drozdov said, and variables must be accounted for before they destabilize the entire system. Cleo heard the words through a wall of cold. She thought of Marta waiting in the corridor, of Yelena Firaz in the archives, guarding records no one was supposed to read twice, of Ivo Mercer, who had kept a secret ledger for 18 years and wanted to be something else. They were all variables now, and the system was already collapsing. The floor trembled beneath her. A deep vibration rose through the stone, carrying a sound that was not quite scraping and not quite breathing. The thing in the vaults had been waiting for the ritual to finish. It did not seem to care which Drozdov the brand had marked. Sabine Kadarg turned to her clerks. "Prepare a containment order," she said. "Lisenka Drozdova is to be held in the infirmary wing under observation until the tribunal determines whether the Frost brand constitutes a transfer of sentence or a magical incident requiring separate investigation." Sanko's voice cut through. "That is not procedure." "It is now," Sabine said. She looked at Cleo. The Grand Magister raised a daughter who was supposed to be a weapon. Instead, she has become a wound. We need to decide whether that wound can be healed or whether it needs to be excised. Cleo heard the word. Excision. It was the same word the serial had used for the prisoners who disappeared into sealed custody and never emerged. The ones whose files were burned instead of buried. Kazimir shifted her weight against him. "You will not touch her." Sabine raised an eyebrow. "And who will stop me, Commander? You are still a condemned man." The brand was applied to a different hand, but the sentence remains. Drozdov raised his hand. Silence fell. "This is not finished," he said, "but it will not be settled tonight." The prisoner Solanke returns to his cell. Lisenko goes to the infirmary wing under guard. The vaults remain sealed until I decide otherwise. Sanko opened her mouth. Drozdov looked at her. "One more word, Belaya, and I will have you removed from the Lyceum Gallery permanently." Sanko closed her mouth. The guards moved. Cleo felt herself lifted. Kazimir's hands were on her, trying to hold on. But the cold had reached her chest now, and she could not feel his touch anymore. "Cleo." His voice was fading. "Cleo, stay with me." She tried, but the frost was spreading, and the thing beneath the citadel was waking, and somewhere above the chamber, she heard Sabine Kadar's voice, calm and precise, building a case that Lisenka Drozdova had become a variable Frostmarks could no longer afford. The last thing she saw before the darkness took her was Kazimir's face, pale and furious and afraid, watching her be carried away. Chapter 24. The darkness was not empty. Cleo swam through it in fragments, surfacing long enough to feel the burn before the cold pulled her under again. The frost had not stopped. It lived beneath her skin now, branching and receding and branching again, a root system that remembered her pulse. She was lying on something soft, a bed, not the infirmary. The air smelled of lamplight and dried herbs, and the particular dust that collected in rooms no one visited. Marta moved through the edges of her vision. Quick hands, folded cloth, the hiss of water heated over a flame. Cleo tried to speak, but her throat had forgotten how. "Don't." Marta's voice was low and precise. "You burned through half the heat in your body. The fever is the only thing keeping the frost from reaching your heart." Cleo looked down at her hand. It was not her hand anymore. The silver white had eaten the skin in spiraling patterns, branching across the back of her palm and up her wrist like the map of a river system no cartographer had ever drawn. The flesh beneath was mottled, dead and alive at the same time, shifting between pallor and a deep, bruised blue. She could not move her fingers. "Can you feel that?" Marta pressed a needle against Cleo's palm. "No? Good. That means the nerve death is holding. If you start feeling pins and needles again, the frost is pushing past the numbing agents." Cleo tried to sit up. Marta pushed her back down with a firmness that brooked no argument. "You lost consciousness in the ritual chamber. The guards carried you to the infirmary. I told them I would monitor you through the night because I have been your Chamberlain for 22 years, and I know how to manage your fevers." "What did you tell them?" "That the frost brand was spreading, but that you were stable. That I would report any changes by dawn, that the Grand Magister's orders would be followed to the letter. Marta's mouth tightened. He has not visited. Sabine Kadar sent a clerk to take a statement. I told them you were unconscious and could not speak. Cleo closed her eyes. The ceiling above her was dark wood, black with age, crossed by beams that sagged in the middle. This was not her room. The ceiling was lower, the walls were closer. Where are we? Service quarters, Marta said, as if she had heard the question. Above the old vestry corridor. No one comes here. The priests abandoned this wing 40 years ago when the deep ice started whispering through the foundation stones. Cleo turned her head. The room was small. A cot, a table, a single frost lamp turned to its lowest setting. The walls were stone, rough-cut and unplastered, and the floor slanted slightly toward the eastern wall where a crack ran from baseboard to ceiling. The crack was not in the plaster. It was in the stone itself. Marta followed her gaze. That appeared 3 nights ago, the same night you took the brand. Cleo stared at the crack. It was thin, hairline, but it ran straight and clean, like a line cut by something patient and sharp. And at the edge of her hearing, just below the crackle of the frost lamp, she could hear something moving behind it. Not scraping, whispering. The sound was dry and arrhythmic, like ice grinding against ice in a wind that had no direction. It rose and fell in patterns that almost resolved into words before slipping away. Do you hear that? Marta's hand stilled on the bandage. Hear what? The ice. It is speaking. But her eyes shifted to the crack in the wall, and for a moment Cleo saw something she had never seen in Marta's Arch's expression before. Fear. I do not hear anything, Marta said. But I have been in this room for 4 hours, and I have not stopped feeling watched. Cleo forced herself to focus. The fever was a wall between her and the world, but beneath it, the frost was pulsing. Not spreading, not retreating, pulsing, like a second heartbeat keyed to something below the citadel's foundations. She pressed her good hand to the cot. The stone floor beneath was cold, but not empty. She could feel it now. The old ritual corridors that the priests had abandoned, the chambers that had been sealed when the whispering started, the passages that ran beneath the citadel like veins beneath skin, carrying something that had been waiting for a Drozdov to bleed on the right stone. The brand opened something, Cleo said. Marta looked at her. The deep ice was waiting for me to take the rod, but it was not waiting for me to take the brand. It was waiting for me to touch the ceremony with Drozdov blood and break the seal that had been holding the vault shut since the last cycle. Marta's jaw tightened. The thing that was scraping, the thing you said the pattern forgot to seal. Yes. Cleo's voice was barely a whisper. It is not in the vaults anymore. Marta's hand stopped. Where is it? Cleo looked at the crack in the wall. The whispering was louder now. It had a shape, a rhythm. It was not random anymore. It was speaking her name, not Lisenka, Cleo. The frost in her hand pulsed in answer. It is in the walls, she said, and it is looking for me. Marta moved. She crossed the room in 3 quick strides, pressed her palm to the crack and went still. Her face drained of color, her lips parted. She pulled her hand back. The tips of her fingers were white with cold. Take your hand off the bed, she said. Now. Cleo obeyed. The moment her palm left the stone, the whispering stopped. The silence that followed was so complete that Cleo could hear her own blood moving through her veins, slow and thick and cold. Marta looked at her. You have been lying on the floor that covers the old ritual chambers, the ones the priests sealed because the ice remembered their names. Cleo understood. The frost brand had not just marked her, it had connected her. She was not a Drozdov who had taken a wound meant for someone else. She was a conduit, a living door. And the thing that had been sealed beneath the citadel was pressing against her from below, trying to find the crack that the brand had opened. Kazimir, she said. Marta shook her head. He is in his cell, under guard. The tribunal has not moved him yet. Sabine Kadar is pushing for immediate transfer to the northern holding facility. She argues that the brand was applied and the sentence is complete. Drozdov is hesitating, but I do not know how long his hesitation will last. Cleo tried to sit up again. This time she made it. The room tilted around her. The frost in her hand flared and receded, sending a wave of heat through her arm that made her gasp. The nerve death was breaking. Pins and needles were spreading through her fingers. "Your hand is regenerating," Marta said. "That is not possible. The frost brand should have killed the tissue permanently." Cleo looked down. The mottled skin was changing. The silver-white patterns were receding, pulling back toward the center of her palm, concentrated around a single point where the brand rod had made contact. The wound was not healing, it was consolidating, and in the center of the silver-white, a single dark line had appeared, a crack, not in her skin, in the frost itself. Cleo stared at it. The crack was the same width, the same angle as the crack in the wall. "I think I understand," she said slowly. "The frost brand was not the punishment. The frost brand was the key." Marta's face went very still. "Key to what?" Cleo looked up. "Key to the door that the priests sealed." Chapter 25. The silence in the room was so complete that Cleo heard the frost in her own lungs. She sat on the edge of the cot, her transformed hand wrapped in linen that Marta had torn from an old altar cloth. The crack in the wall had stopped whispering the moment she moved away from the floor, but she felt it still. A pressure behind her teeth, a hum in the marrow. Marta stood by the door, her frost-burned fingers tucked into her belt. "I need to know what you plan to do when he comes." Cleo looked up. "Who?" "The commander." Marta's voice was flat, professional, but something underneath it was sharp. "He will not stay in his cell while you are unconscious in a room he does not know exists. I have watched men like him before. They do not wait for permission." Cleo opened her mouth to answer. A footstep in the corridor. Not the heavy tread of a guard, a softer step. Careful. Marta moved. She crossed the room in 3 strides, pressed her back to the wall beside the door, and drew a knife from her belt in the same breath. The motion was so practiced that Cleo barely registered it before the blade was already reflecting the frost lamp. A knock. Low. 2 beats. Then 1. Marta's shoulders loosened. She opened the door. Kazimir Solanke stood in the doorway with his hands bare and his collar dark with melted frost. He was not wearing shackles. He was wearing a guard's coat, torn at the shoulder, and his face was half in shadow. He looked at Cleo, then at the crack in the wall, then at Marta. "You took her to the priest rooms," he said. Marta did not flinch. "The infirmary had watchers." "Sabine's." "Yes." Kazimir stepped inside. He moved like a man who had learned to read rooms by the placement of shadows. His eyes tracked the corners, the ceiling beams, the space behind the door. "You have 2 hours," he said. "Maybe less. Sabine is reorganizing the night watch. She will notice the guard I took this coat from before dawn." Marta sheathed her knife. "I will keep watch at the stair." She left without looking back. The door closed behind her with a soft click. Cleo and Kazimir were alone. The frost lamp flickered. He crossed the room and stopped at the foot of the cot, looking down at her with an expression she could not read. Not the cold fury of the prison keep, not the sharp focus of the vault battle. Something else. He looked tired. "I heard what you said to the court," he said, "before you took the rod." Cleo's throat tightened. "The servants are already calling it a mercy play, a performance to split the Drozdov house before the winter elections. Let them. They will hang that word around your neck before the week is out." Cleo looked at her bandaged hand. "I did not do it for the story." Kazimir was silent for a long moment. Then he sat down on the edge of the cot. The mattress dipped under his weight. He was close enough that Cleo felt the warmth coming off his shoulder, the heat that Frostcraft had not yet burned out of him. "Let me see it." She did not argue. She held out her hand. He unwrapped the linen with careful fingers. When the last layer came away, he went still. The frost brand was smaller than it had been that morning. The silver-white patterns had pulled back, concentrated in her palm, a tight spiral centered on a single dark line that ran straight and clean through the middle. A crack. Kazimir touched it. His thumb traced the edge of the frostburn, the boundary where living tissue met the silver scar. His skin was warm against hers. His touch was light, but he did not flinch. "Your father told the tribunal that the brand would mark you for life, that you would lose the hand within the year. He is usually right about these things." Kazimir looked up. His eyes were pale winter sky, the same cold blue she had seen in the vaults when he saved her. Then why is it healing? Cleo had no answer. He held her hand in both of his, turning it toward the frost lamp, studying the crack in the silver white as if you were reading a map. The thing in the walls, he said. It knows your name. Yes. It spoke to you through the brand. Yes. Kazimir was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, That is not Lisenka's wound. His voice was rough. That is yours. You took it. You carried it, and it changed into something no one expected because you are not who they thought you were. He looked at her. I do not know who you are. Cleo's chest tightened. The words hung between them, heavy and true and dangerous. I do not know either, she said. Not in this face, not in this room, not when the walls whisper my name in a voice that should not exist. Kazimir's jaw worked. He did not let go of her hand. Then we are both lost in the same dark. The frost lamp cast long shadows across his face. Cleo saw the scars at his temple, the set of his mouth, the tension in his shoulders that he carried like a second coat. She saw the man the serial had turned into a monster, and she saw someone else underneath. Someone who had come to a room he should not know existed, wearing a coat he had taken from a guard, to check a wound that should have killed her. Kazimir. His name came out softer than she meant. His eyes met hers. The air in the room changed. It was not the cold anymore, it was heat. A flush rising along her collarbone, a tightness in her chest that had nothing to do with fever. His hand was still around hers. His thumb traced the edge of the frost brand once more. Slow, deliberate. Heat theft, he said quietly. That is what frostcraft costs. But you did not burn your warmth to power a spell. You burned it to take a wound meant for me. It was not a spell. It was a choice. That was not a choice. That was a consequence. His voice dropped. And I have been sitting in my cell for 6 hours trying to understand why you made it. Cleo's heart was beating too fast. She could see the pulse in his throat, the way his breath had changed, the way his fingers tightened around hers. Maybe I did not want to watch you become what the story wanted. The word hung between them. Story. Kazimir looked at her for a long, searching moment. Then he leaned forward. His forehead touched hers, just barely. A whisper of contact that sent a shiver through her whole body. You are the worst liar I have ever met, he said, and the bravest woman I've ever stood beside. I do not feel brave. Bravery is not a feeling. It is what you do when the feeling runs out. His lips were close. Cleo could smell the frost on his skin, the old leather of his coat, the sharp salt of sweat and cold. She did not pull away, neither did he. The moment stretched. Heat pooled at the point where his forehead touched hers, spreading down through her chest, her stomach, her thighs. She wanted to close the distance. She wanted to kiss him. She could feel that he wanted it too. His hand tightened around hers. His breath caught, his mouth parted. Footsteps in the corridor. Fast. Running. The moment shattered. Kazimir was on his feet before Cleo could draw her next breath, his body between her and the door, his hands empty but ready. The door burst open. Marta stood in the frame, her face pale and set. Sabine has taken the seal of the Grand Magister's private vault. She is filing an excision request for the commander. Kazimir's expression did not change. How long? An hour, maybe less. Her clerks are already drawing the order. He looked at Cleo. The heat was gone. In its place was a cold, sharp clarity. Then I need to leave before she finds me here. Cleo stood, her legs held. I am coming with you. Kazimir shook his head. You cannot. You are the only witness who knows what the brand means. If Sabine takes you, the crack in the wall stays silent. The thing beneath the city stays sealed. Then I am coming far enough to keep you alive. Marta looked at her. Cleo met her eyes. Do you have a way out of the citadel that does not pass through the main gate? Marta's expression flickered. Then she said, There is an old cistern route that connects to the temple archives. Take him. Marta nodded once. Kazimir turned at the door. He looked at Cleo with an expression she had never seen before. Not hatred, not suspicion, something that looked like fear. Do not touch the crack in the wall while I am gone. I will not. and do not die before I come back." He did not wait for an answer. He followed Marta into the dark corridor. The door closed. The frost lamp flickered. Cleo stood alone in the silent room with a crack in her palm and a name in her throat that she had not let herself speak aloud. And in the wall behind her, the whispering began again. Chapter 26. The whispering had stopped. Cleo stood at the center of the priest room with her branded hand pressed against her chest, listening to silence so complete it felt like a held breath. The crack in the wall had gone dark, no scrape of ice on stone, no voice speaking her name, but she felt it anyway. A pressure behind her ribs, as if something had pressed its palm against the inside of her skin and was waiting for her to press back. She did not sleep. She sat on the edge of the cot with her back to the wall that held the crack, watching the door Marta had closed behind Kazimir. The frost lamp burned low. The linen on her hand had loosened during the night, and she could see the brand beneath. Silver-white spirals pulled tight into her palm, the dark crack running through the center like a broken seam in frozen river ice. The worst liar he had ever met, the bravest woman he had ever stood beside. She pressed her thumb into the edge of the brand and felt nothing. No pain, no heat, just the wrongness of flesh that had become something else. The door opened. Cleo was on her feet before she registered the motion, her body moving with a speed she had not known she possessed. Kazimir stood in the frame. He wore the same torn guard coat. His face was shadowed with exhaustion, his jaw tight, his eyes carrying something she had not seen in him before. Not hatred, not suspicion. Uncertainty. "Sabine's excision order went through," he said. "She has runners on every gate and watchers in the service passages. Marta is holding them off with misdirection, but she cannot hold them long." Cleo's throat felt dry. "Why did you come back?" He looked at her for a long moment. "Because I did not finish what I needed to say." He stepped inside and closed the door behind him. The frost lamp flickered. The air between them seemed to thicken. "Say it then." Kazimir moved closer. Not close enough to touch, close enough that she could see the pulse beating in his throat. "I have spent 4 years hating Lisenka Drozdova," he said. "I have imagined what I would do if I ever had her in a room alone. I have rehearsed the words I would say, the wounds I would return." His voice was calm, precise, as if he had practiced this too. "Then you took a brand meant for me, and I do not know what to do with that." Cleo held his gaze. "Then do not do anything with it. Let it be what it was, a choice. A choice I did not ask for." "No, you did not." The silence stretched. Kazimir's hands were at his sides, fingers slightly curled, as if he was holding himself back from reaching for her. "I do not trust you," he said. "I know. I do not trust what you have done, or why, or what you want from me when this is over. I know that too. Then tell me something I can hold on to." Cleo felt the weight of the question. She could have lied. She could have told him she needed nothing from him, that she had acted out of pure altruism, that she expected no return. It was what the script would have wanted her to say, but the script had already burned. "I am afraid," she said. His expression flickered. "Of what?" "Of becoming what this world wants me to be. Of opening a door I cannot close. Of watching you walk into the dark and never coming back because I did not tell you the truth when I had the chance." She took a breath. "I do not know what I want from you. I do not know if I want anything at all. But I know I do not want to lose you to a story that has been using you since before I was born." Kazimir's face changed. Something cracked behind his eyes. "You are afraid of losing me?" "Yes. To a story. Yes." He let out a breath that was almost a laugh. "So am I." The words landed like frost on bare skin. Then footsteps in the corridor. Not running this time. Measured. Heavy. A knock. Cleo's heart seized. Kazimir moved to the side of the door, his body angled, his eyes fixed on the handle. The door opened. Ivo Mercer stood in the frame, his physician's coat stained with lamp oil, his lean face pale in the dim light. He looked at Kazimir first, then at Cleo. "You need to hear this before the Grand Magister moves." Cleo's hand tightened around the edge of the cot. Tell me. Ivo stepped inside and closed the door behind him. Drozdov has requested full access to your medical condition. He wants to know how the brand is healing, what it has done to your body, and whether the bloodline rites can still be performed. Cleo felt the floor tilt. Bloodline rites, she repeated. Ivo's face was grim. There is a sealed route in the Drozdov lineage records. I found it in the temple archives last night, buried under 3 layers of restricted access. It is a ceremony that can only be performed on an heir whose body has been marked by the deep ice. He paused, and it does not require your consent. Kazimir's voice cut through the silence. What does the rite do? Ivo looked at him. It makes the conduit permanent. If Ansel performs it on Cleo, she will no longer be able to choose whether the deep ice speaks through her. The door will be open, and it will never close. The frost lamp guttered. Cleo looked down at her hand, at the crack in the brand that mirrored the crack in the wall. The door will be open, and it will never close. When does he plan to perform it? She asked. Ivo's face was stone. Tomorrow night, the same hour as the original branding. Cleo raised her eyes to Kazimir. The certainty between them was gone. In its place was something sharper, something that could cut, but also something that could hold. Chapter 27. The cistern tunnels smelled of iron and old stone. Cleo moved behind Marta, her frost-branded hand wrapped tight in linen, the crack in her palm pulsing with a rhythm that did not match her heartbeat. The passage sloped downward, walls running with condensation, and every third step she felt the deep ice shift beneath her like a sleeper turning in its bed. Ivo had left 15 minutes ago. His warning still burned in her chest. Tomorrow night, the same hour as the original branding. Kazimir had wanted to come with her. She had told him no. You cannot protect me from what I need to see. His jaw had tightened. The scar across his temple caught the frost lamp light. Then do not take so long that I have to come find you. Marta stopped at a narrow iron door, its surface pitted with rust. Beyond this point, the temple archives answer to no one but the archivist. Even the Grand Magister's seal requires a countersign to open the restricted shelves. She turned the rusted handle. The door swung inward on silent hinges that should have screamed. I will wait here. Do not touch anything you do not understand. Cleo stepped through into a corridor of stone so cold her breath crystallized. The archive stretched before her in rows of iron shelving, each case sealed with frost wax and stamped with dates that went back further than the Citadel's official history. Dust hung in the lamplight. The silence was absolute. A figure moved at the far end. Yelena Faraz was smaller than Cleo had imagined, young, with the sharp shoulders of someone who spent too many hours among paper and not enough standing in the sun. Her hands were stained with ink. Her eyes were the same pale gray as the stone walls. You should not be here. Cleo held up her bandaged hand. I know. Yelena's gaze dropped to the linen, to the faint silver glow bleeding through the wrappings. Ivo told me what happens tomorrow night. Then you know why I came. Yelena hesitated. Her fingers twitched at her sides, a nervous habit that had worn the ink stains deeper on her right thumb. I have spent 7 years in this archive, she said. I was assigned here because I was good at keeping quiet, because I never asked what the records meant, because I only cataloged what I was told to catalog and burned what I was told to burn. She looked at Cleo. But I read everything before I burned it. Cleo felt the words settle. Show me. Yelena led her deeper into the stacks, past shelves marked with faded sigils that Cleo did not recognize, past a locked iron cabinet whose surface was etched with warnings in a language older than Frostmark's official script. She stopped at a reading table buried under bundles of yellowed parchment. I started collecting fragments 3 years ago, Yelena said. Documents that did not match the dates stamped on them, files that had been relabeled with later years but written on paper that was crumbling at the edges. Records that made no sense unless you read them beside each other. She pulled a sheaf of parchment from beneath the pile. This one is dated year 71 of the Tribunal, but the ink is the same as the samples from year 43. The handwriting matches a scribe who died in year 58. Cleo took the page. The script was tight, precise, the same hand she had seen in Ivo's medical ledgers, but the words were different. The subject resisted the transfer. Frost reached the throat scar before the first seal failed. The conduit collapsed at the 4th hour. Observation suggests the bloodline requires a living heir who has not yet been turned against the pattern. Clean over shore wavenry syndicalizing, despite the sink. Then the water huntful to clear Tekken. Him bent, hitting the head gasky. This is about a previous subject, a previous Lisenka. Yelena nodded. I found 12 fragments so far. They describe the same procedure, the same failure points, the same notes about the throat scar. She paused, and one of them uses a phrase I have heard only once before, in a story my grandmother told me when I was a child, a story about something that waits beneath the ice and speaks in the voice of the person you trust most. Cleo looked down at the fragment in her hands. The conduit collapsed at the 4th hour. Her brand pulsed. The crack in her palm seemed to deepen. What is the phrase? Yelena's face was pale. The door will be open, and it will never close. Cleo felt the floor drop away. The exact words from the serial, the exact phrasing Evo had used an hour ago. You have seen this before, Cleo said. Yelena reached into the pile and pulled out a single sheet of paper, brittle and brown at the edges, written in a hand that was older than anything Cleo had touched so far. The ink was faded, the margins were burned, but the first line was unmistakable. To the one who wears my face when I am gone. Cleo's hand trembled. If you are reading this, the pattern has repeated. The ice has found a new mouth. The tribunal has prepared a new body, and I have failed. Do not let them perform the rites. Do not let them seal the door. Burn this before you leave. Cleo looked up at Yelena. How long have you had this? Yelena's voice was barely a whisper. 4 years. It was buried in a sealed case marked for destruction. The name on the seal was Lisenka Drozdova. She swallowed. But the handwriting does not match yours. It matches the scribe who died in year 58, which means the letter was written before you were born. Cleo stood in the silence of the archive, the brittle page in her hands, the brand burning beneath the linen. To the one who wears my face when I am gone. Somewhere above, the citadel moved toward tomorrow night, and the deep ice pressed against the crack in her palm, waiting. Chapter 28. The archive's frost lamps cast long shadows across the reading table as Cleo set the letter down and pressed her palm flat against the parchment. To the one who wears my face when I am gone. The words burned differently now, not metaphor. The brand under her linen throbbed in recognition. There are 12 fragments, Yelena said, spreading them across the table with trembling hands. But they are not separate documents. They are pieces of a single record that was deliberately broken apart and filed under different years, different classifications, different jurisdictions. Cleo looked at the first fragment, year stamped, 71. Handwriting, year 43. Content. The subject resisted the transfer. She moved to the second. Year stamped, 66. Handwriting, year 51. Content. The brand reached the throat scar at the second seal. The conduit held for 6 hours before the tissue rejected the connection. The third. Year stamped, 82. Handwriting, year 58. Content. She asked for paper and ink before the final sealing. The tribunal denied the request. The pattern requires silence. Cleo's throat tightened. They knew, she said. Every time. They knew what the ritual did, and they recorded the failures so the next cycle could avoid them. Yelena nodded slowly. But they never avoided them. Look at the dates. Cleo spread them in order. Year 43, year 51, year 58, year 66, year 71, year 79, year 87. Each fragment described the same procedure. Each one recorded a different failure point. Each one ended with a variation of the same phrase. The pattern continues. 7 attempts, Cleo said. 7 Lisenkas before me. 8, Yelena corrected. She pulled out a final fragment, smaller than the others, the ink almost illegible. This one is dated year 93. No handwriting match, no scribe record, just a single line. Cleo took it. She refused. The pattern broke, the door opened, and it never closed. The words from the serial, the words from Yelena's grandmother, the words that had been following Cleo since she woke on that marble floor. What happened? Cleo asked. After the door opened? Yelena shook her head. The record stops. The next fragment in sequence would be year 1 of the current Tribunal calendar, but the shelf is empty. Someone removed it. Who? Someone with access to the sealed archives. Someone who knew exactly which document to take. Cleo stared at the empty space on the table where the missing fragment should have been. She refused. The pattern broke. She had already refused. She had taken the brand meant for Kazimir. She had spoken the words that should have damned her, and the pattern was still moving. The missing section describes what happens when Lisenka refuses her script, Cleo said, and someone does not want me to read it. Yelena's face went pale. There is another cabinet, further down the restricted corridor. I have never opened it because the seal requires a Drozdov signet and a countersign I do not know. Cleo looked at her thumb where the cold iron signet still bit into the skin. Show me. They moved deeper into the archive, past shelves whose sigils glowed faintly in the dark, past a door that had been bricked over and plastered smooth, past a corner where the frost on the walls did not melt even when Yelena brought the lamp close. The cabinet stood at the end of the corridor. It was smaller than the others, waist-high, banded in black iron that had not rusted. The surface was etched with the same warnings Cleo had seen on the iron cabinet earlier, but these were deeper, cut into the metal rather than painted on. And at the center of the door, a recessed panel shaped like a signet ring. I have never seen anyone open it, Yelena said. The archivist before me said it had been sealed since before the tribunal records began. She told me to never touch it, never mention it, never let anyone know it existed. Cleo pressed her thumb into the recess. The cold iron signet clicked against the metal. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the cabinet door groaned, a sound like ice cracking on a frozen river, and swung inward. Inside, a single leather-bound volume sat on a bed of black cloth. The cover had no title, no sigil, no marking of any kind. Cleo lifted it out. The leather was cold against her fingers, cold in a way that had nothing to do with temperature, the same cold she felt in her brand, the same cold that whispered to her through the crack in the wall. She opened the cover. The first page was blank. The second page was blank. The third page contained a single line of text written in the same tight hand as the fragment from year 43. The pattern has repeated 8 times. This record exists to ensure the 9th will succeed. Cleo turned the page and stopped breathing. The page was filled with names, 8 of them, each one followed by a date of birth, a date of first branding, and a date of death. The first name, Lisenka Drozdova, born year 12, branded year 30, died year 43. The second name, Lisenka Drozdova, born year 32, branded year 50, died year 58. The third name, Lisenka Drozdova, born year 47, branded year 65, died year 71. The pattern continued down the page, each Lisenka younger than the last, each one branded at approximately 18 years of age, each one dead within 13 years of the branding. The eighth name, Lisenka Drozdova, born year 79, branded year 93, died year 93. The same year the fragment had recorded. She refused. The pattern broke, the door opened. Cleo looked at the bottom of the page. There was a 9th line. Her name was already written. Lisenka Drozdova, born year 98, branded year current. The date of death was blank, but beneath it, in fresher ink, someone had added a note. The bloodline rights will resolve the variable. Schedule for tomorrow night, same hour as the original ceremony. Grand Magister approval confirmed. Cleo stared at the page until the words blurred. The pattern had never been about Kazimir. The branding had never been about him. He was a pressure point, yes, a trigger, a tool the cycle used to produce the catastrophe that justified the next round of control. But the true mechanism was her. Lisenka Drozdova, born, branded, died, and born again, 8 times before, and now the 9th. Cleo! Yelena's voice was sharp with fear. Cleo looked up. The frost lamps at the far end of the corridor had gone dark. The shadows were moving, not shifting. moving, like something was walking through them, pushing the darkness ahead of itself like a curtain, and the crack in Cleo's palm was burning. "We need to leave," Yelena whispered, but Cleo could not move, because the darkness was not empty, and it was speaking her name. Chapter 29. The darkness was not empty. Cleo stood frozen, the leather-bound volume pressed against her chest, her branded palm throbbing in rhythm with the shadows that moved toward her. The frost lamps had gone dark one by one, not sputtering out but swallowing their own light like breath drawn inward. What remained was not darkness, it was weight. Yelena grabbed her arm. "This way, now." They ran. The corridor bent left, then right, past shelves whose sigils flickered and died as the shadow reached them. Yelena knew the path by memory, her ink-stained fingers brushing walls, finding turns that did not look like turns, pulling Cleo through gaps between shelves that should not have fit a body. Behind them, the darkness did not chase. It spread, measured, certain, the way something spreads that already knows where you are going. Yelena slammed a door behind them, threw a bolt, pressed her back against the wood, and stood there, breathing in short, sharp gasps. "That has never happened before," she whispered. "The lamps, the shadows, that has never happened." Cleo looked down at her hand. The crack in her palm was dark. Not black. Dark in the same way the corridor had been dark. A color that should not exist in the visible spectrum. "It knows I found the record," she said. "It knows I know." The word had no face, but it had a name in her mind now. The deep ice. Not a force, not a weather pattern, a thing that could move through walls, knew her true nay, and had been waiting for her to understand what she was. Yelena's face was gray. "You cannot stay here. You cannot stay in the Citadel at all. If the Grand Magister performs the rites tomorrow." "I know. Then what are you going to do?" Cleo did not answer. She was looking at the book in her hands. The leather was warm now, alive with the same pressure she felt behind her ribs. She thought of the 8 Lisenakas before her, each one branded, each one dead within 13 years, each one part of a pattern that used Kazimir's pain as fuel and her body as the vessel. The 9th line had her name, but the date of death was still blank. And that meant the story was not finished yet. Marta met her at the cistern entrance with a torch and a face that said she already knew something had gone wrong. "The excision teams have been recalled," she said. "Sabine is pulling them back to the surface level. Something is moving in the lower vaults. She wants every available body above ground before midnight." "She knows," Yelena said. Marta's eyes went to the book in Cleo's hands. "What did you find?" Cleo did not answer that either. Instead, she said, "Where is Kazimir?" "Waiting where you left him. He refused to go farther. Said he would not run until he knew you were clear." Of course he did. Cleo moved past her into the tunnel, the book tucked under her arm, the crack in her palm still dark. The pressure behind her ribs had settled into something steady. A second heartbeat. A countdown she could not stop. She found him in the priest room, standing with his back to the crack in the wall, arms crossed, face unreadable. He took one look at her and his expression changed. "What happened?" She set the book on the cot and opened it to the page with the 9 names. He read in silence. She watched his face as he read, watched the recognition land like a physical blow. His jaw tightened. His hands went still. The stillness was worse than fury. 8 times, he said. 8. Before this one. Before you. Yes. He looked up. His pale winter sky eyes were cold in a way she had never seen before. Not angry. Cold. The cold of someone who has just understood that his entire life has been a tool in a design he was never meant to see. "The branding," he said. "The trials. The regiment. My men dying in the quarries. All of it." "Pressure points," she said. "The cycle needed a trigger. Someone to rebel. Someone to become the threat that justified the Tribunal's control. The deep ice needed me." The word hung between them. Cleo wanted to say something, to soften it, to explain that he was more than that the pattern had used him, but he was not defined by it. that she had seen who he really was in the vaults when he refused to abandon a wounded guard who had served the regime that imprisoned him. But she did not say any of that, because he was not looking at her like she was an ally. He was looking at her like she was holding the record he had just read. "How long have you known?" The question was quiet, precise, a blade drawn from a sheath. "I suspected since the archive, since Yelena showed me the first fragments, but I did not have confirmation until tonight." "And you came to tell me?" "Yes." "All of it?" She hesitated. It was a small hesitation, a breath, a fraction of a heartbeat. But he saw it. His face changed. The cold fury cracked into something raw, something that looked like betrayal. "You are still filtering," he said, "still deciding what I can bear." "I am trying to protect you." "No." He stepped closer, not threatening, precise, the way he had moved through the vaults during the White attack. "You are trying to protect the version of me you have decided can still be saved. The one you are writing in your head, the one who will make the choices you need him to make." "That is not true." "Then tell me the part you are leaving out." She could not, because the part she was leaving out was the part she had not fully faced herself. The 9th Lisenka, the blank date of death, the fact that the pattern did not need him to survive. It only needed him to survive long enough to become what the cycle required. And the note in the cabinet. The bloodline rights will resolve the variable. She was the variable, not him. The pattern could discard him. It had already done so 8 times. The ritual had never needed Kazimir Solanke alive. It had only needed him to hurt in the right way, at the right time, so that Lisenka Drozdova could be branded and bound and used as the conduit for the next cycle of control. If she told him that the cycle could proceed without him, that his survival was optional, he would make a choice she could not predict, and she was afraid of what he would choose. "You still do not trust me," he said. "I trust you more than anyone in this citadel." That is not the same thing. He was right. It was not. She opened her mouth to tell him the truth, the whole truth, the part that made her hands shake and her ribs ache with the pressure of something waiting inside her. But before the words came, the crack in the wall behind Kazimir groaned, a sound like ice moving against stone, and the darkness in the corridor beyond the priest room swallowed the torchlight whole. Chapter 30. The darkness swallowed the torchlight in a single, breathless gulp. Not smoke, not shadow, something that drank the glow from the air and left the priest room standing in a lightless gray, the edges of things gone soft and uncertain. Cleo's hand went to the crack in her palm. The dark color pulsed once, a low throb that matched the pressure behind her ribs. Kazimir had not moved. He stood with his back to the wall crack, arms still crossed, face still unreadable. But she saw the shift in his stance, weight dropping into his heels, hands opening, ready. "It is in the walls," she said. "I know. It knows my name. It has been whispering to me since the branding. The crack in my hand matches the crack in the stone. Marta said the priests abandoned this wing 40 years ago because the Foundation started speaking." He watched her. His pale winter sky eyes held the same cold clarity she had seen when he read the Book of 9 Names. Not angry, assessing. "You are stalling," he said. The word landed like a blade. "You brought the darkness here," he continued, "or it followed you. And instead of telling me the part you left out, you are describing what I can see." She felt the heat rise to her face. Shame or anger, or the edge of both. "You want the full file," she said. "I want the truth you are still holding. The part you think will break me, or cost me, or make me stop being the man you have decided I should become." The darkness pressed against the doorway, not advancing, waiting. Cleo pulled the leather-bound volume from under her arm. She opened it to the 9th page, the one with her name and the blank death date, and set it on the cot between them. "The pattern does not need you alive," she said. He did not flinch. "It needs you to suffer in the right way, at the right time. The branding, the public humiliation, the loss of everything you loved. Those are the ingredients. The ritual uses your pain as a reagent to bind the Drozdov conduit. After that, she stopped, forced herself to finish. After that, you are irrelevant. The cycle can proceed without you. It has done so 8 times. He looked at the open page, at the 8 names, at hers. I am expendable, he said. The pattern treats you as expendable. And you knew this. I suspected since the archive confirmed the cycle. I knew for certain when I read the note in the sealed cabinet. The bloodline rights are meant to resolve me, not you. I am the variable. You are the trigger. He said nothing. The silence stretched, sharp and breathless, as the darkness at the threshold thickened. Cleo reached into her coat and pulled out the folded sheaf of papers she had taken from the archive before the lamps died. Yelena's fragments, the forged treason documents, the sealed recantations, the 8 Lisenka's warning letter. She held them out. Kazimir looked at the bundle, at her face, at the papers again. What is this? The complete file, everything I have found, the mechanism of the cycle, the Tribunal's manufactured evidence, the pattern's true target, the 8th Lisenka's refusal, and what followed. Why now? Because you asked for the truth, and I have been deciding what to give you instead of letting you choose what to receive. He took the bundle, slowly, deliberately. His fingers brushed hers, and she felt the heat of his skin against the frost cold of her branded palm. He did not open the papers. He held them, feeling their weight, as if he was testing whether she had finally handed over something real. You are afraid, he said. Yes. Of what I will do with this. Yes. You think I will read it and choose vengeance, walk into the Citadel's heart with the evidence and burn it all down, become what the cycle wanted me to be, even knowing it was designed. She did not answer, because she was afraid of exactly that. Afraid that the truth would not free him, would arm him with reasons to become the warlord the deep ice had been trying to make all along. He tucked the papers inside his coat, then he stepped past her, toward the doorway where the darkness waited. Kazimir. He stopped. Where are you going? He did not turn around. To read what you gave me, to decide what it means, to think without you standing over me, measuring whether I am still the man you need me to be. The words cut, clean and precise. That is not what I was doing. You were deciding what to tell me. That is the same thing. She had no answer. He took a step into the darkness. It parted around him, reluctant, as if the deep ice itself did not want to lose him. If you leave now, she said, I do not know if you will come back. Neither do I. He looked over his shoulder. His face was half in shadow, half in the gray light that hung over the priest room like fog over a grave. That is what trust means, he said. You give someone the truth and let them choose, even if you do not like what they choose with it. He walked into the darkness. The shadows closed behind him like water over a stone. Cleo stood alone in the priest room with the leather-bound volume open on the cot and the crack in the wall, breathing steady and slow. Her branded hand throbbed, the pressure behind her ribs tightened, and somewhere in the dark of the service passages, she heard a door open. Not a slam, not a creak. The sound of iron hinges turning on their own, slow and deliberate. She looked at the wall crack. It had grown. A hairline thinner than before, but longer, reaching toward the ceiling like a vein. The darkness pressed closer. Not the darkness Kazimir had walked into. The darkness that had followed her from the archive. The one that had been waiting. It gathered at the threshold of the priest room, and it spoke in her name. Not her voice, not Lisenka's. The voice of the thing the pattern had forgotten to seal, and it sounded like someone who had been expectant for a very long time. Chapter 31. The darkness at the threshold spoke her name. Not Cleo, not Lisenka. The name the deep ice had been waiting to say since the brand took root in her palm, a sound that vibrated through bone and breath and the hollow spaces between them. It gathered like smoke taking form, pressing against the lintel as if testing whether the priest room still held a ward she could not see. Then footsteps. Not from the darkness, from the service passage behind it. The darkness flickered, drew back a handspan. Kazimir stepped out of the shadow with a man Cleo had never seen before. He was leaner than Kazimir, scarred across the jaw and temple in the same pattern as the old combat wounds she had traced in her memory of the serial. The 7th Northern Scouts wore their damage-like unit insignia. He moved with the flat economy of someone who had spent years surviving routes that should have killed him. He stopped when he saw her. The darkness at the threshold hung suspended, waiting, as if it recognized the new variable and was calculating whether to advance or withdraw. The stranger looked at Cleo, then at the crack in the wall that had grown another finger length toward the ceiling, then at the living dark that breathed at the door. "This is the Drozdova woman," he said, not a question. "This is Cleo," Kazimir said. The stranger's jaw tightened. "You told me she was not Lisenka. You did not tell me she was marked." "It happened 3 days ago." "And you stayed." Kazimir met the accusation without flinching. "I came back." The darkness receded, not defeated, uninterested. It pulled back into the corridor like a tide deciding the shore was not worth the cost of the crossing, leaving the frost lamp at the end of the passage flickering back to life. Cleo let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. "Who are you?" The stranger stepped into the priest room. He did not approach her. He circled to the far wall, putting distance between them, and studied the crack as if it were a map he needed to memorize. "Petar is," Kazimir said. "My scout captain, the one who survived." Survived. The word carried 4 years of weight. The Tribunal had listed the 7th Northern Scouts as destroyed. Every casualty report Ivo Mercer had shown her ended with the same phrase, "No survivors confirmed." "I thought you were dead." Petar turned. His eyes were the same pale winter sky as Kazimir's, but harder. So did the Tribunal. That was the point. He looked at the leather-bound volume still open on the cot, at the 8 names, at hers. 9th line, date of death, blank. "You showed him the record," Petar said. "I gave him everything." Everything. You knew he was the trigger. You knew the Tribunal built its legal machine on his bones. And you told him tonight. Tonight was when I had the full truth to give. You had enough 3 weeks ago to warn him. 3 weeks ago I was trying to survive inside a face that everyone in this citadel hates. 3 weeks ago, I did not know the pattern extended beyond the branding. 3 weeks ago, I was still trying to decide if I could trust him. And now, Cleo met his gaze. Now I have given him the means to walk into the citadel's heart and burn it down. And I am still standing here, waiting for him to come back, instead of trying to control what he does with the truth. Petar held her stare for a long moment. Then he turned to Kazimir. "She is not lying. I know. She is still dangerous. I know that too." Petar walked to the cot. He picked up the leather-bound volume, flipped to the 9th page, and read the entry with the same flat efficiency he had used to read the wall crack. 8 Lisenkas, each branded, each dead within 13 years, 9th line already written. He closed the book. "How did the previous one end?" "The 8th Lisenka refused the ritual," Cleo said. "The record says the door opened and never closed. The fragment describing what happened next was removed from the archive." "Removed by whom?" "Someone with authorized access. I do not know their name." Petar set the book down. He looked at Kazimir with something that might have been grief, held too long to still feel sharp. "I told you," he said quietly. "After the quarries, after Ilarion died in my arms, I told you the Tribunal was not punishing you. It was building something with your suffering. You did not believe me. I believe you now. And what are you going to do with that belief?" Kazimir did not answer immediately. He walked to the wall crack and pressed his palm flat against the stone. The gesture was deliberate, not impulsive, a man testing whether the thing he feared would answer his touch. "I am going to read every page she gave me," he said. "Then I am going to decide what the truth requires, not what the cycle demands, not what the Tribunal expects, not what Cleo hopes I will choose. What is required." Petar's jaw worked. He looked at Cleo again, and this time his eyes held something other than distrust. Wariness, still, but beneath it, the reluctant acknowledgement of a soldier who recognized when his commander had already made his decision. "The North is stirring," he said. Cleo's attention snapped to him. "What do you mean?" "I have been moving through the occupied routes for 18 months. Settlements that went quiet during the Tribunal's consolidation. Villages that stopped sending tribute. Patrols that reported everything normal, then stopped reporting at all." He paused. "The weather is changing wrong, frost forming on stone that has not held frost in living memory. Ice moving against the current in rivers that should be frozen solid." "The deep ice," Cleo said. "Or something it has been waiting for." Petar reached inside his coat and pulled out a folded map, creased along every seam, marked with charcoal scrawls that looked like troop movements but were not. The routes curved in ways that made no tactical sense. They curved around places. "These are the settlements that went dark," he said. "Not attacked, not conquered, silent. The Tribunal thinks the inhabitants fled north. I think something called them." He laid the map on the cot beside the leather volume. Cleo looked at the charcoal lines. They formed a pattern she recognized. The same spiral she had seen in the frost brand on her palm. The same curve that described the crack in the wall. The same shape that appeared in Yelena's fragments, written in the margins of every failed conduit record. The deep ice was not just waiting beneath the citadel. It was already moving through the north. "How many settlements?" Kazimir asked. 12 that I have confirmed, possibly more. The strange weather extends beyond the patrol routes. I came back to Valsara because I needed to know if the Tribunal was responsible, if they had opened something they could not control." "They opened it," Cleo said. "The branding ritual was never about punishing Kazimir. It was designed to create a conduit. I am that conduit. And tomorrow night, the Bloodline rites will make it permanent." Petar stared at her. Then he laughed, a dry, hollow sound that held no humor. "I spent 4 years believing the Tribunal was evil because it destroyed my regiment and called it legal. I spent 4 more years believing it was calculating, efficient cruelty dressed in robes and ritual. I did not realize it was small." "Small?" "The Grand Magister is not a tyrant building an empire. He is a clerk sealing a door he is afraid to open, generation after generation, using his own bloodline as the lock. And he is terrified that if he stops, the door will open anyway." Petar looked at the crack in the wall. He is probably right. The frost lamp at the end of the corridor flickered. The darkness outside the priest room had not returned, but the air had thickened, pressing against the threshold like a held breath. "We have until tomorrow night," Kazimir said. "Less," Petar replied. "Sabine Kedar does not need the rights to destroy Cleo. She needs only to prove that she is compromised. Possessed. A threat to the citadel. The rights are the official mechanism. Excision is the faster one." Sabine recalled her excision teams to the surface, Cleo said. Something moved in the lower vaults. She pulled them back. Petar's expression sharpened. "When?" "Tonight, before the archive." He turned to Kazimir. "The lower vaults connect to the ritual heart. If the deep ice is active in the vaults, it is already preparing the chamber for tomorrow." Sabine did not recall her teams to protect them. She recalled them because the vaults are no longer safe for her people. The implications settled over the room like frost. The Bloodline rites were not just scheduled. The deep ice was already preparing for them. Cleo looked at the crack in the wall, at the spiral on her palm, at the leather-bound volume with her name already written in the 9th line. She was not the variable anymore. She was the door. Chapter 32. The frost lamp at the end of the corridor had not stopped flickering. Cleo stood in the priest room doorway, the leather volume pressed against her ribs, Petar's map folded into her coat pocket. The darkness that had spoken her name had retreated into the service passages, but it had not gone far. She felt it waiting, patient, coiled in the stone like a held breath. "We need to move," she said, "before Sabine reorganizes her teams and seals every route out of this wing." Petar was already checking the blade at his belt. "The cistern path connects to the lower armory. From there I can reach the northern postern without crossing the main courtyard." "Zorik is waiting at the archive entrance," Kazimir said. She will not leave without word. Cleo nodded. We go together as far as the archive. Then, a footstep in the corridor stopped her. Not the shuffle of a guard on patrol. The deliberate, unhurried tread of someone who knew exactly where they were walking and wanted to be heard. Marta appeared at the archway, her face unreadable, frost-burned fingers gripping something white. A tribunal summons. The seal had already been broken. The archivist has been taken, she said. The words landed like a blade between Cleo's ribs. Yelena, Cleo breathed. When? 20 minutes ago. 2 of Sabine Kadar's intelligence officers entered the archive while you were still in the priest room. They did not search. They went straight to the restricted shelves and removed her. They knew exactly where to find her. Kazimir moved toward the door. How many? 6, including the officers. She did not resist. They did not need to force her. She walked out between them with a seal over her mouth and her hands bound in cold iron. Cleo's hand found the crack in her palm. The impossible dark at its center pulsed once, as if answering something below. Sabine did not take her for information, Cleo said slowly. She took her to prove a point. Yelena was the one who showed me the fragments. She is the witness who can testify that someone with archive access removed the 9th fragment. If Sabine silences her, then the record becomes her word against yours, Petar finished. And you are Lisenka Drozdova, marked conduit of the deep ice, whose testimony carries the weight of a Drozdov name and the rot beneath it. Marta held out the summons. There is more. Sabine is already circulating a statement to the tribunal's record keepers. She claims Yelena was found with forged documents intended to destabilize the bloodline succession. That someone inside the Citadel is conspiring with frontier rebels to collapse Frostmark's legal order and replace it with… Marta paused. With something worse. Cleo took the summons. The ink was still wet at the edges. She is framing Yelena, Cleo said, to force me into a choice. What choice? Kazimir asked. I can go to the tribunal publicly and deny the accusation, claim Yelena was acting on my orders, that the documents were legitimate research, that Sabine is manufacturing evidence to protect the Grand Magister's secret. That clears Yelena, but it confirms everything Anselm suspects about me. I become the public threat he can use to justify the bloodline rights tomorrow night. Or I let the accusation stand. I let Yelena take the fall for the forged documents. I hide in the priest room and pretend I never saw the fragments, and Sabine keeps her quiet, processing her through the excision pipeline before anyone can ask questions. The silence stretched. Petar was the first to speak. The archivist knows what she found. She knows who removed the 9th fragment. If you abandon her to protect yourself, you lose the only living witness who can verify the pattern. If I try to free her publicly, I give Ansel exactly what he needs to accelerate the rites, Cleo said. The bloodline ceremony is already prepared. The chamber is already active. He does not need a full legal case. He needs suspicion. And suspicion is all Sabine is building. Marta's frost-burned fingers tightened on the summons. There is a third option. Cleo looked up. Sabine's intelligence officers followed protocol. They filed a report, secured the prisoner, and will hold Yelena in the excision holding cells beneath the tribunal chambers until morning. They are not expecting a rescue tonight. They are expecting a legal response, a formal appeal, a public challenge from the Drozdov heir. Because that is the predictable play, Kazimir said slowly. The one Lisenka would make. Lisenka would never have come for Yelena at all, Marta replied. She would have let the archivist burn and used the distraction to consolidate power elsewhere. Sabine's net is designed for the woman she knows, the woman who thinks politically, publicly, through procedural moves. Cleo looked at the living dark pressing against the threshold of the service passage. She is not expecting me to move through the dark. The decision crystallized in the space between one breath and the next. She is not expecting me to move through the dark. Kazimir's jaw tightened. If we go now, we lose the element of surprise by morning. We do not wait until morning. Cleo turned to Marta. Where are the holding cells? Beneath the tribunal chambers, 2 levels below the archive, accessed through the foundation passage. The same route the priests used 40 years ago, before they abandoned the wing. The cistern path connects to it? Marta paused. Partially. The route was sealed when the priests left, but the seal is 40 years old. Stone, not iron. Petar was already moving toward the service passage. I can open a stone seal. Give me 10 minutes and a cold iron blade. What about you? Kazimir asked Cleo. Your hand is marked. The deep ice knows when you move. If you enter the foundation passages, it will feel you. Cleo looked at the crack in her palm. The dark center pulsed again, steady and patient, as if something beneath the citadel was taking a slow, interested breath. I am counting on it, she said. She touched the leather volume at her ribs. Yelena's fragments, the 8th Lisenka's letter, the spiral pattern from Petar's map. All of it was useless if the only person who could verify the archive discoveries disappeared into Sabine's pipeline. Cleo, Kazimir said, and his voice held something that was not quite a warning. If the deep ice moves through you while we are below, then you pull me back. She met his pale winter sky eyes. I have stopped trusting the script. I am trusting you instead. The frost lamp at the end of the corridor went out. The darkness in the service passage thickened, pressing forward until it touched the threshold of the priest room, and Cleo felt the deep ice wake beneath her feet like a door swinging open in the dark. Chapter 33. The stone seal groaned against Petar's blade like a living thing waking from deep sleep. Cleo held her breath as the crack widened, dust sifting down from the 40-year-old mortar. The service passage behind them had gone completely dark. She could feel the deep ice pressing against the edges of her awareness, patient and curious, waiting to see what she would do with the path she was opening. Almost through, Petar said, his voice flat and economical as he worked the cold iron into the seal's weakest joint. Kazimir stood at Cleo's shoulder, his presence a steady heat against the encroaching cold. He had not said much since they left the priest room, neither had she. There was nothing left to plan on the surface. The plan was simple. Reach Yelena before Sabine's people processed her, extract through the same route, and force the Tribunal into a public choice between acknowledging the truth or admitting they had silenced a witness. Sanko waited at the junction behind them, her frost-white temples catching what little light remained. She had arrived without explanation, a leather satchel across her chest, and her pale eyes already reading the route before Cleo could describe it. Ivo was holding position in the infirmary, Sanko had said when she appeared, in case anyone needs to be dead on paper for a few hours. No one had asked why she was helping. The question was still in the air, but the answer did not matter yet. The seal cracked open. Petar stepped back as the stone slab tilted inward, revealing a narrow passage that sloped sharply downward. The air that rushed out was colder than the corridor behind them, dry and still, as if nothing had moved through it in 4 decades. I go first, Kazimir said. It was not a request. He took a frost lamp from Marta and stepped through the opening before Cleo could argue. The light swallowed him for a moment, then revealed a low ceiling and walls marked with old sigils, worn nearly smooth by time and neglect. Cleo followed. The passage dropped into a series of chambers that had once been storage for ritual records. Shelves collapsed under the weight of abandoned scrolls, wooden crates rotting into the stone floor. The foundation passage branched twice, and each time Marta's memory guided them without hesitation. She had walked these routes 40 years ago, when the priests still maintained them, and the layout had not changed. Here, Marta said at the 3rd junction. The holding cells are above us now. There is a service stair at the end of this corridor. Cleo felt the shift before she saw it. The air changed, less dry, less dead. The stone beneath her feet carried a faint vibration, not the deep ice but something mechanical. A door opening and closing somewhere above, voices filtering through the foundation. Sabine's people. They are moving her, Cleo said. Kazimir was already moving. He took the stairs 3 at a time, his boots silent on the worn stone, and Cleo followed with Sanko at her back and Marta and Petar covering the rear. The service stair opened into a narrow corridor lined with iron doors. Excision holding. The cells were smaller than Cleo had expected. Each door was no wider than a man's shoulders, set with a single viewing slit at eye level. The frost lamps here were dimmer, casting long shadows that stretched and pooled like waiting hands. 3rd on the left, Marta said, her voice barely a whisper. Kazimir reached it first. He pressed his palm flat against the iron, feeling for heat or movement on the other side. "Yelena," he said, low enough that it would not carry. "We are here." A pause, then a soft sound from within. A breath, not a word. Cleo stepped past him and pressed her cold iron signet to the lock plate. The mechanism shuddered but did not release. Sabine had changed the seals. "Stand back," Sanko said. She drew a blade from her satchel and pressed the tip into the gap between the door and the frame. Frost bloomed along the edge, white and sharp, spreading into the lock mechanism with a crackling whisper. 1 second. 2. The lock snapped open. Cleo pulled the door. Yelena was inside, bound to a chair with cold iron wire, a seal over her mouth, and her ink-stained hands locked in restraints. Her pale gray eyes found Cleo's, and something in them relaxed, fear giving way to relief that was still too raw to trust. Kazimir cut the wire with his blade while Cleo pulled the seal from Yelena's mouth. "Sabine knows," Yelena said, her voice cracked from the seal. "She knew you would come. She said the Foundation passage would not hold you, but it would slow you down long enough." "For what?" Cleo asked. "For him to begin." The voice came from the end of the corridor. Sabine Kadar stood in the doorway of the service stair, arms folded, her face carrying that same thin, patient smile that had never once reached her eyes. 3 armed tribunal guards flanked her, their hands resting on frost-cold blades. "Lady Drozdova," Sabine said, her tone almost pleasant. "I expected you 40 minutes ago. The seal slowed you more than I calculated." "Let her go," Cleo said. "Yelena is not your prisoner. She has committed no crime. She committed the crime of finding what she was not supposed to find." Sabine took a step forward. "But that is not the point of this exercise, and you know it. The point was to confirm that you would come for her, that you would abandon the legal script, the procedural safety, and the plausible deniability that could have protected you." Cleo said nothing. "Anselm needed to be certain," Sabine continued. "Certain that you would commit open treason before the full tribunal could witness it. Certain that whatever has changed inside you is not a phase or a strategy, but a fundamental break from the role you were born to serve." "He is not here," Cleo said. "No, he is not." Sabine's smile sharpened. "He is in the ritual heart, preparing the chamber for the bloodline rites. The foundation where the deep ice first touched Drozdov blood. The same chamber where the 8th Lisenka refused the ritual and opened the door that is never fully closed." The words landed like frost in Cleo's chest. "He began the preparations 2 hours ago," Sabine said. "By the time the sun rises, the conduit will be ready, and you will have proven by your own actions tonight that you are too dangerous to leave unbound." Kazimir shifted beside Cleo, his hand moving toward his blade. Sabine did not flinch. "I am not here to stop you," she said. "I am here to deliver the message. You have until first bell to bring Yelena wherever you like. Hide her in the cisterns, smuggle her out through the old routes, vanish her into Peter Ilfia's network. It does not matter. By first bell, Anselm will have completed the ritual chamber, and the only door that matters will be the one beneath the citadel's heart." She stepped aside, clearing the corridor. "Choose quickly. The deep ice is waking, and it knows exactly where you are standing." Chapter 34. Sabine stepped aside. The corridor opened like a throat, dark and waiting. Cleo did not move. Every instinct she had spent 6 weeks sharpening told her this was another layer of the trap. Sabine did not deliver messages. Sabine collected leverage. If she was letting them pass, it was because she had already calculated the shape of their flight and built her next net around it. "You are wasting time," Sabine said. "First bell is closer than you think." Kazimir's hand stayed on his blade. "She is not coming with us." "I am not asking her to." Sabine's smile did not waver. "I am telling her what is already in motion. Whether she walks or runs or crawls to the ritual heart, Anselm will have the chamber ready. The only question is whether she arrives with enough strength left to resist." Sanko moved past Cleo, her frost-cold blade still in hand. She stopped at the threshold, level with Sabine, and studied her with the flat precision of someone who had spent years reading people in court. "You enjoy this," Sanko said, "the theater of it." I enjoy the truth of it." Sabine met her gaze without flinching. "And the truth is that Anselm has spent 40 years holding the door closed with nothing but Drozdov blood and legal ritual. If the door opens now, it will not be because he failed. It will be because his daughter refused to be the lock." Cleo felt the words land in her chest like a second brand. She was the lock, the door, the variable, the ninth name in a leather-bound volume that had already recorded her death date as blank. Every title the cycle had given her was a different way of saying the same thing. She was the instrument, and Anselm was finally ready to play her. "Where's the chamber?" she asked. Sabine's smile sharpened. "Beneath the foundation vaults, below the place where the priests abandoned their prayers, below the place where the 8th Lisenka refused the ritual and opened the door that has never fully closed." She paused. "You know the way. The crack in your palm has been drawing a map since the night you took the brand." Cleo looked down at her hand. The dark wound at her palm's center pulsed once, a slow beat that matched the rhythm she had been feeling in the stone since the moment she woke in Lisenka's body. The deep ice was not whispering anymore. It was waiting. "Take Yelena and go," Sabine said. "Hide her. I do not care where. But when the bell rings, you will come to the ritual heart, or Anselm will send the entire Tribunal garrison to find you, and he will perform the rite on a bound and screaming daughter instead of a willing one." She turned and walked back into the service stair, her guards falling in behind her without a word. The corridor fell silent. Cleo exhaled. She had not realized she had been holding her breath. "We need to move," Marta said, her voice low and urgent. "She is right about the bell. First light comes fast in Frostmarch." Kazimir was already at Yelena's side, helping her stand. The archivist's legs buckled once before she found her balance, her ink-stained hands gripping his arm with desperate strength. "Where?" Yelena asked, her voice still cracked from the seal. Cleo looked at Marta. "The priest room, the crack in the wall. If the deep ice knows where I am, hiding is useless. But the priest room has the cistern route, and it connects to every level of the citadel. If we need to run, we run from there." Marta nodded once. "This way." The group moved. Petar took rear guard, his cold iron blade drawn, his scarred face scanning the shadows behind them. Sanko walked beside Yelena, supporting her when the archivist's steps faltered. Kazimir stayed at Cleo's side, close enough that she could feel the heat of him through the frozen air. They reached the foundation passage. The stone seal lay in broken fragments where Petar had cracked it open. Beyond it, the darkness of the cistern root swallowed the frost lamp light. Marta led them through without hesitation, her frost-burned fingers tracing the walls as if she could read the stone by touch. 40 years of memory guided her through the branching passages, past the abandoned storage chambers and the collapsed shrines, until the air changed and Cleo recognized the smell of the priest room above them. Marta pushed open the trapdoor. The room was exactly as they had left it. The crack in the wall had grown wider, a dark vein reaching toward the ceiling like a frozen river. The frost lamp on the table still burrowed, its light thin and wavering. Cleo helped Yelena to the cot. The archivist sat heavily, her hands shaking as she pressed them to her knees. "There is something you need to see," Yelena said, "before the bell." She reached into her coat and pulled out a folded paper, creased and worn, stained with something dark along one edge. "I took it from the archive before Sabine's people found me. It was hidden behind the sealed cabinet. I do not think even she knew it was there." Cleo took the paper and unfolded it. It was a letter, handwritten in a tight, precise script that she recognized from the previous Lisenka's warning letter in Yelena's archive. The same hand, the same woman, the one who had refused the ritual 93 years ago. But this was not the warning letter. This was something else. Cleo read the first line, and her blood turned cold. "To the one who wears my face after the refusal, you will be given a choice. They will tell you it is mercy. It is not. They will tell you that accepting the binding will protect the north from the deep ice. It will not. The binding does not seal the door. It makes you the door. And once you are open, you can never close. I refused. I broke the pattern. And I learned the truth that the Tribunal has buried for 9 cycles. The deep ice does not want the door to remain closed. It wants the door to be held open by a living key. A key that can choose to hold, so that the door's opening is never an accident, never a breach that can be sealed by stone and prayer. If the bloodline rites are completed, you will become that key. You will hold the door open forever. You will feel every cold breath that passes through you, every shape that moves in the dark beyond, and you will never be able to stop. I refused, and because I refused, the door remained half open, never sealed, never complete. The Deep Ice has been waiting 93 years for another Lisenka to finish what I started. Do not let them finish it through you. The letter ended there. No signature, no date, just the final line, written larger than the rest, as if the previous Lisenka had pressed harder with the pen. Burn this before they find it. Cleo looked up. Yelena was watching her with pale, gray eyes that held no relief, only the exhausted certainty of someone who had already read the letter and understood what it meant. She refused, Yelena said, and the door never closed. The Deep Ice has been waiting for you to finish what she started, not by refusing, by accepting. Cleo's hand trembled. The crack in the wall groaned, and somewhere beneath the citadel, deep in the ritual heart where Lisenka Drozdova was preparing the chamber, a bell began to ring. Chapter 35. The bell kept ringing. Cleo folded the 8th Lisenka's letter and pressed it into her palm, the paper warm against the frost brand. The crack in the wall groaned again, a sound like ice shifting on stone. "We cannot stay here," Marta said. Petar was already at the door, blade drawn, listening to the corridor beyond. "The garrison will be moving. That bell means something to them." "It means the ritual chamber is open," Salko said. She stood by the frost lamp, her colorless eyes tracking the shadows at the edges of the room. Drozdov will expect Cleo to come through the main halls, the processional route. He will have guards there. Kazimir moved to Cleo's side. His hand found hers, brief and deliberate, not a question of comfort but a statement of position. "Then we do not use the main halls." Petar pulled the map from his coat and flattened it across the table. The charcoal roots curled around the citadel's lower levels, spiraling inward like the brand on Cleo's palm. "There is a way down," he said. "Not through the cistern, through the old service shafts the priests used before they sealed the foundation. They connect to the ritual heart's outer ring." "How do you know that route?" Sanko asked. Petar's scarred jaw tightened. "Because I mapped it 4 years ago, when the 7th Northern Scouts were still alive and the Tribunal was not yet calling us traitors." Yelena rose from the cot, her legs unsteady but her pale gray eyes focused. "I can help. The archive records include the old service routes. I memorized them." Marta shook her head. "You can barely stand." "I can stand well enough to keep up." Cleo looked at the group. Marta, with her frost-burned fingers and 40 years of memory. Petar, with his map and his wariness. Sanko, with her frostgraft and her questions. Yelena, with the truth she had carried through the dark. Kazimir, steady beside her, having chosen to stay after reading every page of the file. They were not an army. They were enough. "Petar leads," Cleo said. "Marta on navigation. Sanko handles anything that needs frostcraft. Yelena stays between us. Kazimir and I take rear." "No," Kazimir said. She turned. He was looking at the crack in the wall, the dark vein reaching toward the ceiling like a river frozen mid-flow. "You take rear with me," he said, "but you do not shield me from what comes. We face it together, or we do not go at all." The steadiness in his voice was not new. She had heard it in the prison keep, in the vault corridors, in the priest room when he told her trust meant giving someone the truth and letting them choose. But something had shifted. He was not challenging her authority. He was naming a condition of his presence. She nodded once. Together, the group moved. Petar led them through the priest room's service door, a narrow gap behind a collapsed shelf that Marta had never known existed. The passage beyond was tight, barely shoulder-width, the walls rough-cut stone that scraped against Cleo's coat as she followed Yelena's shadow. The air changed as they descended. It grew colder, yes, but that was not the change. The cold here was different, older, the kind that did not bite the skin but settled into the bones like a memory of winter before the first snow. The bell continued to ring. Petar moved with flat economy, his blade never fully lowering, his scarred face turning at every branching corridor to read the stone. He did not need a map. The route was in his body, mapped by 18 months of moving through occupied darkness. "The priests sealed these shafts because they heard whispers," he said, his voice low. "But they also used them to observe the rituals without being seen. There are viewing slits cut into the stone above the heart chamber." "How many?" Sanko asked. "3. One collapsed, one was sealed from the inside. The third is still accessible if you know where to step." Cleo felt the frost brand pulse against the paper in her hand. Lisenka's letter was still warm, as if the words themselves were burning through the page. Yelena stumbled. Kazimir caught her arm before she could fall, steadying her without a word. Yelena's breath came hard, but she did not stop. She straightened and kept walking. They descended for what felt like an hour. The passage narrowed again, then opened into a wider corridor lined with rusted iron brackets where frost lamps had once hung. The brackets were empty, but the walls still held the residue of old light, a faint luminescence that clung to the stone like a stain. "There," Petar said. He stopped at a gap in the wall, a vertical slit no wider than a hand, cut into the stone at eye level. Cleo stepped forward and looked through. The ritual heart chamber was below her, vast and circular, its walls carved with spiral patterns that matched the brand on her palm. A stone pillar rose from the center of the floor, its surface black and polished, reflecting the light of a single frost lamp that burned at its base. Lisenka Drozdova stood beside the pillar. He was alone. No brandmasters, no guards, no retinue. He wore the same gray robes he had worn at the branding ceremony, the burn scar on his throat visible above the collar. His frost-bitten fingers rested on the polished stone, and he was looking up. At her. Through the slit. He knew she was there. Cleo felt Kazimir's hand on her shoulder, pulling her back from the gap. She turned, her heart hammering, and saw the look on his face. He had not looked through the slit. He was staring at the wall behind her. She followed his gaze. The stone was moving, not cracking, not groaning, but shifting, the surface rippling like water frozen a moment before stillness. The spiral patterns on the wall were no longer carved. They were bleeding through from the other side, emerging from the stone as if something was pressing outward from within. "Kazimir," she said. He did not answer. His pale winter sky eyes were fixed on the wall, but they were not seeing the stone. They were seeing something else. His hands opened at his sides, fingers spread, and he spoke in a voice that was not his own. "She held the rod. She marked my face. The frost took my name and left only hunger." The air in the corridor turned to ice. Petar stepped back, his blade rising. Sanko's frostcraft flared at her fingers, pale light bleeding through her gloves. Yelena pressed herself against the far wall, her hand over her mouth. Kazimir's body was still, but his voice kept speaking. "I burned them. I burned them all. The North sang with it, and I was the song." Cleo grabbed his face. She pressed her branded palm to his cheek, the frost cold meeting his skin, and she did not look away. "Kazimir, you are not that man. You have never been that man. The cycle tried to make you him, but you chose otherwise." His eyes did not focus on her. "I walked through fire and called it mercy." "The fire was theirs," she said, her voice breaking. "Not yours. You did not choose the burn. You endured it, and you are still standing." The temperature dropped. The slit behind her went dark, the frost lamp in the ritual chamber extinguished by something deeper than wind. And Kazimir blinked. His eyes cleared. He looked at her, really looked, and his hand came up to cover hers where she held his face. "I saw it," he said. "Every version, every time they broke me and I broke back. I know. I did not want to stop." The confession sat between them, raw and unburied. "I know," she said again. The bell stopped ringing, and in the silence that followed, the wall behind them opened. Chapter 36. The wall opened. Not a door, not a passage. The stone simply ceased to be solid in that section, the spiral patterns loosening into a vertical wound of darkness that breathed cold air into the corridor. Cleo's frost-browned pulsed against the 8th Lisenka's letter. The paper felt hot, as if the ink was igniting beneath her fingers. "Cleo," Kazimier's voice, his own voice now, rough and scraped raw. His hand found hers and held. "We go together," he said, "or not at all." She looked at the others, Petar, with his blade drawn, watching the darkness like a man who had seen what came through walls before. Sanko, with frostlight bleeding through her gloves, ready. Yelena pressed against the far stone, pale but standing. Marta's frost-burned fingers gripping a rusted bracket as if she meant to tear it from the wall. "No one else," Cleo said. "This chamber takes duels off blood, and those who choose to follow it. The rest of you hold here and watch for the bell to ring again." "You cannot face him alone," Sanko said. "She won't be alone." Kazimir stepped forward. The darkness swallowed them before anyone could argue further. The chamber was larger than the viewing slit had shown, vast, circular. The spiral carvings on the walls moved not as illusions but as actual shifting stone, the grooves traveling in slow rotation like a mechanism turning beneath the skin of the earth. At the center stood the black, polished pillar, and beside it, Lisenka Drozdova. He had not moved. His gray robes hung still, his frost-bitten fingers resting on the stone surface. The burn scar across his throat caught the low light of the frost lamp at his feet, a pale seam in the shadow of his jaw. "You came," he said, not triumphant, not relieved, simply stating a fact, as if she had finally arrived at the address he had written for her. "You knew I would. I knew the pattern would bring you." He turned his head, not quite looking at her. "I did not know if it would bring the woman wearing my daughter's face, or whatever replaced her after the branding." Cleo felt Kazimir's hand tighten on hers. "I am not your daughter," she said, "and your daughter died long before I woke in her body." Anselm's expression did not change, but his frost-bitten fingers curled against the pillar, a fractional motion that might have been grief or might have been preparation. "The ice has waited 8 cycles for someone willing to finish what the 8th Lisenka started," he said. She refused. She left the door half open. And for 93 years, the deep ice has pressed against that crack, widening it by fractions, learning the shape of the lock with every generation it touched. "I read the letter," Cleo said. "The binding does not seal the door. It makes me the door. Yes, you want to turn me into an open conduit for the thing that has been destroying the North." Anselm met her eyes. His gaze was gray, flat, and utterly without cruelty. He looked like a man explaining arithmetic to a student who could not bear the answer. "I want to control how it opens," he said. The 8th Lisenka thought she could starve it by refusing the ritual. She only delayed the inevitable and ensured that when the door opened, it would open on her terms. No binding, no structure, no one inside the chamber to manage what came through. Kazimir stepped forward, positioning himself between Cleo and the pillar. "You branded my face in every cycle," he said. "You broke me into the thing you needed so the North would fear me more than the ice." "Yes." "You manufactured my treason. You killed my regiment. You burned my name from every record so that when I fell, no one would remember who I had been." "Yes." Anselm's voice carried no defiance, no pride, just the flat weight of a man who had accepted the cost of his choices long ago. "And I would do it again, because the alternative is the deep ice taking your shape without a bridle, without a Drozdov in the conduit chamber to redirect its hunger, and the North does not survive that." The spiral patterns on the wall accelerated. The frost lamp at Anselm's feet guttered, then flared twice as bright, casting long shadows that stretched and twisted across the rotating stone. And the deep ice spoke. Not through the walls, not through the darkness, through Cleo's brand. "You were meant to hold the rod." The voice was warm, familiar. It sounded like her own thoughts, her own internal narration, as if she had always carried this invitation in the back of her mind and only now recognized it. "You were meant to be the hand that marks, not the flesh that receives. But you chose otherwise, and the pattern learned you. The pattern wants you." Cleo's knees buckled. Kazimir caught her, his arm around her waist, his voice saying her name through the roar of the deep ice's presence filling her skull. "He will burn. Every version burns. That is his purpose. But you, the door, you need not burn with him. You need only open, and the cold will feel like home." She saw it. The vision unfolded behind her eyes like a room she had always occupied, a version of Val Saret where the frost never lifted, where the towers grew ice-sheathed and silent, where she stood at the heart of it with the deep ice's voice threaded through her like song, belonging, purpose, an end to the lonely intellectual distance she had carried since the first day she woke in Lisenka's body. No struggle, no death, just acceptance, open. Beside her, Kazimir went rigid. His hand left her waist, his arms dropped, his head tilted back, exposing the scarred line of his jaw, and when he spoke, the voice was not his. I burned them. I burned them all. The North sang with it, and I was the song. The same vision, the same invitation. But for him, the promise was different. He saw the tribunal chambers filled with ash. He saw Drozdov kneeling. He saw every face that had ever condemned him, every hand that had held the rod, every mouth that had pronounced him traitor, and they were all screaming. Justice, vengeance, the righteous weight of violence that had been owed him since the first cycle. Take it, the deep ice whispered through his throat. You were always meant to take it. Anselm's hand moved. He pressed his frost-bitten fingers to the black pillar, and the spiral carvings on the walls stopped turning. The chamber held its breath. You were brought here to choose, Anselm said. It isn't enfrest and isn't under the forgottens or automating. Not because I wanted you to choose freely, but because the binding requires consent. A door forced open is a door that can be forced shut. A door that opens willingly is a door that never closes. He looked at Cleo. I do not hate you. I do not even hate what you have become. I have spent 40 years sealing a crack in the world with my own bloodline, and I am tired. The frost lamp went out. Darkness swallowed the pillar, the walls, the ceiling. Only the spiral carvings remained visible, glowing faintly as the deep ice began to press through the stone. Anselm's voice came from the dark. Accept the binding, and you become the door. Refuse it, and the deep ice tears through you to find another Lisenka in the bloodline. There will always be another Lisenka. The pattern ensures it. Cleo felt Kazimir's hand find hers in the dark. His fingers were cold. His grip was steady. You said we go together, she whispered. I meant it. The spiral glow intensified. And Anselm, somewhere in the dark, began to speak the words of the binding. Chapter 37. The spiral glow painted Kazimir's face in pale light. His eyes were open, unblinking. The deep ice moved through him like water finding channels, and Cleo saw the exact moment the visions took him. His breath stopped. His hand tightened around Sir's until the bones ground together, but he was not gripping her. He was falling inward, into a hall of mirrors where every reflection showed the same man wearing different scars, different armor, different decades, and every one of them was burning. This is the truth of you. The deep ice's voice threaded through the chamber, through his skull, through the spiral carvings that pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat. Cleo could not hear the words, but she felt them in the tension of his shoulders, the tremor running up his arm. Look. She saw what he saw, a version of Kazimir, in rusted plate, the frost brand covering his entire face, standing knee-deep in tribunal ash while civilians begged at his feet. He did not stop. A version in cracked leather, gaunt and wild-eyed, dragging a brandmaster by the hair across a frozen courtyard while the man's screams crystallized in the air. A version in nothing but rags and frostbite, still standing, still killing, with the deep ice's light bleeding from his throat like a second voice. Every cycle, every refusal, every time the branding had been completed, the pattern had held, and he had become what the tribunal feared enough to justify. This is what you were. This is what you are. This is what you will always be, because the pattern remembers you. Kazimir's mouth opened. A sound came out that was not a word, not a scream, something older than both. The noise a man makes when he sees the shape of his own damnation drawn in light. Cleo pressed herself against him. Not to stop the visions, not to pull him back, just to be present in his field of awareness, a fixed point in the rotating dark. Kazimir, his name, nothing else. The spiral carvings on the walls accelerated. Anselm's voice continued beneath them, low and rhythmic, the binding words falling like water into stone, and Cleo understood that she was running out of time to offer anything that mattered. She did not know what would stop the cycle. She did not know what Kazimir would choose when the visions released him. She only knew that she had spent weeks trying to steer him toward the ending she believed in, and that instinct had been the oldest lie she told herself. She loved him. That did not give her the right to decide who he became. "I should have told you earlier." Her voice was raw, scraped clean of the careful composure she had worn since the first hour in Lisenka's body. "I should have told you that you were never a pressure point. You were never a trigger. You were a man the cycle tried to break, and I tried to save you the way I saved essays, with corrections and margin notes and a plan for the ending I wanted." His eyes moved, not toward her, toward something in the vision. He burned them. He burned all of them. He became the song of the North, and the North sang back. Kazimir's free hand rose, his fingers curled, as if around a blade's hilt. Cleo did not stop him. "I am not going to choose for you," she said. "Not anymore. If you walk into the massacre the deep ice is showing you, I will grieve, I will hate it, but I will not pretend I have the right to decide that you owe me a better version of yourself." The spiral carvings flared, Ansel's voice rose, and Kazimir's grip on her hand changed. The crushing tension eased, his fingers shifted, lacing through hers instead of clamping down, and she felt the minute adjustment of his weight, the way he settled into his own stance instead of the visions. "Cleo," his voice was hoarse, broken, but his. "I saw them. Every version of me that said yes." His eyes found hers in the dark. Pale winter sky, the color of the North before a storm. They held no rage, no certainty, only the question he had carried since the first night in the prison keep. Which one am I? The question broke her open, because she had spent weeks believing she knew the answer. She had mapped his redemption like a syllabus, identified the turning points, rehearsed the words that would nudge him toward mercy. She had treated his future as a text she could revise, and she had been wrong. "The one who chooses," she said, "right now. Not the script, not the cycle, not what I want. What you want." She lifted their joined hand, pressed her branded palm flat against his chest, where his heart beat fast and steady and still human. "I love you. That has to be enough. It cannot be the leash I put on you." The spiral carvings reached the ceiling. The binding words stopped, and in the silence the deep ice spoke through Kazimir's throat one last time. "You have been offered a script. Every version of you took it. Why would this version be different?" Kazimir's breath fogged in the cold air. His jaw tightened. His hand, still laced with hers, did not let go. He looked at the visions still shimmering behind his eyes. The ash, the screaming, the holy weight of vengeance that the cycle had always offered him. He looked at Cleo, and Cleo, for the first time, did not tell him what to choose. She just waited. The spiral glow flickered. Somewhere in the dark, Lisenka Drozdova began to speak again, and this time his voice was not reciting the binding. It was counting. 1. Kazimir's hand tightened. 2. The visions surged. 3. Kazimir's gaze held Cleo's, and his lips moved. 3 words. She could not hear them over the deep ice's rising hum, but she read them by the faint light of the dying carvings. Then the chamber floor began to crack. Chapter 38. The floor cracked beneath them, a black seam splitting the spiral carvings from the pillar toward the walls. Cleo's hand stayed pressed to Kazimir's chest. His heart hammered against her palm, fast and human, and she felt the moment his focus snapped from the visions to the tremor under his boots. He did not let go of her hand. The deep ice's voice still clung to the air, a resonance that had not fully faded from his throat. But Kazimir's eyes had cleared. Winter pale. Present. His jaw set in a line she had seen before in the vaults, when he had chosen to save a guard who would have let him die. "No," he said. Not to her, to the carvings, to the dark, to the weight of every version of himself that had said yes. The spiral glow surged in answer, bright enough to throw their shadows across the walls in long, twisting shapes. Anselm's count reached 4, and the hum beneath the floor deepened into something that vibrated through Cleo's bones, a frequency that pulled at the frost brand in her palm like a hook. Kazimir moved, not toward the visions, not toward Anselm. He stepped between Cleo and the pillar, turning his back on the black stone, and drove his heel into the nearest spiral carving where it curved across the floor. The crack split wider. The glow flickered. "What are you doing?" Unselv's voice cracked. "You will undo everything." "I will not burn them," Kazimir said. "I will not burn anyone." He stamped again. The stone groaned. A fracture raced along the spiral line, branching into the wall, and the carvings dimmed in a long, sullen pulse, as if the chamber itself had exhaled. Cleo understood. He was not fighting the deep ice directly. He was breaking the vessel, the ritual ground, the pattern carved into the foundation. He was turning his violence against the machinery instead of the people. The floor lurched. From the corner of her eye, Cleo saw Sanko in the corridor, one hand braced against the doorframe, frostlight bleeding from her fingers in rapid, controlled pulses. She was not watching the chamber. Her eyes were fixed on the ceiling, tracing lines Cleo could not see, and her lips moved in a pattern that matched the old ward diagrams from Yelena's fragments. "She is disrupting the containment lines," Yelena said, breathless, from somewhere behind Marta's shoulder. "The upper wards that feed into the ritual." Sanko's frostgraft flared. The light in the corridor dimmed, then steadied, and something above them groaned, a deep, structural sound that might have been stone, or might have been the Citadel's old bones shifting. "The physician," Petar said. "Where is he?" "Ivo is holding the infirmary," Marta said. "He's the only thing keeping the Tribunal's frost guard from flooding the foundation level. He will hold as long as he can." Petar's blade came up. Boots were approaching from the service shaft, not stealthy, not slow, the rapid, deliberate stride of people who knew exactly where they were going. Tribunal loyalists, Sabine's people. "Then we hold here," Petar said, and moved to meet them. Marta followed. Cleo watched them go, two figures against a narrow passage, and the sound of cold iron meeting cold iron rang through the corridor like a bell. In the chamber, Anselm's count reached 6. The black pillar began to weep. Not water, frost, condensation running in thin streams down the polished surface, and where it touched the floor, the spiral carvings reignited in a color that hurt to look at, a silver beyond white that seemed to move independent of the stone. Cleo's brand burned. Not the familiar ache of the wound, not the spreading cold she had learned to breathe through. This was a pull, a physical tug that drew her toward the pillar as if she were iron and it was magnet, and she felt her weight shift without her permission, a single half-step toward the black stone. Kazimir caught her, his arm locked around her waist, braced, immovable, and she felt the strain in his shoulders as he pulled her back. "It knows you are the door," he said. "It wants you to walk through." Cleo's hand, still pressed to his chest, curled into the fabric of his coat. The brand seethed against the warmth of his body, and for a moment the two forces, the pull and the anchor, held her in suspension, a body stretched between two gravities. "Break the pillar," she said. "That is the ritual's center. If it falls, the binding cannot complete." Kazimir's eyes held hers. "And you?" "I am not going to walk through. I am going to stand here and let you break it." The 7 came from Anselm's mouth, and the pillar's weeping turned to a sound, a low harmonic that matched the deep ice's pulse, and she felt the chamber's intention shift toward her like a predator adjusting its aim. Kazimir let her go. He turned, planted his boot against the pillar's base, and drove his weight into a crack already spreading from the floor damage. Stone splintered. The harmonic stuttered. He struck again, and each blow sent a tremor through the ritual lines, a shock that rippled up to the ceiling, where Sanko's ward disruption was already weakening the containment. In the corridor, Petar cried out once, short and cut off, and then the sound of fighting stopped. Cleo's heart seized, but it was not Petar who fell. It was the last of the Tribunal loyalists, driven back by Petar and Marta working in tandem, cold iron and rusted pipe against Tribunal steel. They held the passage, Baldod, breathing hard, still standing. Sabine Kadar stood at the far end of the corridor, just beyond the reach of Marta's guard. She had not drawn a weapon. She was watching Anselm through the open door, her face uneasily still. "I would intervene," Sakanko said, breath ragged. But I am currently keeping the ceiling from collapsing on all of us. So whatever decision you are about to make it quickly." Sabine's hand moved, not toward a blade, toward the seal at her collar, the one that marked her as Drozdov's intelligence officer, and she touched it as if she had never really felt it before. "Would have been easier," she said, "if he had been a monster." No one answered. She stepped forward, past Marta, past Petar, through the chamber door, where Anselm stood with his hands pressed to the weeping pillar, frost climbing his arms, the Count dying on his lips because the carvings were failing, the spiral lines going dark in sections as Kasimir's boot found the pillar's core flaw. "Anselm," Sabine's voice was flat. "The ward lines are fragmenting. The chamber will collapse if you push harder." Anselm did not look at her. "Then it collapses," he said, "but the door opens first." His hands left the pillar, and the pillar did not fall. It splintered at the base, cracked by Kasimir's assault, but it did not crash. It leaned, shifted, and the crack that opened above the break was not stone giving way, but something behind the stone. A darkness that pressed through the fissure like a breath through a wound. The deep ice did not need the pillar. It had been using the pillar to reach the door, and the door was still standing. Kifel felt the shift before she understood it. The brand on her palm went cold, then hot, then cold again in a rhythm that matched nothing in her body. The darkness in the fissure turned toward her, and she realized with terrible clarity that she had been wrong. The ritual was not the pillar. The ritual was her. The lines, the carvings, the binding, all of it had been preparation to make her the vessel. The pillar had been the intermediary. Now that it was breaking, the deep ice was coming directly. It had no more need for the chamber. It was reaching for her through the open door of her brand. Anselm's voice cracked. "Sabine! Stop it! Stop her!" Sabine did not move. The darkness in the fissure thickened, and Cleo felt its attention, ancient, patient, and finally certain. A predator that had waited 93 years for the door to open fully. And the door was opening. Chapter 39. The darkness in the fissure did not move like fog or flood. It moved like attention, a focused weight that pressed through the crack and turned toward her with the patience of something that had already won. Cleo's brand screamed, not sound, sensation. A cold that was also a hunger, pulling through the wound on her palm, through the silver-white spirals that had healed into her flesh, through the crack that should not exist in visible light. The pull reached past skin into marrow, into the space behind her ribs where breath lived, and she felt herself becoming an opening. The chamber tilted around her. Kazimir was shouting, his voice muffled as if heard through water. His hands closed on her arms, but she could barely feel them. The brand was the only sensation that mattered, a point of infinite cold that was also infinite welcome, a door swinging inward. "Come," the deep ice said, not in words, in the shape of belonging. She saw herself standing in a vastness of white, not cold, but beyond cold, a place where the distinction between self and winter had dissolved. The ice was not enemy there, it was completion. The Lisenka who had never been, the one who accepted, the one who opened fully. She would not be a door, she would be the threshold itself, and everyone she loved would pass through her into a silence that never ended. She saw Kazimir there, his face unmarked, his hands still. No warlord, no prisoner, just a man who walked into the white with her. The image was beautiful. It was also a lie. Cleo closed her fist. The brand burned, but she closed her hand around it, flesh against flesh, and the pressure of her own grip was a boundary, a line drawn. The pull did not stop, but it slowed, and in that slowing she felt the deep ice's surprise, not shock, but curiosity, as if a lock had asked a question instead of opening. She opened her eyes. Kazimir was holding her. His face was inches from hers, pale and tight with fear, but he was not shaking her, not demanding she come back. He was just there, present, the anchor she had asked for. "I am still here," she said. Her voice sounded strange, as if she had to remember how to shape sound. His grip tightened fractionally. "I know. The deep ice is not coming through the pillar." She spoke faster, the words clicking into place. "It is coming through me. The brand is the door. The whole chamber, the ritual, Anselm, all of it was preparation to make me open from inside. Anselm heard her. His hands had left the pillar, and he stood with frost climbing past his wrists, his face a mask of desperate calm. "Then close it," he said. "Refuse. The door only opens with your consent. Consent is not the hinge." Cleo turned toward him, and she saw the thing she had missed, the way his eyes flicked past her, toward the corridor, toward the people behind her. The way his frost-bitten fingers curled, not in command, but in calculation. The ritual had never been just about her. It was about the moment she could be made to choose. And choice did not exist in isolation. It existed in relationship, in love, in the unbearable weight of other people's lives held in the balance. The deep ice had learned, across 93 years, that Cleo would not open for belonging. It had tried purpose, vengeance, the seduction of completion. None of them worked. But there was one thing it had not tried: loss. She saw it in Anselm's face a second before it happened. Not cruelty. Grief. The grief of a man who had spent 40 years sealing a crack with his own blood and was now going to use the only leverage left. He moved, not toward her, toward the corridor, toward Marta, Petar, Yelena, Sanko, who stood at the chamber threshold, injured and exhausted and watching. "No," Cleo said. Anselm's hand came up and the frost on his arms answered him, not a working of the deep ice, but of his own frostcraft, a mastery she had never seen him fully use. Sheeting ice swept across the doorway, sealing Marta, Petar, Yelena, Sanko behind a wall of clear, glittering cold. Yelena's fist struck it once, and frost spread across her knuckles. Anselm turned back to her. "The door opens," he said, "where I fill this chamber with winter so deep that everyone behind that wall freezes where they stand before the first bell of dawn. I am not the deep ice's servant, daughter. I am the lock-keeper, and I will seal the crack with whatever I have left." Kazimir's voice was low, flat, and final. "You will not touch them." Anselm's pale eyes met his. "I already have." The frost on the barrier thickened. Through the translucent surface, Cleo saw Marta pulling Yelena back, saw Petar raising his cold iron blade to strike the ice, saw Chanko's frostlight gutter as she tried to hold the ceiling and fight the seal at once. The deep ice pressed against Cleo's brand, patient, waiting for her to break. But Cleo was not going to break. She was going to understand. The ritual had a hinge, not the pillar, not the brand, not Anselm's frostcraft. The hinge was the moment before choice, when the door stood open and the person standing at the threshold had to decide what they were willing to lose. The deep ice had designed the cycle so that Lisenka would always choose to open, because the alternative was watching everyone she loved die. But the deep ice had never met a woman who had already lost everything once. Cleo had died alone grading essays. She had no family waiting for her, no home to return to, no life she had left unfinished. The people behind that wall were not her safety. They were her choice. And choice, she had finally learned, meant nothing if it could not be refused. She pressed her branded hand to her own chest. "I will not open," she said. Anselm's face twisted. "Then I know what you will do." Cleo's voice did not shake. "And I am going to stop you." She turned her hand over. The brand was a ruin of silver and darkness, the crack across its center pulsing with the deep ice's rhythm. She had taken this wound for Kazimir. She had carried it through the citadel's foundations. She had let it heal into a door. But a door could be unmade, not by closing it, by destroying the frame. She drove her fingernails into the crack. The pain was immediate, total, a white sheet of it that erased the chamber. She felt the deep ice recoil, not in injury but in shock, as if a lock had decided to tear itself out of the door rather than turn. The brand split. Silver-white patterns frayed at the edges. The darkness in the fissure behind the pillar stuttered, lost its certainty, became a blind searching instead of a focused pull. The deep ice was still there, still pressing, but it had lost its point of entry, its clean opening, its door. Cleo dropped to her knees. Blood ran down her wrist, hot against the frost-chilled air. Her hand was open. The brand cracked across, the wound she had taken for Kazimir now remade by her own hand. a different kind of ruin. It would heal wrong. It would scar differently. It would never be the same door again. Kazimir caught her before she hit the stone. "Cleo, Cleo." "I broke the hinge," she whispered. "It cannot come through me if the door is broken." Anselm stood frozen, frost still climbing his arms, the barrier behind him holding. His face was not victorious. It was lost. "You should have let me seal it," he said. "Now the winter comes for all of us." The first crack ran across the chamber wall. Not the fissure behind the pillar, a new crack, branching from the ceiling, spreading through the stone as if something vast had shifted its weight. The building began to fail. Chapter 40. Kazimir held her against his chest, one arm locked around her ribs, the other hand pressed over the ruin of her brand. Blood soaked through his fingers, hot and wrong against the frost-chilled air. The fissure behind the pillar had gone quiet. No pulse, no pressure. The darkness still hung there, a blind mouth without a tongue, but it no longer reached for her. Anselm had not moved. He stood at the broken pillar, frost climbing past his elbows, his pale eyes fixed on Cleo's hand. On the split brand, on the blood that ran down Kazimir's wrist and dripped onto the stone floor. "You destroyed it," he said. His voice was not angry. It was the voice of a man who had spent 40 years building a wall and watched someone kick out the foundation stone. "Yes," Cleo whispered. "The door cannot be unmade. It can only be turned or broken." "It is broken." Anselm's frost-bitten fingers curled against his palms. The gesture was small, almost involuntary. She had seen it before, in the strategy chamber, when he had told her that the deep ice would tear through her to find another Lisenka. She had thought it was calculation. Now she understood it was grief. "You were never meant to choose this," he said. "I raised you to choose the ugly thing because someone had to, because the weak ones, the kind ones, they would let the ice have everything while they debated the morality of the lock." Kazimir's arm tightened around her. "She is not your daughter." "No." Anselm's gaze did not waver. "She is not, but she wears her face, and she carries her blood, and she has just done what 8 Lisenkas before her could not." "Refused," Cleo said. "Yes," his voice dropped. "And the 9 previous Kazimirs accepted the script. Do you understand what you have done? You broke not 1 pattern but 2. The North has no precedent for this, no protection, no wall. The wall was killing people," Cleo said. Anselm's jaw tightened. Frost crept higher across his shoulders, threading through his collar. The chamber groaned around them. Above, a new crack split the ceiling, and dust sifted down like gray snow. "The wall was keeping the ice out of Frostmarch," he said. "What comes now is not my failure. It is yours." He began to turn away. Kazimir moved before Cleo could speak. He shifted her weight, adjusting his grip, and his voice came low and flat, the voice of a commander who had learned to make men listen even when they did not want to. "You do not get to walk away from this." Anselm stopped. "You spent years manufacturing my treason. You burned my regiment. You branded me in every cycle and called it necessity. And now that someone has finally refused the role you wrote for her, you call it her failure." Anselm turned back. His face was carved stone, pale and cold and unreachable. "It was necessary." "It was cowardice," Kazimir said. "You were afraid of the ice, so you fed it what it wanted. You gave it Lisenka after Lisenka because you did not believe a Drozdov could refuse." Anselm's frostcraft flared. The barrier behind Cleo thickened, ice groaning against ice, and Yelena's muffled shout came through the translucent wall. Pale gray eyes met pale winter sky eyes. 8 of them died, Anselm said. The 8th refused, and the door opened, and it never closed. "You think you have won something, Commander. You have bought us a wound that will fester without a surgeon." "I am not your surgeon," Kazimir said, "and I am not your demon." He held Anselm's gaze without flinching, and something in the old man's posture shifted. Not surrender, not recognition, a loosening, like a rope that had been pulled too tight for too many decades and had finally felt the knot slip. Anselm looked down at his hands. Frost covered them now, creeping past the frost-bitten fingertips crawling toward his wrists. "I am the lock keeper," he said. And I have just watched the lock burn. Cleo forced herself to speak, her voice raw and thin. What happens now? Anselm's eyes lifted to hers. For a moment she saw something behind the stone, something tired and broken and older than she had ever understood. The deep ice does not forget, he said. It learned the shape of your brand for 93 years. It pressed against the half-open door until it knew every contour of the frame. You have destroyed the lock, but you have not destroyed what stands on the other side of it. His frostcraft pulsed once, a single bright flare, and barrier shattered. Marta stumbled through first, cold iron blade still raised. Petar followed, supporting Yelena, whose knuckles were white with frostburn. Sanko came last, her frostlight guttering, her face drawn and pale. The chamber swayed. Above them, the crack spread. Stone grated against stone, and dust became a fall, small at first, then heavier. The black pillar groaned, its broken base shifting, and the spiral carvings pulsed once, silver, then went dark. Anselm did not move. He stood at the pillar's foot, frost climbing to his chest, and watched the ceiling splinter with the expression of a man who had finally stopped fighting the current. The shrine road, he said. The oldest Drozdov shrine, built on the glacial fault before Frostmarch was a theocracy. Sabine knows the route. She has the keys to the intelligence network and the escape routes leading north. Cleo's chest tightened. Sabine is gone? She left before the first bell. She knew the ritual would fail. She always knew. His voice was distant now, as if he were speaking from a great depth. She was never loyal to me. She was loyal to the contingency. Kazimir shifted Cleo against his shoulder. What contingency? Anselm's frost-rimmed eyes met his. The one where I died, the door broke, and the north needed a new lock-keeper. The ceiling cracked open. A slab of stone fell, black and heavy, and Anselm did not step away. It struck him across the shoulder, drove him to his knees, and the frost flared once, twice, then guttered like a lamp running out of oil. Sanko lunged forward, frostlight blazing, and caught the next falling stone with a working that turned her breath to ice. Petar dragged Yelena toward the corridor. Marta grabbed Kazimir's arm and hauled him backward, Cleo still in his grip. The chamber came down. They ran through the service shaft as the walls screamed and the floor buckled behind them. Marta led, her frost-burned fingers finding handholds in the dark. Petar carried Yelena. Sanko brought up the rear, her frostlight the only thing keeping the collapse from swallowing them whole. Cleo could not walk. Kazimir carried her, one arm under her knees, the other braced against the shaking walls. His breath came hard. His jaw was set. She pressed her bloody hand to his chest. Kazimir. Not now. The deep ice. It can wait. It was never using the pillar. It was using the brand. And I destroyed the brand. She felt his stride falter. You bought us time, he said. How much? She did not know. But as the shaft finally steadied and the sounds of collapse faded behind them, she felt something shift in the air. Not the deep ice, not the cold. A wrongness, like a season that had forgotten its place. Mata stopped at a junction, breathing hard, and looked back at her. The wards, she said. The tribunal wards that held winter at the citadel perimeter. They are silent. Cleo forced her hand open. The brand was a ruin now, split across, the silver patterns frayed and dead. The crack in her palm had gone dark. But where the brand had been, where the door had opened and never closed, she felt pressure. Not from the deep ice, from something else, something colder. The wrong winter was coming, and it was looking for her. Chapter 41. They climbed through the dark for what felt like hours. The service shaft had become a throat of broken stone and frozen dust. Every step sent loose gravel skidding into the dark behind them, and Kazimir's breathing had turned ragged, his arms shaking with the effort of carrying her. Cleo could not feel her left hand. The brand was gone, torn open, destroyed, but the space where it had been ached with a hollow cold that had nothing to do with frost. She kept pressing the wound against her chest and kept finding it colder than her own skin. Marta stopped at a junction where the ceiling held. She pressed her frost-burned fingers to the wall and listened. Air moves ahead, she said. We are close to the surface. How close? Petar's voice came from behind, strained. He had Yelena braced against his shoulder, her frost-burned knuckles dark and swollen. 5 minutes, maybe less. They pushed on. The shaft opened into a wine cellar, vaulted and dim, where the cold bit sharper than it should. The stone floor had a rime of frost that had not been there when Cleo had passed through this level earlier. No, she realized. Yesterday. It had been yesterday. Sanko came last, sliding the service hatch closed behind her. Her frost light had dimmed to a thread, and the white at her temples had crept wider, fresh frostcraft burn bleeding through the old scar tissue. She met Cleo's eyes across the cellar. "The wards," she said. "They are gone. All of them." Kazimir lowered Cleo onto a wine cask and did not let go of her arm. "Gone how?" "Silent." Sanko's voice was flat, the tone of someone reporting damage she had already calculated. Not broken, not collapsed. Silent. The frostworks that held winter at the perimeter stopped transmitting, and when I pushed my own frostcraft into the nearest anchor point, nothing answered. "The system is empty." Marta turned from the door. "Empty how? The Tribunal wards have stood for 400 years. "I know what I found." Cleo forced herself to focus. The cold was making her thoughts slow, syrupy. She looked at her destroyed hand, at the ruin of silver where the brand had been, and tried to remember what Anselm had said. The deep ice learned the shape of your brand for 93 years. The wards had held winter at the border. The wards were silent, and the wrong winter was coming. "How far?" she said. Sanko's pale eyes met hers. "What?" "The wrong winter. How far has it spread?" A silence settled over the cellar. Petar shifted Yelena's weight. Marta's breath clouded in the air. Sanko pulled off her glove. Her hand was frost-burned to the second knuckle, the skin white and bloodless, and a pattern was spreading across the back of it. Not the spiral. Something older. Something that looked like a crack in glass spreading from the center of her palm. "I checked the eastern gate first," she said. "The snow beyond it has stopped falling. It is just sitting there, suspended in the air, not moving, and it is not white anymore." "What color is it?" Kazimir's voice was hard. "Gray. The color of ash. The color of something that is already burned." Yelena stirred against Petar's shoulder. Her eyes were half open, glassy with pain, but she focused on Cleo with an effort that cost her. "The Shrine Road," she whispered. "Sabine. She has the maps. She knows where the old wards are anchored." Petar shook his head. "We do not even know if she is alive." "Sabine is always alive," Marta said. "That is her skill." Cleo stood, her legs held. Barely. The wound on her hand sent a spike of cold up her arm, and she felt something shift inside the ruin, a pressure that had no right to be there. The brand was destroyed, the door was broken, but the frame, she remembered. The frame remains. She looked at Sanko's frost-burned hand. "Can you still use frostcraft?" Sanko flexed her fingers. The crack pattern shifted, web-like, and her frostlight flickered once, pale and uncertain. "For now," she said. "But whatever is coming, it is already pressing against the empty wards. I felt it when I touched the anchor. It knows the lock is gone." Kazimir stepped up beside Cleo. His hand found the small of her back, steadying, and she leaned into the pressure without thinking. "The citadel will tear itself apart," he said. "The tribunal is leaderless, the wards are dead, and the nobles who survived the collapse will blame the nearest living Drozdov." He did not say her name. He did not have to. "I know. Then we need a plan before they find us." Cleo looked at the faces around her. Marta, frost-burned and watchful. Petar, carrying Yelena, his scarred jaw set. Sanko, her frostlight guttering, the crack spreading across her hand. Kazimir, who had refused the script, who was standing beside her instead of burning the city down. She thought of what Sabine Kadar had taken, the keys to the intelligence network, the escape routes north, the Shrine Road, the oldest Drozdov shrine, built on the glacial fault before Frostmarch was a theocracy. "Petar," she said, "your map, the spiral routes, where do they converge?" His eyes narrowed. "The fault line, the same place the Shrine Road leads." "Then that is where Sabine is going, And if she is loyal to a contingency, the contingency is waiting for her there. Kazimir's hand tightened against her back. You want to follow her north. I want to find out what she knows before the wrong winter finds us first. Sanko looked up from her frost-burned hand. Her expression had shifted from calculation to something sharper. A decision made. Then we need to move before the Citadel wakes up and decides who to hang for the Grand Magister's death. Marta pulled the cellar door open. The corridor beyond was empty. The frost lamps flickered, weak and failing, and the cold that bled through the stone was not the familiar chill of Valsera. It was thinner, hungrier, a cold that felt like something breathing close to your neck. Cleo stepped through the doorway, and the wrong winter touched her face. It tasted like metal and burned ash and the memory of a scream she had never heard. And from the silence where the tribunal wards had been, something answered. A low hum, deep and distant, rising through the stone floor like a bell struck far underground. Sanko froze. That is not the deep ice, she said. The hum grew, and the frost lamps went out. Chapter 42. The corridor beyond the cellar was a wound. Frost lamps jutted from brackets at odd angles, their light guttering in the chest. Not dying. Starved. The stone walls looked wrong in the flicker, the mortar darker than it should have been, as if the cold had found a way into the seams and was drinking the building's warmth from inside. Cleo walked without knowing which direction she was choosing. Marta moved ahead, frost-burned fingers trailing along the wall, reading the vibration of empty wards. Petar carried Yelena in a soldier's carry, her breath shallow against his neck. Sanko brought up the rear, her cracked hand held away from her body, frostlight pulsing in uneven rhythm. Kazimir stayed at Cleo's side. He did not offer to carry her. She was grateful for that. She did not want to be carried. She wanted to walk out of this citadel on her own feet, even if every step sent a cold spike through her ruined hand, even if she could not feel her left fingers anymore. They turned a corner and walked into the remnant of a court. It had been a tribunal audience hall once. The banners were still there, Frostmark's sigil hanging in tatters, the black Drozdov emblem seared through the center. The benches had been overturned. The floor was scattered with papers, cold iron filings, and the frozen smear of someone's blood. A handful of figures stood in the wreckage. Nobles, 3 of them, in the remnants of court dress, their coats pulled tight against a cold that had nothing to do with the weather. They turned when Cleo's group emerged, and their faces did not register fear. They registered calculation. The eldest among them, a woman with silver threading her dark hair and a frost-brand scar peeking above her collar, stepped forward. She did not bow. She looked at Cleo the way a merchant looks at damaged goods, assessing what could still be sold. Lisenka Drozdova. Cleo stopped. Kazimir's hand found the small of her back, a warning pressure, but she did not need the warning. She felt the weight of the woman's gaze like a stone pressed against her chest. The Grand Magister is dead, the woman said. The tribunal is broken. The wards are silent, and you are still standing. I am, Cleo said. Then you know what comes next. The northern houses will tear each other apart trying to claim the Drozdov seat. The Lyceum will demand a regent. The military will declare martial law before sundown. If you do not take what is yours, someone else will. She pulled a ring from her pocket. A signet, black stone set in cold iron, the Drozdov seal carved into its face. This is yours by blood. Take it. Let us announce before the first bell that the Drozdov line continues. Cleo looked at the ring. It was beautiful. It was heavy. It would fit on her right thumb over the scar where the cold iron signet had bitten into Lisenka's skin for 23 years. It would make her the head of the house that had manufactured treason across 8 cycles. No, she said. The woman's expression did not flicker. You do not understand what you are refusing. I understand exactly what I am refusing. Cleo's voice came out flat, worn thin by pain and cold, but steady enough. That ring belongs to the office that branded Kazimir's regiment as traitors. That ring belongs to the office that sealed 12 settlements into silence. That ring belongs to the office that raised Lisenka to be a blade, not a person. The office that kept the North alive for 200 years. The office that fed the deep ice because it was too afraid to starve it. The silence stretched. The woman's hand did not lower. The ring caught the guttering frostlight, gleaming like a promise. "What will you do instead?" she asked. "Walk into the winter with nothing? Let the houses fight over your father's bones while something worse comes through the empty wards?" "I will find Sabine Kadar," Cleo said. "I will find out what contingency she was loyal to, and I will make sure the wrong winter finds a closed door instead of an open one." "That is not a plan. That is a direction. It is the only direction that matters." The woman's mouth tightened. She did not put the ring away. She held it between them like an accusation. "You look like Lisenka Drozdova. You move like her, but you do not think like her." Her eyes narrowed. "Who are you?" Cleo met her gaze. "I am the one who refused." She turned and walked past them, into the deeper dark of the corridor. She heard Kazimir fall in beside her. She heard Marta's footsteps, Petar's heavier tread, Sanko's frostlight crackling as she passed. She did not look back, but she heard the woman's voice carry after her. "You will not survive the week." "Probably not," Cleo said under her breath. "But I will survive longer than the people who try to put that ring on my finger." The corridor opened into a wider chamber, a transit hall with 3 arched exits, each leading to a different district of the citadel. The frost lamps here were still alive, if barely, their light tinged with the same starved quality. Marta stopped at the central arch. Her frost-burned fingers pressed against the stone, and she stood still for a long moment. "The eastern route is open," she said. "The western route has been collapsed. The northern route has fresh boot prints and the smell of blood." "Sabine's blood or someone else's?" Kazimir asked. "No way to tell from here." Sanko stepped past them and crouched at the northern arch. She held her cracked hand near the floor, and the frostlight in her palm pulsed once, weakly. "3 people passed through here less than an hour ago. 2 of them were carrying something heavy. The 3rd was limping." "Carrying what?" Cleo asked. "Metal, paper, something that leaves a cold trace even in this cold." Sanko looked up. "Archive materials, bound in cold iron brackets." Yelena stirred against Petar's shoulder. Her eyes were open now, glassy but focused. "The keys," she whispered. "Sabine took the keys before she left. The intelligence network, the escape routes, the sealed confessions. She did not just flee. She stripped the citadel of its leverage." Cleo's stomach tightened. Marta turned from the wall. "We are already behind." "Then we run faster." Cleo stepped through the northern arch. The corridor beyond was narrower, older, the stones rougher, the mortar crumbling in places. The frost lamps here were dead, not flickering, dead. The only light came from Sanko's frostcraft, pale and uncertain, casting long shadows that moved like living things. The cold pressed against Cleo's face. It tasted the same as before. Metal, burned ash, the memory of a scream she had never heard. But there was something else now, beneath the taste. A hum, faint, deep, rising through the stone floor from somewhere far below. Sanko stopped. Her cracked hand was shaking. The frostlight in her palm stuttered, and the crack pattern crept another fraction of an inch up her wrist. "It is not the deep ice," she said. "Then what is it?" Cleo asked. Sanko looked at her. Her colorless eyes held something Cleo had never seen there before. Fear. "It is the thing the deep ice was holding back." The hum deepened, and from the darkness ahead, a voice spoke. Not a human voice, a voice that came from the stone itself, from the mortar, from the air pressing against their skin. Cleo Idolola. It knew her name. It was not the deep ice, and it was waiting. Chapter 43. The ruined audience hall had no ceiling. Half the roof had fallen inward, leaving a jagged opening through which the wrong winter breathed. Stars were visible overhead, pale and distant, but the light that fell through was not starlight. It was the same ash-gray glow that had hung beyond the eastern gate. Cleo stood at the threshold, her breath shallow, her left hand a knot of cold and silence. The hall stretched before her, a chaos of broken stone, splintered benches, and the bodies of those who had not escaped when the tribunal wards failed. Some were dead. Some were moving. Marta was already inside, pulling a man from beneath a collapsed pillar. Her frost-burned fingers left dark smears on his coat, but she did not stop. She did not look up. "Ivo will need space," she said. "Clear the dais." Cleo moved before she had decided to. Her feet carried her across the rubble, and she heard Kazimir behind her, his boots grinding against stone dust. Sanko followed at a distance, her crack-patterned hand pressed to her chest, her frostlight guttering. Petar lowered Yelena onto a torn banner. She was conscious but silent, her gray eyes tracking the room's movements like a person still learning where the walls were. Cleo reached the dais. It had been the tribunal's high seat, the place where judges pronounced sentences in the cold iron voice of law. Now it was a platform of cracked marble, the chair splintered, the Drozdov crest split down the middle. She began dragging the debris aside. Her right hand worked, her left hand hung at her side, useless, the wound beneath the wrappings pulsing with a cold that did not belong to winter. "Here." Ivo Mercer appeared at the edge of the dais, carrying a leather satchel and a coil of bandages. His physician's coat was torn at the shoulder, and there was blood on his collar. But his hands were steady. "I brought what I could carry," he said. "The infirmary fell before I got half the supplies out." "How many made it out with you?" Cleo asked. "3. A patient, a medic, and the guard who helped me bars the door." He crouched beside the banner and opened his satchel. "The patient died on the stairs. The medic is looking for her family. The guard stayed to hold a corridor I told him was empty." He did not sound angry. He sounded as if he had stopped expecting things to make sense. Marta arrived with the man she had pulled from the pillar. He was a tribunal judge, his leg broken, his robes still bearing the silver thread of his office. He looked up at Cleo with the hollow recognition of a person who had seen too many wrong things in a single hour. "You," he said. "Me," Cleo said. She knelt and helped Ivo brace his leg. "What is your name?" "Rask, third bench, property disputes." "Well, Judge Rask, you are going to survive this, and you are going to help me carry water and move bodies until your leg heals, because everyone who can stand is needed." He stared at her. Then he let out a sound that might have been a laugh or a sob. "You sound nothing like her." "I am not her." "I know," he said. "She would have left me under the pillar." Cleo did not answer. She finished the brace and stood. The hall was filling. People were drifting in from the corridors, drawn by the sight of frostlight and the sound of voices. Servants, soldiers, a woman carrying a child who looked no older than 4. Cleo watched Marta direct them to different corners. Watched Ivo triage without asking rank. Watched Sanko take a child from the woman's arms and press her frostlight close enough to warm the small, blue-tipped fingers. Kazimir came to stand beside her. "It will not hold," he said quietly. "I know. There are people in this room who condemned my men. I know. And I am standing in the same rubble, watching them bleed." Cleo turned to look at him. His face was hard, but his winter sky eyes held something that was not quite anger. "You are not required to forgive them," she said. "You are only required not to kill them tonight." He let out a breath that could have been agreement or resignation. That is a low bars. It is higher than most people in Frostmarch have ever had to clear. He did not argue. The fragile truce held for another hour. Cleo moved through the hall, carrying water, helping Ivo hold patients still, watching Marta organize the chaos into something that resembled order. The judge with the broken leg had been given a crutch and was directing traffic at the main entrance. A servant, whose name Cleo did not know, had found a pot and was boiling snow. A prisoner with a gash across his scalp was tearing bandages into strips. They were all working together. It would not last. Cleo knew that. The moment someone remembered old scores, the moment the dead were counted and the living looked for someone to blame, it would shatter. But for this hour, it held. The courier arrived just before the frost lamps began to die. He was young, no older than 19, his coat crusted with ice that did not melt when he stepped into the hall. His face was the color of lard, and his hands were shaking. Marta caught him before he collapsed. "Report," she said. "Fast!" He looked at her with eyes that had seen something the wrong winter had not yet taught Cleo to name. "The outposts," he said. "All of them. The Tribunal outposts along the northern approach. They are freezing. Freezing? Cleo stepped forward. The weather has been cold for months. That is not news. The courier shook his head. Not from the outside, from inside. The ice is growing from the floors up. We found the first one 2 days ago. Sarek Station, 37 people, all dead, frozen, standing up. They were sitting, working, eating. Then the frost rose through the stones and took them. A silence spread through the hall. Ivo straightened from his patient. How many stations? 6, the courier said. 6 confirmed. The ones still sending runners say the ice is coming from below, from the foundations, as if something opened them from underneath. Cleo's left hand throbbed. She looked at Sanko, who had gone still, her crack-patterned hand pressed flat against the wall. It is not the deep ice, Sanko said. The deep ice would have taken them differently. Then what is it? Cleo asked. Sanko did not answer, but her hand left a mark on the wall, a crack spreading through the stone like roots through frozen soil. The frost lamps died, and from the darkness beyond the archway, the voice spoke again, closer now, nearer than before. Cleo Adjola. The courier screamed. It was not the voice that made him scream. It was the way the frost on his coat began to move, crawling upward, toward his throat, toward his mouth. Chapter 44. The courier's scream cut through the hall like a blade through frozen meat. Cleo moved before she thought. Her left hand, the ruined one, shot out and grabbed the frost-crusted coat at the courier's collar. The cold bit through her palm, into the scar where the brand had been, and she felt something shift beneath her skin. The frost on the courier's throat stopped climbing. She pulled him toward her. He stumbled, still screaming, and she used her body to block him from the darkness beyond the archway. Marta! Light! Marta did not ask how. She struck her frost-burned fingers together once, twice, and a pale flame caught between them. It was weak, guttering, but it pushed the darkness back far enough for Cleo to see the courier's face. The frost had crawled halfway up his neck. His skin beneath was white, bloodless, the veins standing out like black threads under ice. He will not last, Ivo said, already moving toward them. Cleo did not let go of the coat. The frost on her own hand was spreading now, climbing her wrist, tendrils of cold working into the sleeve of her borrowed tunic. She could feel it searching, tasting, the same way the entity from the stone had tasted her name. She pressed her ruined palm flat against the courier's throat. The frost screamed. It was not a sound, it was a vibration, a shudder that ran through the courier's body and up Cleo's arm and into the hollow where her brand used to be. The frost on his neck cracked, flaked, fell away in dry gray powder. The courier went limp. Cleo lowered him to the floor. Ivo was there in the next breath, pressing fingers to the man's throat, checking for a pulse. He is alive, Ivo said. Barely. Cleo looked at her hand. The frost that had crawled up her wrist was gone, but her skin was mottled, gray-white in patches, and she could not feel her fingers at all. You burned it out, Sanko said. Her voice was strange, flat in a way Cleo had not heard before. I did not burn anything, Cleo said. You absorbed it, into yourself. Sanko's crack-patterned hand pressed against the wall, and the crack spread another inch. That should not be possible, not without a working, not without a brand. Cleo looked at her scar. The wound was darker than it had been an hour ago. The edges were no longer red, they were black. The frame, she said quietly. The brand is destroyed, but the frame remained. It is still connected. To what? Kazimir asked. Cleo did not answer. She did not know the answer, but she could feel it now, beneath the stone, beneath the broken wards and the dying frost lamps. Something that had been held at bay by the deep ice's weight. Something that was rising through the channels the deep ice had carved. The hall was silent. Everyone was looking at her. We need a plan, she said. Not for tomorrow, for now. She turned to Kazimir. The courier said 6 outposts are already dead. If the ice is spreading from below, through the foundations, it will reach the city before dawn. Then we leave, someone said. A soldier, standing near the broken entrance. We take what we can and move south. To where? Cleo asked. The South does not want us. The South has been feeding Frostmarch soldiers for decades because they feared what lives beneath the ice. If we arrive as refugees carrying news that the ice is breaking loose, they will seal the passes and let us freeze." The soldier did not argue. Kazimir stepped forward. "She is right," he said. "Running will not save anyone, not from this." "Then what will?" Marta asked. Kazimir did not answer immediately. He looked at the survivors in the hall, at the wounded lying on torn banners, at the child Sanko had warmed with her frost light. His jaw tightened. "I will help you hold this city," he said, "but I will not serve it." "No one is asking you to serve," Cleo said. "You are asking me to stand beside the people who built the machine that murdered my men. I am asking you to stand beside the people who are still alive." He held her gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded. "Once. One night," he said. "I will give you one night, and then I make my own choices. That is all I have ever asked." The tension in the hall eased, but only barely. Petar appeared at the edge of the light, his scarred face harder than Cleo had ever seen it. "Kazimir," he said. "A word." Kazimir crossed to him. They spoke in low voices, too low for Cleo to hear, but she saw Petar's hand move, saw him draw a shape in the air with his finger, a map of the northern approaches. When Kazimir turned back, his face was pale. "The frontier cells are moving," he said. "My old network. They heard the Tribunal fell. They think we are free." "They are not wrong," Cleo said. "They are not right either. They are marching on the northern garrison. 2,000 men, weapons, cold iron. They will reach the outer wall by morning. And then they will take the gate if we do not stop them, or join them, or die between them." Cleo stared at him, civil war and invasion racing toward each other, and the wrong winter rising beneath both. She looked at her black-rimmed scar, at the dead frost lamps, at the survivors gathered in the broken hall, and she understood that the script she had tried to break was not the only one written for this world. There were scripts within scripts, older than the deep ice, older than the Drozdov bloodline, older than any story she had ever read, and she was standing in the middle of all of them. "Then we go to the gate," she said, "and we meet them before they reach the wall." "And say what?" Marta asked. "That the Drozdov heir refuses the ring, that the tribunal is ash, that the ice is waking, and that the North needs soldiers, not rebels." "Yes," Cleo said. "They will not believe you." "They will not believe Lisenka Drozdova," Cleo said. "But they might believe the woman who refused the brand. They might believe the commander who refused to become a weapon." She looked at Kazimir. "Will you stand with me?" He did not answer, but he did not look away. And in the silence, the frost lamps flickered once, twice, and then held steady, as if something in the darkness had decided to wait. Cleo did not know how long that patience would last, but she knew where she had to go: the gate, the wrong winter, and the men marching toward a war that had already changed shape. Chapter 45. The lower wards of Val Sara smelled of tallow, damp wall, and the sharp metallic tang of fear. Cleo walked through the central passage with her ruined hand visible, the black-rimmed scar catching the lamplight like a wound that had never learned to close. Marta flanked her left. Kazimir walked a half-step behind, close enough to intercept, far enough to let her lead. She had insisted on coming alone. They had refused to let her. The first family she passed pressed themselves against the wall. A mother pulled her children behind her skirts, eyes fixed on Cleo's face with the particular dread of people who had learned exactly what that face was capable of. The youngest child, a boy no older than 7, began to cry. Cleo kept walking. She did not stop. She did not speak. She had learned weeks ago that words from Lisenka's mouth sounded like a scalpel, no matter how carefully she chose them. The passage widened into a shelter hall where 200 survivors had gathered. Someone had lit a fire in the central brazier, but the warmth barely reached the edges. People sat on bundles, on fallen stone, on the frozen ground itself. They looked up when she entered. The silence was worse than screaming. A man near the fire stood slowly. He was middle-aged, with the thick hands of a laborer and the hollow eyes of someone who had lost everything. His wife held his arm. "You," he said. Not a question. Cleo stopped. "I remember you," the man said. "You came to our settlement 3 winters ago, before the tribunal took my son." She did not have the memory. Lisenka's was buried too deep, or Cleo's presence had already begun overwriting the old recordings. But she did not need to remember. She could see it in his face, the exact moment he recognized the woman who had destroyed his family. "I am not who I was," she said. "Words," he said. "Words from that mouth." "Then watch." She held up her scarred hand. "Watch what I do next." She turned to the crowd. "The wards are dead. The ice is rising through the foundations. You have hours, not days, before it reaches these walls." She paused. "I am going to the east gate to stop the war that is about to break at our threshold. If you want to stay here and wait for the ice to take you, that is your choice. But if you want to live, you will follow the people I leave behind to the upper galleries, where the stone is older and the foundations run deeper." The man who had spoken spat to the side. "And why would we follow you?" "Because I am the one who refused." She turned her hand so the scar caught the light fully. The black edge gleamed, wet-looking, wrong. "This is what it cost to refuse. I burned through the door. I broke the ritual. I killed the Grand Magister's script with my own hand, and I will do the same to the thing rising beneath us." The silence held. Then a woman near the back of the hall stepped forward. She was old, her face seamed with frostburn scars that marked her as a former Frostcraft user. Her left eye was clouded white. "Let me see your hand," she said. Cleo held it out. The old woman crossed the hall slowly, her gait uneven, one leg dragging. She took Cleo's wrist in both hands, her fingers dry and cold as paper, and turned the scar toward the firelight. Her breath caught. "This is not a brand," she said. "This is a broken seal." "I know. You do not understand." The old woman looked up, her clouded eye fixed on Cleo with unnerving precision. "The seal was never meant to close. It was meant to hold, and you have cracked it open. I destroyed the door. You destroyed the lock." The old woman's grip tightened. "The door is still there. It has always been there. The brand was the thing that kept it shut from your side. Without it, they do not need you to open anything. They only need you to be close enough for the door to recognize you." Cleo felt the cold in her palm pulse. "The ice is rising because you broke the seal," the old woman said. "Not despite it." The hall erupted. Voices crashed over each other, accusation and terror, and the sharp edge of panic sharpening into violence. Someone threw a piece of broken stone. It struck Cleo's shoulder, hard enough to bruise. Kazimir stepped forward. "Enough!" His voice cut through the noise like a blade through frost. The crowd went still. "She bled for you," he said. "She burned her own hand to keep the brand off my face. She refused the throne her father built on bones. If you want to throw stones at her, you throw them at the only person in this city who has ever chosen to lose instead of kill." The man who had spoken first stared at him. "And who are you to speak for her?" "Someone she saved," Kazimir said, "despite every reason not to." The old woman still held Cleo's wrist. "Listen to me," she said, her voice low, meant only for Cleo. "The seal is broken, but the frame remembers. Every person who wore that brand before you, every Lisenka who walked the same path, they are still in the door. And the door knows your name now." "I know," Cleo said. "It spoke to me in the dark." "Then you know what is coming." "I know something is coming." Cleo pulled her hand free. "But I do not know what it is yet." The old woman's face tightened. "The seventh mouth," she said. "The thing the deep ice was built to cage. The first winter, the one that never ended. The one the old stories say will return when the Drozdov line fails. The Drozdov line has not failed. The Drozdov line has ended." The old woman looked at her with something like pity. "You are the last, and you have refused the role. The seal is broken. The mouth is waking." The ground trembled. A low sound rose from beneath the stone, not the hum of the deep ice, but something else, something with a voice. And that voice spoke Cleo's name from the bedrock itself. She turned to the east, where the gate stood, where the frontier cells were marching, where the wrong winter waited. The old woman's hand shot out and grabbed her arm. "Do not let the ice finish opening you," she said. "Whatever you do, whatever you face at that gate, do not let them use the frame to pull you open." Cleo looked down at her black-rimmed scar, at the crack spreading across her palm, at the thing that lived beneath the stone, speaking her name with a hunger older than the Drozdov bloodline. The frost lamps flickered, and in the dark between their dying and their return, someone in the crowd began to scream. Chapter 46. The old woman's grip did not leave Cleo's arm until the screaming stopped. It stopped the way a candle gutters, not with a bang, but with a wet choke and a gasp. The man who had been screaming stood frozen, his hands pressed to his own throat, his eyes wide with the kind of terror that does not fade. The frost lamps held. Cleo turned from the crowd. The old woman's hand fell away. Where is Sabine's archive? The question landed like a stone in still water. Marta's head came up. Sanko's pale eyes sharpened. The intelligence archive, Cleo said. The one she abandoned when she fled. Where is it? Marta answered first. The West Recording Chamber, below the old scriptorium. She kept it sealed even from the Tribunal. Take me there. Kazimir moved to follow. Cleo shook her head. Stay with the hall. If the lamps go out again, keep them calm. His jaw tightened, but he did not argue. He stepped back into the crowd, his presence a wall the others pressed against. Sanko fell in beside Cleo without being asked. Marta led, her frost-burned fingers tracing the walls as if reading something written in the cold stone. The West Recording Chamber was smaller than Cleo expected. A narrow room lined with shelves of oilcloth bundles and stacked ledgers, the air thick with dust and the faint chemical tang of old Frostcraft residue. A single frost lamp burned at the far end, its light weak and wavering. Sabine had left in a hurry. A chair lay overturned. A cabinet stood open, its contents rifled but not emptied. A scattering of loose papers covered the floor like fallen leaves. Sanko knelt immediately, lifting a page by its corner. She burned some of it. She held up a fragment with charred edges. But she did not have time to finish. Cleo moved to the shelves. Her ruined hand throbbed as she pulled down a bundle tied with leather cord. The oilcloth crackled as she unwrapped it. Lists, names, dates, amounts of coin. Supplies routed to settlements that had never requested them. Cold iron shipments logged to stations that had been declared abandoned years before. Protected assets, Cleo said. Sanko looked up. What? She was running a network, not for intelligence, for extraction. Cleo turned a page. These are people she moved out of Frostmarch before the collapse. Witnesses, officials, their families. What does she want with them? Leverage. Cleo set the bundle aside. Or protection, or both. Marta had moved to a locked chest in the corner. She pressed her frost-burned fingers to the seal, and the lock cracked open with a sound like breaking teeth. Inside, a single leather folder. Marta lifted it carefully, opened it, and went still. What is it? Marta's face was unreadable. Forged confessions. She held up the first page. A name Cleo did not recognize, a crime she had never heard of, a signature that looked genuine but was dated 3 months after the supposed signatory had died. He was preparing, Marta said quietly. The Grand Magister. He built a legal framework for the aftermath. If the ritual failed, he had already written the verdicts. Cleo took the folder. The weight of it was heavier than paper. He knew the ritual might fail. He prepared a second locus. Sanko rose. Where? Cleo flipped through the pages. Names, dates, locations. A pattern emerged. A spiral of sites stretching northward along the glacier roads, each one marked with a seal she recognized. The Drozdov seal. Every shrine, she said. Every one of the old Drozdov shrines. He reinforced them, not as places of worship, as anchor points. For what? Whatever the second locus needed, she found it at the bottom of the folder. A single page, folded and sealed with black wax. The seal was not the Drozdov crest, it was older. A spiral within a spiral, the same pattern that had scarred her palm. Marta held the lamp closer as Cleo broke the seal. Inside, a map. Not of Frostmarch, of the glacier itself. A cross-section of the ice, drawn in precise lines, with a single chamber marked at the deepest point. A chamber shaped like a mouth. The oldest shrine, Cleo said, below the glacial fault. That is where Sabine is going. Sanko's voice was flat. That is where she has been going all along. Cleo looked at the map in her hands, at the chamber marked at the deepest point. at the spiral seal that had bled through the page. "He was not trying to open the door," she said. "He was trying to keep it closed, and when he failed, he built a second lock." "Then why did Sabine take the keys?" Cleo looked up. The question hung between them like frost in the air. "Because she was not loyal to Anselm," Cleo said. "She was loyal to the contingency." The lamp flickered. Cleo folded the map carefully and tucked it inside her coat. Her ruined hand throbbed, the black-edged scar cold against her skin. "We need to move," she said, "before she reaches the shrine." "And the city?" Marta's voice was careful. "The frontier cells at the gate?" Cleo looked at the lists of names, the forged confessions, the escape routes Sabine had prepared. "Kazimir can hold the gate. Petar knows the frontier cells. The city will survive, or it will not." Sanko's pale eyes held hers. "But if Sabine reaches the shrine first, if she opens whatever Anselm built as a second lock, then the city does not matter." Cleo nodded. "Then we go now." She turned toward the door. The scream came from outside, not from the hall but from the street, sharp and cut short. Marta moved first, her frost-burned hand already glowing. Sanko followed, a blade in her grip. Cleo stepped into the corridor and saw what had made the scream. The wrong winter had reached the lower ward. Gray, ash-colored snow drifted through the open archway at the far end of the corridor, falling upward, each flake hanging in the air as if deciding where to land. And in the center of the drift, a figure stood. It wore the shape of a woman, but its edges were wrong, blurred like a reflection on disturbed water. Its face was Cleo's face. Its hand was raised, palm open, the same spiral scar on its skin. But the scar was not black-edged. It was white, burning. The figure spoke with a voice that came from everywhere at once, from the stone, from the ice, from the marrow of Cleo's own bones. Cleo Adejola. The sound of her real name in that wrong mouth made her stomach clench. "You have broken the seal. You have opened the way." The figure smiled with Cleo's lips. "But you do not know what you have led through." The ash snow swirled, the figure stepped forward, and the frost lamps went out. Chapter 47. The ash snow swallowed the corridor. Cleo hit the ground as Marta's frost light died. Someone grabbed her arm, pulled her sideways into a recessed doorway. Kazimir's voice, low and close to her ear. "Do not move." The figure wearing her face drifted past the archway. Its feet did not touch the stone. The spiral scar on its palm burned white, casting no shadow, and where the light touched the walls, frost bloomed in branching veins. Cleo pressed her ruined hand against her chest, the black-edged scar cold and thrumming. The figure paused, turned its head, looked directly at the doorway where they hid. Then the ash snow swirled once, and the figure was gone. The frost lamps did not realize she was holding. "Up," Kazimir said. "We need to move before it comes back." They found the chapel 2 levels up, tucked behind a collapsed column where the ceiling still held. Someone had already dragged braziers inside and lit them. The flames threw orange light across broken pews, a cracked altar, and the faded mural of a winter saint whose face had been chiseled away. Cleo dropped onto a stone bench and pressed her palm to her thigh. The black-edged scar ached in the heat. Kazimir stood at the chapel entrance, watching the dark corridor. "They will not come," Marta said from the far corner, where she sat with her back to the wall, frost-burned hand resting on her knee. "Not yet. The thing that wore Cleo's face has moved on. The normal cold will take a little longer." She sounded tired, which was the closest Marta came to fear. Sanko had stayed behind with Petar and Yelena to hold the shelter hall. The group had split, half to guard the living, half to find a place where Cleo could think without 400 eyes on her. Kazimir turned from the doorway. He crossed the chapel, dropped onto the bench beside her, and did not leave a hand of space between them. "You look like you are about to fall over." "I have not slept in 3 days. That is not what I meant." Cleo looked at her hands, the right one whole, the left one scarred, black at the edges, mottled gray-white across the palm. A seal she had broken, a door she had unlatched. "I know what you meant." The braziers crackled. The winter saint's chiseled face stared blindly at the ceiling. "Ansel knew," she said. "He knew the brand was a seal, not a door. He knew breaking it would wake something worse, and he prepared a second lock anyway, because he expected to fail. Or because he expected you to fail. It was not cruel the way he said it. It was careful, like a man testing ice before he stepped on it. Maybe, Cleo said. He spent 40 years preparing for his daughter to fail. That is a long time to carry a contingency. Kazimir was quiet. The silence stretched, not uncomfortable, but watchful. Two people who had stopped pretending they did not need each other, and did not yet know what to do with the admission. The 8th Lisenka, Cleo said. The one who refused before me. She left a letter. She knew what the brand was. She knew she was being asked to become a door. And she said no. And then Anselm found another way. Another Lisenka. Another cycle. He kept the machine running until he found one who would say yes. Kazimir looked at the mural, at the erased face of the saint. He broke people until he found a version of his own daughter who would agree to let the deep ice through her. That is not grief. That is manufacture. It is both. He turned to her. His pale eyes caught the firelight. Can you hold both? Cleo looked at the scar on her palm. Anselm believed the ugly choice was the only honest one, that mercy was a luxury people died for. He raised Lisenka to believe it too. And he was wrong. But he was not wrong about what he was afraid of. She met Kazimir's gaze. The 7th math is real. It is waking, and I am the one who let it through. He did not look away. Then we put it back. Just like that? No. His voice was flat, practical, the voice of a man who had spent years surviving things that should have killed him. Not just like that. With work, with maps, with mistakes, with walking into the oldest shrine below the glacier and finding out what Sabine is planning. But we do it, or we die. And I have died enough times in that machine's script. The word script hung between them. Cleo thought of the deep ice's offered visions, the endless versions of Kazimir who had become the warlord, the endless cycles of Lisenka who had opened the door. This is the first time either of us has reached this point, she said. The first cycle where the script broke, which means whatever comes next, no one has written it yet. Good. His hand moved, not to her face, not to her shoulder, to her scarred hand. He picked it up, turned it over, looked at the black-edged ruin of her palm. This is what it cost to refuse. Yes. He traced the edge of the scar with his thumb. The touch was light, almost reverent. I still hate parts of what Lisenka did. Cleo's throat tightened. I know. I still wake up some nights with her face in my memory from the interrogations, the shape of her mouth when she watched them cut into me, the sound of her voice when she told the tribunal I was already dead. Cleo said nothing. There was nothing to say. The body she wore had done those things. Kazimir did not let go of her hand. And I still do not want to be anywhere else when the walls start shaking. The braziers popped. The firelight shifted across his face. Because you are not her, he said, and because being near you is the only thing that has ever felt like the script was breaking before I even knew there was one. Cleo's breath caught. She turned her hand under his grip, laced her fingers through his. The scarred hand, the broken one. He held it like it mattered. I cannot promise I will not fail. I know. I cannot promise I will survive the shrine. I know that too. Then what are we doing? He lifted her hand, pressed his mouth to her knuckles, and held the kiss there for a long, deliberate moment. Making a choice the machine never let us make before. The floor trebled. Not the deep ice rhythm, not the wrong winter's searching pulse. Something deeper, older, a groan from the bedrock itself. Kazimir released her hand and stood. That was not the ice. Cleo rose beside him. The braziers had dimmed, the flames shrinking as if the air had grown thinner. Marta was already at the doorway, her frost-burned hand glowing. East, she said. The gate. Something hit the wall. Kazimir looked at Cleo. No strategy between them, no script, just two people who had chosen each other inside a world that wanted them dead. Together, he said. It was not a question. Cleo nodded. Together. They moved toward the door. The second impact came before they reached it, a shockwave that knocked Cleo sideways into Kazimier's chest. He caught her, steadied her, and she felt his heart hammering against her shoulder blade. The Winter Saint's chiseled face cracked down the center, the brazier flames went out, and in the darkness, from somewhere below, a voice that was not the deep ice and was not the wrong winter began to sing. Chapter 48. The singing from below stopped when the third impact hit the eastern gate. Cleo felt it through the chapel floor, a shock that traveled up through her boots and into her teeth. Marta was already moving, crossing to the broken window where the wrong winter's ash-gray light bled through the chiseled saint's face. "That was not the gate," Marta said. "That was the wall beside it." Kazimir was at Cleo's side before she could steady herself. His hand found her elbow, held, released. "How many impacts can the outer ward take before the stone fails?" "I do not know." Marta's frost-burned fingers pressed against the sill. "No one has tested it. The walls were built to hold against winter, not against what strikes from inside." Cleo's scarred palm throbbed. The black edges of the wound had spread since the chapel, fine veins of darkness threading toward her wrist. "Sabine's agents," she said. "They would not wait for the ice to do the work. They would use the panic." Kazimir's jaw tightened. "Divide the survivors. Turn them against each other before anyone can organize a defense. That is what I would do." They moved through the corridors without speaking. The frost lamps flickered at irregular intervals, some holding steady, others dying as they passed. The air had changed, thicker, colder, carrying a smell like old iron and wet stone. The first shouts reached them at the junction where the east corridor opened into the great hall. "Her bed and his blood!" The commander fucked the Drozdova for, and now he commands the city. A man's voice, young, trembling with manufactured outrage. Cleo stopped at the archway and looked into the hall. The space had been organized for triage. Makeshift beds lined the walls, wounded survivors stacked in rows, Evo Mercer moving between them with a basket of bandages, but the order was fracturing. A cluster of men had gathered at the center, their voices rising above the wounded. "I saw them together in the chapel," another voice called. "She was in his arms, Lisenka Drozdova and the prisoner she was supposed to brand. They're making their play while the city dies." Cleo felt Kazimir's presence at her back. Not touching, close enough that she could feel the heat of him through the cold air. "Staged," she said quietly, "but the fear is real." Marta had already slipped past them, moving through the crowd with the practiced invisibility of a woman who had spent decades reading rooms before entering them. She circled the agitators, her frost-burned fingers tracing patterns against her palm. Cleo watched her work. The man who had spoken first was young, barely 20, with a laborer's build and a face that had never known hunger. The second was older, lean, with frost-scarred knuckles and the flat gaze of someone who had killed before. Outside, the fourth impact shook the walls. The wounded screamed. A woman carrying a child stumbled and Cleo caught her arm before she fell. The child was crying, a thin, exhausted sound that cut through the shouting. "Let me pass," Cleo's voice carried. She did not raise it, but the silence that followed was immediate. "I am going to the gate." The crowd parted. Not trust, not loyalty. The old fear of Lisenka's name still running through their reflexes like a wire. The young agitator stepped into her path. "You are not going anywhere, Drozdov. You have done enough." "I know you." Cleo studied his face. "You were in the shelter hall. You threw the stone." His mouth tightened. "You remember one stone. What about the 3 winters you sent my village? The children's tribunal took from my sister's house." "I took no one from your sister's house. You wore that face when you did it." Cleo felt the weight of the accusation. It was true. Not her hands, not her choice, but the face was the same. The body was the same. The memory of those children existed in Lisenka's bones, even if Cleo had never ordered them taken. "I wore this face," she said. "I did not give the order." Words. The older agitator stepped forward. His frost-scarred hand moved toward his coat. Pretty words from a woman who has never paid for what she did. Kazimir moved. Not fast, not aggressive. He simply stepped past Cleo and placed himself between her and the older man. His weight settled, his hands visible and open. "You want payment," he said. "I have more claim than you." She watched them cut into me. She stood beside the table while the brandmasters heated the rods. She did not stop them. The older agitator's hand stopped moving, but she also took the brand onto her own hand, Kazimir said. She bled for this city. She refused the ritual that would have opened the door. "So, if you want to kill her for what Lisenka did, you get through me first." The hall held its breath. Cleo watched the older agitator's face. She saw a calculation there, not rage. He was measuring odds, counting allies, deciding whether the riot would spread far enough to cover what he was actually here to do. "Take him," Marta said. She was behind the young agitator, her frost-burned fingers pressed against the base of his skull. The frostlight beneath her skin pulsed once, and the young man's knees buckled. The older agitator lunged. Cleo caught his wrist before she knew she had moved. Lisenka's reflexes, still living in her tendons. She twisted, felt the joint strain, and he went down with a pained grunt. Kazimir was there a second later, pinning the man's arms, pressing his face into the stone. "Who armed you?" Cleo's voice was flat. "Sabine?" The older agitator laughed, a wet, rattling sound that turned into a cough. "She is already at the shrine," he said. "You will never reach her in time." "Who armed you?" "I was armed by the same hand that—" His voice stopped. His body convulsed once, a violent shudder that arched his spine off the floor. Frost bloomed across his chest, spreading from the inside out, a white lattice that cracked through his coat and skin and ribs. Ice from his lungs. Cleo dropped his wrist and stepped back. The frost spread in silence. By the time Marta reached them, the agitator's eyes were frozen open. His breath stopped. His heart, locked in a cage of his own blood, turned to crystal. No one in the hall spoke. Cleo looked at the body, at the frost that had killed him before he could name who had sent him. "Sabine did not arm him," she said slowly. "She would not need to silence him. She is already ahead of us." Kazimir's hand found her elbow. "Then who did?" Cleo looked at the frost still spreading across the dead man's chest, at the pattern it made, identical to the crack marks on Sanko's frostcraft hand. "The seventh mouth," she said. The hall went dark. Not the wrong winter's ash-gray night, darker. And from the eastern gate, a fifth impact, followed by the sound of stone giving way. Chapter 49. The dark did not lift. It thickened, pressed against the walls like a held breath, and Cleo stood in it with the dead agitator's frost still spreading across the stone. The fifth impact had taken the eastern gate. She heard it in the silence that followed, a different quality of quiet, one where the city's edge had opened and nothing had yet decided to enter. "We cannot stay here," Marta said. Her voice came from somewhere to Cleo's left, flat and practical. "The gate is gone. Whatever walked through it will reach this hall before we finish arguing over what killed him." Cleo looked down at the frozen body. The frost lattice across his chest glittered faintly in the last dying glow of a single frost lamp. The pattern was unmistakable. It matched Sanko's crack-marked hand. It matched the wards that had gone silent. It matched everything the old woman in the shelter hall had warned her about. "The seventh mouth did not send him to start a riot," Cleo said. "It sent him to delay us." Kazimir's hand was still on her elbow. She felt the heat of his palm through the fabric, a small anchor in the darkness. "Then we stop being delayed," he said. They moved. Marta took point, her frost-burned fingers producing a thin, pulsing light that did not so much illuminate the corridor as make the shadows deeper around its edges. Behind them, the great hall dissolved into murmurs and panic, someone shouting orders, someone else crying. Cleo did not turn around. She could not save everyone by standing still. Yelena was where they had left her, in a narrow chamber off the archive corridor, surrounded by fragments of parchment and a single frost lamp that had not yet died. She looked up when they entered, her ink-stained hands frozen mid-reach over a spread of torn survey sheets. "The eastern gate," she said. "Gone," Cleo said. "How much of the survey did you recover?" Yelena's gaze dropped to the fragments. Her pale gray eyes moved across the damaged parchment with the focus of someone holding panic at arm's length by concentrating on details. Most of it. The vault took damage when the wards collapsed, but the chest was iron-lined. The fire did not reach the inner layers. She touched a sheet where the edge had been burned away, leaving a black lace of ash. What I am missing is the final page. The seal on the oldest shrine is drawn on it, but someone cut the plate before it was printed. Cleo moved to the table. The fragments had been arranged by sequence, not by geography. Yelena had been reconstructing the survey as a timeline rather than a map, and that choice told Cleo something about how the Archivist's mind worked. She was looking for a story, not a route. A chain of small marks ran along the glacial fault line, each one a shrine. The oldest ones carried no name, only a symbol that predated the Drozdova seal by centuries, a spiral within a spiral, identical to the scar on Cleo's palm. There are 12, Yelena said. The first 10 are markers, warning points. They do not hold power, they only point toward the place that does. Point toward the oldest shrine. Yes. Yelena pressed her palm flat against the final fragment, where the chain ended in a blank space where the seal should have been printed. But without the final page, I cannot tell you what the seal actually does. Only that the Drozdovs adopted it before Frostmarch became a theocracy, before the Tribunal existed, before anyone wrote down why they built a shrine at the deepest point of a glacial fault. Cleo studied the blank space. She had read about this seal. In the serial, it appeared only once, in a passage that had been edited out of the final published version. The academic edition included an appendix with the author's working notes, and Cleo had taught from that appendix for years. She had photocopied the missing passage, annotated it, and lectured on it as an example of world building that was too revealing for the narrative to sustain. The seal was not a lock. It was a warning. A warning written by someone who had already seen what the seal contained and had built the shrine to mark the place where it slept, not to cage it, but to remember where to find it when the time came. The final page was not lost, Cleo said slowly. It was cut. Yelena's head lifted. Cut? From the printing plate. Someone removed the seal before the survey was distributed. They wanted the shrine marked, but not the symbol explained. Kazimir moved closer to the table. His shadow fell across the fragments, and Cleo saw him trace the chain of shrines with his gaze, reading the geography the way a commander reads terrain. Who cut it? Cleo looked at the blank space where the seal should have been. The edges of the missing image were clean, a precise removal made by someone who knew exactly what they were taking out. I recognize the cut, she said. The words came out before she had decided to speak them. Yelena's hands stilled. How? You have never seen this survey before tonight. Cleo had no answer that would make sense. Not in this room, not to these people. But she knew the shape of the missing image because she had seen its ghost in the academic appendix, and she knew the hand that had removed it because she had spent 10 years grading essays in a cramped office with a professor whose marginalia she had learned to read at a glance. The same hand. The same precise, deliberate excision of a detail that should not exist. There was a scholar, Cleo said, in the place I came from. Someone who studied the same text I studied. They knew about the seal. They wrote about it in notes that were never published. Kazimir's voice was quiet. A scholar from your world left a mark on a survey printed in ours. I know how it sounds. You knew how everything sounded. He did not say it cruelly. And you were right. Yelena pulled the fragment closer, staring at the blank space as if she could force the missing image to reappear through sheer attention. This scholar, she said. Would they have wanted the seal hidden or revealed? Cleo thought about the marginalia she had read for a decade. The professor who shared her office had been meticulous, obsessive, and terrified. Not of the text, but of what the text described. She had cut the seal from the survey not to suppress knowledge, but to buy time. Hidden, Cleo said, until someone was ready to read it. The frost lamp flickered. Marta's head came up. We have company. Cleo heard it then, a soft scraping from the corridor outside, not footsteps, but something dragged across stone. The wrong winter did not make sound. It moved through silence like a held thought. This was different. This was something with weight, a body that touched the floor. Kazimir reached for the cold iron blade at his belt, and the door opened. Standing in the threshold, with frost-cracked lips and a voice Cleo had not heard since the ritual chamber collapsed, was a woman she had last seen bleeding into the rubble of a fallen ceiling. Sabine Kadar. Chapter 50. Sabine Kadar stood in the threshold with frost-cracked lips and a stillness that did not belong to a woman who had crawled out of rubble. Her coat was torn across one shoulder, the fabric dark with dried blood, but her hands hung loose at her sides and her eyes moved across the room with the flat assessment of someone who had already decided what she would do. Cleo's scarred palm throbbed once, a deep pulse that had nothing to do with blood. "Seal the door," Sabine said. Marta moved before the words finished. Frostlight flared at her burned fingers and the chamber door groaned shut, the iron bolt scraping home. The scraping sound from the corridor continued beyond it, something dragging itself past the threshold. Sabine did not turn to look. She kept her eyes on Cleo. "You survived." Cleo heard how flat her own voice sounded. "I saw the ceiling come down on you." "You saw a ceiling come down?" Sabine's mouth moved in something that was not quite a smile. "You did not see it land." Kazimir had not resheathed his blade. The cold iron caught the frost lamp's glow as he shifted his weight, positioning himself between Sabine and Cleo without being asked. "Say what you came to say," he said, "before I decide the chamber collapse was not thorough enough." Sabine's gaze flicked to him, then back to Cleo. "The seventh mouth has been inside the citadel for 3 days. Not agents, the thing itself. It came through the broken seal before the ritual chambers collapsed. It has been wearing faces and reading memories since the first hour." Yelena made a sound, a small, compressed exhale. Her ink-stained hands pressed flat against the map fragments as if she could anchor herself to paper. "How do you know?" Cleo asked. "Because I watched it kill a man in the lower archive who did not know he was dead." Sabine reached into her torn coat with slow, deliberate movements and withdrew a folded sheet, its edges blackened by frost. "I took this from the Shrine Road cache before I doubled back. The scholar who cut the seal left more than a missing page. She left a route." Cleo did not reach for the sheet. "You were heading for the oldest shrine with the keys. You told Yelena's network you were going north." "I told Yelena's network what it needed to hear." Sabine's voice carried no apology. "The keys were not for the shrine. They were for the cache. I buried them before Anselm's contingency became my problem, and I went back to retrieve what the scholar left behind because I realized I was not the only person who knew the seal was a warning." The scraping sound from the corridor faded. Cleo looked at the folded sheet, the same precise hand, the same deliberate excision of detail that she had recognized in the missing seal. "You knew the scholar," Sabine said. It was not a question. Cleo did not answer. Kazimir's blade did not lower. "How long do we have?" Cleo said instead. Sabine's frost-cracked lips pressed together. "The wrong winter reached the eastern gate 2 hours ago. It is not trying to breach the wall. It is reading the stone, learning the shape of what held it back. When it finds the gap, the seventh mouth left in the ward memory, it will come through like water through a cracked cup." Sanko spoke from the doorway, where she had appeared without sound, her crack-patterned hand pressed against the stone frame. "She is telling the truth." Cleo turned. Sanko's face was pale, the frost white at her temples spreading further than it had been an hour ago, but her colorless eyes held steady. "The wards are not silent," Sanko said. "They are listening, waiting for instructions from something that no longer exists. The wrong winter is reading the absence the way a tongue reads the gag where a tooth was pulled." Kazimir lowered his blade a fraction. "You believe her." "I believe what the stone tells me." Sanko stepped into the room, her crack-marked hand leaving a fine web of fissures across the doorframe. "Sabine Kadar has been moving against the seventh mouth for longer than any of us knew. She was never Anselm's instrument. She was watching him the way she watches everyone, waiting for the pattern to show its seams." Sabine's expression did not change, but something in her shoulders shifted, a release she had not allowed herself until now. "The compact," she said. "You need one. An emergency authority that holds rebel soldiers, Lycian mages, and tribunal functionaries under the same banner long enough to reach the shrine. I have names. People who will stand down if they see you standing together." Cleo looked at her scarred palm. The black veins had not receded. They were waiting, patient and full. "How many names?" "Enough to hold the eastern corridor for the time it takes to move the column through." Sabine held out the folded sheet. "But only if you move now. The wrong winter is not waiting for permission." The frost lamp flickered. Kazimir stepped forward and took the sheet from Sabine's hand. He unfolded it with the economy of a man who had read battlefield maps under fire, studying the route while the room held its breath. "It follows the fault line," he said. 12 shrines, 11 of them dead markers. The oldest sits at the convergence point where the glacier meets the bedrock. If the scholar left anything there, we will find it before the wrong winter finds us. He looked at Cleo. "Or we die on the road, and the city dies behind us." Cleo met his gaze. There was no certainty in his eyes, no promise of survival. There was only the same choice she had made when she refused the brand, when she tore the door open, when she stood in the ruined hall and told 200 people the truth. "Act or be acted upon." "Open the door," she said. Marta pulled the bolt. The corridor beyond was empty. The scraping sound had stopped, and the stone was cold and still, bearing no trace of whatever had dragged itself past. Sabine moved first, stepping through the threshold with the confidence of someone who had already survived worse than whatever waited in the dark. Sanko followed, her crack-marked hand raised, frostlight flickering along the fissures like a pulse looking for a vein. Kazimir fell in beside Cleo. "Together," he said. It was not a question. They moved through the citadel's lower corridors, past shattered doors and empty guard posts, past walls where frost had bloomed in patterns that matched Sanko's hand. The silence was wrong. Not the absence of sound, but the presence of listening. The east gate came into view through a collapsed archway, a jagged wound in the stone where the 5th impact had driven through. Beyond it, the wrong winter hung in the air, gray ash snow suspended in columns that should have fallen. Cleo stopped. The snow was rising. Against the wind, against gravity, in long, slow tendrils that curled upward like fingers reaching for something they had found. The tendrils turned. They pointed toward her. And the wrong winter began to move. Chapter 51. The wrong winter did not rush. It unspooled, a column of gray ash snow unraveling at the edges, tendrils tasting the air where Cleo stood. The collapsed archway framed it like a mouth opening wider, and she felt the cold before it reached her. Not the bite of frost, but the absence of everything that had ever been warm. Kazimir's hand found her elbow. "Don't freeze." His voice was flat, a commander's tone stripped of urgency. She understood. Panic would hollow her out faster than the cold. She forced her feet to stay planted, her gaze on the moving wall of ash, and breathed through the part of her mind that wanted to run. The tendrils stretched. They were longer now, reaching through the breach like fingers testing the shape of an opening, and Cleo felt the pressure behind her scarred palm. Not pain, but recognition, as if something in the wound remembered the touch of this cold. A figure stepped past her. Sanko moved into the archway with her crack-marked hand raised, frostlight flickering along the fissures in her skin. The light was wrong, gray instead of white, and the cracks spread as she raised her arm, crawling past her wrist toward her forearm. "Stay behind me," Sanko said. The wrong winter answered. It did not strike. It spoke. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, from the ash particles themselves, from the stone beneath their feet, from the space between breaths. It was vast and ancient and patient, and it knew her name. Cleo Adegola. She felt the words in her marrow, in the bones of her skull, in the hollow where Lisenka's memories lived. The wrong winter did not shout. It whispered, and the whisper filled every gap in her attention. "You read about this world. You judged it. You taught it to students who underlined your favorite passages and wrote essays about the tragic inevitability of the warlord's rise." The tendrils curled closer. Sanko's frostlight flared, and a crack shot through the stone at her feet. "But you were not a reader. You were a variable inserted into a closed system. The deep ice did not summon you by accident. It found you because you were already looking." Cleo's throat closed. The years you spent studying the pattern made you visible. Every annotation, every lecture, every late night tracing the spiral routes on a classroom map was a signal reaching through the ice. The deep ice read your attention the way a tongue reads a tooth. Kazimir's grip tightened on her arm. "It is lying," he said. "It is trying to make you believe you were always part of its design." The voice did not acknowledge him. Lisenka Drozdova was not chosen. She was cultivated. The bloodline was shaped over centuries to produce a vessel with the exact neural architecture that would recognize the pattern when she saw it. Every version of her was a draft. You are the final edition. Cleo's scarred palm burned. You were written into the cycle before you were born, in the world you remember. Teaching the Long Thaw was not a career, it was a preparation. The deep ice has been waiting for you to arrive for a very long time. She wanted to deny it. She wanted to believe it was manipulation, nothing but a weapon of fear aimed at her weakest point. But the voice spoke with a kind of intimacy that felt like memory, like something that had been watching her read at her desk, grade papers in the dark, walk home through empty campus streets. You did not choose to come here. You were called. And everything you have done since you arrived, every deviation, every refusal, every act of mercy, has been read and filed and understood before you made it. The wrong winter touched the archway. Stone crumbled. Sanko shouted something, her frostlight detonating in a burst of gray-white that threw the tendrils back, but the voice did not stop. "You want to know what the seventh mouth is?" Every hair on Cleo's body rose. "It is what the deep ice was built to contain. Not a colder winter, not an older entity. A mouth that speaks one word, and the word is the end of the cycle. The deep ice is not a cage. It is a throat that never learned to stop swallowing." Sanko's frostlight guttered. The tendrils surged forward. Cleo moved before she understood what she was doing, her scarred hand rising, the black-veined palm catching the wrong winter's first touch. The cold hit her like a blade, not through the skin but through the door the brand had left open, and she felt the wrong winter inside her, in the gap between her ribs, in the space behind her eyes. "You will hear the word before you see the mouth that speaks it." The voice was inside her now, not outside. "The seventh mouth is waking because you broke the seal. You did not cause the waking, you removed the hand that was holding it shut. And when it opens fully, the first thing it will devour is the pattern that made you possible." Cleo screamed, not in pain, in refusal. She pushed back, not with Frostcraft, not with Lisenka's training, but with the part of her that had spent 20 years refusing to let a story tell her what to think. She pushed with every essay she had ever returned covered in red ink, every student she had forced to read more carefully, every argument she had lost because she would not surrender the shape of a sentence. The wrong winter recoiled, not defeated, surprised. The tendrils pulled back through the archway, the ash snow resuming its slow suspension, and Cleo stood in the sudden silence with her scarred hand still raised, her breath ragged, her mind full of a phrase she had not chosen. "The seventh mouth is waking." Sanko caught her before she fell. "I have you." Cleo's knees hit the stone. Kazimir was there, his hands on her shoulders, his face close to hers, his breath warm against her cheek. "You are here," he said. "You are still here." She nodded, but she could not speak. The phrase was still burning, carved into her thoughts like a scar that would not close. The seventh mouth is waking. And she understood, with a cold that had nothing to do with the winter outside, that the voice had not been threatening her. It had been warning her. Through the archway, beyond the suspended ash, the wrong winter waited. But it was not moving toward her anymore. It was listening, waiting for the word that would end everything. Chapter 52. Petar found her in the passage outside the triage hall, where she had been sitting with her back against the wall for maybe 5 minutes, maybe 20. Time had gone shapeless since the wrong winter retreated. The ash snow still hung beyond the archway, suspended and waiting. But the pressure had eased, and Sanko was leaning against the opposite wall with her crack-marked hand wrapped in a strip of her own coat. "You look like you're about to fall over," Petar said. Cleo looked up. His face was hard to read in the frost lamp glow, but the old suspicion was muted, replaced by something closer to assessment. "I am about to fall over," she said. "That is not the same as being about to stop." He studied her for a long moment. Then he jerked his head toward the corridor behind him. "Come with me." Kazimir stepped forward, ready to intervene, but Petar raised a hand. "Alone. She will be safe. I want her to see something." Cleo pushed herself up. Her legs held. Her scarred palm throbbed with every heartbeat. "Where?" "The lower quarters, where your father's soldiers used to bring people for questioning before they were processed into the northern holding." She followed him. The corridor narrowed as they descended, the frost lamps thinning to rusted brackets that had not been maintained in years. The air changed, growing dense with the smell of damp wool, old smoke, and something metallic she did not want to name. P.T. walked ahead without looking back. "The first time I saw Villa Sara," he said, "I was 18, fresh into Kazimir's scout company. We were sent to deliver a prisoner transfer manifest to the Tribunal archives. 2 days in the city, and I spent both of them trying not to look at the walls." "What was on the walls?" "Names." He stopped at a junction where the corridor opened into a wider chamber, low-ceilinged, crowded with bedrolls and stacked crates and people who went still when they saw her face. Families that got processed through the Drozdov holding system and never came out. The tribunal clerks kept a record of every person who vanished into the northern transit. It was not a secret. It was a deterrent. The refugees in the chamber watched her with flat, exhausted eyes. A woman with a child pressed against her hip. An old man with frost-scarred hands wrapped in rags. A young woman with a bandage across her throat who looked at Cleo and did not flinch. Petar stopped in the center of the chamber and turned to face her. "You want to know why I do not trust you?" he said. "Even after everything you did in the ritual chamber. Even after the brand." Cleo said nothing. "Because I know what Lisenka Drozdova did to the people in this room." He gestured without looking, a sweep of his arm that took in the whole crowded space. "I know the names. I know the dates. I know which of them watched their children taken into tribunal custody, and which of them were told their children were already dead when they were still alive in the northern transit." The woman with the child shifted. The child, a boy of maybe 6, stared at Cleo with the unreadable stillness of someone who had learned not to react. "I am not Lisenka," Cleo said. "I know." Petar's voice was flat. "That is the only reason you are still standing in this room. But I need to know if you understand what carrying that face means. Not the court version. Not the Grand Magister's version. The version that lives in the bodies of people who survived her." He stepped aside, clearing the space between Cleo and the refugees. "Stay," he said. "Listen. Let them tell you what they remember, and then I will decide if I can guide your expedition north." The silence stretched. Cleo looked at the woman with the child, at the bandaged throat of the young woman, at the old man with frost-scarred hands who had not taken his eyes off her since she entered the chamber. She did not know what to say. She had spent her life reading stories about suffering, analyzing them, teaching them to students who would never feel the cold of a Drozdov holding cell. She had no language for the reality of it, no framework that would make her presence in this room anything but a violation. So she did the only thing she could think of. She sat down, cross-legged on the stone floor, her ruined hand visible, her scarred palm open in her lap. She did not speak. She just waited. The old man with frost-scarred hands was the first. "My daughter was taken in the 8th year of the occupation," he said. "She was 14. They told me she was transferred to a northern settlement for resettlement. I never saw her again." The women with the child spoke next. "My husband was a scribe in the tribunal registry. He copied transfer orders. Every night he came home with ink on his fingers and no voice left. They executed him for destroying a page. The page was never destroyed. It was lost in transit. They executed him for a clerical error." The young woman with the bandaged throat did not speak. She could not. But she pulled down the bandage to show the scar, a clean line across her throat, and held Cleo's gaze until Cleo nodded. Petar stood at the edge of the chamber, watching. Cleo stayed. She listened to 11 names, 11 stories, 11 lives that Lisenka Drozdova's face had touched with cruelty or neglect or bureaucratic indifference that looked the same as cruelty in the end. She did not defend herself. She did not explain that she was not the woman who had done these things. She just sat with the weight of it, let it press down on her, let it hurt. When the last voice fell silent, the chamber was quiet except for the distant groan of ice shifting beneath the citadel. Petar crossed to her. "You did not try to fix it." "I cannot fix it." "No." He crouched in front of her, his scarred face close to hers. "You cannot. But you stayed. That is the difference between you and the woman who wore that face before." He stood. "I will guide the expedition north, on one condition." "Name it." "Kazimir leads." He held her gaze. "Not you, not Sabine, not some emergency compact of people who have never been north of the Glacier Road. Kazimir Solanke, with his scouts on his flanks and his decisions in his own hands. If you can live with that, I will take you to the Shrine Road." Cleo looked at the refugees around her, at the faces that had trusted her with their dead. "Yes," she said. Petar nodded once. "Then we leave at first watch." He turned and walked toward the corridor. Cleo stayed where she was, the stone cold beneath her, the weight of 11 names pressing against her ribs. And in the silence that followed, she heard something that should not have been possible. A child's voice, singing. From somewhere deeper in the refugee quarters, a melody she did not recognize, pitched in a key that made the frost lamps flicker. The old man with frost-scarred hands went rigid. "That song," he said, "has not been sung in Frostmarch for 40 years. The child's voice rose, thin and clear, threading through the stone like smoke through a cracked wall. Cleo's scarred palm burned. Chapter 53. The child's voice threaded through the stone like meltwater through cracked ice, thin and ancient and wrong. Cleo's scarred palm burned with each note, the black edges of the frame pulsing in rhythm with the melody she did not recognize, but her body remembered. The old man with frost-scarred hands stood slowly, his joints cracking in the silence between phrases. "That song was sung at the old shrines," he said, "before the Drozdovs, before the Tribunal, when the ice still answered to something older than law." The child's voice rose again, and this time Cleo felt it in her teeth, in the marrow of her ruined hand, in the hollow where her brand had been torn open. She pushed herself up from the stone floor. "Where is that child?" The old man shook his head. "There are no children here, not anymore. They were taken north, all of them." Petar had stopped in the corridor, his lean frame silhouetted against a dying frost lamp. He turned back slowly. "I heard that song once," he said. 40 years ago, from the Glacier Road. A woman sang it as she walked into the ice. She did not come back." The child's voice stopped. The silence that followed was worse. Cleo's scarred palm cooled, the burn fading to a dull ache, but the memory of the melody stayed in her bones like a splinter she could not extract. Ivo Mercer appeared at the corridor mouth, his physician's coat streaked with ash and something darker, his lean face tight with exhaustion and a newer, sharper alertness. "I need 10 minutes with her," he said, jerking his chin at Cleo, "before we move again." Petar looked at Cleo. "Make it 5. Ivo led her to a storage alcove whose door had been torn off its hinges. Inside, Faust sketched white arabesques across the walls, and a single lamp cast a circle of amber light just large enough for 2 people to stand in. He closed the remaining shutter partially, sealing them into a cramped intimacy. "Show me your hand." Cleo extended her arm. The scarred palm lay open under the light, the black edges of the frame now veined with faint silver lines that branched toward her wrist like the roots of a dead tree. Ivo did not touch her immediately. He studied the scar with the same stillness she had seen him use on Tribunal patients, the same diagnostic patience that had helped him survive years of Frostmarch's legal cruelty. "That should not be possible," he said finally. "You tore the brand open. The deep ice should have lost its grip on you." "It did not?" "No." He drew a small, bone-handled blade from his coat and a strip of clean linen. "May I?" She nodded. He pressed the blade gently against the edge of the frame, collecting a thin smear of blood on the tip. Then he pulled a small glass vial from his coat, tipped the blood into it, and held the vial up to the lamp. The blood did not settle. It moved, slow and deliberate, forming a spiral pattern against the glass that matched the shape of the scar on her palm. "The Drozdov bloodline conduit," Ivo said quietly. It is not in the brand alone. It is in the blood, in the marrow, in the cells that remember who your body is supposed to be. He set the vial down on a shelf where the spiral pattern continued to turn. Anselm's failed binding did not just leave a residue, Cleo. It keyed you to the old conduit network. The shrines, the wards, the glacier paths, they all know the shape of Drozdov blood. They are waiting for instructions you never gave. Cleo's throat tightened. Instructions that the deep ice can give for me. That is the risk, yes. Ivo's voice was flat, clinical, but his eyes were not. If whoever opens the second locus at the oldest shrine before we reach it, the deep ice will not need to be physically present. It will speak through the network. Through you. From any distance. He wrapped the linen strip around her palm, not to bandage but to cover the scar from sight. That song you heard, that melody, it is older than any Drozdov. It was sung at the shrines before Frostmarch existed, when the ice was young and the thing beneath it had not yet learned to hunger. If a child in the lower quarters knows that song, it means the seventh mouth has been seeding the old language into the survivors. Using children, using whatever is left. Ivo looked at her directly. The seventh mouth does not kill everyone. It prepares some, sings into them, plants the words that will open the deeper doors. The lamp flickered. Cleo's scarred palm burned again, but this time the heat did not fade. It spread up her forearm in slow waves, and she heard the child's voice again, faint, distant, singing the melody that made the frost lamps tremble. I can feel it, she said. The old road, the shrines, they are pulling. Ivo caught her wrist, his grip firm and grounding. That is the network recognizing its key. You are the door that survived destruction. The Drozdov bloodline's last walking fragment. Every shrine between here and the glacier knows you are coming. Then we go faster. Or we do not go at all. She met his eyes. That is not an option. No. He released her wrist. I did not think it would be. But you need to know what you are carrying into that ice. You are not just Cleo, a Dejula, literature professor who fell through the wrong world. You are a Drozdov conduit with a broken door in your palm and an ancient network that has been waiting for new instructions for 93 years. He packed the vial into his coat, the spiral pattern still turning against the glass. Every step you take toward that shrine will make the network louder. Every shrine you pass will key you deeper. By the time you reach the convergence point, you will not need the seventh mouth to open the second locus. You will be the locus. The lamp did not flicker again. It went out. In the darkness, Cleo heard the child's voice one more time. Close now. Close enough to be standing just outside the alcove's missing door. She did not move. The voice stopped. A small hand reached through the gap in the shutter, fingers pale as frost, and set something on the stone floor before withdrawing into the dark. Ivo struck a frostlight. The pale glow revealed a single object on the threshold, a Drozdov signet ring, identical to the one Cleo had refused and left behind in the Tribunal hall, and scratched into the stone beside it, in a child's uneven letters. The shrine remembers you. Chapter 54. The lamp did not come back. Cleo stood in the dark with the ring cold against her palm and the child's letters scratched into stone at her feet. Ivo's frostlight had burned out. She heard his breath go tight, heard the small shift of his weight as he turned toward the missing door. She is gone, he said. Whoever sent her. Cleo closed her fingers around the ring. It was identical to the one she had refused. Same weight, same cold iron band, same Drozdov seal pressed into the metal, a spiral within a spiral within a spiral. She will come back, Cleo said. The seventh mouth does not send its vessels once. Ivo said nothing. She found Kazimir in the passage beyond the storage alcove, his back against the frost-plumed wall, his eyes fixed on the point where the shutter gap let darkness through. He had heard everything. The child's hand, the song, the ring. He did not ask what she was holding. Petar says first watch, he said. We need rest. I know. Neither of them moved. The passage was empty. The refugees had retreated deeper into the lower quarters. The frost lamps flickered at half strength, casting long shadows across the stone. Somewhere above, A door groaned on its hinge, and the wind pushed through the broken citadel with a sound like breath drawn through teeth. "We are not going to sleep," Cleo said. "No." She turned without deciding to, and he followed without asking where. They climbed. The stair was narrow, a service shaft that had escaped the worst of the collapse, and it wound upward through 3 levels of abandoned watchrooms and empty scribe alcoves. The air changed as they rose, thinner, colder, less human. The wrong winter's gray glow bled through cracks in the stone, but it did not reach the top landing. Kazimir pushed the last door open with his shoulder. The watchroom was small, built for a single sentry who had once scanned the eastern road for glacier patrols. Its window was a long slit cut into the outer wall, wide enough to see the broken gate and the ash-gray snow suspended beyond it. The room held nothing but a stone bench, a rusted brazier, and the memory of a fire that had not burned in years. Cleo crossed to the window and pressed her unmarked hand against the stone sill. The wrong winter hung motionless beyond the wall, tendrils of ash snow still raised, still pointing, still waiting. It had not moved since she refused it. It was watching, listening, learning the shape of what had pushed it back. "It should not be able to see you," Kazimir said from the doorway. "It can see the bloodline. Ivo told me." She did not turn. "Every cell, every drop, the network knows I am here." "That is not what I meant." She turned. He had not crossed the threshold. He stood in the doorframe, one hand on the jamb, his face half in shadow and half in the gray light from the window. The scars on his jaw caught the cold glow. His eyes were pale and steady and full of something he had not yet spoken. "It should not be able to see you," he said again, slower. "Because you refused it. Because you are not Lisenka. Because you pushed it back with nothing but a name and a will that should not exist inside that face." "It exists. Yes." He stepped forward, finally, and the door swung shut behind him. "That is what I cannot reconcile." They stood 3 feet apart in a room barely large enough for a cot and a brazier. Cleo's hand was still on the stone sill. The cold from the outer wall bled through her sleeve, but she did not pull away. "I have been trying to understand you," Kazimir said. "Since the prison keep, since the vaults, since you took the brand that was meant for me. I have been trying to fit you into a shape I recognize, a strategy, a betrayal, a long game I could not see. And I cannot." His voice dropped. "Because you are not a shape I know. You are something the Tribunal never prepared me for." "Is that a problem?" "It is a problem that I cannot stop trying." The air between them had changed. Cleo felt it in her chest, a pressure that was not pain and not cold, a tension that pulled her toward him and held her still at the same time. She had felt it before. In the archive vaults when he had turned his back to her, in the ritual chamber when he had held her against the collapse, in the priest room when he had kissed her scarred knuckles and promised her together. But they had never had time. There had always been a door opening, a wall breaking, a voice calling from the dark. There had always been a reason to stop. The watchroom had no voices. The watchroom had only the gray light, the suspended snow, and the space between them shrinking by inches she did not remember closing. "Kazimir." His name came out differently than she meant it. Softer, unfinished. He heard the difference. He crossed the last of the distance in 2 steps, and his hands found her face with a gentleness that made her chest ache. His thumbs traced the line of her cheekbones, the edge of her jaw, the place where Lisenka's shape met Cleo's expression. He was not looking at Lisenka. He was looking at her. "Tell me to stop," he said. "No?" He kissed her. It was not tentative. It was not gentle in the way of courtly restraint. It was the kiss of a man who had spent months starving for a single honest thing and found it in the woman wearing his enemy's face. His mouth was warm and fierce and tasted of frost and iron and something raw she could not name. Cleo's hand left the stone sill. She caught the front of his coat, pulled him closer, and kissed him back with everything she had not said in weeks of running, everything she had not let herself feel because feeling it would have made the danger real. The cold of his coat, the heat of his mouth, the way his fingers threaded into her hair and held her like she might disappear. All of it was real. She was not a door, she was not a locus. She was a woman who had died grading essays and woken in a story that wanted her to break, and she was kissing a man who had been written as a monster and refused to become one. The kiss broke for breath. Kazimir's forehead pressed against hers. His chest rose and fell in a rhythm that matched her own. His thumb traced the corner of her mouth once, slow, as if memorizing the shape of her smile. "I do not know what comes after this," he said. "The road north, the shrines, the thing that sings through children. I do not know if we survive it. Neither do I, but I know I want to." He pulled back just enough to meet her eyes. "I want to survive it. With you. Not because you are the key or the door or the bloodline conduit. Because you are Cleo. Because you looked at me in the prison keep and saw someone worth saving instead of someone worth using. I saw what the Tribunal tried to destroy, and I see what the ice tried to make you." His voice cracked on the last word. "You are not Lisenka. You never were. And I am done pretending I do not know the difference." The bell tolled. It came from the outer wall, deep and iron-bellied, a sound that vibrated through the stone and into Cleo's chest. Once, twice, 3 times. The signal for a gate opened from within. Kazimir's hands tightened on her face. "That was not the wrong winter," he said. "I know." They opened the gate. Someone inside the citadel opened the gate. The gray light beyond the window shifted. The wrong winter's tendrils began to move. Chapter 55. The Bez's third note hung in the stone. Cleo's hand went to the sill. The wrong winter's tendrils moved like slow breath, shifting through the gray light beyond the broken wall, not rushing. Not yet. The gate being open changed the geometry of the city. There was now a straight line between the wrong winter and the interior courts. "We need to get down," she said. Kazimir was already moving, his hand catching her elbow, pulling her from the sill. They took the service shaft in silence, boots scraping rusted rungs, the dark thickening around them as they descended. The bell had stopped, but its vibration still lived in Cleo's chest, a shudder that did not fade. The passage below was empty. Frost lamps flickered at the far end, their light thin and uneven. The corridor smelled of wet stone and cold iron, and something else, something sharp, like a held breath about to release. Kazimir stopped at the junction. Voices, not the wrong winter's voices. Human voices, raised in sharp commands, the sound of boots on stone moving fast, and beneath it, the low grind of a heavy door being forced. "Armory," Kazimir said. "Or the detention block." "Which one?" "Armory backs onto the east stores. Detention block fronts the inner court." He was already reading the sound, mapping known architecture against the chaos. "Both are close." A figure appeared at the far end of the corridor. Cleo's hand tensed before recognition caught up. Mata Zorik, moving with the flat, efficient stride of someone who had been running and had stopped running because whatever she had found required her at a walk. Her frost-burned fingers were black at the tips. "Sabine's people," Marta said, no greeting. "The ones who stayed loyal to her network. They are trying to open the detention cells." "Prisoners?" "Hardliners. Tribunal enforcers who were locked in after the collapse. The ones who followed Anselm's doctrine to the letter." Marta's voice was clipped, each word costing breath. "If they get the cells open, those enforcers will take the east stores and the armory before the expedition can muster. We lose the supplies, or we fight our own city to keep them." "How many?" 20, maybe 30 in Sabine's remnant. The detention block holds 40 hardliners. Kazimir was already moving. Cleo followed without thinking, her ruined hand pressed against her thigh, the Drozdova ring a cold weight in her pocket. She had not put it on. She had not decided whether she would. The inner court opened ahead of them. Blue-white hail fell in slanting sheets, driven by a wind that should not have existed inside a city wall. The wrong winter's influence was already seeping through the opened gate, not as invasion, not yet, but as weather, as permission. The kind of weather that made blades slip, that turned cobbles treacherous, that blinded and chilled and slowed anyone not born to it. 6 figures stood in the court's center, Sabine's remnant. Cleo recognized the set of their shoulders, the way they moved in practiced pairs, the disciplined economy of people who had served intelligence operations long enough to know exactly where to strike. One of them carried a pry bars. Another held a ring of detention keys, swinging them in a steady rhythm. Beyond them, the detention block's outer door showed fresh chisel marks around the lock frame. Kazimir did not announce himself. He crossed the court at a dead sprint, boots catching on the hail-slick stone, and hit the first remnant with his shoulder before they saw him coming. The impact carried through both bodies, the remnant's pry bars spinning across the cobbles, the figure collapsing in a spray of blue-white slush. Solanke arrived from the opposite side. Cleo had not seen her approach. The frost mage came out of the hail like she had been waiting in it, her crack-marked hand raised, frostlight flickering along the fissures that spread from her palm to her wrist. She did not use frostcraft. She used her body, her training, the hard discipline of a Lyceum prodigy who had learned to fight before she learned to cast. Her fist connected with a remnant's jaw. The woman crumpled. The court erupted. Cleo pressed herself against the wall, watching the geometry shift, the way Kazimir and Solanke moved in a rhythm they had never practiced together but somehow matched. Kazimir took the center, drawing attention, forcing the remnants to commit to angles they could not hold. Solanke worked the edges, picking off the ones who tried to flank. The hail thickened. Blue-white light bled through the falling ice, making the figures hard to track, turning shadows into solid shapes and solid shapes into shadows. Cleo's scarred palm burned. The wrong winter was watching, not attacking, not yet. Watching from the weather, from the cold that should not have been here, from the opened gate. A remnant broke from the main fight. Young man, pale coat, moving toward the supply store's side entrance with a torch. Not a weapon, a torch for the dry goods stored in the back aisles. Cleo saw the intent before she could stop herself. If he burned the stores, the expedition could not provision. If he burned the stores, the expedition did not leave. She moved before she had finished thinking. Her boots slid on the hail. Her ruined hand caught the wall, steadying her as she closed the distance, and she hit the remnant at the same moment Marta did, the Chamberlain's frost-burned fingers closing on the man's wrist with a grip that should have been impossible for her age. The torch fell. Cleo stamped it out. The hiss of ice meeting flame sounded like a scream. The remnant's eyes found hers. "You," he said. "You think you are leaving. I think I am trying to. You are a door." His voice was not his own. It had a second note beneath it, a resonance that did not belong in a human throat. "You will open whether you walk north or south." The seventh math. Cleo's scar flared. The pain drove through her palm, up her arm, into her chest. The remnant's eyes went white. Then Solanke's hand was on his throat, and the frost mage's thumb pressed hard against the pulse point, and the man collapsed. Solanke looked at Cleo. Was that Jess? The court had gone quiet. Kazimir stood at its center, breathing hard, the last of the remnants on their knees before him. 3 down. 4. The rest had scattered into the side passages, fleeing into the hail instead of standing their ground. The detention block's outer door was scratched but unopened. The stores still held. Marta was already checking the fallen remnants, turning pockets, lifting collars, looking for marks of allegiance. She found one on a dead remnant, a stocky woman with tribunal scars across her knuckles. A small iron token sewn into the inner lining of her coat, 7-sided, spiral cracked. The 7th mouth's mark. Marta held it up without speaking, and Cleo felt the weight of it drop through her like a stone through dark water. The remnant had not been Sabine's. They had never been Sabine's. The 7th mouth had been inside her network from the start, wearing her people's faces, using her escape routes, waiting for a moment like this. The expedition's departure, the city's vulnerability, the open gate. Cleo looked at the token in Marta's hand, at the spiral cracked iron, at the 7 edges that did not belong to any crest or house or order she had ever read about in the serial. The 7th mouth had known they would leave. The 7th mouth had been planning for it. Chapter 56. The column assembled in the inner court as the first light bled through the wrong winter's gray. Not dawn. A paleness that came from no direction, filtering through the suspended ash snow like light through dirty ice. Cleo stood at the head of the formation with her scarred hand wrapped in strip cloth, the Drozdov signet ring pressed into her coat pocket like a brand that had not yet burned through. She had not put it on. She did not know if she would. Behind her, the column sorted itself into rough order. Petar scouts, Tribunal survivors who had chosen to follow the broken authorities' last heir instead of starve in a city that no longer answered. The cracked frost mages Solanke had pulled from the debris. Marta, with a pack full of bandages and what little food the stores still held. Ivo, with his leather satchel riding his hip. Yelena, carrying the map fragments against her chest like a shield. Kazimir stood at the column's center, where Petar had placed him. Cleo had not argued the formation, neither had Kazimir. The scouts needed to see him as commander, not as the woman wearing Lisenka's face, and that meant he stayed where the column could see him, not where he could watch her back. The gate stood open. Not the eastern gate, the one the wrong winter had shattered. The northern service gate, a narrow iron door set into the curtain wall that Petar had claimed still moved on its hinges. Beyond it, the glacier road curved into white, its stone markers buried under ice that had not been there yesterday. Cleo looked back once. Vau Sava rose behind her, black stone against gray sky, its walls scarred, its wards silent, its survivors pressed into lower chambers where the cold had not yet learned to reach. The city still stood. That was all she could call a victory. The column began to move. Marta walked beside Cleo in silence. The frost-burned Chamberlain's face told nothing, but her hand stayed close to the blade at her belt, and her eyes moved across the ruins before them with the patience of someone who had spent a lifetime learning to read danger in stillness. The first mile passed without incident. The second mile brought the cold. Cleo felt it before she saw it, a change in the air's texture that had nothing to do with temperature. The wrong winter's presence here was thinner than inside the walls, but it was present, threaded through the wind like a voice too low to hear directly. She pressed her palm against her coat. The scarred skin beneath the bandage throbbed in answer. "The network is waking," Yelena said from behind her. Cleo turned. The Archivist was studying the horizon with the focused unease of someone reading a text in a language they did not fully speak. "Every shrine between here and the fault," Yelena continued. "I can feel them through the map, like pulses, like something pressing against the surface." Solanke appeared at Cleo's elbow, her crack-marked hand wrapped in fresh bandages. The frost mage looked tired in a way that went deeper than exhaustion, her pale eyes tracking the same invisible signals Yelena was reading. "She is right. The wards are not silent here. They are waiting for the Drozdov blood to reach the oldest shrine so they can wake. And if we never reach it," Solanke's mouth tightened, "then the seventh mouth opens the door through a vessel that already carries the old language. The children, the ones who learned the song." The column crested a rise, and the glacier road opened before them. Cleo had seen it on Petar's map, drawn in charcoal and memory. The real thing was worse. The road curved north into a landscape that should not have existed this far south. Ice fields stretched to the horizon, their surface veined with cracks that glowed faint blue in the gray light. The peaks beyond them were sharp, angular, wrong. "The ice is younger than it should be," Ivo said quietly. "I have seen glacier formations before. This is not natural. This is something pressing up from beneath." Petar called a halt. The column stopped. Frost lamps guttered in the wind, and the scouts spread into a perimeter without being ordered, their movements economical and afraid. The Scots were villagers mostly, a few exiles from the Tribunal who had trained in Petar's sporadic campaigns. They were not soldiers. They were learning on the road. Kazimir walked to the front. Cleo watched him come, the way his weight settled into the ice, the way his eyes swept the horizon like a man checking the seams of a room for the place it would break. "2 more hours of light," he said. "Maybe 3, if the cloud cover holds. And then? Then we camp on open ice, or we push for the first shrine." Petar shook his head. "The shrine is 4 hours north at forced march. We push, we arrive in dark. We do not know what waits there." "We know what waits everywhere," Marta said flatly. "Gold. The seventh mouth. The wrong winter watching. The only variable is how close the nearest enemy gets before we face it." Cleo looked at the road. The ice gleamed. The ring in her pocket felt heavier than iron, heavier than the Drozdov bloodline, heavier than any choice she had made since waking on that marble floor. She had refused the signet once. She had refused the name, the inheritance, the role Lisenka's body was built to fill. But the shrine remembered her, and the road north would not forgive her for hesitating. 4 hours, she said. We push. The column began to move again. Cleo did not look back this time. The sky darkened as they walked, and the wrong winter's gray deepened into a twilight that swallowed distances. The ice beneath their feet changed texture, rougher now, veined with ridges that caught the frost lamp light and threw it back in splinters. Yelena stopped twice to check the map fragments, her ink-stained hands trembling as she aligned the edges against landmarks that kept shifting. The shrine, when they finally saw it, was smaller than Cleo had expected. A stone dome rising from the ice like a buried skull. No door visible from this angle, no markings on the surface, just the curve of ancient masonry, half swallowed by the cold that had grown around it like a second body. The column slowed. Someone at the rear whispered. The wind shifted, and the ice beneath the shrine's northern wall cracked. Not from pressure, from movement. Something under the stone shifted, something that had been waiting. Cleo's starred hand burned. The ring in her pocket vibrated once, a frequency she felt in her teeth, and she knew with cold certainty that the shrine was not the shelter she had hoped for. The shrine was the door, and something on the other side had just heard them arrive. Chapter 57. The village appeared at dusk, a cluster of stone and timber buildings huddled against a ridge that should have sheltered them from the worst of the wind. It did not. The wind cut through the ridge anyway, howling over the top and down the slope in a constant stream that had worn the ice into ripples like frozen water. The buildings stood in the lee of that stream, but the stream had found them anyway, had wrapped around the ridge like a hand closing over a throat. Cleo stopped at the edge of the first street. No smoke rose from the chimneys, no frost lamps glowed behind the shuttered windows. The snow in the street was undisturbed except for a single track, a sled, half loaded, its runner frozen into the ice as if the cold had seized it mid-turn. The sled was still hitched. The animal that had pulled it was gone. They were evacuating, Marta said quietly. Her breath fogged and vanished. They did not make it out. Petar moved past Cleo with his blade drawn, his steps careful, testing the ice before committing his weight. His scouts fanned into the side streets with the same economical caution, their frost lamps held low, their faces unreadable. Cleo followed. The first house she passed had its door open. A stool lay overturned in the entryway. A cup of something frozen solid had spilled across the threshold. The liquid turned to a black slick that looked like oil in the gray light. The wrong winter had not done this. The wrong winter was a siege, a presence, a watching thing. This was something else. This was cold that had fallen on the village like a hammer, too fast for anyone to run, too complete for anyone to survive. Cleo! Kazimir's voice pulled her attention to the end of the street. He stood at the village square, where a well had been capped with ice so thick it looked like a second skin. Behind him, the village shrine rose from the frost, a smaller version of the dome they had found on the glacier, its stone surface etched with spirals that caught the light and threw it back in fragments. But the shrine was not silent. It hummed, a low, constant vibration that Cleo felt in her chest before she heard it, a frequency that made the air around it shimmer like heat rising from summer pavement. The hum came from the walls themselves, from the ice that had grown over the stone, from the memory of what had happened here. Yelena reached the shrine before Cleo could stop her. The Archivist pressed her ink-stained hand to the door and went still. Her pale gray eyes widened, and her lips moved without sound, as if she were reading something written on the inside of her own skull. Yelena, Cleo caught her arm. What do you see? The evacuation, Yelena whispered. They knew the gate had fallen. They tried to reach the shrine road, tried to reach the old protections. Someone made it out? Ivo asked from behind Cleo, his leather satchel clutched to his chest. No, Yelena's voice cracked. They are all still here, every one of them. The cold took them before they could run. The cold took them, and it kept their voices. It is keeping them. The hum grew louder. Cleo felt it in her scarred palm, in the silver veins that branched from the black edges of the wound toward her wrist. The shrine was responding to her bloodline, to the Drozdova presence she carried even when she refused the ring in her pocket. Something moved in the corner of her vision. She turned. A window across the square reflected the village as it had been an hour ago, a day ago, a week frozen and forgotten. In the glass, the street was full of people. They were mid-step, mid-breath, mid-scream, their mouths open, their hands raised, their eyes locked on something coming from the north. Cleo looked away. When she looked back, the window showed only frost. Every reflective surface, Sanko said. She stood at the edge of the square, her crack-marked hand pressed against a wall. They are trapped in the ice that remembers them. The village itself is a recording. Can we free them? Kazimir asked. No. Sanko's voice was flat. They are dead. What we see is the moment of their death, preserved. The cold took them whole, but it did not take them alive. The shrine door groaned. Yelena had pushed it open. The Archivist stepped inside before Cleo could call her back, her ink-stained hands reaching for the darkness beyond the threshold. The hum changed pitch as she entered, rising into something that felt like speech, like question asked in a language older than Freismarch. Kilo followed. The shrine's cellar was smaller than the one beneath Valsera, a single room carved into the permafrost with walls lined by shelves. The shelves held scrolls, bound in leather that had cracked and split with age, their edges glazed with frost that did not melt under the warmth of Cleo's breath. Yelena stood at the far wall. Her hands were pressed against a shelf that had been pulled away from the stone, revealing a cavity behind it. Inside the cavity, a single scroll lay on a pedestal of ice, its surface untouched by frost, as if something had kept it warm long after the cold took everything else. I know this hand, Yelena said. She lifted the scroll with trembling fingers and unrolled it across the pedestal. The symbols were not Drozdov's script. They were not Frostmarch court hand. They were the careful, precise annotations of a scholar from Cleo's world, the same handwriting that had marked the missing page of the survey map. Cleo stepped closer. The scroll contained a record of a prior cycle. Not the cycle that ended at the Tribunal, not the one where Kazimir became the warlord. A cycle that had continued past the broken branding, past the fall of the citadel, past the point where all the known stories stopped. The annotations were in English. Cycle 17 continued for 217 days past the Tribunal collapse. The shrine network held. The second locus was not opened. The expedition reached the convergence point and sealed the door. Cycle 17 failed because the vessel carrying the Drozdov blood to the oldest shrine refused to wear the ring until it was too late. The vessel was Lisenka. Cleo's scarred hand burned. The hum in the walls changed again, dropped into a lower register that vibrated through the floor and up through her spine. The scroll's ink shimmered, and the final line of the annotation shifted as she watched, rewriting itself in fresh, wet strokes that steamed in the cold air. Cycle 17 failed because she hesitated. Do not hesitate. The ring in Cleo's pocket grew heavy, heavy as a stone, heavy as a decision she had been running from since she had first seen it in the darkness of the watchroom. She had not put it on. She had told herself she was refusing the role, refusing the bloodline, refusing the shape the story wanted her to fill. But the shrine remembered, the village remembered, and the voice in the walls, the voice that hummed through the ice and the stone and the frozen faces in the windows, the voice that had been waiting for her since before she was born, began to sing. The song was the same one the child had sung in the refugee quarters. The melody made the frost lamps flicker. The melody made the silver veins in Cleo's palm glow. And from outside the shrine, from every window in the village of Glass Wind, a dozen frozen mouths began to sing along. Chapter 58. The storm came down from the ridge without warning, a wall of white that ate the sky and the trail ahead in the same breath. Cleo pulled her hood up and pressed forward, but the wind had teeth. It cut through wool and leather, through the layers between her skin and the cold, and left her gasping. Behind her, the column had stopped. Horses shied. Someone shouted a command that the wind swallowed before it reached the second word. Kazimir appeared at her elbow, his face already filmed with frost. "We need to find shelter," he said. "This is not natural." She knew. She had felt it before the first flake fell, the shift in pressure behind her ribs, the way her scarred palm had begun to burn before the wind arrived. The storm had not come from the north. It had come from beneath. "The ridge," Petar called from somewhere ahead. "There's an overhang half a click east. We can hold there." The column moved. Cleo moved with them because stopping meant dying, but her scarred hand pulled at her attention like a thread, and she could not tell if it was warning her or guiding her. The overhang was a shelf of ice-crusted rock that jutted from the valley wall like a broken tooth. They crowded beneath it, 40 people pressed shoulder to shoulder, breath fogging the air between them. Marta counted heads. Ivo checked the injured. Yelena held the shrine scroll against her chest as if it might be torn from her by the wind. Cleo stood at the edge of the shelter, watching the storm. It moved wrong. The snow fell sideways, but the gusts circled as if the air itself was pacing, looking for a way in. The light beneath the clouds was not the gray of ordinary winter, but the blue-white of old ice, deep and cold and patient. Kazimir came to stand beside her. "It is looking for something," he said. "Us?" "No." He shook his head slowly, his winter-pale eyes fixed on the churning wall of white. "I have seen this before. On the glacier road, the winter after my regiment was destroyed. The storm did not hunt. It waited." "Waited for what?" "For me to make a decision." The wind dropped. The silence was worse than the howling. It lay across the valley like a held breath, heavy and expectant. The snow stopped falling. The clouds stopped moving. Everything stopped except the faint hum that Cleo felt in her teeth, the same frequency she had felt at the shrine. Then the shapes began to form. They rose from the snow like frost spreading across a window, but faster, deliberate, each one taking the shape of a man in uniform. Rime coated their shoulders and crystallized in the hollows where their eyes should have been. They stood in a loose formation across the open ground before the overhang. 24 soldiers made of ice and memory, their faces frozen in expressions Cleo could not read. Kazimir went still beside her. She heard his breath catch, heard the small, involuntary sound he made, a sound she had never heard from him before, not in battle, not in pain, not in the dark of the watchroom when he had held her and told her he wanted to survive. "No," he whispered. The nearest figure stepped forward. Its boots left no prints in the snow, its coat was fractured with cracks that glowed faintly blue, and its face was a young man's face, frozen in the moment of death, with a wound across the throat that had never healed. "Soldier," the figure said. Its voice was the sound of ice cracking. "You left us." "I did not." Kazimir's voice was raw, scraped clean of its usual control. "I came back. I searched. The tribunal had already—" "You left us," the figure repeated. "You survived." Behind it, the other figures stirred. They moved as one, turning their frost-crusted faces toward Kazimir, and each of them spoke the same words in the same cracked ice voice, a chorus of accusation that echoed off the rock and made the horses scream. "You survived. You lived. You walked out of the valley while we stayed." Cleo grabbed Kazimir's arm. "Do not listen. This is not them. This is the storm using your memory against you." He did not shake her off, but he did not answer. His eyes stayed on the figures, tracking across their faces, and she saw recognition in every flicker of his gaze. He knew each one. He had buried each one, or tried to, or failed to. "You wanted vengeance," the first figure said. It took another step. The ice beneath its feet cracked and fused, as if the ground itself could not decide whether to hold it or swallow it. "You wanted to burn the tribunal to ash. You wanted to make them pay for every drop of blood they took. You wanted it so badly you could taste it." Kazimir said nothing. "It is still there," the figure said. "The want, the hunger. You carry it under your ribs like a second heart. You think you have changed. You think she changed you." The cracked head tilted toward Cleo, and the empty sockets where eyes should have been seemed to find her anyway. "But the want is still there. It has not faded. It has only learned to wait. Kazimir. Cleo tightened her grip on his arm. Do not. The figure raised a hand. Its fingers were long and jagged, formed of ice that caught the blue-white light and threw it back in fractured rainbows. It pointed past Kazimir, past the overhang, toward the eastern slope where the trail continued into the storm's white heart. Finish it, the figure said. The men who gave the orders are still alive. Magistrate Rogan, the quartermaster who signed the false manifests, the archivist who burned the original deployment orders. They are within reach. You know where they are. You have always known. Kazimir's jaw tightened. You could be there before dawn, the figure said. You could end it. One night, one blade, 1 hour of the justice you were denied. And then you could come back to her, clean, finished, no longer carrying the weight of what they did to you. Cleo's heart hammered. The ring in her pocket pressed against her thigh like a brand. And Kazimir, her Kazimir, the man who had chosen her over the cannon, the man who had refused the deep ice's vision of massacre, stood motionless, his eyes on the figure's face, and did not answer. Echo, the figure said. The word was not a command. It was a name. Kazimir flinched. That is what they called me, the figure said, because I always repeated the last words of the dying. You remember, the night before the valley. You told me your plan. You told me what you would do if you survived. You told me the names of the men you would kill, and in what order, and how long it would take you to reach each one. The figure's cracked mouth stretched into something like a smile. I remember every word, it said, because I am Echo, and I am still here, waiting for you to keep your promise. Kazimir's hand moved toward his blade. Cleo saw it, saw the muscle in his forearm tense, saw the old habit rise, the trained response to threat and accusation and grief all tangled into one. Do not, she said again. He is right. Kazimir's voice was barely audible. I told him. I made a vow. I swore on his body and the bodies of every man who died in that valley that I would burn the tribunal to the ground. I swore it. You were different then. I am still the same. No, she stepped in front of him, forcing him to look at her instead of the figure. You are not. The man who made that vow had not yet met me. He had not yet seen the record. He had not yet learned the cycle. He was a weapon pointed at the wrong target. Kazimir looked at her. His eyes were the pale winter sky gray she had first seen in the prison keep, the color of a storm sheeting in from the north. But there was something else beneath the grief, something that had not been there in the cell, something that had grown in the watchroom, in the dark, in the moments when they had held each other and chosen to survive. I do not know how to let it go, he said. You do not have to let it go. She held his gaze. You have to let it change. The figure laughed. The sound was ice cracking across a lake, sharp and wrong and final. Pretty words, it said, but words do not bring the dead back. Words do not balance the scales. Words do not make the tribunal accountable for what it did to us. It lowered its hand. You know where Magistrate Rogan is, it said. You know where the quartermaster fled. You know the archivist's name. You have always known. You chose not to act. You chose her instead. The figure's grin widened. Was it worth it? The storm howled back to life. Snow slammed into Cleo's face, into the overhang, into the packed bodies of the column. Horses screamed. Someone fell. The figures dissolved into white, their shapes scattering across the wind, and the last thing Cleo saw before the storm swallowed everything was Echo's face, its cracked ice grin, its empty eyes, and its hand pointing east. Toward the trail, toward the names, toward the vengeance Kazimir had promised and never claimed. And in that last moment, before the wind tore the shape apart, Echo said one more thing, a thing that was not part of the accusation, a thing that was not aimed at Kazimir at all. It was aimed at Cleo. 217 days, it said. That is how long Cycle 17 lasted after the tribunal fell. Do you know what ended it? The wind took the rest. But Cleo understood. The ring in her pocket vibrated once, sharply, as if answering a question she had not yet asked. And she knew, with the cold certainty of a woman who had spent her life reading stories, that Echo had not been sent by the storm. It had been sent by the shrine. And it had come here not to tempt Kazimir, but to deliver a message that could not be trusted to any living voice. The storm howled, the column pressed closer to the rock, and Kazimir, his hand still on his blade, his eyes still fixed on the place where Echo had stood, did not look at Cleo for a long, terrible moment. When he finally turned, his face was unreadable, but his voice was steady. "Magistrate Villa Rogan," he said. "He is alive. He fled north after the Tribunal collapsed. I know where he is." Cleo's blood went cold. "He is at the Seminary," Kazimir said. "The one on the Glacier Road, the place the expedition was supposed to reach tomorrow." The storm howled again, and from somewhere beneath the wind, Cleo heard the shrine's song, low and patient, humming through the ice and the rock and the frozen air, waiting for her to put on the ring, waiting for her to become the door, waiting for her to finish what Cycle 17 had begun. Chapter 59. The storm had not stopped so much as withdrawn. The gray light that replaced it was heavier than any blizzard, pressing down on the column as they crawled out from under the overhang and shook ice from their coats. Cleo's scarred palm ached with a low, persistent burn. The ring in her pocket weighed like a stone lodged against her thigh. Kazimir walked at her side, his hand never leaving his blade. He had not spoken since the name Rogan left his mouth. The silence between them was not cold, but it was not warm either. It was the silence of a man holding a vow in one hand and a promise in the other, not yet sure which would break first. Petar rode ahead with 2 scouts, reading the trail for the storm's aftermath. The column followed at a staggered pace, Marta and Sanko flanking the pack animals, Ivo checking a scout whose arm had frozen stiff during the night. Yelena carried the scroll from Glass Wind, pressed against her chest, her ink-stained fingers white with cold. They had been moving for less than an hour when Petar's scout came back at a gallop, riding a horse that was not theirs. Cleo saw it first. A thin gray rider with a torn coat and a strip of white cloth tied to a frost-cracked spear. The rider raised the spear as the column halted, the white flag snapping in the wind. Sabine Kadar. She looked nothing like the woman who had stood in the archive doorway with blood on her collar and secrets on her tongue. Her face was wind-burned and hollow. Her coat was stitched with frost damage, one sleeve hanging in strips. She dismounted slowly, favoring her left leg, and planted the spear in the ice between them. "I am not armed," she said. Her voice was hoarse, scraped raw by cold and hard travel. "I am not here to fight. I am here to bargain." Kazimir stepped forward before Cleo could speak. "You do not get to bargain." His voice was flat, almost gentle, the tone of a man who had already decided someone's fate and was simply informing them of it. "You helped build the machine that killed my men. You watched Anselm prepare the branding. You would have let him finish it." "Yes." Sabine did not flinch. "I did. I built the machine. I watched. I would have let him finish it. And then I saw what came through the door we opened, and I understood that the machine was never meant to hold anything. It was meant to keep us busy until the real work was done." She pulled a folded sheet from inside her coat. The paper was dry, unmarked by frost, protected with care. "The missing page," she said. "The one your scholar cut from the survey. Anselm had it copied before the seal was removed. He knew the pattern. He knew the cycle was not a prison for the 7th mouth. It was a gestation." She held the page out toward Cleo. "I am not asking for forgiveness. I am asking for asylum. I am the only person alive who has read the doctrine of the 9th channel, and it predicts you, by name." Cleo's hand moved before she thought. The page was in her grip, cold and crisp, and she unfolded it with a reverence that felt like dread. The script was the same scholar's hand, English, precise. The diagram beneath it showed a spiral of 7 concentric rings, each labeled with a cycle number in Drozdov ink. The center was empty, marked with a single word in a language Cleo did not recognize. The annotation beneath read, "Cycle 8. The Outworld reader arrives. The door does not open from this side. It opens when the reader steps through. She will recognize the pattern because she has studied it. She will try to break it. The ice expects her deviation. Deviation is the key that turns the lock. She wears the ring before the door opens. The cycle ends. If she does not, the 7th mouth opens through her anyway. There is no third path. Cleo read the words twice, 3 times, her breath fogging the ink as if she could blur it into meaninglessness. "This is from the scholar," she said, "the one who came before me." "The same," Sabine said. "He left this in the archive before Anselm buried it. I found it after I took the keys. I burned the copy. I kept the original because I needed to know if I was helping a monster or a mechanism." She met Cleo's eyes. "You are the variable. The cycle does not break if you fail. It breaks if you succeed, and the ice has been planning for your success since before you were born." Kazimir moved. His hand closed around Sabine's wrist before anyone could stop him. Not hard, not violent, but final. "If this is a trap," he said, "I will kill you before the ice has a chance." "It is not a trap." Sabine's voice cracked on the last word. "The trap is the seminary. Rogan is not hiding there. He is waiting there. The seventh mouth sent me to bring you to him. I came here instead." She looked at Cleo. "I know what I helped build. I know what I am. But I do not want to be the woman who delivers you to the mouth." Behind her, the ridge line shifted. Cleo saw it first, a figure standing against the gray sky, silhouetted against the wrong winter's glow. Then another. Then a row of them, armed, motionless, as if they had been waiting for this moment all along. Sabine's face went pale. "I told you," she whispered. "The trap." The figure at the center stepped forward. He was lean, gray-haired, wearing a tribunal officer's coat that had been stripped of rank insignia. He carried no weapon, but he did not need one. He was the man from Kazimir's memory, the man whose name had been carved into the vengeance vow. Magistrate Valet Rogan. "Sabine," he called, his voice carrying across the ice with the ease of a man who had spent decades addressing courts. "You were supposed to bring her to me, not deliver my evidence into her hands." Rogan looked at Cleo. "Hello, Outworld reader. I have been waiting for you since before you wrote your first essay on the Long Thaw. You are earlier than I expected, but the ice is patient." He smiled. "And so am I." Chapter 60. The wind carried Rogan's voice across the ice like a blade drawn slowly from its sheath. Cleo's fingers tightened around the folded page, the scholar's handwriting, the annotation predicting her arrival, the 2 paths, neither of which led anywhere but the mouth. Sabine stood frozen between the column and the ridge, her defection caught mid-breath, her escape route already closed. "I told you," she whispered. "I told you he was waiting." Kazimir's hand was still on Sabine's wrist, but his attention had shifted entirely to the ridge, to Rogan, to the man whose name had been carved into his vengeance vow for years. "Petar," he said, voice flat and controlled. "How many?" 12 visible, maybe more behind the ridge line. "Archers?" 4 I can see, the rest are carrying blades." Cleo's mind moved faster than her body. The page in her hand contained an annotation written before she was born, a prediction that her deviation would be the key that turned the lock. If Rogan had been waiting for her since before her first essay on the Long Thaw, then he had known she would arrive at this ridge, at this moment, with Sabine's defection. The trap was not the seminary. The trap was the entire journey north, and she had walked into it with her eyes open. Rogan stepped closer. His boots made no sound on the ice. "Sabine," he called, "you were never supposed to read the doctrine. You were supposed to deliver the vessel and disappear. That was the arrangement." Sabine's jaw tightened. "The arrangement changed when I saw what the seventh mouth does to its servants." "You saw what the ice allowed you to see." Rogan spread his hands, calm, unhurried. "The doctrine of the ninth channel is not a warning. It is an invitation. The Outworld reader arrives precisely when the cycle requires her. Your interference only confirms that you were never meant to understand the pattern." Kazimir moved. He stepped between Sabine and the ridge, his body a shield, his hand dropping from her wrist to the blade at his belt. "Rogan," he said. The name came out like a stone dropped into still water. Rogan's smile did not waver. "Commander Solanke, I was wondering when you would speak. You look better than the last time I saw you. Less broken, more angry. You executed my regiment. I applied the law. The law required their removal. Your sentiment does not change the geometry of necessity. Cleo's pulse hammered in her throat. The page in her hand felt like it weighed more than the entire column behind her. She looked down at the annotation again, the familiar handwriting, the precise English letters that should not exist in this world. Cycle 8. The Outworld Reader arrives. The ice expects her deviation. Deviation is the key that turns the lock. She looked up at Rogan. How do you know that handwriting? Rogan tilted his head, curious, patient. I watched him write it. He sat in my study for 3 days before he walked into the ice. He told me you would come. He described you with unsettling accuracy. The red pen on your fingers, the obsessive marginalia, the way you never let a student finish a sentence you had already decided was wrong. Cleo's breath caught. He knew me. He studied you. Rogan's voice softened, almost kind. The same way you studied the Long Thaw. He saw the pattern before you did. He knew the cycle needed a reader who would try to revise the ending. That is why you are here. Not to save the North. To break the lock open from the inside. The ridgeline shifted. The armed figures moved in unison, flowing down the slope like water through a broken dam, their blades catching the gray light. Kazimir shouted a command. Petar's scouts formed a line. Marta drew her frost-cracked blade and stepped shoulder to shoulder with Sanko, whose crack-marked hand began to glow with a sick, pale light. The first arrow came from nowhere. It took Sabine in the shoulder, spinning her sideways, her cry swallowed by the wind as she fell against the ice. The paper slipped from Cleo's grip, caught a gust, and spiraled toward the ridge like a wounded bird. Cleo lunged. She caught the page an inch from the ice, her scarred palm screaming as she pressed it flat against her chest, and rolled to her feet in time to see the assassins hit the column's flank. There were not 12. There were 20. They came from the ice itself, from behind the ridge, from the wrong winter's gray haze, as if the cold had birthed them from the stone. They moved with the same coordinated precision as the whites in the archive vaults, but their eyes were human. Their blades were cold iron. Their faces held no expression at all. Marta met the first one mid-stride, her blade catching his in a shower of frost-scattered light. Sanko's crack-marked hand slammed into the chest of a second, and the man froze mid-motion, his lungs crystallizing as he collapsed. Ivo was at Sabine's side before anyone could stop him, his physician's hands already pressing a bandage against the wound in her shoulder. "She stays alive!" Cleo shouted. "She stays alive until I understand what she knew." Ivo did not answer. He was already working. Kazimir was not at her side. He was at Rogan's. He had crossed the ice in the time it took Cleo to catch the page, and now he stood before the magistrate with his blade raised, his breath white in the cold air, his face a mask of controlled fury. "Rogan," he said again, and this time the name was not a stone in water, it was a sentence. Rogan did not flinch. "You cannot kill me, Commander. I am not the architect of your suffering. I am the man who recorded it. If you kill me, you lose the only person alive who knows where the 9th channel ends." Kazimir's blade did not lower. "Tell me where it ends." "At the mouth." Rogan's smile returned. "The same mouth your Outworld reader was always meant to open." Behind them, the assassins were not trying to take the column, they were trying to reach Sabine. Two broke through the line, moving with the same terrible coordination, their blades aimed not at Cleo or Kazimir, but at the woman bleeding on the ice. Marta intercepted the first. Her blade took him across the throat, and he fell without a sound. The second slipped past her. Cleo saw the strike coming before Sabine did. The blade was aimed at Sabine's chest, not her throat. Clean, efficient. Designed to close the witness before she could speak another word. Cleo stepped between them. The blade took her across the ribs instead of Sabine's chest. The pain was immediate and white-hot, a line of fire that cut through her coat and her skin and the muscle beneath, and she heard herself gasp as she fell against Sabine's wounded shoulder. The assassin's eyes went wide. Then Sanko's hand closed around his throat, and his expression was replaced by something that looked almost like surprise, as the frost spread across his face. Cleo's back hit the ice. The page was still in her hand. She could feel it pressed against her chest, the ink bleeding where her blood touched the paper. Sabine's voice came from somewhere above her, thin and desperate. "You should have let him kill me." Cleo's vision blurred at the edges. The wind was getting louder, or maybe that was the blood in her ears. "Not," she said, "until you tell me what the 9th channel is." Sabine's laugh was hollow. "It is the passage between cycles, the space where the ice remembers everything it has swallowed." She coughed, and blood speckled her lips. "And Rogan is not guarding it." Above them, the ridgeline was no longer holding a row of assassins. It was holding a row of priests. Their robes were white, their faces were covered, their hands were raised, and the wind began to sing. Chapter 61. The page was still against her chest. Cleo could feel the ink bleeding where her blood touched the paper, could feel the cold rising through her coat as the assassins kept coming. Sanko's hand closed around her arm and hauled her upright. "You cannot keep taking blades for people who tried to kill you. Watch me." The wind was singing now, not the shrine's melody, but something thinner, higher, a whistle through the ridge stones that made Cleo's scarred palm pulse in rhythm. The white-robed priests on the ridge had not moved. Their hands were still raised, their faces were still covered, and the assassins were driving the column east. Cleo saw it before anyone spoke. The attacks were not aimed at killing, they were aimed at pushing. Every blade strike forced the column away from the glacier road, away from the open ice, toward a jagged ravine where the ground fell away into darkness. "Petar," she called, "they're hurting us." Petar was already scanning the terrain, his scarred jaw tight. "I see it. If we go into that ravine, we lose the high ground. We lose the high ground or we die on it." Behind her, Sabine was on her feet, Ivo's bandage already dark with blood through her coat. Her face was pale, her eyes fixed on the ridge where Rogan still stood, watching them like a man reading a book he had already finished. "He wanted me to deliver you to the Seminary," Sabine said. "Rogan, he needs your blood at the convergence point, not your body. He needs the conduit open at the correct hour." "Then why is he trying to kill us?" "He is not." Sabine's voice was thin, almost wondering. "He is trying to separate you from your commander." Cleo turned. Kazimir was still at the front of the column, blade raised, his back to her as he held the line against 3 assassins who moved in perfect synchronization. They were not trying to flank him, they were trying to pull him away from her. "Marta," Cleo said, "we need to hold the center. If they separate us—" An arrow split the air between them. It did not come from the ridge. It came from the ravine, from the darkness below, where the white-robed priests had not been standing a moment before. The shaft took Marta in the shoulder. She went down without a sound, her blade spinning across the ice, her body folding like a marionette with its strings cut. The arrow had struck from behind, from the direction they were being herded, meaning the ravine had been waiting for them all along. Cleo ran. She was already moving before the arrow landed, her bleeding ribs screaming, her scarred palm burning, the page still pressed to her chest as she crossed the ice and dropped to her knees beside Marta. The arrow had gone through clean. The wound was below the collarbone, high enough to miss the lung, close enough to the throat to turn the snow beneath them a deep, spreading red. Marta's eyes were open, her face a mask of controlled pain. "Get clear," she said. "I can hold." "You cannot hold. You are bleeding into the ice." "Then leave me. I am a servant. You are the door." Cleo's hand pressed against the wound before Marta could argue, the scholar's page still trapped between her palm and the blood-soaked coat. The ink was lifting, transferring to her skin, the annotation bleeding into her scarred hand, as if the paper was giving her its last message directly. Above them, the assassins had stopped. The whistle in the wind had changed. It was not a melody now. It was a sequence. 3 short notes, a pause. 2 long notes, a pause. 3 short notes. Cleo did not recognize it. Kazimir did. She saw the recognition hit him like a blade to the chest. His blade lowered. His head turned toward the ravine, toward the priests who had melted into the darkness, and his face went pale. "That is my regiment's signal." Marta's hand closed around Cleo's wrist. "What does that mean?" Cleo did not answer. She was watching Kazimir, watching the way his grip tightened on the hilt of his blade, watching the way his jaw worked as if he was swallowing something that wanted to tear out of his throat. "It was the retreat signal," he said. The one we used when we were surrounded and had to scatter through the ice fields. Only my regiment knew it. Every man in that regiment swore he would take it to his grave. Petar was at his side now, his face carved from the same cold stone. Kazimir. The men who taught that signal are dead. I know. Then who is using it? The wind carried the answer before Kazimir could speak. The 3 short notes came again, closer now, from the ravine's edge where the white-robed priests had vanished, and beneath them, rising from the darkness, a voice that should have been buried years ago. Commander Solanke, the 9th Channel sends its regards. The speaker stepped out of the darkness. He was not a priest. He wore no robe. He wore the black and gray of a Frostmarch scout, the same uniform Kazimir had worn when he commanded the Glacier Road. His face was young, younger than Petar, younger than the years that should have passed. His eyes were white, and in his hand he carried a standard that had been rolled and preserved with meticulous care. The standard of the Northern Expeditionary Regiment, the one the Tribunal had declared destroyed, its colors burned, its name struck from every record. Petar's breath caught. That is impossible. I watched them burn that flag. The man smiled. It was not his smile. The teeth fit wrong. The muscles moved a beat too slow, as if something inside the skin was still learning how human expressions worked. The 7th mouth does not burn what it can wear. Behind him, the ravine was no longer empty. They were rising from the ice, dozens of them, dressed in the same black and gray, their eyes the same milky white, their movements synchronized in a way that had nothing to do with human discipline. A dead regiment. And at the front, still smiling with a dead man's face, a scout who raised the collapsed standard and planted it in the ice. The 9th Channel ends at your feet, Commander, he said, and your Outworld reader has already bled the key. Chapter 62. The dead regiment did not attack. They stood in the ravine, a wall of black and gray uniforms stretching 40 men deep, their milky eyes fixed on the column with the patience of something that had already won. The scout who wore Kazimir's dead soldier like a coat tilted his head, the movement too smooth for a living neck. You can run, he said. The seminary is 2 hours east. Rogan is waiting there with the altar prepared. Or you can stay and watch what the 7th mouth does with the bodies it has been saving. Kazimir's blade did not lower. I will cut through every one of you. You will try, and the 7th mouth will wear your bones next to theirs. Cleo felt the ink on her scarred palm pulse. The scholar's annotation was no longer legible, the letters dissolving into her skin like water into sand, but she felt the shape of them settling into her blood. The scout smiled with teeth that had never fit that mouth. The key is reading itself. Good. The altar needs the full text. Sanko grabbed Cleo's arm. We cannot hold this ground. The ravine cuts off our retreat and the ridge is too exposed. If the dead charge, we are surrounded in minutes. Petar was already scanning the eastern slope. There is a game trail through the scree. It angles toward the Glacier Road. If we move now, we can reach the seminary before they close the gap. Marta was on her feet, one hand clamped over her shoulder wound, her face bleached white, but her eyes clear. Then move. I can run. Cleo looked at the dead regiment. They had not advanced. They were waiting, forming a corridor toward the east, hurting exactly as Sabine had warned. They want us at the seminary, Cleo said. This is not an attack. It is an escort. Kazimir's jaw tightened. He knew. She saw it in the way his grip shifted on his blade, in the way his winter-pale eyes tracked the line of dead soldiers forming a funnel toward the eastern slope. Then we go. But not because they want it, because if we stay here, we die on their terms instead of ours. He turned and led the column up the game trail, his blade still drawn, his back to the dead because there was no other direction to face. The seed does not move. The seed waits for the hand that will water it. Cleo ran with the ink burning under her skin and the ring heavy in her pocket, and behind her, the dead regiment began to march at an unhurried, synchronized pace that needed no command. The seminary emerged from the snow 2 hours later. It was older than Frostmarch, built into the glacier fault like a splinter driven into stone, its walls carved from the same black rock as the oldest shrine. The windows were dark. The doors stood open. Ivo found shelter in a collapsed stable block 50 yards from the main entrance, where the roof still held and the wind could not reach. He laid Sabine across a stone trough, her arrow wound still seeping through the field bandage Cleo had pressed against it. "I need light, and I need space," Ivo said. "The arrowhead is burbed. Pulling it wrong will tear the artery." Marta stood guard at the stable entrance, her good hand on her blade, watching the dead regiment halt at the edge of the seminary grounds. They did not enter. They surrounded, patient and silent. Kazimir stood at the far wall, facing the open door, his back to the others. Sanko circled the stable perimeter, her crack-marked hand wrapped fresh, her pale eyes reading the snow for tracks that should not be there. Cleo crouched beside Sabine as Ivo cut the bandage away. The wound was ugly. The arrow had twisted on impact, tearing a channel through muscle and cartilage. Blood was visible beneath the collarbone, hooked around something vital. "I am going to cut it out," Ivo said. "You will scream. Try not to move." Sabine's lips were bloodless, her face the color of old wax, but her eyes were clear, and they found Cleo's. "You want to know why?" "I want to know everything," Sabine laughed. It was a thin, wet sound that cost her more than she wanted to show. "I served Anselm because I believed he was containing something worse. The deep ice, the cycles, the bloodline, all of it. I told myself the cruelty was a price, not a preference. That the terror he inflicted was the only language the North understood." Ivo made the first cut. Sabine's breath caught, her fingers curling against the stone. "I built his intelligence apparatus because I thought I was choosing the lesser evil. That if I did not do it, someone worse would. That my hands were cleaner because I knew what I was doing." The second cut. Blood welled up, black in the dim light. "I was wrong. I was never clean. I was just too cowardly to stop." The arrowhead came free. Ivo pressed a wad of clean cloth against the wound, his jaw tight. "She will live if the wound does not fester, but she will not be combat ready for days." Sabine's hand reached out, her fingers brushing Cleo's sleeve. "Rogan is not a magistrate anymore. He shed that title the day he condemned the regiment and walked north. He has been living at the convergence point for years, tending the second locus, waiting for the next Outworld reader to arrive." "The second locus," Cleo said, "the oldest shrine." "It is not a shrine. It is a wound in the ice that never healed. The first locus was sealed by the original Drozdovs. The second locus is what the seventh mouth built after the seal broke. Rogan keeps it open, feeding it blood and law and repetition." She saw the memory in Sabine's eyes, old and sharp as the chips of glass in the ice at the village of Glass Wind. She saw her own habit of treating people like books reflected in the stiff set of his shoulders, and saw it for the control it truly was. "Rogan keeps the second locus open. That is why he needs Cleo's blood, not to open a door, but to keep it from closing. A gap in the ice that never healed." "No," Sabine said, her voice dropping to a thread. "At the convergence point beneath the glacier, where the ice meets the bedrock, the place the survey called the oldest shrine. It is not a shrine. It is a wound in the ice that never healed. The Drozdovs built a seal over it, but the seal was a cage for the seventh mouth, not a cure. And when you broke the brand, the cage cracked. Now he is holding it open, and he has been waiting for you to arrive so he can use your blood to keep it from closing. Let the warmth of the stable mean something while it lasts. We must keep moving. Rogan is not an obstacle. He is a consequence of a cycle that has not yet learned to break. Whatever he does will only worsen with delay." "Cleo," Sabine said, "the threshold judges no one. The threshold only stands." "I should have stopped long before I did. I kept obeying because I could not face the cost of my own cowardice. That is not a confession that earns forgiveness. It is only a confession." Cleo stood. Her ribs ached. The ink in her palm felt like a living thing now, moving beneath the scar tissue, writing something only the ice could read. "The dead have halted," Marta said from the entrance. "They are surrounding the grounds, not advancing. They are waiting for something. No deaths allowed in the scenic outpost until the dialogue delivers its payload. Make the dead wait. The narrative pivot has not yet arrived, and we have miles to cover before the next confession. Chaos has no function. The window remains open. The cold can wait. They are waiting for me to do something." The ink in her palm pulsed once, as if answering a question no one had asked aloud. And I am about to give them exactly what they expect. A crystalline structure of compressed cold, moving against the wind, reshaping the air itself. It was shaped like a door, and it was walking toward them through the gentle white landscape. Chapter 63. The Seminary emerged from the snow as a collapsed bell tower and a single standing wing, its windows dark, its doors hanging open like a mouth that had stopped mid-word. Kazimir raised his hand. The column halted. Petar slid forward with 2 scouts, vanishing into the drifts. 5 heartbeats. 10. He reappeared at the main door and signaled, "Clear." They moved inside. The interior had been stripped of anything useful. Pews gone. Altar stone cracked down the middle, but the walls were untouched, and what covered them made Cleo stop breathing. Names. Thousands of names, written in the same precise tribunal hand, climbing from floor to ceiling in columns that branched and twisted like a family tree designed by a mad botanist. Drozdov, Drozdov, Drozdov. Each branch split into lesser houses, marriage lines, bastard lines, debt lines. Genealogies, Yelena breathed behind her. Every Restov bloodline. For... She ran her fingers along a column. This one predates the Citadel. This is older than Froshmarch. Cleo stepped closer. The ink had faded to a grayish-brown in the oldest sections, but the later entries burned black and fresh. Her own name, Lisenka Drozdova, written at the base of the last column with a line that continued into blank space, waiting. Marta touched her elbow. "The cells are this way." The novice cells lined a narrow corridor behind the main hall. Each door had been removed, replaced by a heavy wool curtain. Cleo pulled the first one aside. The cell was small, barely wide enough for a cot, but the cot was gone. In its place stood a stone table carved with a spiral pattern that matched the one in her scarred palm. The walls had been papered with pages, hundreds of them, covered in the same genealogical script. "They have been using these rooms for something," Senko said from behind her. "Recently." Cleo moved to the next cell. The same stone table, the same pages, but these walls bore a different pattern. A circle divided into 7 segments, each one labeled with a name she did not recognize. "The 7th mouth," Sabine said from the corridor. Cleo turned. Sabine leaned against the wall, her face pale, her bandaged shoulder darkening the edge of her coat. "The 7 mouths of the old faith. Each one speaks a different kind of ending. The first mouth closes the throat. The second mouth silences the witness. The third mouth, I know what they are." Sabine's eyes met hers. "Then you know the 7th mouth is the one that speaks the final word." The corridor curved deeper into the building. Cleo followed it alone, leaving the others behind. The ink in her palm hummed, pulling her forward like a compass needle finding north. The library stood at the end of the corridor. Its door had been torn from its hinges, and the room beyond had been ransacked, shelves toppled, books scattered across the floor like leaves after a storm. But the reading table in the center remained untouched. A single book lay open on it. Cleo approached slowly, her scarred palm throbbing in time with her pulse. The book was a copy of the Long Thaw, the original serial, bound in cracked black leather with gold lettering she recognized from her own office shelf. "If he's hers, but we can make exactly my advantage with that third of them." She reached out and turned a page. The margin was covered in annotations. The handwriting was hers. The same slanted letters, the same habit of underlining key phrases in red, the same tendency to write questions in the margins that answered themselves 3 paragraphs later. "Hesitation is the door," she read aloud. "The 7th mouth does not need blood. It needs a reader who stops to ask whether the text is true." She turned another page. The annotation continued in her own hand. "The cycle does not repeat because the deep ice forces it. It repeats because every Lisenka has been educated to believe there are only 2 options. The scholar who came before understood this. He walked into the ice to stop asking questions. But the questions are the only weapon that works." Below it, a fresh line, written in ink that still glistened. "You are reading this at the seminary. You have already begun to answer the wrong questions." Cleo's hand trembled. She closed the book. The ink in her palm had stopped moving. It had settled into a pattern she had not noticed before. 7 concentric circles spiraling outward from the center of her scar. The 7th mouth did not need to possess her. It needed her to interpret the text, to read the world into the shape it wanted, to turn her scholar's instinct into a door. Cleo, Kazimir's voice. She looked up, and he stood in the doorway, his face hard. The door of cold. It has stopped moving. It has found what it was looking for. He stepped into the room. What is that? She held up her scarred hand. The 7 circles gleamed against her skin, writing themselves into existence as she watched. It found me. Chapter 64. The first impact shook the seminary walls. Cleo felt it through her boots, a deep shudder that traveled up through the stone and settled in her ribs. She turned from the annotated book, her scarred palm burning against the leather cover, and met Kazimir's eyes. What was that? He was already moving toward the corridor. Not the door! A second impact followed, harder, and the lamps flickered. Through the library's single window, Cleo saw something move across the courtyard, low and fast, shaped like a person but wider at the shoulders, as if the ice had learned the proportions wrong. Sanko appeared in the doorway, frost already gathering on her crack-marked hand. The perimeter is breached. They are coming through the walls. Who? Not who. Sanko's colorless eyes held hers. The ice is making copies. It watched us enter and learned the shape. Cleo pressed her palm flat against the table. The 7 concentric circles in her scarred hand pulsed in a rhythm that did not match her heartbeat. The ink had settled deep beneath her skin, and the marks felt like they were reading the building around her, tasting the stone for something hidden. The third impact cracked the wall behind the altar. Marta arrived at a run, one hand pressed to her shoulder wound. The cells, the stone tables are humming. Cleo moved. She did not choose the direction. Her hand chose it, pulling her forward like a dog on a lead, dragging her past Sanko and Marta and into the corridor where the walls had begun to weep frost. The 7 circles in her palm flared white with each step, and the seminary answered. The floor sloped downward. She had not noticed the incline before. The corridor looked flat, but her body felt the angle shifting, the stone tilting beneath her feet as if the building was folding itself around something buried beneath the altar. Cleo. Kazimir caught her arm. Where are you going? I do not know. He did not let go. He kept his hand on her elbow, matching her pace, and she felt his presence like an anchor in the current pulling her forward. The corridor ended at a wall of uncut stone, older than the rest of the seminary, fissured with veins of black ice. Cleo's scarred hand pressed against it before she told it to. The ice did not burn her. It welcomed her. The surface softened under her palm, the black veins glowing a dull blue, and the wall parted along a seam she had not seen. Beyond it, stairs descended into a chamber where the air tasted like iron and old salt. Stay here, she said. Kazimir's jaw tightened. No, she did not have time to argue. The stairs were narrow and slick, and she took them fast, her hand guiding her down into the dark. His footsteps followed, steady and sure, and she felt the weight of his trust like a second pulse. The chamber beneath the altar was small and round, its ceiling low enough that she had to duck. A single stone pedestal stood at the center, and on it rested nothing but the imprint of a hand, 7 circles spiraling outward, matching her scar perfectly. The ward roots. They ran from the pedestal into the floor and walls, veins of silver-white frost that pulsed with the same rhythm as the marks in her hand. The roots were old, older than the seminary, older than Frostmarch, and they were fraying at the edges, the silver light flickering where the ice had begun to crack them open. The breach, Cleo breathed. The door of cold is feeding on the roots. Above them, another impact. The ceiling shed dust and stone chips. Kazimir stood at her shoulder, his eyes on the pedestal. Can you close it? I can try. She looked at her scarred hand. But the only way to seal the roots is to let the conduit open through me, just long enough to backfeed the ward pattern. Open through you. His voice went flat, like the deep ice tried. Not the same. The deep ice wanted to keep the door open. This is the opposite, using the conduit direction, letting the pattern flow from me back into the roots instead of from the ice through me. He did not answer. His silence was louder than any refusal. "There is no other way," she said. "The routes are already compromised. If I do not seal them now, the ice will be inside the seminary within minutes, and everyone in this building will be wearing the seventh mouth's face before dawn." His hand found hers. His fingers laced through the gaps between the 7 circles, and he held her scarred palm against his chest. "Can you survive it?" She did not know. The scholar's annotations had not covered this. The cycle had never required one of its Lisenkas to open the conduit and then close it again, to use the door as both entrance and exit. "Yes," she said. It was not the truth. It was the choice she needed him to accept. He let go. Cleo pressed her scarred hand onto the pedestal's imprint. The fit was exact. The 7 circles in her palm aligned with the spirals carved into the stone, and the ward roots flared white, silver, then a blue, so deep it looked black. The cold climbed up her arm like a living thing, sliding beneath her skin, curling around the bones, and she felt the conduit open. It did not hurt. That was worse. The emptiness was vast, a space inside her that had always been hollow, and she had never noticed. The ice flowed into it, and the roots drank from her, and for 3 seconds she was not Cleo Adjola or Lisenka Drozdova. She was the passage itself, the archway through which something old and patient reached toward the world. And in that emptiness, it spoke. "You were never the deviation." The voice was not the deep ice. It was not the 7th mouth. It was older, thinner, a whisper of something that had been watching before the first cycle was written. He was chosen first. You were chosen to unmake his choice. The ward roots sealed, the silver light stabilized. The cold receded from her arm, retreating like a tide pulling back from shore. But the whisper stayed. Kazimir Solanke was the first disaster. You were the correction. Cleo wrenched her hand from the pedestal. The 7 circles in her palm had darkened to the color of old blood. The chamber was silent. The frost on the walls had stopped spreading. Kazimir caught her as her knees buckled. "What did you see?" She could not tell him. Not yet. Not until she understood what it meant. Above them, a new sound, not an impact. A scraping, like claws on stone, moving through the corridor they had just left. The creatures had found the entrance. Chapter 65. They made it up the stairs with the creatures scraping behind them, their claws finding the stone where Cleo's boots had been a breath before. Kazimir pulled her through the corridor door and slammed it shut, bracing it with a fallen beam while Marta dragged a storage chest across the gap. "Where?" Marta demanded. "Chamber beneath the altar." Cleo's voice came thin. "Sealed, for now." Kazimir's eyes found hers, and she saw the question he had not asked yet. "What did you see?" She looked away. The main hall smelled of frost and old wool. Yelena sat at a reading table surrounded by the Drozdov genealogies, her ink-stained hands pressed flat against a column of names. The wall above her held centuries of script, births and deaths and blank spaces where children had been born and never recorded. "Something is happening to the text," Yelena said without looking up. "These names, they are shifting, resettling." Cleo crossed to her, her scarred hand throbbing with each pulse. "What do you mean shifting?" Yelena touched a line halfway down the last column. "This column was blank when we arrived. I checked because I wanted to see where your name sat at the bottom, but now there are names above yours that were not there before. Older names." Cleo leaned in. The handwriting was uniform, a single archivist hand, but the names themselves were wrong. Not Drozdov, not Frostmarch at all. Lucas, Elena, Marek, Adjola. Her breath stopped. The last name sat where it should not have been able to sit, jammed into the margin in a script that predated the Citadel itself, not spelled as she knew it. Adjola. The letters, warped by centuries of transcription, passed through mouths that had never heard the syllables spoken aloud. "That is my name," Cleo said. Yelena's hand went still. "It cannot be." The ink was dry, old, integrated into the fibers as if it had been there for generations. Transliterated, passed through an older language, but that is Adjola. Kazimir moved to her shoulder, his presence solid in the cold. Your family name was in the Drozdov genealogies before you ever crossed into this world. The implication landed like a blade. She had not been summoned. She had been a thread in the pattern long before she ever opened the Long Thaw, long before she taught her first seminar, long before she was born. How far back does it go? Cleo heard her own voice as if from a distance. Yelena was already tracing the column upward, her finger moving through generations of names that had been hidden or inserted, working their way through the Drozdov bloodline like a quiet current beneath the main river. Adala variants appeared every third or fourth generation, sometimes as mothers, sometimes as cousins, once as stillborn. 17 appearances, Yelena breathed. The first is here, at the base of the genealogy, before the citadel was built, before Frostmarch. Cleo looked at the spot where the name sat, written in a different hand, older, darker ink that had cracked with age. Idesholola, daughter of no father, witness to the first closing. The words beneath it had been scratched out so thoroughly that the parchment was nearly torn through. What is someone trying to erase? Cleo asked. Yelena shook her head slowly. I do not know, but it is not only your name that is appearing. Look here. She pointed to a name 3 rows above Cleo's on the column. Solanke, Merrick, Scout. Cleo's skin went cold. Kazimir leaned in, and she saw the tension in his jaw, the way his hand curled at his side. That name should not be there either. Solanke is not Drozdov, Yelena said. There is no Solanke in the genealogies. There never has been. The Tribunal kept strict records of every commanding bloodline, and Solanke was never registered as a noble house. Cleo looked at the name again. Solanke, Merrick, Scout. The handwriting was the same as the Adola entry, that older, darker script, and it sat in the same marginal space, as if someone had been recording a parallel history beneath the official one. We are in the wrong story, Cleo said. We have been in the wrong story from the beginning. The genealogies were never about blood. They were about position, function. The pattern needed certain kinds of people at certain generations, and the names were placed here to ensure they arrived. Kazimir's hand found her wrist, his grip careful. That is impossible. It is impossible that my name appears in a document written before my world discovered this continent. But here it is. The silence stretched. Above them, a crash. The creatures had breached the upper corridor. Marta appeared in the doorway, her face hard. We have maybe 5 minutes before they reach this hall. Where are we going? Cleo looked at the column of names, at the 17 appearances of her bloodline woven through the Drozdov record, at the Solanke name scratched into the margin like a footnote no one was meant to read. Yelena, copy everything. Every name that does not belong, every marginal note, every scratched-out line. Yelena was already pulling parchment from her satchel, her ink-stained hands moving with desperate speed. There is too much. I cannot copy it all. Copy what matters. The names, the positions, the dates, anything that connects to us. Kazimir moved to the door, checking the beam, and then? Cleo looked at the name Adajala, daughter of no father, witness to the first closing. Something cold and certain settled in her chest. Then we find out who has been writing this history from inside the margins. Yelena worked fast, her pen scratching across the parchment. Cleo watched her hands, the way they moved from one cluster of names to the next, pulling out the threads that did not belong, the patterns that had been hidden in plain sight. Marta counted the remaining supplies in a low murmur. Kazimir stood at the door, listening to the creatures scrape and shift beyond the wood. Done, Yelena said, holding up a bundle of pages. 17 names, all connected to you or to Kazimir, all recorded before any of us were born. Cleo took the bundle. The pages were warm from Yelena's hands, the ink still wet in places. The door shuddered. Time to move, Marta said. They went through the rear passage, the one Petar had scouted earlier, a narrow service corridor that led toward the eastern wall and the glacier road beyond. The air was cold and still, the frost on the walls catching the light of their single lantern. Cleo held the bundle against her chest, the names pressing against her ribs like a second heartbeat. At the eastern exit, they stopped. The door was open. Not breached. Open. The lock had been turned from inside, and the bundle was gone. Cleo's hands were empty. She had been holding it. She had been holding it a moment ago. Yelena turned, her face white. I saw him. A man in a gray coat. He took it from your hands while we were running. You did not feel it because his frostcraft deadened your nerves. Cleo looked down at her right hand. There was no sensation in her fingers. A thin line of frost traced her wrist where the thief had touched her. Which way? The glacier road, toward the shrine. Cleo turned. The road stretched east, pale and empty, the door-shaped crystalline structure still visible in the distance, waiting. I can catch him, Sanko said, stepping out of the shadows. Her crack-marked hand was already glowing, frost curling from her fingers. But I need to go now. Go, Cleo said. Sanko vanished into the gray light, her boots finding the road at a sprint. Cleo looked at her hand, at the frost still climbing her wrist, at the place where the bundle had been. 17 names, 17 appearances of her bloodline in a history that should not have known her name. And now Valor Rogan's people had them. Chapter 66. The glacier road curved east, the frozen riverbed below cutting a deep silver channel through the stone. Cleo ran with the others, her breath tearing at her throat, the stolen names burning in her memory. Sanko had left tracks, fresh ones, boot prints pressed deep into the frost where she had sprinted after the gray-coated thief. The prints led through a narrow pass between two cracked rock faces, then opened onto a plateau overlooking the Shrine Valley. And there, at the edge of an ice bridge spanning the gorge, stood Valor Rogan. He held the bundle of pages in his bare hands, reading them as if they were a letter he had been waiting for his entire life. The gray-coated thief knelt at his feet, head bowed. Sanko stood 20 paces from Rogan, her crack-marked hand glowing, frost curling from her fingers. She had not attacked. She was waiting. Cleo stopped at the plateau's edge, Marta and Yelena behind her, Kazimir a half-step ahead. Rogan looked up from the pages. His lean face was calm, almost satisfied, the same expression he had worn on the ridge when he had called her Outworld Reader. You found the genealogies, he said. I wondered how long it would take. Cleo's voice came out flat, controlled. Give me the pages. In a moment. Rogan turned a page, his gray eyes scanning the marginal notes. 17 Ajola entries. Did you know the first one dates from before the Citadel even had a name? Daughter of no father. Witness to the first closing. I always wondered what first closing referred to. Did you find that answer in the scratched-out text beneath? You tell me. You are the one who has been studying this for decades. Rogan smiled. It was not a pleasant expression. I have been studying it since before you wrote your first essay on the Long Thaw, Cleo Adejola, since before you were born, in fact. The pattern does not care about individual lifetimes. Kazimir stepped forward. His voice was low, controlled, the kind of control that came from gripping something very tightly. The treason charges, the false manifests, the archivist who burned the deployment orders. You. Rogan's gaze shifted to Kazimir, and for a moment something flickered in his eyes. Not guilt, recognition. Commander Solanke, I wondered when you would be the one to ask. Yes, I signed every manifest. I approved every transfer order. I sat in the chamber when your regiment's execution was ratified, and I wrote the legal justification myself. Cleo felt Kazimir tense beside her. She put her hand on his arm, felt the muscle trembling. Why? Kazimir's voice cracked on the word. Rogan looked down at the pages in his hands, then back up at Kazimir. His expression shifted, and for a moment Cleo saw not a magistrate or an architect of ruin, but a man who had spent his life holding a door shut with his own body. Because history only holds, Rogan said, if pressure is applied in the right places. The deep ice does not break through strength, it breaks through cracks, through mercy that arrives too late, through kindness that softens the seal, through love that makes people hesitate. He took a step forward onto the ice bridge. The structure groaned. Your regiment was not executed because of treason, Commander. It was executed because your loyalty to your soldiers was a crack. The Tribunal needed a warning, yes, but more than that, the pattern needed a wound deep enough that the next generation would remember, that your commander would drag the scar into every subsequent choice. Kazimir's hand went to his blade. You're suffering, Rogan continued. Lisenka Drozdova's role as the instrument of that suffering, Cleo Adejola's arrival from a world that should not know this continent exists, all of it was part of the containment proof. Variables in a larger equation. The deep ice engineers cycles. I engineer the countermeasures. Cleo's throat tightened. You knew I would come. You prepared the seminary, the genealogies, the annotations in my own handwriting. You made the scholar leave those messages for me. I did not make him. He understood the pattern the same way I did. The difference between us is that he thought the answer was to help you break the cycle. I think the answer is to hold the locus closed with the only tool that works. Rogan held up the bundle of pages. Your names, your positions, your functions. 17 generations of Adejola women, each one arriving at the exact moment the pattern needed a deviation. And every time, the deviation was contained. The door stayed shut. The cycle reset. Until you. He looked directly at Kazimir. Until the first disaster. The one the pattern never accounted for. Kazimir's blade came free. The sound was sharp, clean, a promise. I am not going to kill you, Kazimir said. I have imagined it for years. Waking, dreamt it. I can describe the exact angle of the blade, the resistance of bone, the temperature of your blood on my face. But I am not going to do it. Rogan tilted his head. No? Because that is what the pattern expects. The warlord killing the magistrate who killed his regiment. That is the door opening the next cycle. I will not be your variable. The ice bridge groaned again. A crack raced across its surface, a silver fault line that spread from the far anchor point. Rogan smiled, not with satisfaction this time, with something closer to grief. You were never going to be the one who killed me, Commander. But you were right not to trust the pattern. I am not the magistrate who condemned your regiment. I am the magistrate who chose to be condemned by history. Every name you carry, every scar, I made myself the target so the pattern would have a place to focus its vengeance, so it would have a single face to hate. He stepped backward toward the far side of the bridge. The pages will not help you. The genealogies will not save you. The only way to close the second locus permanently is to understand that you were never meant to win. You were meant to hold, to endure, to keep the door shut with your own body so that the next generation has something to stand on. Kazimir moved, fast, faster than Cleo had ever seen him, his blade cutting through the frozen air toward Rogan's chest. Rogan did not flinch. Instead, he raised his free hand. The ice bridge shattered. Not a crack, not a groan, a detonation. A white explosion of frost and stone that threw Cleo backward, slammed her into the rock face, sent Kazimir tumbling over the edge. She heard Yelena scream, Marta curse, Sanko shout something that was swallowed by the roar of falling ice, and Rogan's voice, clear and calm, cutting through the chaos as the bridge collapsed into the gorge. The pattern will find another way, Cleo Adejola. The question is whether you will be the one holding the door shut, or the one who opens it. Cleo lunged forward, her scarred hand outstretched, reaching for the edge. For Kazimir. The ice gave way beneath her. Chapter 67. The cold hit first, not the dry cold of the surface, but something denser, wetter, hungry. The fall had ripped the air from her lungs and the world into fragments. Ice and stone, the scream still echoing above, and then nothing but dark water closing over her head. She kicked, her coat dragged, her boots filled. The surface was somewhere above, a gray smear through fractured ice. But which way was up when her body did not know which direction the world had been? A hand found her wrist. Kazimir. His grip was unmistakable. The calluses, the strength, the way his fingers locked around her forearm like he had been reaching for her before they even hit the water. He pulled. She kicked again, and her head broke the surface, gasping, coughing, the air so cold it burned her throat like a blade. Hold, he said. Hold on to me. They found a ledge, a shelf of stone where the gorge wall had folded inward. He hauled himself onto it, her scarred hand numb, her lungs heaving. Kazimir climbed beside her, water streaming from his face, his breath coming in violent clouds. The cavern was vast. Above them, the ice bridge had left a wound in the frozen ceiling, a hole that let in a single column of gray light. The water below was black, so still it looked like polished slate. And the walls were ice. Not dirty river ice, not the cracked shelf ice of the glacier road. This was clear, deep, ancient, and inside it, shapes moved. Kazimir went still beside her. Cleo saw them, figures frozen in the ice, not like bodies trapped, but like images suspended, moments held. A woman with ash-blonde hair pressed her palm to a stone door. A man in a commander's coat stood on a battlefield of frozen bodies. A version of Kazimir, older, scarred deeper, his eyes the color of empty winter, raised a hand, and the sky went dark. Another frame. A version of Cleo, wearing the Drozdov ring on her thumb, standing before the second locus as it opened into a mouth of stars. Another. Kazimir kneeling beside her body, her face slack, her scarred hand still. "This is not real," Cleo said. Her voice echoed. "It is real," Kazimir said. "It is what nearly happened, what the pattern would have made of us." The ice showed them variant after variant, the branding taken, the branding refused too late, the bridge falling with only one of them surviving. The cycle where she wore the ring and he became the warlord, and they met on opposite sides of a burning city. "I have seen these," Kazimir said quietly, "in the visions beneath the citadel, every version of myself that the deep ice wanted me to become." Cleo turned to face him. His face was half lit by the column of gray light, water still dripping from his jaw, his winter-pale eyes fixed on a frame where they stood together, his hand on her face, the ice behind them sealed and silent. "That one?" she said. "What happened in that one?" He looked at her. The silence stretched. "We survived," he said, "and we were happy. For a time." The words hit her like a blow. She had been running so long, fighting so hard that she had not let herself imagine an end where she got to keep him, where the cycle broke and they were both still breathing. "Kazimir?" She said his name like a test, like she was checking if the world would let her speak it. "I lied to you. Beneath the altar. I told you I could survive opening the conduit." "I know. I did not know if I would survive. I still do not know. The voice that spoke through me said you were the first disaster, that I was chosen to unmake your choice, and I do not know what that means. I do not know if it means I was always going to hurt you, or save you, or neither." He was watching her, that careful, measuring gaze she had first seen through cell bars, through hatred, through years of damage. "You are not the correction," he said. "You are not the punishment for something I did before I knew what I was choosing. You are the woman who took a brand meant for my face and did not ask me to forgive her for it. You are the woman who lied to survive instead of letting the ice through. You are the woman I kissed in a watchroom 3 levels above the city, the one who tasted like salt and fear, and something I did not want to name because naming it would make it real. Kazimir. I am naming it now." He stepped closer. His hand came up, hesitated, then settled against her jaw. His palm was freezing. His fingers were shaking. "I love you," he said. "Not because you saved me. Not because the pattern chose you, because you are the first person in this entire frozen world who looked at me and saw someone who could choose differently, not someone who needed to be managed into virtue. And I will not let the ice take that. I will not let this version of us freeze into another frame on the wall." Cleo's throat closed. She pressed her forehead against his. The steam of their breath mingled in the cold. "I love you," she said. "And I am terrified, because the voice said you were the first disaster, and I was the correction. And if I believe that, then every choice I make for us becomes doubt. But if I do not believe it, then I am trusting what I feel over what the ice showed me." "Then trust it," he said. "Trust that we are more than variables in an ancient calculation. Trust that when I held you on that bridge, I was not performing the cycle's script. I was choosing you, Cleo. Not the deviation from the warlord's path. You." She kissed him. The kiss was cold and desperate and tasted of river water and copper. His arms came around her, pulling her against him, and for a moment the cavern fell away. No ice, no frames, no future watching them through frozen walls. Just his mouth on hers, his hands holding her like she was something he would not let the cold take. When they broke apart, the light had shifted. The column of gray was brighter, wider. The water below them had begun to move, a current that pulled toward the far wall of the cavern, and the ice above the waterline had changed. The frames were gone, replaced by a single image. The Shrine Valley, the second locus, Rogan's figure, small against the vast ice aperture, as the mouths carved into the stone began to open. "He is starting the sequence without us," Cleo said. Kazimir looked at the water, at the current, at the fissure in the far wall that led to open air. "We are not too late," he said, but his voice was not certain. Cleo looked back at the last frame. It showed the locus, open, the mouths speaking, and in the center, a figure in gray robes holding the stolen genealogies, raising a hand to begin the inheritance. The figure was not Rogan. It was someone else, someone whose face the ice had not yet let her see. The current pulled harder. The ice groaned, and somewhere above, the seventh mouth began to speak. Chapter 68. The current pulled harder. Cleo grabbed Kazimir's wrist and they plunged into the dark water together, the cold slamming through her ribs like a blade. The fissure in the far wall widened as they swam, the current dragging them through a channel that narrowed until her shoulders scraped stone, then opened again into a space where light bled through from above. They surfaced, gasping. The Shrine Valley spread before them, but it was no longer the frozen basin she had seen from the plateau. The ice had woken. Drozdov sigils burned along every surface, lines of silver-white fire older than the Citadel, older than Frostmarch, older than any language Cleo had ever read. They spiraled across the valley floor, converged on a central aperture, a wound in the ice that gaped wide enough to swallow the seminary whole. Around its rim, mouths carved into the stone, 7 of them, each shaped for a different kind of ending. The 7th mouth was stirring behind the rest. It did not speak. It breathed. The air above the aperture rippled with cold so dense it looked like heat distortion in reverse. Cleo felt her scarred palm respond, the 7 circles pulsing in time with whatever was rising from beneath. Rogan stood at the edge of the aperture, the stolen genealogies spread across a stone lectern before him. The gray-robed figure from the ice frame knelt at his side, head bowed, one hand pressed to the frozen ground where the sigils converged. He was not reading the records. He was feeding them. Blood, Cleo realized. Not his own. The ink of the genealogies was bleeding into the stone, the names dissolving as the sigils drank them. Each erased name flared brighter, feeding the mouths with grammar the prior cycles had written. "The inheritance," she breathed. Kazimir pulled her toward the eastern ridge, where a collapsed section of the stone rim offered cover. They crawled onto the ice, water freezing against their clothes, and she saw the full shape of the valley. The sigils were not random. They were a map. Every Drozdov generation was a line in the diagram. Every Ejedola entry was a node. Every erased name was a step in a sequence that had been written before the first stone was laid, before any Drozdov had ever worn the signet. And the figure at the center, the one in gray, was not using the genealogies as reference. She was rewriting them. Her free hand moved across the lectern, tracing lines that did not match the original script. New names appeared in the bleeding ink, filling columns that had been blank for centuries. "Who is she?" Cleo whispered. Kazimir's hand tightened on her arm. "I do not know." But the scar on Cleo's palm knew. The 7th circle burned, then the 6th, then the 5th, each one lighting in sequence as the gray-robed figure wrote a name Cleo could not see, but could feel, taking shape in her own blood. The 7th mouth breathed again, and this time the sound had edges, movement on the far flank. Sanko emerged from the scree slope, her crack-marked hand glowing, the recovered notes clutched against her chest. She saw the sigils, saw the aperture, saw Rogan and the kneeling figure, and her stride did not falter. She kept running. "Sanko!" Cleo's voice cracked across the valley. Rogan looked up. His face was calm. The face of a man who had already accounted for every variable, who'd spent decades building toward this moment and would not be surprised by a single frost mage with a damaged hand. "Belaya," he said. "You brought the annotations." Sanko stopped 20 paces from the aperture. Her breath plumed. Her glowing hand did not lower. "The annotations that prove your doctrine is a lie," she said. "The scholar wrote that kindness does not break the seal. It renews it. You have been torturing the North for generations, and you were wrong." Rogan did not flinch. "Kindness renews the seal because kindness keeps the human heart open," he said. "And an open heart is exactly what the seventh mouth needs to speak through. You have not disproven me, Belia. You have confirmed the cost." The kneeling figure raised her head. She was young, younger than Cleo had expected. Dark hair, pale skin, a face that could have been any novice from the seminary, except for her eyes, which were white, not the white of blindness, the white of something looking through her. The seventh mouth spoke. It came from all seven mouths at once, a voice that was not sound but pressure, not words but the shape of meaning pressed directly into Cleo's skull. The reader hesitates. The door opens. This is the opening the old faith promised, not the closing the Drozdovs built. Cleo's scarred hand burned through to the bone. She looked at the aperture and understood, with the clarity of cold water poured into her lungs, that the seventh mouth had never needed Rogan to complete the sequence. Rogan was a tool. The gray-robed figure was a tool. Even the genealogies were a tool. The seventh mouth needed a reader who would stop to ask the wrong questions, and Cleo had been answering the wrong questions since the moment she read the first annotation at the seminary. "You," she said. "You put the annotation in my own handwriting. You knew I would find it. You knew I would read it as a scholar instead of a weapon." The young woman smiled. It was not her smile. "Every Lisenka was educated to believe there were two options," the voice said, using her mouth, using her throat. "You were the first to see the page instead of the cage, and now you are here, holding the key in your blood, exactly where the first closing left a door for you." Rogan turned. He looked at Cleo with something that might have been grief. "I tried to keep you from this path," he said. "The branding was supposed to make you obedient. The fire was supposed to keep you silent. Your deviations should have been contained before you reached the glacier." "But you failed," Cleo said. "Yes." He picked up the last page of the genealogies, the one that still held the first Adola entry. "And now the seventh mouth will use your blood to write the ending it promised before the Drozdovs ever set foot in this valley." He dropped the page into the aperture. The sigils flared white. The seventh mouth spoke, and the valley answered. Sanko threw herself forward, crack-marked hand extended, but the sigils erupted before she reached the rim, a wall of cold that threw her back across the ice. Kazimir was moving. Cleo grabbed his arm. "Wait! For what?" She looked at the aperture, at the gray-robed figure, at the seven mouths carved into the stone, each one beginning to form a syllable that would spell an ending no one in this world had ever heard spoken aloud. "For her to finish the sentence," Cleo said. Because she had seen it now, the thing the scholar had left for her, not in the annotations, not in the genealogies, but in the gap between what the seventh mouth expected and what the first Ajola had witnessed. The first closing had not been sealed by suffering. It had been sealed by a choice. And the seventh mouth had been telling the story wrong ever since. Chapter 69. The seventh mouth spoke again, and this time the sound had shape, not words, not quite. But Cleo felt the meaning press against her skull like a hand finding the soft seam between thought and memory. The seven mouths opened wider. The aperture behind them deepened, and something stirred in the darkness at its throat, something that had been waiting since before the Drozdovs built their first seal. Rogan stood motionless at the lectern, the last genealogy page dissolving into white fire between his fingers. The gray-robed figure knelt with her white eyes fixed on the aperture, her hands still moving across the columns as if she could feel the names she was writing on the other side of bone. Cleo's scarred hand burned through to the elbow. The reader hesitates. The door opens. This is the ending the old faith promised. "Liar!" The word came out before Cleo knew she had spoken it. Her voice was raw, hoarse from cold and running and the pressure of the seventh mouth against her thoughts. The mouths paused. The white eyes of the kneeling figure shifted, fixed on Cleo. "Every cycle," Cleo said, "you needed a Lisenka who would perform the cruelty. You needed the brand to go through. You needed Kazimir to become the warlord so you could feed on the violence he unleashed. She took a step forward. Her scarred hand pulsed, but she did not stop. But the first closing was different. Someone made a choice that sealed you in so deep you could not move, and you have been telling the story wrong ever since. Rogan's jaw tightened. Cleo. She ignored him. She looked at the 7 mouths carved into the ice, at the aperture that had begun to widen, a black seam opening behind the stone lips. You want me to read as a scholar, she said. You want me to hesitate, to ask the wrong questions. That is how you find the door, through interpretation, through the reader who stops to wonder instead of acting. She lifted her scarred hand. Then hear me read. She did not command. She did not chant. She spoke the annotations the way she had spoken them in her seminar room for years, not as orders, not as magic, but as witness to what lay beneath the text. Cycle 1, she said. The Lisenka of that cycle refused to strike the first blow. She was branded for it. The record says she died in the holding cells, but the annotation beneath the official entry reads, she saw the seam and did not tell. The 7th mouth's pressure faltered. Cycle 3, Cleo said. The Lisenka of that cycle wore the ring. She performed every cruelty the Tribunal required. The annotation reads, she learned the names of every woman she was ordered to brand, and she remembered them into the ice. The sigils around the aperture flickered. Rogan's hands went still. Cycle 7, Cleo said. The Lisenka of that cycle reached the shrine before the convergence. She found the first Adijola's name carved into the wall behind the altar. The annotation reads, she scratched her own name beneath it with a broken nail, and the ice accepted them together. The kneeling figure made a sound, not a word. A sharp inhale, as if something had been struck inside her chest. Cleo kept speaking. She told them all. Every annotation the scholar had left, every marginal note that had been written across the cycles by women who had seen the trap and could not escape it. She spoke them not as revelation, but as testimony, the way a court clerk read evidence into the record so it could never be unwritten. The 7th mouth's voice began to fragment, not because Cleo's words had power in the way Frostcraft had power, but because she was reading the truth of what had been done, and the 7th mouth had built its entire opening on the story that the Lisenkas had performed their cruelty willingly. The aperture began to contract. Rogan stared at the sigils. The genealogies in his hands had stopped dissolving. The white flames guttered. You are breaking the sequence, he said. I am finishing someone else's sentence, Cleo said. The one the first Ajalo started when she chose to seal the wound instead of let it speak. She opened her mouth to name that choice, and the ice answered. Not the 7th mouth, not the mouths carved into the stone. Something older, deeper. The pressure that had been watching her since the moment she pressed her palm to cold stone in the Citadel corridor. It spoke in her own voice. You were always better at editing than living. Cleo's throat locked. Kazimir Solanke was a text you wanted to revise. The brand was a scene you wanted to cut. The cycle was a draft you could improve if you just found the right revision. The words came from inside her skull, warm and reasonable. The tone she used when she wrote marginal notes in a student's essay. Admit it, Cleo. You did not come here to save him. You came here to author him into a version you could love without guilt. Kazimir was at her side. She felt his hand on her arm, but she could not look at him. Every time you stopped him from killing, every time you chose his path for him, you were editing. You were fixing him the way you fixed broken paragraphs, and you called it love because you did not have the courage to call it what it was. The aperture stopped contracting. The 7th mouth waited. Cleo stood in the center of the valley with her own voice telling the truth she had been hiding from since the moment she woke in Lisenka's body. She had read people like texts her whole life. She had believed that if she understood the pattern, she could control the outcome. She had edited Kazimir's choices the way she edited essays, shaping them toward the ending she wanted. She had told herself it was love, but somewhere underneath, in the dark she had never examined, it had been the same quiet control she had always used to keep the world manageable. The 7th mouth's pressure shifted. It was not angry, it was pleased. There, now you see. The first closing was sealed by a choice, yes, but the choice was not made by the woman who refused cruelty. It was made by the first Ajelo, a woman who crossed worlds, who saw what the pattern demanded, and who chose to love the man she was supposed to destroy, even when she knew it would cost her everything. Cleo understood now. The first closing had not been sealed by suffering, by refusal, or by sacrifice. The first Adola had sealed it by choosing to love someone the pattern had marked for ruin, knowing the love itself would not save either of them, and choosing it anyway. And the seventh mouth had been telling the story wrong ever since, because that kind of love could not be weaponized. It could not be predicted. It was the only thing the pattern had never learned to contain. Cleo looked at Kazimir. "I love you," she said, and she spoke the first Adola's name into the aperture. Chapter 70. The name hit the aperture like a stone dropped into deep water. For one breath, nothing. The silver-white sigils held their positions. The gray-robed vessel remained frozen with her hand pressed to the blank column. Rogan stood at the lectern, the last genealogy page nothing but ash between his fingers. Then the ice answered. Not with words, not with pressure. The aperture opened wider, wider than it had been, wider than the stone mouths could frame, and the vision flooded out like a held breath finally released. Cleo saw Frostmarch burning, not the slow, wrong winter she had walked through. This was a single detonation of cold that cracked every wall simultaneously, that turned the citadel's black stone to dust, that froze the river mid-current and snapped the bridges from their foundations. The tribunal courts, the temple archives, the refugee quarters where the children sang their forbidden song, all of it shattered in one pulse. And at the center of it, wreathed in frost that moved like living ash, stood Kazimir. He was older in the vision, scarred differently, not by the brand she had taken, but by years of walking through fire that left no mark on his skin. His eyes held the same pale winter sky color, but something had settled behind them, something that had stopped fighting and started consuming. He raised one hand. The northern cities fell in sequence, not by siege, not by war, by simple command, as if the cold itself had learned to obey his voice instead of the deep ices. The vision spoke. This is what the pattern prepared you for. The voice was not the seventh mouth, not the deep ice. It was older, smoother, the tone of something that had been waiting since before the first cycle began. Every version of you that reached this point saw this door. Every version refused it because the cost felt too high. But you are not every version. You are the one who loves the woman who broke the script. The vision shifted. Cleo stood beside the Kazimir of the vision, but not as herself. She wore the Drozdov ring. Her scarred hand was healed, the spiral mark gone, replaced by clean skin. She stood at his side without fear. The pattern has offered you power before, but always alone. Become the warlord, it said, and lose everyone. Endure the isolation, and the north is yours. But this version offers something else. Rule together. The vision showed them both seated in a hall that was not Frostmarch, a city of black glass and warm light, where snow fell gently beyond windows that did not frost over. People moved freely in the streets. Children ran. The cold was tamed, held at bay by something that lived in the foundations and answered to them. You can be the destroyer the pattern always wanted, or you can be the builder it never predicted. The power is the same. The difference is whether you hold it alone or beside her. Cleo felt the vision pull at her own chest. It was beautiful. It was the kind of impossible future she had never let herself imagine. A world where the cycle was broken, where she and Kazimir built something instead of surviving something. Beside her, Kazimir was still. She felt his hand on her arm, not gripping, just present, the way he had stood through every trial since the Citadel. But she felt something else too, a tremor in his stillness, the weight of a door opening in front of him that he had never expected to see. You have been offered vengeance your entire life, the voice said. I am offering you purpose. The aperture pulsed, and Cleo understood. This was not the seventh mouth's trap. This was the deep ice's countermove. The first Adula's name had stalled the opening, but the deep ice had another path. It could not reach Cleo through the old story, so it was reaching Kazimir through a new one. Not by forcing him into cruelty, by offering him a reason for it. "Kazimir," she said. His gaze did not leave the vision. The burning cities, the fallen tribunals, the world remade at his command. "It's not real," she said. "It's the same trap wearing different clothes." "I know." His voice was quiet, not uncertain, heavy, as if he were carrying something he had never told her. "I know it is a trap. I know every version of me that saw this door refused it. I know the pattern wants me to become the thing that destroys the North so it can reset the cycle and start again." He turned to face her. "But I have wanted this, Cleo. Not the destruction. The power to stop the destruction. I have wanted to be strong enough that no one could touch what I loved. I have wanted to burn the tribunal courts to the ground and salt the earth where they stood. I have wanted to be the kind of man who could look at Anselm Drozdov and make him understand, with his last breath, that he was wrong." The vision flared brighter. "You can have that. All of it. Every tribunal magistrate who signed a false manifest, every guard who turned a blind eye, every noble who profited from suffering, they can all answer to you. You do not have to become the warlord the pattern wanted. You can become something better. A reckoning." Cleo felt the truth of it. The temptation was not cruelty, it was justice shaped like a weapon. It was every righteous anger Kazimir had earned, every wound the tribunal had carved into him, every friend he had buried, all of it distilled into one offer. "Power to me it stop." She opened her mouth to argue, but Kazimir spoke first. "You are showing me the wrong thing." The vision flickered. "I have wanted that," he said. "I have wanted it so badly that I dreamt about it in my cell. I imagined walking into the tribunal hall with ice in my blood and taking every life that had taken from me. I imagined it until it felt like a memory." He stepped forward, away from Cleo, toward the aperture. "But I also imagined what came after." The vision darkened. "When everyone who hurt me was dead, when the tribunals were ash, when the North knelt because it had no choice, I imagined standing in the silence, and I knew, even in the dream, that it would be my turn next." He looked at the burning city. "The power would not stop. It never does. I would become the thing that needed to be stopped, and someone else would have to rise against me, and the cycle would keep turning. Just with different names." He turned back to Cleo. "I do not want a reckoning. I want a life. I want to wake up beside you without planning how to survive the day. I want to watch the wrong winter retreat without having to become its opposite to drive it back." The vision screamed, not with sound, with pressure, the same pressure that had been building since the first Adola spoke her name into the ice. The aperture convulsed, and the silver-white sigils that had been contracting began to twist, to writhe, to reach for something they could still claim. They reached for Cleo. The conduit lashed around her before she could move. Not physical, not visible, but she felt it close around her ribs like a second skeleton, pulling her toward the aperture with the same inexorable force that had dragged the genealogies into the stone. She heard Kazimir shout her name. She felt her feet drag across the ice. The gray-robed vessel raised her head, wide eyes fixed on Cleo's space, and the seventh mouth spoke through her one last time. The first Agilo closed the seal with love, but love requires two, and we only need one. The aperture yawned. Cleo felt herself lift off the ground, and Kazimir moved. Not toward the aperture, not toward Rogan, who stood frozen at the lectern, watching the sequence collapse. He moved toward the gray-robed vessel, not to kill her, not to strike her down, but to grab the edge of the stone lectern and upend it. The genealogies that had been feeding the sigils scattered across the ice. The vessel staggered. The conduit around Cleo's ribs slackened for one heartbeat. Kazimir caught her as she fell. He held her against his chest, one arm locked around her back, and he did not look at the aperture. He did not look at Rogan. He looked at the passage that had just opened beneath the shrine, where a child's face peered up from the darkness, terrified, holding a candle that flickered against the cold. Novices, prisoners, people the tribunal had hidden below the shrine because there was no other place to put them. Kazimir saw them, and he chose. He let go of Cleo's hand and moved toward the passage, toward the children, toward the prisoners who had no one, who had been written off as collateral, who would freeze to death in the dark if the shrine collapsed. He turned his back on Rogan. He turned his back on the vengeance he had wanted his entire life, and he started pulling people out of the dark. Cleo lay on the ice, her ribs burning where the conduit had gripped her, and watched the man she loved choose not to become the weapon the pattern had spent generations forging. The aperture howled behind them. The seventh mouth was not done, but Kazimir Solanke was, and had become something else entirely. Chapter 71. Kazimir was still pulling children from the passage when the aperture stopped howling. The silence snapped down like a blade. One heartbeat, the air was full of screaming ice and the convulsive grind of stone against stone. The next, nothing. Cleo pushed herself up on her elbows, ribs screaming where the conduit had gripped her, and saw Rogan standing alone at the lectern's wreckage. The gray-robed vessel had stopped writing. Her white eyes were fixed on something beyond the aperture, something that had changed in the moment the sound died. The 7 stone mouths ringed the wound in the ice, their carved lips frozen mid-word, and the silver-white sigils that had been writhing across the valley walls hung motionless. Rogan turned. He looked at Cleo, at the scattering of genealogies across the ice, at the children climbing out of the dark behind Kazimir, and he understood, with the same cold precision he had applied to everything in his long life, that the sequence had not simply failed. It had been redirected. "The second lock," he said. His voice was quiet, not broken, not surprised. Quiet in the way a man sounds when he reads his own death sentence and finds the spelling correct. "You did not break the sequence." He looked at the aperture, where the wound had stopped contracting and stopped howling and simply waited. "You broke the seal on the deeper door." Cleo felt it before she saw it, a shift in pressure. Not the pressure of the deep ice, not the pressure of the 7th mouth, but something older, something that had been sleeping beneath both of them, waiting for the moment the first lock failed, and the second lock cracked, and the third lock became the only thing left standing. The aperture began to widen, not with violence, not with force. It widened the way a wound widens when the thing inside it has finished healing and decides to move. The stone mouths groaned. The 7 carved lips, which had been shaped for endings, began to stretch, not to open, to distort, warping into expressions the masons had never cut, as if the ice beneath them was rewriting the faces into something the old faith had not authorized. "The deeper aperture was never supposed to open," Rogan said. "I spent my life making sure it stayed sealed. I became the monster of this story so no one would look past me for the real one." He looked at Cleo, and for the first time she saw something other than certainty in his face. "I failed." The ice beneath his feet cracked. Not the surface, the deep ice. The ice that had been there since before the first Drozdov carved the first name into the first wall. The ice that remembered things no living person had ever known. Rogan did not run. He turned toward the aperture, toward the widening wound, toward the 7 mouths that were no longer mouths but gaps, and he raised his hand. The same frostcraft that had detonated the ice bridge, the same power he had used to contain, to seal, to burn, to brand. He used it one last time. Not to close the aperture, he knew it was too late for that. He used it to step into the aperture, to place himself between the widening dark and everyone behind him, and to hold the deeper door open just long enough for its pressure to pass through him instead of them. The ice took him. Not the way it took the dead regiment, wearing their bodies. Not the way it took the gray-robed vessel, speaking through her like a puppet. The ice took Rogan the way a river takes a stone, absorbing him into the current without changing the water's direction. He did not scream. He dissolved. One moment he was there, lean and gray-haired, stripped of rank insignia, standing alone against a wound in the world. The next he was gone, and the aperture was not a wound anymore. It was a window. Cleo crawled forward, not because she wanted to, because she had to see. Because the thing the old archives had feared, the thing the scholar had known about, the thing the first Daedala had sealed with love instead of suffering, was not a door. It was a horizon. Through the aperture, Cleo saw ice. Not the ice of the valley, not the ice of the glacier road, not the ice of Haha Sarah's winter walls. Ice that stretched sideways, upward, into dimensions the human eye was not built to read. Ice that contained shapes, structures, cities, histories. Each one was a cycle. Not the cycles she had read about in the annotations, The real cycles, the ones that had been lived, suffered, ended, and frozen into memory. 17 of them spread across a field of infinite cold, and beyond them, more. Cycles without number. Cycles before the first Agello. Cycles before the Drozdovs. Cycles before the old faith carved the 7 mouths into the ice. The 7th mouth began to speak. Not in the valley. Not through the gray-robed vessel, who stood frozen with her white eyes fixed on nothing. The 7th mouth spoke through the storm fronts, through the clouds that had been gathering since the wrong winter first moved, through the wind that had been rising across the north for days. It spoke in every voice it had ever worn. We told you the first closing was a choice. We did not tell you what the first closing was. The horizon shifted. One of the frozen cycles, the one closest to the aperture, began to brighten. Its ice did not crack. It glowed, translucent and warm, as if something inside it had been waiting for the moment the seal cracked. And through the glow, Cleo saw movement. Not the shape of a city, not the shape of a glacier, the shape of a woman, standing on the other side of the ice, looking back at her with a face she knew. It was her own face, not Lisenka's, Cleo's, the one she had worn in her own world, the one she had died with, red pen on her fingers, grading essays on a story she had thought was fiction. The woman raised her hand and pressed her palm against the ice from the other side, and the gesture was not a threat. It was a greeting. Cleo's scarred hand rose without her permission. The 7 circles on her palm flared, not in pain, not in warning, but in recognition. Something on the other side of the aperture knew her. Something that had been there before the first cycle. The horizon rippled, and every storefront across the north spoke the same word at the same moment. Reader. Chapter 72. The ice beneath Cleo's knees had gone silent. No pulse, no whisper. Nothing but the cold seeping through her coat, through her bandages, through the 7 circles on her scarred palm that still glowed faintly against the frozen ground. She could not stop looking at the window. The horizon of cycles lay open beyond the aperture, cities and histories frozen into dimensions that hurt to hold in the mind. And somewhere in that vastness, her own face had pressed a palm against the ice and called her, Reader. Cleo? Sanko's voice came from behind her, flat and practical. Cleo turned. The frost mage stood at the edge of the scattered genealogies, her crack-marked hand wrapped in fresh linen, her pale eyes fixed on the aperture with the exact expression Cleo had seen on every field surgeon who had ever told a patient they would lose the limb. How bad? Sanko did not pretend. The aperture is a wound, not a door. You cannot seal a wound. You can only narrow it until the body has time to close around the edges. That sounds like you have a plan. It sounds like I have a price. Kazimir stepped closer. His coat was dark with water, and his hand still held the shape of the child he had carried from the passage. He looked at Chanko, then at the aperture, then at Cleo. Say it plainly. Chanko's jaw tightened. The Counter-Sigil needs a living conduit anchored at the valley center. Someone whose blood has already been written into the ice. Someone whose scar matches the mark on the ground. She looked at Cleo when she said it. Cleo's scarred hand curled into a fist. How long would it take? Long enough that you would not walk out. Then I should start now. No. The word came from 2 directions at once. Marta had crossed the scree without Cleo noticing, her shoulder still bandaged, her frost-burned fingers gripping the edge of her coat like she was holding herself together by will alone. You do not get to decide this alone. Cleo stood. Her knees were wet, and her hand was singing with cold, and she wanted to argue, because arguing was easier than standing still. Who else would you send? Sanko's hand is cracked. Yelena has no frostcraft. Sabine is gone. You are wounded. Kazimir has no mark. I am the one who was written into the genealogies. I am the one the 7th mouth came looking for. This is what the pattern expects. Marta's face did not change. The pattern expected you to die in the branding chamber. You refused. The pattern expected you to wear the ring. You refused. The pattern expected you to let Kazimir become the weapon. You refused. So do not tell me you are doing what the pattern expects when you volunteer to burn yourself into the ice. Cleo's breath caught. Marta stepped closer, close enough that Cleo could see the fine tremor in her frost-burned fingers. I have served the Drozdov house since I was 12. I have watched every version of Lisenka walk toward her ruin with the same expression you are wearing now. Certainty. Righteousness. The belief that there is no other way because you have already decided you were the one who pays. Her voice cracked. I will not watch another one throw herself into the dark and call it virtue. Cleo felt the words land like a blade she had not seen coming. Not because they were cruel, because they were true. She looked past Marta, past the scattered pages of genealogies that no longer mattered, past the gray-robed vessel still frozen at the rim of the aperture, with her wide eyes fixed on nothing, and she found Kazimir. He had not moved. He stood exactly where he had been when she turned, his hand still open at his side, his face stripped of certainty in a way that made him look older and younger at the same time. You said you stopped treating me like a text you could edit? His voice was quiet, not accusing, testing. Did you mean it? Yes. Then stop treating yourself like one. Cleo opened her mouth, closed it. You are not a sacrifice sentence at the end of a chapter, he said. You are not the cost the story demands to balance its violence. You are the woman who broke the script because she refused to let it finish. Do not become the ending now. The silence stretched. Sanko broke it. There is another way. Everyone turned. The Counter-Sigil needs a conduit, but conduit does not have to mean a single person. She lifted her crack-marked hand. If the outer ring is held by someone who can carry the pressure without being written into the ice, and the anchor is still you at the center, the damage spreads across the structure instead of through your body. How much damage? Sanko's mouth twisted. The outer ward would fail. The person holding it would take the full collapse of the Counter-Sigil's recoil. Who survives that? No one. Cleo looked at the aperture, at the horizon beyond it, at the frozen cycles where her own face had greeted her from a world she could no longer reach. Then she looked at Kazimir. I am not asking permission. He held her gaze. I know, but I am asking you to stay beside me while I do it. Something moved behind his eyes. Not acceptance, not surrender. Something deeper. Then stay alive while you do it. Cleo pressed her scarred hand to the ice at the valley center. The 7 circles flared. The aperture groaned, and the horizon of cycles began to shift. And from the other side of the window, something answered the Counter-Sigil before it had even begun. Not alone. The voice was not the 7th mouth, not the deep ice. It was the voice of the woman who had pressed her palm against the ice and called Cleo reader. You were never meant to close it alone. The aperture rippled, and a hand pushed through from the other side. Chapter 73. The hand that pushed through the aperture was not the scholar's, not the first at Ajola's. It was a hand Cleo knew. Sabine Kadar pulled herself through the wound in the ice, gasping, her coat crusted with frost, her face bruised and split at the lip. She landed on the valley floor on her knees, coughed once, and looked up at Cleo with an expression that held no calculation. The keys opened the wrong door. Cleo stared. You were gone. I was following the thread you refused to follow. Sabine rose, swaying. The oldest shrine beneath the fault. What Rogan never told anyone is that the second lock does not seal. It remembers. And it remembered you. Sanko moved before anyone could speak. She crossed the valley floor in 6 strides, grabbed Sabine by the collar, and dragged her toward the aperture's rim. You came through the wound. That means you are written into the ice now. You are a conduit, whether you chose it or not. Sabine did not resist. I know. There is no time to argue, Sanko said. The Counter-Sigil needs an outer ring. 3 points. I can hold one. Kazimir can hold one. Sabine just became the 3rd. Cleo's scarred hand pulsed. The aperture groaned behind her, the woman's face pressing closer to the ice from the other side. Sabine tried to deliver me to Rogan, Cleo said. Sabine also stepped through a wound in reality to reach you, Sanko replied. Which version of her do you want to trust? The one she was, or the one she just became? The valley fell silent. The gray-robed vessel still knelt at the rim, her white eyes fixed on nothing. The genealogies lay scattered across the ice, their ink bleeding into the frost. Sabine met Cleo's gaze. I spent my life following orders so I would never have to choose. The keys showed me while I was building. I chose. Cleo looked at Kazimir. He did not answer for her. He stood at the edge of the aperture, his hand open, waiting. "I said I would stay beside you," he said. "I did not say I would decide for you." Cleo turned back to Sabine. "Hold the ring. Do not let go until the ice takes you or the seal holds." Sabine nodded once. Sanko moved fast. She drew a circle in the frost with her crack-marked finger, the line burning silver-white as it carved into the ice. 3 points. 1 at the northern arc, 1 at the eastern, 1 at the southern. Cleo, the center. Kazimir, northern arc. Sabine, eastern. I will take southern. Yelena stepped forward with the recovered annotations clutched against her chest. "I can read the sequence aloud." The scholar wrote the order of the Counter-Sigil in the margin of the 8th cycle record. "Do it," Sanko said. Cleo walked to the center of the circle. Her scar hand was already burning. The 7 circles spiraled across her palm, catching the light of the aperture, pulsing in rhythm with the groan of the ice. The woman on the other side pressed her palm flat against the frozen window. Not alone. Cleo pressed back. Yelena began to read. The words were old, older than the Drozdov genealogies, older than the carved mouths. They sounded like ice cracking on a river at thaw. Kazimir took his position at the northern arc and pressed his palm to the ice. The frost climbed his forearm, but he did not pull away. Sabine took the eastern arc. Her face was unreadable. Sanko took the southern arc. She was already bleeding from the crack-marked hand, the frostcraft burning through her in visible waves. The Counter-Sigil began to take. The ice beneath Cleo's feet warmed. The aperture contracted, a finger's width, then another. The 7 mouths groaned. But the deeper aperture did not close. Something in the outer ring faltered. The eastern arc. Sabine's point. Cleo saw it happen. The frost climbed Sabine's arm too fast, reached her shoulder, her throat. Sabine's breath came in short, ragged gasps. She did not pull away. "Sanko," Cleo said. "She is taking too much. The outer ring holds or the seal fails." Sabine's knees buckled. The frost reached her jaw. Her lips were already gray. And then she straightened. Not slowly, not painfully. She straightened like a woman who had finished deciding something. "The keys taught me one thing," Sabine said. Her voice was thin, cracking. "Obedience is just another way of saying someone else chooses the cost." She pushed her hand deeper into the ice. The eastern arc flared, the aperture contracted, and the hand on the other side of the window pressed through, not grasping, not pulling, open, waiting. Cleo looked at Kazimir. He was still holding the northern arc, the frost at his elbow, his face locked in concentration. She looked at the hand. She reached out, and she took it. Chapter 74. The hand in hers was warm. Not ice warm, not the searing cold of the aperture frost. Living warm, like skin that had been pressed against a lamp long enough to hold heat. Cleo held on. The woman on the other side did not pull. She waited. Her palm fit against Cleo's like the second half of a seal, the 7 circles on Cleo's scar flaring once, twice, then settling into a low pulse that matched the rhythm of blood rather than ice. "The Counter-Sigil is not complete," Yelena said. Her voice sounded far away. "The sequence requires the center to speak the binding word before the outer ring closes." Cleo looked at Kazimir. He still held the northern arc, frost climbing past his elbow, his jaw set against the cold. "I do not know the word," she said. The 7th mouth answered for her. It spoke through all 7 carved openings at once. A sound that was not sound, pressure that drove through her skull and settled behind her eyes. The 7 mouths moved, stone grinding against stone, and each one shaped a different syllable. Strike. Cleo saw Petar Ilvis, her trust earned but not sealed by anyone in writing. Abandon. She saw Marta, useful, weary, loyal, the woman who said she would burn alone before watching her die. Sever. She saw Sanko, still bleeding at the southern arc, the frostcraft eating through her like hunger. Take. Cleo saw Kazimir, his hand on the northern arc, the frost climbing past his shoulder. His eyes were open, fixed on her, and in his gaze she saw every version of him that had died before reaching this moment. The 7th mouth spoke again. and this time it shaped a single word in a language older than the carved mouths, older than the Drozdov genealogies, older than the first closing. Choose. The Eastern Arc faltered. Cleo felt it before she saw it. Sabine's grip on the ice wavered. The frost had reached her throat, her jaw, the base of her skull. She was still upright, still pushing, but the seal at the eastern point was thinning, the silver-white light flickering like a lamp running out of oil. "I can hold," Sabine said, her voice cracked. "Marta," Cleo said, "take the Eastern Arc. You have no frostcraft, but you have weight. Lean into it. Do not let her fall alone." Marta did not hesitate. She crossed the circle in 3 strides, dropped to her knees beside Sabine, and pressed both hands onto the ice at the eastern point. Her frost-burned fingers gripped the frozen surface, the tendons in her forearms standing out. "I am not a conduit," Marta said. "You do not have to be," Sanko said. "The circle only needs the pressure held. The ice does the work." Marta leaned. Sabine's breath evened. The Eastern Arc steadied. But the 7th math was not finished. It spoke again, and this time the pressure turned inward. Cleo felt it in her chest first, a pull toward the center of her ribs, a voice that was not a voice but a shape of meaning pressing into the space behind her lungs. "You came here to save him." Cleo saw Kazimir as she had seen him first, shackled, proud, furious, a man she had taught for years as a character in a book. She had annotated his grief. She had marked his rage as structural. She had written essays about his transformation with the clinical distance of a scholar who would never have to look into his eyes. "You studied him. You diagnosed him. You loved the version you could revise. The pressure changed. He knows this." Cleo looked at Kazimir. He had not looked away from her. The frost was at his collarbone now, silver-white veins spreading across his throat. But his gaze was steady. "I know," he said. The words landed like a blow. "You know what?" Cleo asked. "Every version of me you were taught to save, every ending you tried to prevent, I have been your text since before you crossed worlds." Her throat closed. "But you also came here anyway. With the wrong face, the wrong reputation. No guarantee I would ever believe you. You came." The 7th mouth pressed harder. "He will not survive the frost. The Northern Arc is already failing. His heart will stop before the circle closes. You chose him, and your choice will kill him." Cleo saw it. The frost at Kazimir's chest, the slowing pulse visible in the veins of his throat. He was still holding, still pushing, but his breath came slower, each exhale a fight. "Say the binding word," Yelena said. "The sequence is almost complete. The outer ring is closing, but the center must speak." Cleo's scarred hand pulsed against the woman's palm on the other side of the aperture. "I do not know the word." Kazimir's voice was thin, broken, but it reached her across the valley. "Then use ours." She looked at him. "Under the ice," he said. "When we fell. When you told me you had lied about the conduit. When I told you I had waited my whole life to tell someone I did not want to be the story they were writing. What did you say?" Cleo remembered. The cavern beneath the gorge, the ancient ice holding frozen versions of futures that might have been. Her hand in his. The words she had spoken without planning, without annotation, without revision. "I said I wanted to see what we would become if no one was editing us." Kazimir smiled. It was a wrecked, exhausted, beautiful smile. "Then name it." The valley fell silent. The 7th mouth paused. Cleo looked at her hand, still clasped by the woman on the other side of the aperture. She looked at Marta and Sabine, holding the Eastern Arc. Sanko, bleeding at the southern point. Yelena, clutching the annotations as if they were the last pages of a book she had never finished reading. She looked at Kazimir. "Unwritten," she said. The word landed like a stone in still water. The aperture contracted. Not slowly, not incrementally. It snapped closed by a hand's width, the 7 mouths grinding against each other, the ice groaning as the pressure shifted. The woman's hand tightened around Cleo's once, a brief, fierce squeeze, and then the ice sealed over the window, and the hand was gone. The valley shook. The Counter-Sigil held. Cleo stood at the center of the circle, her scarred palms smoking. The 7 circles burned so deep into her flesh that she could feel them in her bones. Kazimir was still standing. The frost had stopped at his collarbone. He let go of the northern arc and walked toward her, one step at a time, and when he reached the center of the circle, he did not speak. He took her smoking hand in both of his, pressed it against his chest, and held it there as if it were the only warm thing left in the world. "The aperture is narrowed," Sanko said. "Not sealed. The wound is smaller, but it is still there." Cleo nodded. She looked down at her hand, still pressed against Kazimir's heart. "I know." The eastern sky flickered. Cleo turned. A line of fresh ice stretched eastward from the aperture's rim, thin as a blade, cutting across the valley floor and disappearing into the tree line beyond the ridge, as if the enemy had merely changed fronts. Chapter 75. The valley exhaled. Not wind, not the slow settle of frost after a storm. Something deeper, a pressure release that ran through the stone beneath their feet and shuddered up through the ice-scarred ground until the old shrine's remaining walls groaned and tilted. The carved mouths around the aperture had gone still, their stone lips frozen mid-word, 7 shapes of ending that would never finish their sentence. Cleo's hand was still pressed against Kazimir's chest. She could feel his heart under her palm, fast and uneven, beating against the frost that had stopped at his collarbone. The silver-white veins had not retreated, but they had not advanced either. They lay against his skin like fossil tracks, frozen in place. "The aperture," Yelena said, her voice cracked. "It is holding." Cleo turned. The wound in the ice had contracted to a seam no wider than her forearm, a thin, dark line across the valley floor where the 7 mouths had once ringed an open throat. The ice around it had healed into a rough scar of milky white, fused and uneven, as if the valley had knitted itself together in haste. But the line of fresh ice stretched eastward from the seam's edge, thin as a blade. Cutting across the valley floor, through the collapsed shrine's foundation stones, and into the tree line beyond the ridge. It glowed faintly, a pale blue thread that pulsed once, twice, then settled into stillness. "It is not sealed," Sanko said. She had let go of the southern arc. Her crack-marked hand hung at her side, leaking blood that froze before it hit the ground. Her pale eyes were fixed on the eastern line. "It is narrowed," she continued. "The wound is dormant, but the pressure that was coming through has redirected. The ice line is a channel now, not a breach. Something is traveling east." Marta pushed herself upright from where she had been holding the eastern arc. Her frost-burned fingers were split, the skin raw and bleeding, but she was standing. She looked at the empty space beside her. "Sabine," she said. Cleo's stomach dropped. The eastern arc where Sabine had stood was empty. The ice around the point was blackened, curled inward like a flower that had frozen mid-bloom. There was no body, no blood, no sign that anyone had been there at all. "She pushed deeper," Sanko said. "When the frost reached her throat, she did not pull away. She pushed." Cleo let go of Kazimir's chest and walked to the spot. Her legs felt hollow, her scarred hand throbbing with each heartbeat. The blackened ice was smooth under her boots, no trace of Sabine Kadar, no frozen hand reaching up, no shape pressed beneath the surface. She looked east. The blue thread pulsed. "The frost took her," Yelena said. Her voice was small. "No." Cleo shook her head. "She chose to go. She said obedience was just another way of letting someone else choose the cost. She chose her own." The words hung in the frozen air. Kazimir reached her side. His breath was shallow, the frost at his collarbone catching the gray light, but he did not touch her. He stood beside her and looked east. "We need to move," he said. Cleo nodded, but she did not move. She stood at the edge of the blackened ice where Sabine Kadar had vanished, a woman who had spent her life building prisons of paperwork and procedure, who had delivered Cleo to Rogan, who had come through the wound anyway. Not because she was forgiven, but because she had finally learned how to choose. The shrine groaned. Cleo turned. The old structure at the valley's edge was collapsing. its remaining walls buckling under the weight of the contracted aperture. Stone mouths cracked and fell, their carved lips splitting as the ice that had held them together for centuries turned brittle and useless. The roof caved inward with a sound like wet bone breaking. The valley was killing its own history. "The shrine is dead," Yelena said. "The aperture took its warmth to seal. There is nothing left." Sanko said nothing. He only stared at the dead mouth of the shrine, the cold finally winning. Chapter 76. The shrine finished dying in silence. Cleo stood at the edge of the collapsed valley while stone dust settled around her ankles, and the last carved mouth split down its center, dropping its frozen jaw into the rubble. The sound was wet and final, a throat closing forever. She turned from the blackened ice where Sabine had been and walked back toward the survivors without speaking. Kazimir matched her stride halfway. His breathing had steadied, but the frost at his collarbone had not receded, silver-white veins pressed against his skin like roots searching for deeper soil. He did not ask if she was all right. He simply walked beside her, and she let him. The wounded had gathered at the valley's eastern edge where the ground rose into the tree line. Petar had organized them into a loose defensive circle, scouts watching the ridge while Ivo worked through the injured with the grim economy of a man who had stopped counting hours. Yelena sat apart, ink-stained hands wrapped around her knees, staring at the blue thread of ice that cut through the collapsed shrine's foundation stones and disappeared into the trees. Cleo stopped at the center of the circle and faced them. She felt the weight of their eyes, Sanko's pale, analytical gaze, Marta's exhausted watchfulness, Petar's flat assessment, Ivo's clinical neutrality. The scouts she had never spoken to, the couriers who had carried her orders, the survivors who had watched Lisenka Drozdova walk through their city for years and had learned to flinch at the sound of her boots on stone. "I am not Lisenka Drozdova," Cleo said. The words fell into the frozen air. No one moved. "The woman whose face I wear burned people. She branded them." She stood in tribunal chambers and delivered sentences she knew would break them. And she did it without hesitation, because she was trained to believe cruelty was the only language that worked. Cleo paused. "I am not her, but I am standing in her body, and her face is the one you see when you look at me. I cannot ask you to forget what that face has done." A scout near the tree line shifted his weight. His hand stayed on his blade. "I am asking you to let me carry this group east," Cleo continued. "To let me use the knowledge I have and the choices I still own to get us somewhere the ice line cannot reach before it wakes. I am not asking for forgiveness. I am asking for a chance to prove that the woman who walked into this valley is not the same one who might walk out of it." Silence stretched. Then the scout near the tree line spoke. His voice was rough, scraped raw by cold and exhaustion. "You burned my sister's hands." Cleo felt the words land in her chest like a stone dropped into still water. "I remember the hearing," he said. "You stood on the bench and told the tribunal she had withheld supplies from the northern garrisons. You read the sentence without looking at her face. The brandmasters took her fingers." Cleo did not look away. "Her name was Rosa," the scout said. "She died 3 winters ago. Infection from the wounds. She never held a cup again, never tied a knot, never signed her own name." The valley held its breath. "I do not have a way to undo that," Cleo said. "I cannot give her back her hands. I cannot give you back your sister. I can only tell you that the woman who did that is gone, and I am the one who has to live with the weight of her choices." The scout stared at her. Then he pulled his hand from his blade. "I do not forgive you," he said. "But I walk east under your protection, not because you deserve it, because the thing behind that ice line will not care whose sister I lost." Cleo nodded once. Sanko rose from where she had been kneeling beside the eastern ice line. Her crack-marked hand was wrapped in fresh bandages, blood already seeping through the fabric. 12 settlements along this route," she said, pointing east with her good hand. "If the pressure is traveling underground, it will surface at the first inhabited well or spring it encounters. The nearest is 2 days' march." "Then we march," Kazimir said. Cleo looked east. The blue thread pulsed once, faint and steady, cutting through stone and frozen earth like a vein waiting for a heartbeat. She turned to the group, to the scout who had lost his sister, to the survivors who had learned to fear Lisenka's face. "We move before the light fails," she said. "Anyone who cannot keep pace will be carried." No one argued. Yoina stood, her ink-stained hands shaking. She walked to Cleo's side and held out a folded scrap of parchment. "I found this in the shrine rubble," she said. "Beneath the seventh mouth, wedged into the stone where the frost had not reached. It was sealed with wax. The seal matches the one on Drozdov's personal correspondence." Cleo took the parchment. The wax was cracked, the seal half shattered. She broke the remains with her thumb and unfolded the page. The handwriting was Anselm's. "If you are reading this, the aperture has narrowed but not sealed, and you are still alive. You think you have broken the cycle. You have only changed its address. The East does not answer to Frostmarch. It answers to something older. I spent 40 years trying to keep you from learning that name. You will learn it now. The first closing was never a seal. It was a treaty. And I was the one who broke it." Cleo read the letter twice before she folded it and pressed it into her coat. "What is it?" Kazimir asked. She looked at the blue thread pulsing through the frozen ground. "A confession," she said, "and a warning." The ice line pulsed again, deeper this time, and somewhere beyond the ridge, Cleo heard a sound she had never heard before. The sound of something old, something that had been sleeping, beginning to stir. Chapter 77. The column moved east through failing light, the blue thread pulsing beneath the frozen ground like a vein waiting for the heart to wake. Cleo walked at the front with Kazimir beside her, the letter pressed against her ribs beneath her coat. She had read it 3 times now, each pass confirming what she had hoped was a trick of exhaustion. The first closing was never a seal, it was a treaty, and I was the one who broke it. The words sat in her chest like broken glass. Behind her, the column stretched in a loose line. Petar's scouts fanning wide, Sanko walking with her bandaged hand raised to read the ground, Marta carrying a wounded scout across her shoulders without complaint, Yelena clutching her annotations like a lifeline, Ivo moving from patient to patient with grim economy. The scout who had lost Rosa walked at the rear, his blade drawn, watching the tree line. They made camp at midnight in the lee of a collapsed watchtower, its roof caved in by frost that had not been there a week ago. Petar's scouts reported the nearest settlement was still a day and a half east, but the ice line was cutting faster than they could march. "It is surfacing ahead of us," Sanko said, crouching beside the blue thread where it broke through the tower's foundation stones. "The pressure is not following the road, it is following the water table." Cleo knelt beside her. The ice line glowed faintly in the dark, pulsing with a rhythm that matched her heartbeat. "How long until it reaches the first well?" "Tomorrow evening, maybe sooner." Sanko pressed her good hand to the ground, her pale eyes closing. "There are other lines feeding into this one, smaller veins. They are converging from the south and north." "A network," Yelena said, her voice thin. She had been quiet since the shrine collapsed, her hands trembling around the scholar's annotations. "Not a single line. The entire eastern route is laced with them." Cleo stood and walked to the tower's broken wall. The night was cold and still, the stars hard and distant overhead. No wind, no sound. The wrong winter had not followed them east, but something else had taken its place. A silence that felt like waiting. Kazimir appeared at her side, his breath fogging in the cold. The silver-white veins at his collarbone caught the starlight, fossil bright against his skin. "You have not told me what the letter said," he said quietly. Cleo pulled it from her coat and handed it to him. He read it in silence, his face unreadable. When he finished, he folded it and gave it back. "Your father broke a treaty with something older than Frostmarch," he said, "and now that something knows you were here." "My father," Cleo breathed, "the man who raised Lisenka to be an instrument. The man who spent 40 years trying to keep me from learning the truth. Because he did not want you to know what he had done, or because he wanted me to reach this point believing I had no choice but to finish what he started." Kazimir looked at her. The frost at his collarbone pulsed faintly, mirroring the rhythm of the ice line. "What do you believe?" Cleo stared at the blue thread cutting through the frozen ground. I believe the treaty was never meant to hold forever. I believe Anself broke it because he thought he could control the outcome, and I believe the thing that made the treaty is the same thing that has been waiting beyond the ridge since we left the shrine. She turned to face him. I believe we are not heading toward a settlement. We are heading toward whatever wrote the treaty. Kazimir did not argue. He simply stepped closer, his hand finding hers, his fingers lacing through her scarred palm like he had done it 1,000 times before. Then we go together, he said. Before dawn, the first scout returned. She came in fast, her coat crusted with frost that had not been there an hour earlier, her breath coming in sharp gasps. Petar caught her before she fell. "The river," she gasped. "The eastern fork. It is gone." "Gone how?" Petar demanded. "Not frozen. Gone. The channel is empty. Dry stone and cracked earth. The water turned to steam in the night and never came back." Petar looked at Cleo. "The river fed 3 settlements," he said. "If it is gone, they have no water, no way to survive the winter." Cleo felt the ice line pulse beneath her boots. "It is not gone," she said. "It was taken." Sanko rose from where she had been kneeling beside the scout. Her bandaged hand was bleeding through again. "And I was still. There are more reports coming in," she said. "The border shrines, they are waking." "Waking how?" Cleo asked. "Signals, light, sound. The scouts report that every shrine along the eastern route has begun to hum. Not words, not yet, but the frost inside them is moving." Yelena looked up from her annotations, her pale gray eyes wide. "Shrines only wake when something is coming through," she said. "Or when something is already here." The column broke camp in gray dawn light and pushed east faster. The landscape changed as they marched. The familiar frozen ground gave way to terrain that did not match the maps Petar carried. Ridges appeared where no ridges should have been. Stream beds ran dry. Trees stood in clusters that Petar swore had not been there 3 days ago. "The geography is rewriting itself," Sanko said, her voice tight. "The ice line is not just traveling through the ground, it is reshaping the ground around it." Cleo thought of Drozdova's letter. The first closing was never a seal. It was a treaty. A treaty was an agreement between 2 parties. If Anselm had broken it, then the other party was no longer bound by its terms, and the other party had been waiting a long time. By midday, they reached the ridge overlooking the first settlement. It was empty, not destroyed, not burned, empty, as if the people had simply walked away and left everything behind. Doors stood open. Pots of food sat frozen on cooking hearths. A child's sled lay overturned in the town square, its rope trailing toward the eastern road. "The well," Sanko said. They found it in the center of the square. The water had turned to blue glowing ice, the same color as the vein beneath the ground. Frost patterns spiraled up the stone rim, forming a shape Cleo recognized. 7 concentric circles. Her scarred hand burned. "I know this pattern," Yelena whispered. "I have seen it in the annotations. It is the same mark that appears beneath the first Adejola entry in the genealogies." Cleo looked at the circles carved into the well stone. "It is not a mark," she said. "It is a signature." She turned to face the column. The survivors watched her, their faces pale, their hands on their blades. "The first closing was a treaty between the deep ice and the people who built the shrines," she said. "My father broke it, and now the deep ice is claiming the territory the treaty protected." She looked at the blue ice glowing in the well. "My name appears 17 times in the Drozdov genealogies. Every Adejola who crossed into this world was a witness to the first closing, and every one of them failed to stop it from being broken." She paused. "I am not here to witness the failure." She pulled the letter from her coat and held it up. "I am here to write a new treaty." The ice in the well pulsed once, deep and slow, as if something beneath the ground had heard her. And from beyond the ridge, beyond the empty settlement, beyond the waking shrines and the rewriting geography, a sound rolled across the frozen plain. The sound of something vast, something old, answering her back. Chapter 78. The scout's report came in as the sun touched the ridge. 5 more settlements, Petar said, his voice flat. "Empty, same as the first. Doors open, hearth fires still burning, people gone like they walked into the air." Cleo stood at the edge of the camp, her scarred palm pressed to the frozen ground. The pulse was rhythmic now, a heartbeat. patient, hungry. "The ice line is ahead of us," she said. "It surfaced before we reached the first settlement. It will keep surfacing faster than we can march." Sunko's bandaged hand dripped fresh blood onto the frost. "Then we stop marching." "To what end?" "To think." Sunko's pale eyes held no apology. "The ice line is rewriting geography. It is pulling water from the ground faster than we can move. If we keep pushing east blind, we will reach the next settlement after it is already empty, and the one after that, until we run out of settlements and food and warmth." Cleo wanted to argue. The pressure behind her ribs said move now, before the treaty she had promised to write became irrelevant. But Tonko was right. They made camp in the lee of a collapsed barn, its roof beams splintered under a weight of ice that had not been there 3 days ago. Marta distributed ration portions with grim efficiency. Ivo moved through the wounded, changing dressings, saying little. Yelena sat with the scholar's annotations spread across her knees, her ink-stained hands trembling as she traced the 7 circles pattern. Kazimir found Cleo at the edge of the camp, where the frost bet the open plain. "The eastern sky is changing," he said. She followed his gaze. The horizon had taken on a greenish cast, like old copper oxidizing. The color deepened as she watched, spreading upward from the ice line's terminus. "It is not aurora," she said. "No, it is something else, something that does not belong to winter." He stood beside her, close enough that she felt the frost radiating from his collarbone, where the silver-white veins had frozen into his skin. Permanent now, a map of what he had given. "The column needs rest," he said, "and you need to sleep." "I will sleep when I have a treaty to offer." "Cleo," his voice softened, "you cannot write peace on an empty well. You have been running on nothing for 3 days." She turned to face him. The green light caught his face, making the scars look deeper, older. "The first settlement was a signature," she said. "The well, the 7 circles, the people gone. The entity is not attacking, it is claiming, and it is faster than us. Then we need a different strategy. We need more than strategy. We need leverage." Kazimir's hand found hers, his fingers lacing through her scarred palm with the ease of repetition. "Then we find it together," he said. "But not tonight. Tonight we rest." She wanted to refuse. The pressure in her ribs told her every hour of stillness was an hour the entity used to rewrite the East. But Kazimir was looking at her with that steady, patient gaze she had learned to trust, the one that did not try to manage her but waited for her to arrive at her own decision. She let him lead her away from the camp. They walked past the collapsed barn, past the last sentry's post, past the frozen stream that had once watered the settlement's fields. The green light spread above them, thin as breath, staining the stars. Kazimir stopped at a hollow where the land dipped, sheltered from the wind by a rise of cracked stone. Dead grass crunched under their boots. The ground here had not yet been claimed by the ice line. He sat first, pulling her down beside him, his back against the stone, his legs stretched out. She leaned into his side without thinking, her head finding the hollow of his shoulder like a muscle memory she had not known she was learning. "Tell me what you are afraid of," he said. It was not a demand, it was an invitation. She closed her eyes. "That I will write the treaty and it will not matter. That the entity will answer with the same hunger and we will be out of time. That 17 Agellius failed and I am not clever enough to be the one who succeeds." "You are not clever," he said. "You are stubborn, which is better." She laughed, a sound that surprised her. "I have watched you walk into every room expecting to be hated and you stayed anyway," he said. "I have watched you take a brand meant for me. I have watched you hold a hand from beyond a wound in the world because you refused to let someone reach alone. That is not cleverness. That is something the previous 17 did not have." "Kazimir, I am not finished." His voice was low, rough. "I do not know what the treaty looks like. I do not know if the entity will accept it, or if we will have to carve it into the ice with our own hands. But I know you will not stop, and I will be beside you when you do not." The green light moved above them, slow and vast. Somewhere beyond the ridge, the ice line was traveling through the water table, claiming wells and springs and the breath of sleeping villages. But here, in this hollow, The world had narrowed to the warmth of his body against hers and the steadiness of his hand holding hers. She turned toward him. His face was half in shadow, the frost veins at his collarbone catching the green light like buried silver. "There is no canon left," she said. "No script. I do not know what comes next." "Good." His free hand came up, his thumb tracing the line of her jaw. "I do write it together." She kissed him. It was not the kiss of the watchroom, urgent and desperate against a closing door. It was slower. A question asked with the press of her mouth to his, her palm against his chest, where the frost had stopped, where his heart beat beneath the silver-white roots. He answered by pulling her closer, his hands sliding into her hair, his breath catching against her lips. They stayed in the hollow until the green light deepened toward midnight and the stars began to disappear behind its spread. They talked in fragments, his voice low, hers quieter. They did not promise happiness. They promised to stay. When the ruined hand flared, it was not the sharp burning of the well. It was a pull, a thread from her palm to the east, drawing taut as a bowstring. Cleo opened her eyes. The green light was no longer above them. It was on the horizon, and it was closer. Kazimier's hand found hers, pressing the scarred palm flat against the round. "It is not waiting," she said. His fingers tightened around hers. "Then we do not wait either." The thread pulled again, eastward, and the ground beneath them hummed with the answer of something vast and patient and no longer asleep. Chapter 79. The column reached the citadel gates 3 hours before dawn, and Valsatar had become a city that no longer recognized itself. Cleo stopped at the outer bridge. The gates stood open. Not breached, not broken, open in the way a mouth hung when the jaw had given out. Refugees crowded the inner courtyard, fires burning in braziers that had once been reserved for tribunal ceremony. Children slept against the base of the statue of the first frost warden, their breath fogging in the cold. A woman in a patched tribunal coat met them at the gate. She had the look of someone who had not slept in days, her eyes hollow, her hands raw from hauling stone. She introduced herself as Counselor Hita Varys, appointed 3 days ago by the survivors of the Eastern Ward collapse. "The Grand Magister's seat is empty," she said, looking at Cleo without recognition. "We are running the city on what we remember of the law." Cleo did not correct her. The council convened in the old audience hall, where the ceiling had been shored up with timber and the frost lamps had been replaced with tallow candles that smoked and stank. 7 people sat at the long table. Cleo recognized one of them. Judge Rask, his broken legs still braced, his face thinner than when she had last seen him. He nodded at her once. Acknowledgement, not welcome. Kazimir stood at the wall behind Cleo. Marta had taken the survivors to the lower wards. Petar was scouting the eastern perimeter. Sanko sat at the table with her bandaged hand resting flat on the wood, blood already seeping through the linen. Hita Varys spoke first. "The winter stores are failing. The deep ice took the eastern granaries 3 nights ago. The wells on the western ridge froze solid. We have food for perhaps 4 weeks if we ration at half portions. The tributaries are dead," said a man with a frost-scarred throat. "The river below the citadel stopped running. There is silt where there was current." Sanko leaned forward. "The ice line is following the water table. Every spring, every well, every stream between here and the eastern ridge is already claimed, or will be within the week." "Then we dig deeper wells," said a woman with a merchant's seal on her collar. "The ice will follow," Sanko said flatly. Silence. Cleo had not spoken since entering the hall. She felt the weight of their waiting, the way they looked at her and tried to match the face to the rumors. Lisenka Drozdova, who had taken the brand. Lisenka Drozdova, who had walked into the shrine valley and come back with a dead seal and a scarred hand and nothing else. She said, "The treaty my father broke was written with something older than Frostmarch. The entity is moving east. We cannot stop it by digging deeper wells or rationing grain. We can only meet it." "And do what?" Hita Varys asked. "Negotiate with winter?" "Yes." The merchant's woman laughed, a short, sharp sound. "The Drozdova thinks she can talk to the ice." Cleo's ruined hand pressed flat against the table. The 7 circles burned once, a low throb that made the candle flames flicker. Her voice stayed calm. "I have held the hand of something that exists beyond the seal. I have spoken the true name of the first closing. I have taken the binding word from my own mouth and watched the aperture narrow. If you want to survive past the spring, you will stop treating me as the woman you remember and start treating me as the woman who has seen what is coming." The merchant's woman did not laugh again. Judge Rask broke the silence. "What do you need?" Cleo almost smiled. "A map, an archivist, and time do not have." Sanko stood. "We need more than that." She turned to face the council, her crack-marked hand leaking blood onto the floor. "We need a coalition, not Frostmark, not the Tribunal, something that reaches past the borders, past the old houses, past the shrine network the Drozdovs built. The entity is older than this city. It will not be impressed by our titles." Heda Vaers looked at her. "You are asking us to send messengers to the southern cities, to the free ports, to the coast. I am asking you to send messengers to everyone who has ever fought the ice and survived." The hall went quiet again. Cleo felt Kasimir's presence at her back, steady and silent. She did not turn around. Heda Vaez said, "We will discuss it." "There is nothing to discuss," Cleo said. But before she could finish, the door at the far end of the hall opened. A woman stood in the threshold. She wore a coat of pale silk that caught the candlelight like water over stone. Ice did not cling to her sleeves. Her boots were dry. Her face was smooth, unmarked by frost, and her eyes were the color of ash. She looked past the council, past Sanko, past the merchant's woman and Judge Rask and Heda Vares. She looked at Cleo. "I was told I would find an Adedola here," the woman said. "I was told she could write a treaty where her bloodline failed." The silk shimmered as she stepped forward. The candle flames stilled. She stopped at the edge of the table and held out her hand. Her palm was bare. No scar, no sigil, no frost. "I am the Eastern emissary," she said. "I carry the voice of the one who wrote the first closing, and I have been sent to ask how long you intend to keep the ice waiting." Cleo's ruined hand burned. The 7 circles pulsed in rhythm with something beneath the floor, beneath the city, beneath the frozen ground that ran east toward the ridge where the green light waited. She looked at the emissary's unmarked palm, looked at her own scarred hand pressed against the table. "I will write the treaty," Cleo said, "but I need to know who I am writing it for." The emissary smiled. It was not warm. "You are writing it for the one who has been watching since before your world knew this one existed," she said. "And she has asked for you by name. Not Lisenka, not Drozdova. She asked for Adedola." The candle flames went out. In the sudden dark, Cleo heard Kazimir's breath catch. She heard Sanko curse. She heard the scrape of a chair as someone stood too fast. But she also heard something else, something beneath the silence. A low hum that vibrated through the stone floor and up through her scarred palm. The emissary's voice came out of the dark. "She is waiting, Cleo Adedola. She has been waiting since before your 17 witnesses crossed the ice. She will wait until you are ready, but she will not wait forever." The hum grew, the floor trembled, and somewhere east, beyond the ridge, the green light rose above the horizon and bled across the stars like a wound opening in the sky. Chapter 80. The dark held for 3 breaths. Then Cleo's scarred hand flared, the 7 circles burning through the flesh like embers pressed into paper, and the candle flames returned. The emissary had not moved. Her hand still hung in the air between them, palm open, unmarked, patient. Cleo looked at the bare skin. No scar, no sigil, no frost. A hand that had never been written into the ice. "If she has been watching since before my world knew this one existed," Cleo said, "then she already knows what I am going to ask." The emissary's smile did not change. "She does, but she wants to hear you say it." Kazimir stepped forward, not past Cleo, beside her. His shoulder brushed hers, and she felt the cold radiating from the silver-white veins at his collarbone, permanent now, a map of what he had given. "Do not bargain with riddles," he said. "If your mistress wants a treaty, she can speak plainly, or she can wait until spring thaws her ice and we see what melts first." The emissary's eyes flicked to him, measured him, found something that made her tilt her head. "You are the one who refused the warlord's throne," she said. "The one who chose the prisoners instead. I am the one who is tired of watching people speak for powers that will not show their faces." A beat of silence. The emissary lowered her hand. "Fair," she said. "Then I will speak plainly." She turned to face the council, though her words were for Cleo. "The break at Vahal Sara has been felt across every frozen fault line from the coast to the deep ranges. The narrowing of the seventh mouth was not a victory. It was an announcement. Every old power that has been sleeping beneath the ice for centuries now knows that something has changed, that the seal was never a seal at all, and that someone finally refused the script." The merchant's woman made a sound like a choked laugh. "You are saying we made it worse?" The emissary looked at her with flat courtesy. "I am saying you made it visible. The wound was always there. You simply stopped pretending it was healed." Cleo's ruined hand throbbed. The 7 circles pulsed in sequence, slow and deliberate, like a heartbeat she had never felt before. "What does she want from me?" Cleo asked. "An audience, not a letter, not a messenger, not a sealed document delivered by a child with frost-scarred hands. You, in person, at the ridge where the first closing was written." "And if I refuse?" The emissary's face stayed smooth, but something shifted behind her eyes. "Then she will come here, and you will have your audience anyway, but it will not be a negotiation." Sanko stepped forward, her crack-marked hand dripping fresh blood onto the stone. "How do we know you are not lying? How do we know you are not the seventh mouth in new silk, sent to pull her into a trap?" The emissary looked at Sanko's bleeding hand, looked at the floor where the blood had frozen on contact. "I have no frostcraft," she said. "I bear no sigil. I am not written into any cycle or genealogy. I am a voice, nothing more. If you kill me, another voice will come, and another, until Cleo Adejola answers the question she has been running from since she woke on that marble floor." Cleo's breath caught. The emissary turned back to her. "Yes, she knows about that too. She knows about the red pen on your fingers, the half-graded essays, the page you were marking when your heart stopped. She knows every version of this story that ever existed, and she has been waiting for the one where someone broke the pattern instead of repeating it." The hall was silent. Even the candle flames seemed to hold still. Cleo felt Kazimir's hand find hers, not gripping, resting. A presence, a choice. She did not pull away. "How long do I have?" The emissary looked at the eastern window. The green light had climbed higher, bleeding across the sky like a slow dawn from a world that did not belong to winter. "She is already here," the emissary said. "She has been here since the first settlement emptied. She will be at the ridge by sunrise." Cleo looked at the council. At Hada Vares, whose face was carved from exhaustion and hope she could not afford. At Judge Rask, whose broken leg had not healed right but who had not stopped working. At Sanko, whose crack-marked hand was a map of everything she had sacrificed. At Marta, standing in the shadows with frost-burned fingers and a face that had seen too many Lisenkas walk toward ruin. She turned to the emissary. "I will go." Kazimir's hand tightened. "Do not say it," Cleo said, still looking at the emissary. "Do not tell me I do not have to do this alone. I know. But I am not going to write a treaty by committee, and I am not going to send someone else to face what I started." She turned to him. His pale winter sky eyes were unreadable, but his jaw was set. "I know," she said softly. "We go together." His hand did not loosen. The emissary watched them with something that might have been recognition. "She said you would choose this. She seems to know a great deal about me. She has had centuries to watch your name cross the ice." Cleo looked at the eastern window. The green light pulsed once, slow and patient, and the stone beneath her feet hummed in an answer. She had spent her whole life reading stories, editing them, teaching students how endings worked, how arcs resolved, how characters earned their final pages. She had believed that understanding a pattern meant you could control it. She did not believe that anymore. She looked at Kazimir, at the silver-white veins that would never fade, at the man who had refused a throne and chosen prisoners instead, who had stood beside the woman wearing his enemy's face and called her by her real name. "I cannot promise I will not try to script this," she said. It is what I do. It is how I survived. But I am done pretending I own the ending. He lifted her scarred hand and pressed it to his chest. The frost there, the warmth beneath it. I know, he said. I am not asking you to stop being who you are. I am only asking you to let me stand beside you while you do it. She kissed him, briefly, fiercely, in front of the council, in front of the emissary, in front of every witness who had ever called Lisenka Drozdova a monster. She did not care. When she pulled back, the emissary was waiting with flat courtesy. Sunrise, she said. The ridge. Do not bring an army. I will bring one person. The emissary inclined her head. That is acceptable. She turned and walked toward the door. At the threshold, she paused. She wanted me to tell you one more thing, something she said you would understand. Cleo waited. The first time you read her story, the emissary said, you wrote in the margin that the ending was wrong, that the villainess deserved better than a death that meant nothing. Cleo's throat closed. The emissary stepped through the door and vanished into the pre-dawn dark. The hall stayed silent. The candle flames flickered. The green light on the eastern horizon pulsed once, twice, and then began to spread. Solanke was the first to speak. Sunrise is 3 hours away. Then we have 3 hours, Cleo said. She did not let go of Kazimir's hand. The council began to move, voices rising in argument and fear, questions and demands, the machinery of survival grinding into motion around her. Hada Vares was already ordering runners. Judge Rask was pulling a map from his coat. Solanke was arguing with the merchant's woman about supplies. Cleo stood at the center of it all and felt the hum beneath her feet grow deeper, stronger, a heartbeat in the stone that had been waiting since before the first Ajadola crossed the ice. Kazimir's thumb traced the edge of her scar. Are you afraid? He asked. Yes. Good. So am I. She almost laughed. Almost. The eastern sky bloomed. The green light spread like water poured across glass, like ink bleeding through parchment, like a woman writing her name across a horizon that had never belonged to winter. And something in it answered. Not words, not sound. A pressure that pressed against Cleo's chest, her throat, her ruined palm. A recognition that passed through her like a second pulse. She looked at Kazimir. She did not look away. We go together, she said. The hum beneath the stone deepened, the green light burned. And somewhere beyond the ridge, the one who had been waiting since before the first cycle turned her face toward the dawn and prepared to receive the woman who had finally broken the script.